Chen Fan traversed into the Hongwang world, becoming an ordinary little celestial attendant in the heavenly court. Awakened to the path of the ordinary system, he merely wished to live a low-profile life, remaining inconspicuous. However, his burgeoning powers did not permit such a simple existence. Regardless of Chen Fan's innermost thoughts, the Jade Emperor always seemed to overhear his musings. Suddenly, a voice resonated in the Jade Emperor's mind. What? The god of thunder and the Dragon King are obstructing each other, and introducing KPI assessments can resolve this? Why couldn't I just lay low? Chapter 1. The Ordinary Me. Chen Fan meticulously polished the table before him. Although he found it puzzling that, despite possessing celestial abilities he still had to clean by hand, he resolved to simply get on with it. After realizing that he was merely an unknown little celestial attendant in the heavenly court, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming sense of humility. He was neither a great sage born of the essence of heaven and earth, nor a disciple of the Buddha under Jin Shanzi. Just 3 days prior, he had been an ordinary young man. Coupled with his system that proclaimed the path of the ordinary, the only task it issued was a single word: survive. Thus, Chen Fan's choice became remarkably straightforward. He would maintain a low profile in this world teeming with deities and immortals. The only obstacle in his path was the responsibility of cleaning the main hall of the heavenly palace. Although court meetings were infrequent, he had encountered the Supreme Old Lord just the day before, which certainly did not favor his strategy of remaining inconspicuous. Chen Fan vividly recalled the moment when the Supreme Old Lord cast a casual glance at him, making him feel utterly exposed. This was intolerable. These powerful beings were too terrifying. He needed to find a secluded corner to hide away. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Wang Jin felt a headache coming on. This usually obedient subordinate had recently become quite persistent, requesting to be reassigned from the main hall. In the entire heavenly court, there were countless celestial attendants, and the main hall was among the most coveted positions. Many longed for the chance to catch the attention of the mighty, to step through the gates of power and leap over the Dragon Gate, as numerous precedents loomed before them. This young man actually wanted to leave? As Chen Fan approached again, Wang Jin could only respond helplessly. All right, I've relayed your intentions to the higher-ups. You will receive news shortly. It wasn't that Wang Jin was unwilling to accommodate, but rather that celestial attendants who entered the main hall were typically backed by powerful patrons. Considering Chen Fan's connection to a significant deity, Wang Jin shook his head, unwilling to offend. The Grand Court meeting is about to commence. Prepare yourself, at least for now. You are still part of the main hall. Chen Fan could only adopt a day-by-day approach, surviving as best he could. The system task also arrived, requiring him to stand for 1 hour at the Grand Court meeting. Excellent. He relished such a simple task. The Grand Court meeting of the Heavenly Court occurred once every 10 days, embodying the most comprehensive gathering of numerous high-ranking immortals. Chen Fan held his whisk, content to serve as mere background scenery. Matters of the 360 heavenly cycles were managed by the Heavenly Court, with daily affairs determined by the respective high-ranking immortals. Only significant issues required reporting to the Jade Emperor. 3 days had passed, and this was Chen Fan's first time seeing the Jade Emperor. Standing beneath the steps of the throne, he caught a glimpse of the figure seated above, robed in resplendent yellow, bearing a solemn countenance, exuding an aura of authority. Chen Fan couldn't help but mutter inwardly, the Jade Emperor's appearance is far superior to those depicted in television dramas. The Jade Emperor felt a stir in his heart. What did this sudden utterance mean? What was a television drama? Which great being was employing their mind-reading abilities? Suppressing his astonishment, the Jade Emperor addressed the assembly. My esteemed ministers, what matters do you wish to report today? Instantly, someone stepped forward. Your Majesty, recently, the various departments of the East Victory Divine Continent have been lethargic in their duties. Following our work in the Thunder Department, many delays have occurred, preventing timely rainfall and disrupting the seasons. We beseech your Majesty to impose penalties. Chen Fan glanced over. The god of thunder resembled the legends, with a sharp visage, but the flickering lightning patterns across his body signified his status as a high immortal. Your Majesty, I am wronged. The heavenly regulations are clear. After thunder, we execute the cloud and rain duties. However, the Yunmu department and we merely share a cooperative relationship. Without clouds, how can there be rain? Upon hearing this, the Dragon King was displeased. My Yunmu department is under the jurisdiction of the West Queen Mother and does not fall under your command. Yet, your messages are consistently delayed, often arriving only half an hour before the thunder strikes, leading to inevitable delays in our response. Well, this is just passing the buck. It appears these lofty immortals engage in such antics as well. Chen Fan, the bystander, found this quite amusing. The Jade Emperor frowned slightly. This conflict had persisted for more than a day or two. Over the past decade, there had been numerous disputes in the main hall alone, not just within the East Victory Divine Continent, but also among other celestial cycles. The sheer size of the heavenly court and the multitude of jurisdictions inevitably led to oversight. I previously decreed that the God of Thunder would oversee the Yunmu department. This matter need not be revisited. Should there be further discrepancies, you will be held accountable. The God of Thunder was understandably displeased at bearing all the blame. Your servant only holds the title of leader without the corresponding authority. The Dragon Department operates independently, and the Yunmu Department is not directly under my command. They merely respond to orders. I cannot bear this responsibility. The Jade Emperor felt a slight headache forming. Despite his exalted position, he could not appoint all ministers personally, and the God of Thunder had ascended alongside him. He could not push too hard. Isn't this just a corporate dilemma? Blurred responsibilities and mutual blame. It is not that they are unproductive, but rather that they focus solely on their own duties, leaving everything else unattended. Chen Fan internally scoffed, questioning how any of this pertained to him, the little celestial attendant. All he wanted was to pay attention to his own duties and complete his tasks. What is this KPI? What does it even mean? The Jade Emperor's consciousness swept across the hall, observing the celestial attendants, all of whom bore impassive expressions, showing no sign of concern. Upon reflection, although he did not fully grasp the implications of these words, the Jade Emperor understood the praise directed at him, feeling a sense of pride. After reigning over the heavenly court for millennia, if he lacked the acumen to manage these celestial beings, how could he maintain such authority? Chen Fan pondered further. Something felt amiss. When the God of Thunder made his report, the surrounding deities seemed to relish the spectacle, indicating that this was not the first instance of such disputes. It appeared that the issue had not been effectively resolved. Why? Just as he had voiced his grievances, was a concrete proposal suddenly presented. Never mind, why bother with such thoughts? His task was simply to survive. In this world, he was but a fledgling, and his focus should solely be on his own responsibilities. All these inner musings had inadvertently found their way into the Jade Emperor's consciousness, causing even his millennia of composure to waver. What did it mean to not resolve the issue? Did he not wish for a resolution? The God of Thunder was enshrined alongside him. The Dragon Department operated independently, and he had to yield to the West Queen Mother. What was he to do? Chapter 2. An extraordinary background. After the court meeting concluded, the Jade Emperor noticed that the peculiar voices had ceased within his mind. In the span of thousands of years, he had encountered myriad anomalies, and he suppressed his inner curiosity, knowing he could later investigate the few celestial attendants. Remaining in the Grand Hall, Chen Fan, on the other hand, felt no unusual sensations. The sudden emergence of celestial abilities was not a normal occurrence. He was primarily concerned with the completion of his task. The system's reward was straightforward. It consistently aimed to diminish Chen Fan's presence in the eyes of others, including other celestial beings. Chen Fan was quite content with this reward, becoming a formidable being, standing above the myriad realms and commanding all beings. Such thoughts were mere fantasies. The great sage, despite his strength, was easily struck down by a single slap and obediently transformed into a diligent civil servant. Second Master was an even more remarkable figure, the foremost general of the heavenly court, yet he too had to heed the summons of the Jade Emperor. In this vast universe, there existed a natural order that no one could transcend, not even the Buddha or the three pure ones, all of whom were part of this grand scheme of heaven and earth. Given this reality, it was perhaps better to live well. Although Chen Fan was but a celestial youth, he still held the title of Xian, and aside from the lack of internet, the pleasures of the celestial court far surpassed the arduous existence of his former life, that he feasted on delectable celestial fruits that melted in his mouth and savored the exquisite nectar, residing in a celestial palace with a constant, comfortable climate throughout. the seasons. All Chen Fan needed to do was to handle the trivial tasks at hand. Such a blissful life was hard to come by. Indeed, today's task was merely to attend the Grand Assembly. As for the subsequent cleanup, was there truly a need for cleanup in the realm of immortals? Woof! Woof! The only one daring to bark so boldly in the celestial court was that black dog. A massive canine, nearly half a person's height when lying down, blocked Chen Fan's door, idly toying with a wooden model he had carved out of boredom on intricate Gundam model, a remnant of his former passion that a celestial being. His memory and coordination had improved vastly, allowing him to recreate the essence of his past world in just one night. With the dog present, it was evident that its master was inside. After recently grumbling about Second Master, a twinge of unease struck him as he gently pushed open the door. A tall figure stood with his back to him, examining a row of models on a shelf. With such craftsmanship, how could Chen Fan resist? In just a few short days, so many models have been carved. Were these all crafted by you? Yes, uncle. Regardless of his inner thoughts, Chen Fan was still respectful before the greatest warrior of the three realms. These creations do not resemble anything from this realm. They may be projections from foreign demons infiltrating your consciousness. Henceforth, exercise caution in your pursuits. As the Second Master turned around, his sharp brows and starry eyes bore a faint resemblance to the Jade Emperor. It could not be denied that Chen Fan, as a distant nephew, also shared some traits otherwise. He would not have been permitted entry into the main hall of the Celestial Court. Even serving as a backdrop came with its requirements without a commendable appearance. How could one capture the attention of the celestial beings? Wang Jin informed me that you wish to be assigned to the main hall. Provide me with a reason. Chen Fan clasped his hands in salute. So that uncle may understand that spending the entire day in the hall consists solely of cleaning and listening to the celestial beings bicker. Today, Lei Gong and Yunmu quarreled once more, and I believe no progress is made. It will be far more beneficial to visit the artifact workshop or the alchemy chamber and learn something of substance. Preposterous, Second Master rebuked. Those in high positions bear the burden of thought, while those below exert physical labor. I summoned you to the main hall to let you hear their discussions, their actions, and the rationale behind them. When other vital positions in the heavenly court become vacant, I shall assist you in ascending to a higher rank. Are you not aware of how many celestial youths await such opportunities? Chen Fan could only smile wryly. He could hardly disclose to Second Master that such endless bickering yielded little knowledge. It seemed his plan to remain low-key had temporarily faltered. Uncle is right. It is my own fault for being so presumptuous. I shall endeavor to study diligently in the future. Seeing Chen Fan acquiesce, Second Master's tone softened. I understand that standing in the hall all day can be tedious for a young heart. Hence, I have found you a temporary assignment. Could he finally escape to a different location? As long as he was not confined to the main hall, any place would suffice, and Chen Fan grew curious, pressing for details. What task is it? Are you aware of the assignment Tai Bai received in the main hall today? Chen Fan's heart sank. Could it be that he was to leap into this enormous pit? I have maintained a good rapport with that old fellow Tai Bai. The business of manipulating clouds and rain has been a struggle for centuries. If resolved, it would be a significant achievement. Following the Emperor's method, it should be feasible, so I recommended you to Tai Bai. You shall report to him tomorrow. The die was cast, and Chen Fan could only comply. Very well, he would take it step by step. Having navigated the professional world for several years in his previous life, Chen Fan was no novice. He understood that his opportunity to shine stemmed entirely from his uncle's influence. At the same time, Tai Bai, the cunning old fox, would leverage his status as Second Master's nephew to suppress any ill-intentioned individuals. To resolve the conflict surrounding the manipulation of clouds and rain, the Heavenly Court had invested considerable effort, establishing a side hall not far from the main hall, dedicated to overseeing this matter. When Chen Fan arrived, Tai Bai, renowned as the amiable star, was already organizing jade slips. Noticing his presence, Chen Fan hurried forward to assist. Tai Bai Xiansheng, allow us to handle these burdensome tasks. Only then did Tai Bai realize someone had appeared beside him. Had his cultivation deteriorated? How had he failed to notice someone's approach? The face, bearing similarities to Second Master and even the Jade Emperor, instantly revealed the visitor's identity to Tai Bai. Ah, it is Chen Fan. Your uncle often speaks of you. saying you wish to learn something new. How fortuitous! The Emperor has just assigned me a task, and I was hoping you could lend a hand. Henceforth, feel free to drop the honorifics and simply call me Tai Bai. The amiable nature of Tai Bai was undeniable. Despite being merely a junior, Chen Fan found his words filled with flattery, yet still quite pleasant to hear. Observing the cluttered desk filled with jade slips, Chen Fan cautiously inquired, "Are these all documents submitted by Lei Gong, Yin Mu, and Shun Long?" Tai Bai could not help but chuckle. Indeed, they're quite eager. They just raised the issue yesterday, and this morning they delivered all past records, claiming it was a matter of accountability and division of responsibilities. They had never been involved and merely followed the superior's orders. Chen Fan sighed, resting his forehead in his hand. The reason he deemed this entire affair a giant pit was precisely here. Centuries of disputes among the three parties had bred deep-seated grievances, and under the pressure of the Jade Emperor, they could only agree to proceed. Yet when it came to actual implementation, no one wished to take the first step. They all wanted to observe how others would act. After all, such matters were unprecedented in the heavenly court. His distant uncle, in his good intentions, had unwittingly created a significant dilemma. It seemed that his recent desire to remain inconspicuous would not come to fruition. Chapter 3. Now that we are here, with matters as they stood, there was nothing more to say. He would have to face it head-on. Though the plethora of jade slips was daunting, they contained the celestial court's secret methods, allowing for rapid reading. Some even featured illustrations, forming vivid images in his mind that depicted the circumstances at the time. Having perused only half of the Dragon Department's jade slips, Chen Fan realized his initial assumptions had been correct. The content was rife with claims of how he adhered to celestial regulations, while Lei Gong and Yun Mu were merely delaying progress, leading to the task's prolonged completion. Disposing of the jade slips aside, Chen Fan found no desire to continue reading. The ensuing content was merely repetitive, lacking any fresh insights, and observing it would only waste his time. Seeing Chen Fan's disinterest, Tai Bai suggested, "Are you fatigued? Perhaps you should rest for a while. There is no rush. Understanding the materials is merely the first step. Afterwards, we must visit the three departments and gather the heads of all parties to discuss specific matters." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan reassured himself that at least he would not have to stand in the main hall any longer, which was a relief. He could afford to linger a bit longer. Oh no, he meant to bide his time. "There's also a matter for which I need you to take responsibility. The Emperor has shown particular interest in this, and has instructed me to report any developments immediately. I am also juggling my original responsibilities, and time may not permit me to manage everything. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could provide regular updates to the Emperor. Would you like to accompany me to the palace today?" Chen Fan was taken aback by Tai Bai's proactive nature. He was already pulling him along to the sleeping quarters. In the depths of my heart, reluctance brewed. Though my sojourn through time has been brief, I have perused a plethora of novels concerning the cultivation of immortals in my previous life, and thus I possess a keen understanding that these prominent figures are seldom approached. One never knows when they may inadvertently entangle themselves in a web of causality, leading to a demise so sudden that one would be oblivious to the manner of their passing. At this juncture, the Xinyu system timely issued a task. Listen to the Jade Emperor's admonitions for the duration of a stick of incense. To my astonishment, the rewards had transformed no longer the monotonous reduction of presence, but rather a decade's worth of cultivation. Heaven and earth, how many days have passed? This system has inexplicably changed its nature, no longer allowing me to remain inconspicuous, but instead granting me cultivation to confront my challenges head-on. What then, I ponder, constitutes a mere ordinary system? Something felt amiss. I scrutinized the task closely and, to my astonishment, discovered a line of small text following the mention of cultivation. If the task's main body was in a size 1 font, this line could scarcely be classified as size 8. This cultivation is exclusively for the Gui Shigong. Curse it, I could not restrain my expletives. Ultimately, it still implies survival. The Gui Shigong, by its very name, is a common technique in the celestial realm. Anyone could master it with minimal effort, perhaps sacrificing a few years of cultivation to practice. Who would choose to specialize in such a cowardly technique? System, you are hardly a mere salted fish. You might as well be called the turtle system. Tai Bai, being well acquainted with the realm, promptly escorted me to the Imperial Palace's study. The Jade Emperor was engrossed in reviewing reports and jade slips from various regions. Upon our entrance, he merely glanced up and remarked, "You have arrived." The Jade Emperor's intuition stirred. He recognized me, having seen this lab before. Although my relationship with Yang Jian was not particularly close, we shared a familial bond that warranted his attention to the movements of the Second Lord. This included my placement in the Grand Hall, as he was mindful of the tenuous connection between Yang Jian and myself. In terms of cultivation, the Jade Emperor was acutely aware that he ranked low among the three realms. Even my nephew surpassed him in prowess. Yet, few could rival him in resilience against various Taoist techniques due to the blessing of celestial fortune. How then had I managed to resonate with his heart? Our gazes met briefly, after which I promptly lowered my head, uncertain of any taboos surrounding His Majesty. I resolved to remain unobtrusive, listening attentively to the admonition and completing the task, for even the cultivation derived from the Gui Shi Gong is still cultivation secure. In my grasp, the Jade Emperor, a master of subtlety, swiftly comprehended that I was unaware he had heard my innermost thoughts. Evidently, there was some causality between us. "You're a Chen Fan, correct? Do I await your good news?" Tai Bai Jinxing cast a surprised glance at me. "Goodness, it seems I have already made an impression on the Emperor's heart, and I had yet to be introduced. Since your Majesty has spoken thus, let us assign Chen Fan the responsibility of reporting henceforth," the old man suggested, taking advantage of the situation. "That is acceptable." The Jade Emperor had no objections. A subordinate incapable of deceiving him was a coveted asset for any superior. With a flick of his finger, a jade rui floated from the bookshelf behind him. "This rui bears my seal, making it more convenient for you to conduct your affairs. Take it." Tai Bai Jinxing hurriedly stepped forward to receive it with both hands. "Thank you for your gracious gift, Your Majesty. We shall certainly fulfill our mission." The Jade Emperor waved his hand. "I do not demand you to accomplish it unconditionally, but any advancement in the cooperation among the three departments, however slight, will be deemed a success." Upon hearing this, I felt a sense of relief. My greatest fear was that the Jade Emperor would insist upon task completion. The Heavenly Court is a labyrinth of intricate forces, and enacting any reform is a formidable challenge. Receiving this message, the Jade Emperor felt a surge of relief. Finally, someone comprehended the difficulties he faced. In this vast celestial realm, countless deities, each with their origins, he, as the Jade Emperor, merely maintained equilibrium. Were it not for the favor of celestial fortune, his throne would have been toppled several times. "Go forth, complete this task with assurance. I am your steadfast support." The tone of the Jade Emperor softened considerably. Tai Bai's heart stirred. Having mingled in the Heavenly Court for thousands of years, he seldom heard such a nearly endorsing tone from the Jade Emperor. Naturally, this old man lacked the standing for such a favor. Stealing a glance at Chen Fan beside him, he mused that this lad was no ordinary figure. It seemed my decision to bring him into this game was indeed wise, saving me much trouble. I harbored no such thoughts, estimating the time required for a stick of incense to burn. Once the task was complete, everything would fall into place. I bowed respectfully and assured, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not disappoint your high expectations." Chapter 4. How to proceed. The esteemed sword has been summoned, and the promise has been received. Even someone like Chen Fan, who merely wishes to persist, has begun to feel a sense of pressure. On the way back, he curiously inquired, "Tai Bai Xian, surely this matter will not rest solely on the shoulders of the two of us?" "Not at all." Tai Bai shook his head. "His Majesty has granted the authority for personnel adjustments, and I have also requested a few assistants to join us, all old friends, each eager to contribute." As he spoke, they noticed a general, clad in military attire, waiting at the entrance of the side hall. "Tian Peng, weren't you supposed to arrive this afternoon? I need to tidy up a bit first." Tian Peng. Although Chen Fan had already encountered the Jade Emperor and other deities, this distinctive name stirred something within him. The roots of Chinese mythology are vast, and many stories have been reinterpreted over time. Having traversed into this mythological realm, Chen Fan could only ascertain that it belonged to a multiverse, without knowing its specific origin. The familiar name evoked a sense of vague speculation within him. Tai Bai Jinxing introduced Chen Fan, This is Marshal Tian Peng, who commands the 8 million water troops of the Celestial Court. His mastery of thunderous magic is remarkable, and he maintains cordial relations with the thunder deities. If you wish to seek out Lei Gong, take him along. He will be of great assistance. Indeed, it was he. Chen Fan meticulously observed the future son-in-law of Gao Laozhuang, who was currently at the pinnacle of his appearance. Though he fell slightly short compared to Er, he was still undeniably handsome. Having met Marshal Tian Peng, regardless of what lay ahead, this second senior brother was now his superior, and he would soon rely on him for many matters. The future could be addressed later. Tai Bai naturally praised Chen Fan, stating, "This young brother, Chen Fan, comes highly recommended by Er, and His Majesty holds him in great esteem. We will be collaborating closely henceforth." Tai Bai laughed heartily. "You two need not be so formal. We shall assist each other moving forward." Upon entering the room and seeing the numerous jade slips, Tian Peng exclaimed, "Have they transported over a millennium's worth of records of weather control from the three families?" Tai Bai replied, somewhat exasperated, indeed quite proactive. His Majesty issued the decree just yesterday, and they organized everything overnight, delivering it this morning. You won't find a single mistake. Having understood this, Tian Peng realized that the task ahead would not be easy. Matters must be addressed, but these useless documents serve little purpose. They must persuade each family one by one. I understand, but where do we begin? Tai Bai Jinxing's tone was resigned. You are aware of who stands behind these individuals. Sighing, Tian Peng conceded, very well. I will volunteer to start with the Thunder Department. Tai Bai Jinxing stopped him. Hold on, not everyone has arrived yet. Let's discuss our strategy first and determine our next steps. Do share. You have already persuaded those individuals to join your cause. Not too many, quality over quantity. You handle the Thunder Department, while I have enlisted Hong Yao Xianzi for Yu Mu's side. The second prince of the West Sea is currently serving at the Western Heavenly Gate. Sending him to the East Sea is far preferable to having him loiter about on a pillar. Tian Peng counted carefully and admired. Tai Bai impressive. These individuals are indeed well placed. When will they arrive? Tai Bai Jinxing spread his hands. I scheduled them all for the afternoon. You're the early bird. Arriving a bit early is hardly my fault, is it? Silently observing the two old friends bicker, Chen Fan, as a newcomer, could only remain on the sidelines, adopting an attitude of humble listening. Beyond that, as a mere celestial attendant, he was there to gain experience, not overthink matters. He wished to remain inconspicuous, yet others were evidently concerned. Seeing the two engage in dialogue, Tai Bai, ever the good-natured individual, felt somewhat guilty for neglecting Chen Fan, especially since he had been recommended by Er and was favored by the Jade Emperor, making him a notable second-generation figure. Chen Fan, share your thoughts. Where should we begin? What thoughts could I possibly have? Having just arrived, I hardly know any of the prominent figures within the Celestial Court. You may as well consider me invisible. Internally grumbling, he still responded, before my arrival, my uncle advised me to observe and listen more, speak less. And that Tai Bai Xian is experienced and adept in handling matters. Whatever decisions you esteemed immortals make, please feel free to assign your junior. Tian Peng was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that with such formidable backing from Er and the Jade Emperor, this celestial youth would still display a degree of humility, far better than the neighboring third prince. If Chen Fan could sense Tian Peng's thoughts, he would surely smile wryly, realizing that as a mere celestial attendant, he could only rely on the prestige of his connections while lacking the strength to assert himself. There were indeed tasks suitable for Chen Fan to undertake. After years of camaraderie, Tian Peng understood Tai Bai's intentions. Although he was here to gain recognition, it was still essential to have some accomplishments recorded. Oh, do enlighten us, he prompted. As far as I know, the documentation in the Thunder Department is handled by celestial attendants dispatched from the Heavenly Court. I happen to have met a few of them, all of whom have recently entered the Celestial Court and should be comparable to our young friend Chen Fan. The responsibility of reviewing the original documents from the Thunder Department can be entrusted to him. That sounds excellent. These documents presented are of no use. We must ascertain what they have actually accomplished. The two swiftly established Chen Fan's task with just a few exchanged words. Only Chen Fan himself was left dumbfounded. Wait a moment. Is this truly how it will be arranged? I have yet to voice my opinion. I do not wish to take the lead. I merely want to follow behind you esteemed figures and blend in. The two interpreted Chen Fan's expression as one of delight. Just imagine a newly appointed celestial attendant, undergoing a splendid transformation, appearing before his peers in the guise of an imperial envoy. How many young individuals could resist such temptation? Tian Peng couldn't help but commend himself internally. As a novice, what more could he say regarding the orders from his superiors? As you wish, he replied with a smile. There is no need for such formality here. When I visit the Thunder Department, I will take you along and introduce you to Lei Gong. Yi has frequent dealings with him, and he will surely look out for you. Having a strong backing felt splendid. It seemed that wherever he went, he would be able to leverage his uncle's reputation. Is it lively? I had expected it to be rather dull. With that voice came a celestial maiden clad in palace attire. The celestial court, in its literal sense, was populated by ethereal maidens, and this one could be considered among the finest. Chen Fan instinctively gauged Tian Peng's expression. In the presence of such beauty, he remained composed, showing no signs of distraction, which indicated that he did not seem to be a man overtaken by lust. How, then, would he fall into such a trap? Hong Yao has arrived. Tai Bai greeted her with a smile. Before he could approach, Hong Yao pulled a young man from behind her, his characteristic dragon horns indicating that he was indeed the second prince of the West Sea. I just saw this little dragon lingering nearby for quite some time, but was too timid to enter. The young man bashfully greeted Tai Bai. I pay my respects to the esteemed immortal. The seasoned socialite had no time for formalities. She affectionately patted the second prince's shoulder. No need for such rigid etiquette. Did we not send word to you yesterday? Just come directly. The young dragon merely smiled without responding. Hong Yao remarked, his personality is just like that. Having been raised within the West Sea Dragon clan, he has become somewhat foolish. Otherwise, with his status as the second prince, he would not be dispatched to serve as a mere pillar dragon at the heavenly gate. A youth with a story, indeed. Now, everyone had arrived. Chapter 5. Discussing strategies. Once everyone was seated, Tai Bai began, we have gathered here today for a purpose, and there is no need for further elaboration. Let us directly share our thoughts. Among those present, Hong Yao was the most unrestrained. Unconcerned about her identity as a celestial maiden, she casually reclined in a chair, crossing her legs in a comfortable manner. As for you all, I shall handle you, Mu. Those wretches are in dire need of sorting out. Tai Bai had summoned them for the Thunder Department, which he felt was an obligation he could not shirk. The young dragon spoke softly. I have a few cousins in the East Sea. I can check on them. Everyone present understood their tasks, and Hong Yao unabashedly directed her gaze towards Chen Fan, who was seated in the corner. With a sense of urgency, explained, I apologize for my lack of clarity. Chen Fan, my young friend, is solely responsible for liaising with the Jade Emperor. The disdain in the eyes of the lady remained unabated, intensifying rather than diminishing. Chen Fan, feeling helpless, could only endure this treatment, as he currently embodied the identity of a second-generation heir. Everyone understood their respective tasks, and the question arose, where should they commence? Observing the four individuals seated in a circle, Chen Fan experienced a peculiar sensation, having traversed into a divine realm, which by the standards of his past life could only be classified as a high magic world. It strangely resembled a corporate meeting. Was it not akin to resolving disputes between branches, where the headquarters appoints a special envoy, reallocating adept personnel from various subsidiaries to form a temporary office? This incongruity momentarily distracted Chen Fan. How to initiate this undertaking? Simply delegate the tasks, and we shall proceed individually to locate those responsible in the three departments, demanding they present their responsibility analysis. As for any subsequent disputes regarding this analysis, let the Jade Emperor handle it. After all, the quarrels had persisted for years. Continuing to bicker seemed inconsequential. The elder sister's approach was refreshingly straightforward. Just get it done without unnecessary complications. Tai Bai Jinxing felt a headache coming on. If matters were indeed that simple, why would the Jade Emperor require his mediation? He had never encountered such notions of authority and responsibility before. Yet the seasoned among them understood that these individuals would invariably inflate their privileges while minimizing their obligations, ideally shifting the blame to others. An old friend interjected to alleviate the tension. Dividing responsibilities is feasible Yet the challenge lies in determining how to delineate these roles. The Celestial Court has never employed such measures, and we lack the knowledge to implement them. Tai nodded in agreement. This is precisely the source of my distress. He gestured toward the myriad of jade tablets cluttering his desk. These documents already indicated their stance. All credit belonged to them, while any errors were to be attributed to others. It was exceedingly difficult to compel them to articulate their responsibilities and powers in detail. The sole individual who knew how to navigate this conundrum sat quietly in a corner, maintaining a composed demeanor, thinking to himself, I am but a minor figure, a second-generation heir, best not to speak out or meddle. The system promptly introduced a task to him: sit quietly for half an hour, with the reward being a reduction in presence. Jinxing lamented having accepted this task, initially believing the Jade Emperor had a well-formed plan and that he would merely serve as a tool. He now realized that the execution of such ideas rested entirely on his shoulders. He could not afford to falter. As a competent tool, it was his duty to seek guidance from his superior. Though his previous audience with the Jade Emperor yielded nothing but empty encouragement, nearly leading him astray, it was likely due to Chen Fan's presence that the Emperor refrained from sharing critical insights, necessitating a private discussion. The Jade tablet of audience in his possession vibrated slightly, prompting Tai to examine it and discover a message regarding the division of responsibilities. Should there be uncertainties, he could consult Chen Fan. Was seeking this young man truly beneficial? Tai cast a puzzled glance at Chen Fan, who sat there, lost in thought, his eyes vacant, seemingly adrift in another realm. The dilemma faced by a subordinate is the lack of directives from superiors. Now, with clear guidance, matters could proceed smoothly. Chen Fan, do not remain silent. Share your thoughts. Tai encouraged. Thoughts? What thought could I possibly have? Do not inquire of me. I wish to be regarded as non-existent. Whatever the celestial beings decide, we shall comply. A hint of cunning emerged. Reluctance to divulge? Tai was well acquainted with the Jade Emperor. His assertions were never unfounded. If he claimed Chen Fan possessed a solution, then surely he did. However, the Emperor had conveyed that Chen Fan indeed had means. This felt peculiar. Why did the Jade Emperor presume such confidence in Chen Fan's capabilities? Considering this was the Celestial Court, a realm of deities, there might be strange powers at play, enabling the Jade Emperor to perceive his thoughts. Henceforth, he resolved to maintain distance from the Jade Emperor. Regret washed over him for having casually accepted the task from his distant uncle. Now, one misstep led to another. An evasion proved futile. He would have to confront the situation head-on, at least to minimize his encounters with the Emperor. Let me share some of my immature thoughts for discussion. He proposed. The lady, clearly unimpressed with the second-generation heir, scoffed. If your ideas are immature, it is best to remain silent to avoid embarrassing yourself. Tai intervened to diffuse the tension. Let us grant the young man an opportunity. Let us first hear what he has to say. As a diligent worker subjected to performance evaluations, Chen Fan, under duress, could only articulate rudimentary insights on the division of authority and responsibility. Now that you have ideas, why not voice them earlier? Were you merely hiding in the shadows to witness our folly? Red Yao's brows furrowed in indignation. Not knowing how he had offended this warrior maiden, Chen Fan could only bow in apology. I am but a novice, having only recently ascended to the rank of celestial youth. I dare not speak recklessly in the presence of esteemed beings. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Meanwhile, Tian Peng offered quiet reassurance. Do not mind her. Red Yao has this disposition. You will grow accustomed to it. All being celestial beings. Tian Peng's words did not evade Red Yao's ears. Upon hearing this, she haughtily sniffed but refrained from further comment. Chapter 6. The initial experience in the Thunder Department, the advantages of cultivating immortality manifested here, as Chen Fan articulated some preliminary theories on performance evaluation. They were meticulously recorded and inscribed upon jade tablets. With the guiding documents in place, there was no time to waste. The group dispersed to undertake their respective tasks. Jinxing oversaw operations centrally, ready to intervene with his jade scepter whenever progress faltered. After all, a sword of authority should not remain unused. According to the plan, Chen Fan followed closely behind Tian Peng, meandering through the Thunder Department. Observing Red Yao's eager expression, He surmised he would inevitably accompany her to the Cloud Mother Department as well, uncertain of what awaited him. Yet, Chen Fan's focus had shifted. He was discontented, having failed to accomplish his task, breaking his meditation less than a quarter of an hour into it. Although the lazy fish system was indifferent to his success or failure, lacking any punitive measures, he felt the sting of his inadequacy. The Thunder Department placed great importance on their superior. Lei Gong personally greeted them in the reception hall. "Please, take a seat. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, and we shall provide it immediately." Upon Tian Peng's arrival, Lei Gong forewent pleasantries and delved directly into their agenda. "We have two objectives for this visit." Tian Peng gestured towards Chen Fan. "You should all be familiar with this individual, but I will formally introduce him. Chen Fan, who now serves as our group's liaison to the Jade Emperor. His task today is to examine your original materials regarding cloud formation and rain distribution." Lei Gong warmly welcomed him. "Ah, Chen Shangxian, I am well aware of you. I even mentioned you in discussions with the second master." It seemed that wherever he went, he could not escape the shadow of his distant uncle. To Chen Fan's surprise, news of his inclusion in the group had spread swiftly throughout the heavenly court. "Just call me by my name. I'm not worthy of such titles. I apologize for the intrusion." "No trouble at all. We, too, wish to resolve this matter swiftly. We wholeheartedly support the Jade Emperor's thoughts on the division of responsibilities." Only then did Tian Peng reveal his second objective. "Furthermore, I have drafted a preliminary manual on the delineation of responsibilities. Please study it carefully and prepare a first draft." Lei Gong eagerly accepted the Jade tablet. "We have been struggling with this. Having a guiding document is a tremendous relief. Bring in the relevant personnel so they can review this material, and let us expedite the process. We cannot afford to lag behind the Cloud Mother and the Divine Dragon." Simultaneously, Lei Gong instructed his subordinates to escort Chen Fan to the document section of the Thunder Department. Upon arrival, Chen Fan realized he had underestimated the scale of his surroundings. He had initially considered a low-profile approach, yet the scene before him demanded his gratitude towards the second master. The vast hall, spanning nearly 10,000 square meters, was alive with hundreds of ethereal projections, each accompanied by at least 2 attendants diligently recording details. At first glance, had it not been for the ancient attire of the celestial youths, Chen Fan might have believed he had been transported to a science fiction realm. In the past, the concept of the 3,000 worlds was merely an abstract notion. Only now has it begun to take on a tangible form. The celestial phenomena of the Zhou-Tian world, particularly the thunder and lightning, are under the jurisdiction of the Leibu. To ensure the smooth operation of these elements, a vast institution is required, bolstered by celestial magic. Chen Fan felt fortunate that he only needed to examine the records of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, as perusing all the available materials would have driven him to madness. A wall filled with jade slips confirmed his suspicions. The overwhelming essence of immortality suggested that what he was witnessing was merely a representation of space folded upon itself. As a fellow immortal child, the Leibu attendant addressed Chen Fan with utmost respect. "Are you seeking to review the thunder and lightning records of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent? May I inquire how many years you wish to examine?" "Just the last decade," Chen Fan replied, realizing that any more would be overwhelming. The decade's worth of records amounted to an entire box of jade slips lay before him. It seemed he had misjudged the Leibu. The original materials sent to Tai Bai had indeed been abridged. The original records were exceedingly detailed, allowing Chen Fan to comprehend the operational processes of the Leibu. The Zhou-Tian world is composed of various spiritual energies, each with its own range. Should any energy fall out of balance, significant troubles ensue. Mildly, the seasons may become disrupted, causing suffering to living beings. Severely, an entire Zhou-Tian could collapse. Now that he was present, he intended to glean some knowledge. The name Xing Yunbiyu indicates that the Leibu merely initiates the process. The primary responsibilities rest with the clouds and rain. It is no wonder that Lei Gong feels aggrieved. While his responsibilities are minimal, the overarching duties fall squarely on his shoulders. The records reflected this as well. When the Leibu detected signs of drought in various regions, they dispatched heavenly soldiers to wield the thunderbolts and simultaneously relayed commands to the Yunmu Bu and Shunlong Bu. The situation seemed complex, and the reality was even more intricate. After reviewing an extensive amount of material, Chen Fan understood why the Jade Emperor entrusted the authority of cloud and rain to Lei Gong. It was simple. The Lei Bu operates directly under the heavenly court, thus directly commanded by the Jade Emperor. The Yun Mu Bu, associated with the Western Queen Mother, operates in a semi-independent state, making it cumbersome for the Jade Emperor to exert control. The Shunlong Bu situation is even more convoluted, being born from the celestial energies of heaven and earth. Their vast population and considerable combat prowess, coupled with internal complexities, renders their relationship with the heavenly court one of collaboration rather than subordination. Consequently, there is no feasible way to centralize the authority and responsibilities of cloud and rain management. These are rights distributed among various factions, none willing to relinquish their share. Thus, the only solution is division, with each entity managing its own domain. Although the records appeared voluminous, Chen Fan completed his review within a short span. During this time, he inadvertently accomplished a minor task, reading for half an hour and further diminishing his presence. Chen Fan pondered the purpose of this continued diminishment. Despite his low profile, Hong Yao still targeted him. Yet, there was no need for excessive contemplation. Tasks must be executed. Upon returning to Lei Gong's study, he found Tian Peng engaged in a game of chess, sipping tea, with two attendants standing nearby. This was a typical scene for deities, and he wondered when he might enjoy such treatment. Upon reflection, he dismissed the thought. Survival was paramount, and it was wiser to allow others to bask in the limelight, like Tian Peng, a figure of considerable social breadth, who ultimately fell back to the mortal realm. As for his own modest existence, caution was prudent. Longevity was the goal. "Have you finished?" Tian Peng noticed Chen Fan after he had stood for a moment. "I have reviewed the necessary materials. The Lei Bu has conducted its work meticulously, with many aspects worthy of my learning." Lei Gong, having been praised, felt delighted. The envoy had come without causing trouble and instead offered commendation, far exceeding his expectations. He had braced himself for difficulties. "Chen Xianyu, please come this way. After such a long review, you must be weary. Do sample our Lei Jing tea." Accepting the dark green teacup from the attendant, Chen Fan savored it. To his astonishment, it resembled the taste of Sprite, yet even more invigorating, akin to Sprite infused with popping candy. The tea activated every cell in his mouth, akin to countless tiny lightning bolts exploding within, delivering a perfectly balanced, tingling sensation that relaxed him entirely. "Excelente!" Chen Fan exclaimed. "Since you enjoy it, take some with you. Additionally, our Lei Bu has prepared some modest gifts for you too. Please do not disdain them." As he presented the items, Chen Fan glanced at Tian Peng. "Take them, it's nothing significant." Tian Peng understood this was Chen Fan's first official assignment and communicated directly. "Thank you, Lei Gong. No need for such formality. You're always welcome to visit the Lei Bu," he replied, with the doors of the Lei Bu eternally open to him. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Fan opened the storage jade pendant gifted by the Lei Bu. Even with prior expectations, he was taken aback by the sheer volume of the offerings. This was no trivial gesture. Within a space of 1 square meter, it was filled to the brim, accompanied by a detailed list for inventory. The list was extensive, with the Lei Jing tea alone being enough for daily consumption for 10 years. Other items, such as spirit beast inner cores, top-tier celestial herbs, and premium elixirs, dazzled Chen Fan. He could not help but muse that this was merely a visit to the Lei Bu. If he were to visit the Yun Mu and Shenlong, he would likely acquire resources sufficient for a century of cultivation. Though he remained an idle dreamer, he recognized that cultivation must not cease. Survival requires strength, and his current training was aimed at ensuring a safer existence. Chen Fan believed he had improved upon his previous incarnation by cultivating with greater diligence. With such a wealth of resources and a favorable background, failing to seize the opportunity would be a tremendous waste. There was no longer a need to stand guard at the main hall, nor did he need to visit Tai by Jinxing daily. However, he still made it a point to check in at his designated office every morning. The essence of discretion lay in adhering to the rules and avoiding any flamboyant displays. Tai Bai was also present, and Chen Fan understood why he came daily. Although this was a side hall, it remained a vital part of the celestial court, far superior to Tai Bai Jinxing's personal abode, thus naturally warranting more frequent visits to bask in the attention of others. After several days of mingling, Chen Fan grasped that these deities, despite their immortal status, were not so different from ordinary people. They still experienced emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, albeit with greater cultivation and powers. His reverence for the immortals had waned significantly. Chen Fan, please take a seat. You visited the Leibu yesterday. How are things progressing? The manual has been delivered, but they will need time to process it. We did not set a specific time frame, but the Leibu is unlikely to be slower than the Yunmu and Shenlong. I expect news within a few days. I also reviewed the original records from the Leibu. They performed their duties well, but as they oversee the management of cloud and rain, they bear greater responsibilities. Chen Fan completed his report, and Tai Bai sighed. Indeed, this is the most troublesome aspect. Everyone is fixated on their immediate interests, unwilling to extend themselves. This issue is not confined to cloud and rain management. The entire celestial court is currently plagued by such attitudes, though the Leibu, Yinmu, and Shenlong are particularly contentious. Arriving quite early, I see. Hong Yao's voice arrived before her presence, her form appearing like a billowing red cloud. Is Tian Peng and that little dragon also here? She displayed no awareness of her subordination, while Tai Bai could not maintain an authoritative demeanor. Tian Peng has a multitude of matters to address regarding the water army. He cannot linger here daily. Issues at the Leibu require his intervention. The second prince's progress in the Eastern Sea has been rather sluggish, and it seems it will take a few more days. Have those serpents in the Eastern Sea grown restless? Are they attempting to evade the tasks assigned by the Jade Emperor? Hong Yao's temper flared. Elucidated. You're already aware of the background of the second prince. The Dragon Clan places great emphasis on bloodlines and status, and they do not acknowledge his title. Therefore, in this matter, it is not that they are unwilling to act, but rather that they have not exerted their full efforts. Should I pay a visit? I have already resolved matters with Yunmu, and since I have some free time, why not? What was Yunmu's response? Tai Bai inquired further. Yo, seated cross-legged in a spacious armchair, shrugged nonchalantly. What response could there be? After briefly reviewing the manual, they promised to submit the initial draft promptly. In my opinion, even if they do submit it, substantial revisions will be necessary. Tai Bai nodded in agreement. Their cooperation suggests that the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West must have conferred. Then we shall await further news. If no one submits the division of responsibilities within 7 days, we will go down to oversee the matter. Let us prepare thoroughly. I, for one, would be quite pleased if Yunmu had not adequately prepared. It would provide me with an opportunity to exert some pressure, and the thought excites me. This imposing lady is indeed a product of the system. Chen Fan discreetly shifted to a corner, attempting to distance himself from this potentially volatile sister. Clearly, this maneuver was unsuccessful. Hong Yao pointed at Chen Fan. Since you have visited the Thunder Department with Tian Peng, should you accompany me to the Yunmu Department? Since we need to report to the Jade Emperor, it is essential to thoroughly understand the issues at hand. Tai Bai shook his head. It is inconvenient for Chen Fan to go to the Queen Mother of the West. You may manage this on your own. What is there to fear? I will protect him. Who would dare trouble him? There is no rush. When the time is right, I will arrange for him to go. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Given this sister's temperament, if he were to accompany her to Yunmu, he could only imagine how it might unfold. Safety is paramount. One must stabilize their development and avoid recklessness. As long as he does not accompany her on her escapades, he will be fine. No problem. I will follow your arrangements. Recently, there has been much idle talk in the Celestial Court. Everyone is speculating on the deeper meaning behind the Jade Emperor's recent actions. Many have inquired whether he intends to use this as a breakthrough to reform the entire Celestial Court. Hong Yao tentatively questioned Tai Bai. How would I know what His Majesty is thinking? Our duty as subordinates is to execute our tasks well. Overthinking is unwise. Knowing too much is not advantageous. Tai Bai replied, his tone tinged with a hint of warning. Hong Yao chuckled. I merely relay messages for others. If there is to be reform, it will not affect me. I have no strong opinions. I prefer to be a carefree wanderer. It is best to think that way. Refrain from speaking indiscriminately outside. In recent days, Chen Fan had only witnessed Tai Bai's amiable side and did not expect this old man to have rare moments of seriousness. It is evident that the Jade Emperor's unusual actions have begun to stir the previously stagnant celestial court, with undercurrents of change bubbling beneath the calm surface. Chen Fan's sole hope is to remain uninvolved in this turmoil. Chapter 8. The underflow approaches before the storm arrives. Chen Fan realizes that to survive, he must accumulate strength. He understands that once the Jade Emperor implements the performance evaluation system, it will disrupt many people's comfort. For who would wish to toil after having achieved a state of ease? Becoming an immortal is meant for leisure. Those who oppose the Jade Emperor dare not confront him directly, yet they may find it too easy to target someone like him. Chen Fan currently hopes that among his small group, there are no traitors who might disclose the entire framework he has provided, as that would lead to even greater trouble. Focus on your cultivation, Chen Fan resolved. Until he possesses a certain level of self-defense capabilities, he must either align himself with a figure like Tian Peng or remain within the confines of the main hall. His life is paramount. This lethargic system is quite inadequate. Even the cultivation of the turtle breathing technique should offer some benefit. Yet, it seems that lowering his presence is all it does. Hong Yao, the elder sister, does not ignore him at all, which serves no practical purpose. Ultimately, he must rely on himself. Chen Fan inspected the wards he had set before leaving, and they remained undisturbed. Although his cultivation level is low, these wards were directly learned from the second master. His uncle had even praised his nephew's performance, noting that the wards he set up were indeed quite talented, ranking among the top tier of celestial youths. This implies that in front of him, Chen Fan remains a novice. When he initially set up these wards, Chen Fan did not seek anything too profound. He merely aimed for a simple function, to activate the ward upon the entry of someone with malicious intent, thus serving as an early warning. Even if he could barely set up an impressive ward, it would simply be a FA less effective than employing the most straightforward method. Since the wards remained intact, it indicated that the visitor bore no ill intent. Chen Fan then felt reassured enough to push open the door. In the center of the room lay an ordinary red wooden box, a standard issue from the celestial court. Chen Fan was certain that there had been nothing of the sort in the room before he left. He retrieved a bell from his storage ring and cautiously circled the box. This bell, which he had persistently requested from his uncle, is rather unremarkable in name, Golden Bell, but its function is significant, capable of detecting spiritual fluctuations within a 10-foot radius. Should negative spiritual energy, such as curses or attacks, be present, it would sound an alarm. Devoted to the cause of self-preservation, Chen Fan had coveted this bell ever since he had seen it with the second master. After pestering him several times, the second master finally relented, providing it as a safeguard for his nephew. With no alarm sounding from the bell, Chen Fan still remained cautious, maintaining a distance as he used hand seals to open the box remotely. The absence of spells does not imply the absence of physical threats. As a mere celestial youth, his body is exceedingly fragile, and being struck by a hidden weapon would not end well. Upon opening the box, he discovered a letter within. Chen Fan could not help but scoff. In the celestial court, where everyone is a deity, is it truly necessary to write letters? There are countless means of conveying messages. Then again, perhaps this is precisely why the sender chose to write a letter. Any form of divine communication would inevitably leave some trace of spiritual energy. This would provide a means for powerful beings to track it down, much like the second master's black dog, whose keen nose can lock onto even the faintest traces of spiritual energy. As for the handwriting, one need not elaborate on the control celestial beings have over their physical forms. They can write in whatever style they desire, making it impossible to discern the author. The sender was quite cautious. Prioritizing caution, Chen Fan first cast a binding spell to restrict the space around the envelope, ensuring that he would not be harmed if it contained poison. Slowly, he carefully opened the letter from a distance. The message contained only the words, "Be careful of those around you." Upon reading this, Chen Fan felt a surge of confusion. Among the people he had interacted with in recent days, none appeared to harbor ill intentions toward him. There were no conflicts of interest. As for himself, his priority is to survive, avoiding conflict at all costs. The writer of this note must have had a reason to send it. Do they wish to instill paranoia in him? Should he distrust Tai Bai, Tian Peng, And even the second master? Chen Fan's head throbbed with the implications. Who writes such a letter to torment a novice like him? Is there no sense of public duty? He is merely a harmless celestial youth. Stowing the letter away, he turned to seek out the second master. This was not an issue he could tackle alone. After all, uncles are meant to help with troubles. The second master, unlike Chen Fan, was not alone. The Mei family brothers resided with him, serving as a strategic deterrent within the celestial court. Generally, he was not burdened with many concerns. The second master relished his leisure time, often wandering about with his brothers. Today, fortune favored Chen Fan, as the second master's household was already familiar with him. Upon his arrival, they informed him, "The holy monarch is in the study. You may go directly to him." The Mei family brothers were fond of the second master's young nephew, appreciating his politeness and sense of propriety. "Thank you, uncles. I have an urgent matter to discuss with my uncle. We will chat later." The second master was grooming the howling celestial dog, who was so content that his eyes were half closed. Even as Chen Fan entered, the dog did not open them. Continuing his task, the second master asked, "Have you encountered trouble? The temperament of my nephew has become quite familiar to me. He only comes seeking assistance when he needs something." Coupled with the notion that a thief never leaves empty-handed, each visit is an opportunity for him to resolve his issues while taking something away. Yang Jian, however, finds this personality endearing. The celestial court is rather desolate, and few dare approach him due to his formidable reputation. So having a younger relative to converse with is quite welcome. "Uncle, look," Chen Fan said, handing a letter to Yi. The god of war, without much ceremony, accepted it and upon reading the words, scoffed, hiding behind veils and pretending to be mysterious. "Ignore such nonsense. This is merely some fellow who calculated your existence and played a trivial game, planting a seed in your mind. Whether it bears fruit or not is inconsequential. Do not dwell on it. Indeed, uncle, your reputation is so illustrious that it shields me from all misfortune." With a swift motion, Yi playfully smacked the back of Chen Fan's head. "Instead of uttering such trivialities, focus on your cultivation. True strength lies solely in one's own hands." Receiving this reprimand without offense, Chen Fan responded with a grin, "You are right, uncle. But look, I feel I'm being watched. Would it not be prudent to equip me with something for self-defense? I do not mind taking a beating as long as I can gain something beneficial from it. You have a plethora of valuable items. It would be foolish not to take advantage of them." As Chen Fan entered, Yi had already prepared a jade slip and tossed it to him. "This is a cultivation technique I comprehended in my early years. It is well suited for your current practice." "Thank you, uncle," Chen Fan replied, elated as he accepted it. Chapter 9. The situation in the celestial court. The technique given by Yi was called Changchun, a rather commonplace name. Yet it bore significance since it originated from the god of war of the three realms. This technique encompassed not just methods of cultivation, but also included alchemical practices, weapon forging, offensive strategies, and relevant restrictions. A comprehensive system indeed. It was evident that Yi had a clear understanding of Chen Fan's abilities and recognized that this was the optimal time for him to cultivate. Upon returning to his chamber, aside from his daily duties at Tai-Bai, Chen Fan dedicated his remaining time to cultivation. Keeping a low profile was the essence of survival. The less he appeared in public, the less trouble would find him. However, by the fourth day, it became untenable to remain hidden any longer, as the Leibu, Department of Thunder, was the first to submit their delineation of responsibilities. The materials had been brought over by Tian Peng. After a brief glance, Chen Fan felt it was acceptable, yet he wanted to hear the opinions of others. Each person received a copy as Tian Peng distributed the jade slips. Upon scanning the contents, Chen Fan's fears were confirmed. Although the manual had already been submitted to the Leibu, this new document mirrored the initial report, detailing his responsibilities meticulously, while glossing over interdepartmental cooperation and coordination, treating them perfunctorily. It was not just Chen Fan who perceived this. Tai-Bai furrowed his brow. "Is this what the Leibu has submitted to appease us?" Hong Yao, irked, crushed the jade slip into dust. Tian Peng awkwardly chuckled. "Well, they did adhere strictly to our manual. Is this merely a collection of empty words? The responsibilities assigned to the Leibu are merely old routines. Our genuine concerns are barely mentioned. How to collaborate with Yin Mu Bu, how to coordinate with Shen Long, The Leibu's role in this is utterly vague. Hong Yao offered no reprieve to Tianpeng. The second prince, who had been a silent observer like Chen Fan, also timidly remarked, "It is indeed rather rudimentary." Tai Bai spoke in a firm tone, "Enough." Regardless of its merits, the Leibu was the first to submit. Prepare to present this to His Majesty and gather his thoughts. As for you, what is there to be angry about? If there were an easy solution, it would not have troubled the celestial court for centuries. Since you are here, you must be mentally prepared for a prolonged process. This elder was rather admirable. Tai Bai's demeanor today impressed Chen Fan, revealing that he was not merely adept at softening conflicts, but possessed considerable acumen. At this juncture, the most pressing matter was delivering the documents to the Jade Emperor. Even as celestial beings, delivering them in person felt redundant. The other side might receive the documents before us. Murmuring to himself, Chen Fan proceeded into the main hall. As anticipated, the Jade Emperor awaited him in the study. Upon receiving the jade slip that Chen Fan presented, he scrutinized it closely. The Jade Emperor's demeanor suggested he would not erupt in anger or throw things in response to this document. Observing the lack of immediate fury on the Jade Emperor's face, Chen Fan felt a sense of relief. As long as there was no outburst, everything could be discussed. Though he often spoke freely, he was aware of the need to temper his words. The Jade Emperor glanced up, locking eyes with Chen Fan, who quickly averted his gaze. Stay low-key, stay low-key. There is nothing of interest here. The system had issued a task reminder to stand before the Jade Emperor for the duration of an incense stick, with the reward being an unexpected enhancement to his cultivation. It appeared that each visit to the Jade Emperor yielded benefits, much to Chen Fan's delight. What benefits could I possibly offer? The Jade Emperor mused silently, though he did not directly engage with Chen Fan. Under the weight of his aura, Chen Fan stood rigidly, and the Jade Emperor chose to disregard him. The delineation of responsibilities from the Leibu was brief, and the Jade Emperor soon finished reviewing it, placing the jade slip down with a stoic expression. You should have reviewed this first. Share your thoughts. Your Majesty, I am merely a humble celestial attendant. Why seek my opinion? Surely, my words would hold no weight in your decision-making. You will proceed as you see fit. I am here to follow your orders. The Jade Emperor responded, I wish to discern the disparity between your spoken words and your actual thoughts. Feeling the weight of the Jade Emperor's gaze, Chen Fan understood he could not remain silent. He mustered his courage and stated, from the perspective of the initial draft, it is commendable. It adheres to the format we outlined and provides a detailed account of self-assigned responsibilities, indicating that the Leibu has invested considerable effort into this matter. I do not wish to hear platitudes. Speak candidly about your genuine impressions. How can you be so demanding? I am a good-natured child, and I do not offend easily. Surely you, your Majesty, are aware of this. Must you compel me to speak unpleasant truths? Engaging in direct confrontation with such a formidable figure yielded little benefit. He would say what the Jade Emperor wished to hear. Yet, there were indeed many shortcomings, particularly regarding interdepartmental coordination, which required greater elaboration. This young man was quite articulate, adept at weaving both straightforward and indirect truths together, and he had spoken from the heart. Very well, you shall visit the Leibu and convey my imperial decree. I will grant them another opportunity. Should they submit another perfunctory report, they will be summoned to meet me personally. His tone was calm, but Chen Fan could detect the underlying irritation. It seemed the Jade Emperor was indeed displeased. Chapter 10. A return to the Leibu, such was the state of affairs. This was only a few days later, marking Chen Fan's second visit to the Leibu. If this trend continued, it was likely that both Yunmu Bu and Shenlong Bu would require numerous visits in the future. The Jade Emperor's decree was the highest directive, and Tai Bai wasted no time, instructing Chen Fan to hurry over. As he approached the entrance, he noticed Lei Gong already waiting. It was clear that the Leibu understood the Jade Emperor would not be satisfied with their submission and had prepared for this eventuality. Chun Shangxian, regarding our trivial matters, I apologize for the inconvenience. The other party initiated with an apology, and Chen Fan found himself at a loss for words in response, merely reciting the prescribed formalities. By the will of His Majesty, I am here to convey his decree. I will grant the Leibu another chance. Should the next submission be as dismissive as the last, they shall present themselves before me. Lei Gong bowed respectfully. I accept the imperial command. After delivering the message, Chen Fan attempted to leave, but was halted by Lei Gong. Chen Shangxian, shall we discuss a few matters together? As mortals often find themselves at the mercy of others. Chen Fan could only respond with a wry smile. Very well. The two made their way to the study, where Lei Gong solemnly activated the room's restrictions, shielding their surroundings. He then remarked, Chen Shangxian must be quite puzzled. Although all the materials have been delivered, and we are well aware of the Jade Emperor's intentions, as a direct branch of the Celestial Court, we should lead by example and drive the entire affair forward. Yet in the end, we submitted such a document. The quality of the materials is determined by His Majesty and Tai by Shangxian. I, as a mere celestial attendant, am nothing more than a courier. Chen Fan dared not speak out of turn, defining himself as merely a bystander, unqualified to express opinions on such matters. Lei Gong, however, was unconvinced. Chen Shangxian, you jest. As a junior of the Second Lord, and one who understands the Emperor's will, how can you consider yourself a mere celestial attendant? Besides, I have received news that the manual we obtained is primarily composed of your ideas. To possess such insight at your age warrants the title of a youthful prodigy. Internally cursing, Chen Fan lamented the meddling of one who could not keep their tongue in check. He simply wished to cultivate in seclusion, yet was thrust into the limelight. With Lei Gong aware of this, it was likely the entire Celestial Court was already in the know, leaving him no option for discretion. Naturally, he denied any responsibility. Are you referring to the manual regarding the division of responsibilities? That must be a misunderstanding on your part, Lei Shangxian. I have only been in the Celestial Court for a few brief years. How could I possibly distill such profound concepts? This document was the result of collective deliberation. Lei Gong did not press the issue further. They both understood the underlying truth. Chen Shangxian, do you know that shortly after you departed, the envoys from Yunmu and Shenlong sought me out? They had but one demand. I must be the first to submit the division of responsibilities, and it must adhere to the old framework. What were these two factions plotting? Were they truly attempting to form an alliance against the Emperor? Chen Fan, having traversed this realm for some time, was no fool. He understood that the Jade Emperor wielded a formidable weapon. The Fengshen Bang, or the list of deified ones, was a powerful instrument. Anyone holding a position within the heavenly court would find themselves inscribed upon it, representing the will of heaven and earth, overseen by the Jade Emperor. Only upon entry into this list could one truly become a deity, endowed with the rights and privileges of their divine office. Thus, Lei Gong, as the Master of Thunder, could rightly be called the Thunder God. In simpler terms, the Fengshen Bang functioned as an operating system, granting permissions only to those who logged in, with the Supreme Administrator being the will of heaven and earth, and the Jade Emperor possessing certain management rights. For lesser divine positions, the Emperor could decide matters unilaterally, while for significant roles like Lei Gong's, creating trouble was a trivial task. In this context, the Celestial Court maintained a fade of tranquility. Yet Yunmu and Shenlong had openly challenged the Jade Emperor. Lei Gong's expression turned bitter as he stated, I am powerless in this situation. After millennia of existence, there are inevitably some shortcomings. These two factions happen to possess a few incriminating pieces of evidence. Being caught red-handed leaves us with no recourse, and confronting the Jade Emperor directly is not an option. How would His Majesty perceive it if a venerable deity were so easily manipulated? Chen Fan grasped Lei Gong's intentions. The latter was merely probing the Emperor's reactions to formulate an appropriate countermeasure. At the second submission, Lei Gong's department would comply obediently, avoiding any tricks. The risk Lei Gong was willing to take was preferable to having their own secrets exposed. Given your wisdom, Chen Shangxian, you must understand my predicament. While I may appear as the head of the Thunder Department, Yunmu and Shenlong are not to be underestimated. I can discuss official matters openly, but the private dealings remain beyond my purview. Rest assured, the next division of responsibilities for the Thunder Department is already in draft form. Grant me 3 days, and I shall provide His Majesty with a satisfactory response. Lei Gong assured, thumping his chest. Chen Fan placed his trust in this promise. For as the head of the Thunder Department, Lei Gong's words held weight. Should he fail to deliver in 3 days, the consequences would be dire, even for a thunder god. As Lei Gong escorted Chen Fan out, he maintained all customary courtesies, even presenting him with a storage jade plate. The object felt warm in Chen Fan's hands, yet refusing it would not bring Lei Gong peace of mind, so he reluctantly accepted it. He reflected on his own decline. He had reached a point where even receiving benefits felt forced. Currently, Chen Fan's foremost concern was the movements of the Yunmu and Shenlong factions. The Jade Emperor's anger was likely directed at them. If he were unaware of their collusion, Chen Fan found that hard to believe. This was the Celestial Court, after all, where the Jade Emperor had reigned for millennia, and surely he had his informants. It was evident that these two factions were openly rebelling, provoking the Emperor's wrath. Yet, emboldened by some unseen support, they dared not confront the sovereign of the three realms directly. Pondering these matters, Chen Fan shook his head in despair. "Uncle, what kind of quagmire have you dragged me into? This is not merely a pitfall. It is a veritable abyss, a battleground for the myriad forces within the Celestial Court. I am but a pawn in this game, susceptible to being sacrificed without a whisper of protest. As one who has traversed realms and is known as the distinguished Second Lord, supported by the mightiest warrior of the three realms, how did I find myself ensnared in such a predicament?" The depths of this situation were too profound for him to navigate. He needed to devise a plan to escape. In the 11th chapter, Where to Go From Here, the Jade Emperor sat upon his throne, speaking with an air of indifference. 3 days? I can afford to grant him that time, trusting he will provide me with a satisfactory response. With that thought, he resolved to seek his uncle and find a means of escape. The entire affair had spiraled into a vortex of conflict within the Celestial Court. Delay would only lead to entrapment. "Word has it you are unhappy in your group." This query left Chen Fan momentarily taken aback. How could the Jade Emperor, of all beings, suddenly express concern over his trivial matters? Moreover, how did he know of Chen Fan's discontent? "Your Majesty, the members of the team have treated me well. Ierbo non fapinas, Chen Fan raplia. Do you wish to leave the group?" The Jade Emperor's inquiry was equally perplexing. Chen Fan had yet to discuss this with his uncle. The Emperor truly was an enigma. "I shall follow your Majesty's arrangements without any other intentions." The Jade Emperor chuckled inwardly. "I am the odd one? I perceive it is you who harbors secrets. Do you think I do not wish to hear your peculiar sentiments? Even when I sever my divine perception, I can still glean your thoughts. Given your cultivation, this must not be intentional. Perhaps you are unaware of the circumstances surrounding you." Such intriguing occurrences had become increasingly rare in recent years. The Jade Emperor had no desire to see Chen Fan take risks that might lead to unforeseen consequences. He was curious to observe how this young man would develop. Chen Fan refrained from speaking candidly. The Jade Emperor, a figure of immense stature, could surmise that this situation entangled many parties, and he was likely wary of the implications. "This division of responsibilities manual is your accomplishment, resolving a significant issue for me. I have yet to reward you. Perhaps you would care to express what reward you desire?" The Jade Emperor sought to uncover Chen Fan's genuine thoughts. When the opportunity lay before him, Chen Fan hesitated. He could discern the sincerity in the Emperor's words. If he expressed a desire to relocate, it was likely the Emperor would acquiesce. Yet, could he truly walk away from this? His once resolute intentions began to waver. If he were to leave, where'd he go? The Celestial Court appeared to offer numerous avenues, yet his cultivation, while superior to that of most celestial attendants, still placed him at the level of a mere attendant. The Celestial Court valued both relationships and strength. As someone of limited prowess, even if assigned to a position of leisure and authority, he would still be under the supervision of superiors, with colleagues of unknown disposition. Everything was uncertain, and it was unlikely to be an improvement upon his current situation. Conversely, although he initially contemplated departure, upon deeper reflection, he recognized that this vortex served as a convergence point for the gaze of myriad immortals. Any minor actions undertaken here would undoubtedly become common knowledge. This, in effect, safeguarded his own security. At least no one would dare confront him directly, and any underhanded tactics would be executed with caution. Weighing both advantages and disadvantages, Chen Fan found himself at an impasse. Sensing the turmoil within Chen Fan's heart, the Jade Emperor silently nodded. This fellow, seemingly lacking in composure, unexpectedly exhibited a degree of intellect. Very well, I shall not rush you into a decision. This reward shall remain on hold for the time being. Whenever you wish to claim it, simply come to me. Chen Fan hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty," upon leaving the Jade Emperor's presence. Chen Fan felt somewhat dazed. The Emperor's demeanor left him perplexed, yet one thing was clear. The Emperor's attitude towards him was commendable. There was no trace of the imposing authority of the ruler of the three realms. Instead, he resembled a neighborly elder in a position of importance. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he admonished himself for overanalyzing the Emperor's intentions. As long as there was no malice, that sufficed. He had also received a promise, allowing him to withdraw from this group at any time, which he considered a pleasant surprise. Now he needed to contemplate whether to stay or leave. If he chose to leave, to where would he go? If he chose to remain, how would he endure? It seemed he would need to seek out his reliable uncle heir, who could offer guidance in times of uncertainty. At the Heavenly Monarch's residence, Chen Fan found his uncle, who had been somewhat reclusive over the past few days. For a hunting enthusiast, such behavior was quite rare. Sensing the brewing storm, his uncle had likely refrained from venturing out. Upon meeting Uncle Heir, Chen Fan wasted no time in recounting the details of his meeting with the Jade Emperor, and he looked at the god of war with hopeful anticipation, eager for his sage advice. "What are your thoughts?" Uncle Heir countered. "Am I not already in a quandary? I have visited the Lei Bu. It is indeed a formidable department within the Celestial Court, but given my current cultivation level, I would either serve tea and water or be relegated to menial tasks. The situation was growing increasingly complex, as you well know, Uncle. I cannot foresee how things will unfold, and with my limited abilities, I am ill-equipped to bear the burden of troubles." Uncle Heir cast a disdainful glance at Chen Fan. "Have you grown accustomed to taking advantage of me, thinking that fortune can be acquired without effort? You wish to reap benefits without facing any danger? You have only visited the Lei Bu twice, and Lei Gong has already granted you numerous favors. Coupled with the techniques I have provided, with a modicum of diligence in your training, you could certainly handle matters within the Celestial Court. Was it the intent to remain inconspicuous and survive? Moreover, such advantages were precarious. He had not anticipated reaching a level where he could secure these benefits. It was all a fade, rooted in insecurity. Uncle Heir was correct, yet, no matter how much one possesses, one must be able to enjoy it. What if one's life were to be forfeited? Ridiculous. Do you think your uncle is a mere puppet? Those you associate with are well aware of your lineage. Who would dare target you? Are you tired of living?" This marked the first time Uncle Heir openly supported Chen Fan, prompting the latter to silently commend his uncle. The fierce protectiveness displayed by Uncle Heir was indeed impressive. "Then I shall remain here and refrain from any action." With the god of war backing him, there was little else to discuss. At this juncture, stillness proved more prudent than action. "I have some understanding of who stands behind the Shenlong Bu and Yunmu Bu. I can proceed with confidence." After conversing with Uncle Heir, Chen Fan realized he had been overly cautious. Although a second-generation scion, lacking strength truly meant lacking strength. However, one could not ignore the benefits of having a powerful ally. Leveraging one's status to intimidate others and forcefully claim a high position would certainly be untenable. Uncle Heir's support stemmed from Chen Fan's understanding of propriety. He knew when to take and when to speak, never overstepping boundaries. However, should anyone dare to bully him, they would have to consider Uncle Heir's formidable spear. Such is the nature of the world. Let me see what machinations lie behind the scenes as I wade through this murky water. Of course, the premise remains to stay low profile. A fledgling must remain aware of its limitations. Chapter 12. Gradual Progression Tai by scrutinized Chen Fan, for as the architect of the standards, he possessed the most authority in this matter, particularly concerning the deficiencies in the Lei Bu's documentation. These two parties had detailed their willingness to comply with leadership, expressing a readiness to assume greater responsibilities in coordination, contrary to the initial reports which sought to evade accountability. Had these two undergone a transformation? What was the nature of their hidden agenda? If Chen Fan were unaware of the schemes at play, he might have believed they were steadfast supporters of the Celestial Court, dutifully following the Jade Emperor's directives. Next came Chen Fan's task of presenting the materials to the Jade Emperor. After all, it involved both parties and Tai Bai accompanied him. Upon receiving the documents, the Jade Emperor did not scrutinize them closely. He merely cast a glance before setting them aside. From his countenance, Chen Fan discerned no expression, and the tone remained unchanged. When the Lei Bu's documents arrived, could a tripartite discussion resolve this matter? Although the tone was ordinary, Chen Fan detected a hint of fatigue, leaving him uncertain whether it was mere illusion. Indeed, if the Lei Bu's documents yield similar results, we will have achieved our initial goal, clarifying their rights and responsibilities. Henceforth, the Celestial Court shall no longer permit evasion, Tai Bai affirmed. Very well, expedite arrangements. I hope the subsequent tasks proceed as smoothly. Chen Fan was certain he had not misheard. There was indeed a trace of weariness in the Jade Emperor's voice, albeit well concealed. Curiously, how was he able to perceive it? Am I that transparent? The Jade Emperor mused, surprised that even someone of this young man's cultivation could see through him. There was indeed some fatigue, but others had failed to notice. Only he. Tai Bai remained oblivious, perceiving everything as normal. Stepping out of the palace, Chen Fan could not suppress his curiosity. After much contemplation, he concluded that the successful acquisition of the two parties' documents was likely due to the Jade Emperor's efforts behind the scenes. Although he was unaware of the methods employed, the Emperor's disinterest in the documents today, coupled with the fatigue he sensed, suggested considerable effort had been expended. Everyone is striving diligently. The Emperor has approved. Let us prepare for the next steps. Excellent. My vigilance over the past few days has not been in vain. Hong Yao was elated. The second prince remained silent, yet his face was flushed with excitement. Chen Fan had never inquired about the young dragon's background. But judging by his demeanor, life had not been particularly kind to him. Any minor achievement brought him great joy. This was merely the first step. The ensuing tasks were of greater significance. There should be no issues from the Lei Bu's side, and once they completed their part, a tripartite discussion would follow. Tai Bai began making preparations in advance. Let us hold the meeting here. There is still ample unused space. Just organize a conference room. Yo, you and the second prince will oversee the delegations from both sides, ensuring their timely arrival. As for you, Chen Fan, refine the initial drafts from Shen Long and Yun Mu, highlighting any unsatisfactory areas to be addressed during the meeting. With these directives, Chen Fan felt as though he were orchestrating a negotiation. Upon reflection, it indeed resembled a negotiation. After an extended period of contention among the three parties, grievances had deepened. Had it not been for the Jade Emperor's formidable suppression, none would yield to the others, and who could fathom how long the discord would persist? The oaths sworn by Lei Gong were not in vain. Within 2 days of the documents being submitted by the two parties, his own arrived without surprise. As expected, like Shen Long and Yun Mu, it was executed according to protocol, adhering strictly to the guidelines, with responsibilities clearly delineated, leaving no room for ambiguity, even if it meant potentially shouldering blame for another. The Jade Emperor, even disinterested in reviewing it again, sent word to Tai Bai to commence the discussions. Tai Bai, eager to resolve the matter swiftly, allotted 3 days for the delegation formations, after which the coordination meeting would commence. The proceedings unfolded smoothly, which was a source of surprise for Chen Fan. The once tumultuous faction had suddenly quieted down, despite having previously shown an unwillingness to back down even against the Jade Emperor. It was somewhat inconceivable that they would yield so swiftly, even in the wake of the Jade Emperor's warnings. Chen Fan felt an incessant tension in his heart, which only grew tighter as the meeting approached, as if something significant were about to transpire. He confided this feeling to Yi, but as the foremost warrior of the three realms, there was little that could rattle him. He merely chuckled at Chen Fan's anxiety, declaring, "Let me be frank, I have already gazed into your fate with my heavenly eye. Oddly enough, I cannot discern it clearly, yet one thing is certain, you will not meet an early demise." At that moment, Chen Fan recalled that Aria's heavenly eye was, in fact, a magical artifact capable of unraveling illusions and traversing time and space. Using it for personal divination seemed like a waste. Nonetheless, Aria's assurances were comforting. At least his life was secure, which alleviated his worries. Whatever conflicts arose, as long as they did not affect him, he could remain indifferent. The notions of heavenly reforms and disputes among the three factions held little significance for Chen Fan. He felt like an outsider, coldly observing the proceedings. After his soul traversed into this realm, he had been striving to integrate himself into the environment. Neither Yi nor the Jade Emperor had detected the change in the essence residing within his shell, yet deep within, he still identified as that ordinary office worker, toiling away in the 996 grind. Even now, with his uncle being the Erlang Shun and the Jade Emperor treating him well, he retained the mentality of a small fry, instinctively thinking of escape at the first sign of danger. Gradually, Chen Fan became aware of this issue, but while recognizing it was easy, affecting change proved exceedingly difficult. The fortitude of Yi, the Jade Emperor, and the formidable KPI-based had been honed over millennia. Yi's relentless mindset was forged from the blood of countless foes he had vanquished. What did Chen Fan possess? Nothing at all. He had never even killed a chicken. Suddenly thrust into the heavenly realm as a celestial child, it was no wonder he struggled to adapt. He resolved to take his time, first adjusting his mindset. Survival was paramount. Regardless of whether he possessed the mentality of a strong individual, living was the true strength, for in death, nothing mattered. On the day of the coordination meeting, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, KPI-based summoned a contingent of heavenly soldiers to encircle the side hall. Leading the group was an old acquaintance of Chen Fan's, the head of the Mei family. After exchanging nods, Chen Fan entered the conference hall. Observing the arrangement, he felt a twinge of regret that KPI had not invited him to set up the venue. Otherwise, a grand round table for a round table discussion would have been splendid. Instead, 4 long tables were set up with KPI, Chen Fan, and their group members on one side, and the 3 factions on the opposite side, forming a square. Chen Fan arrived early, yet he was surprised to find others had arrived before him. As always, KPI was the first, and across from him, several elegantly dressed, celestial maidens were already seated. The foremost among them donned a flowing white robe, adorned with ethereal cloud patterns. Presumably, she was Mu, the celestial being. To her left, the Dragon King of the East Sea, whom he had encountered in the heavenly court, was present. Unlike Mu, the Dragon King was seated, while his entourage stood behind him. Only Lei Gong and a few of Chen Fan's colleagues were yet to arrive. The atmosphere in the hall was stern. Chen Fan's presence went unnoticed by Mu and the Dragon King, which was perhaps for the best. He chose a discreet corner behind KPI. As he waited, he realized the ambience was not merely solemn, but almost stifling. The 3 factions were devoid of communication, with Mu only whispering to those beside her. The Dragon King appeared to be in a meditative state, seemingly lost in thought. KPI, ever composed, leisurely sipped tea. The arrival of Lei Gong shattered the silence. "Apologies, everyone. I had to prepare some materials last minute and arrived a bit late," he announced, ushering the members of the Lei department to their seats. Mu merely glanced at him and nodded slightly. The Dragon King remained indifferent, his eyes still closed, possibly asleep. The remaining 3 colleagues arrived just before the time limit. The oppressive atmosphere stifled even the usually boisterous Hong Yao, who quietly found a seat. This marked the first time Chen Fan witnessed her composed demeanor. With everyone present, KPI initiated the proceedings. There is no need for lengthy preambles. We all understand the purpose of our gathering. Let's commence directly. I will distribute the delineation of responsibilities among the 3 factions. Review the document and identify any unreasonable aspects for immediate discussion. According to the Jade Emperor's directive, we must draft a viable preliminary plan today. You have already delayed for centuries. We cannot afford to waste more time. At the mention of the Jade Emperor, the Dragon King finally opened his eyes, signaling his subordinates to collect the documents. Lei Gong and Mu's departments also received their portions. Observing the 3 factions intently reading the materials, Chen Fan inwardly criticized them for their pretense. They had likely compared these documents long before and were now feigning ignorance to deceive. The stage was set, and the actors were ready. Chen Fan settled in for the performance. "The documents from the Lei department are unacceptable to us," the Dragon Clan of the East Sea, the Dragon King declared as anticipated. KPI-based remained unfazed, encouraging. "Objections are welcome. Please present your rationale." The Dragon King projected the Lei department's documents and pointed out here, and here, These were never our responsibilities, yet they have now been assigned to us. These matters do not fall under Yunmu's jurisdiction either. I recall they were the duties of the lay department. Why have they now been categorized for joint management among the three factions? We will not shirk our responsibilities, but do not attempt to impose them upon us. Tai Bai Jinxing turned his gaze toward Lei Gong, eager to hear his explanation. Lei Gong began with grievances. These were never our duties, as you well know. To maintain the electrical energy across the three realms, the lay department is already operating beyond capacity. The responsibilities we previously assumed have become increasingly burdensome. Since we are convening to discuss, let us revisit this issue. Today, it is rare for our three factions to sit together in peace. Let us cast aside past grievances and approach the matter from an impartial perspective. While it may be true that our role in the orchestration of rain is minimal, our department has borne the brunt of responsibility simply because we initiated the process. Is that fair? Chen Fan realized the three factions have been biding their time. He understood the crux of the debate. Orchestrating rain was not merely about the act itself. There were subsequent assessments and evaluations to consider, as well as forecasts for future precipitation. Logically, these final stages should be handled by the Dragon Clan. Yet this aspect had remained neglected as it fell into the realm of aftercare, an area the noble Dragon Clan was disinclined to engage with. Consequently, this gap had led to grievances being brought before the Jade Emperor. Complaints about uneven rainfall had arisen, while the overall distribution appeared balanced. Localized areas suffered from severe drought or flooding. In some instances, flash floods devastated certain regions, while nearby villages were parched and yielded no harvest. The harmonious balance of wind and rain, the equilibrium of the seasons, reflected the will of heaven. The immortals were merely executors. Managing rain was a fundamental duty, and any oversight would naturally require rectification by the Jade Emperor, thus incorporating the element of subsequent observation. Work requires manpower. Yunmu claimed they needed to mobilize rain clouds, which entailed a significant workload they could not undertake. The Dragon Clan argued that the current rain distribution had already drained a substantial amount of their spiritual essence, and adding the burden of subsequent observations would be exceedingly challenging, rendering them unable to fulfill such duties. In a moment of helplessness, the Jade Emperor entrusted the task to the Thunder Department, which at the time seemed to have the lightest burden. This muddled affair has weighed upon the Thunder Department for centuries. When Chen Fan reviewed the documents, he reasoned that the Thunder Department had not erred. Indeed, it was most appropriate for the Shenlong to take charge. For the Dragon Clan, the abundant spiritual energy and rain distribution, despite its considerable consumption, could be managed with just a few specialized celestial techniques, incurring minimal costs. The myriad excuses offered were merely a reluctance to undertake the task. The entanglements among the three departments were recently communicated to Chen Fan by Lei Gong, who pointed out some key issues. After verifying with Tai Bai, Chen Fan confirmed the truth. The Dragon King maintained his stance. As I have stated, the tasks from the Celestial Court and the edicts of the Jade Emperor are to be followed unconditionally by the East Sea Shenlong. However, we cannot allow this opportunity to be exploited to our detriment. We, the Shenlong, do not accept threats. As for fairness, you and the Thunder Department merely complete the lightning strikes, while we, the East Sea Shenlong, with tens of thousands of dragons, contribute over 20% of our young every year to rain distribution. This not only affects our cultivation, but can sometimes lead to regression due to excessive rainfall. Is this fair to our Dragon Clan? Simply because rain distribution is our innate skill, must we pay such a price? Yunmu also voiced support. Among the three departments, our Yunmu department has the fewest members, yet for the task of cloud formation, nearly everyone is engaged. The refining workshop questioned us about the high consumption of the cloud weaving shuttle, and after showing them our workload, they had no further objections. Chapter 14. The changes in the conference hall. When has the Celestial Court ever been shorthanded? There are limited positions and numerous issues at hand. Now is not the time for complaints. It is a moment for problem solving. Do you all approach this with a problem-solving attitude? Tai Bai slammed the table, marking the first time Chen Fan witnessed the usually amiable Tai Bai display such anger. It is understandable. Tai Bai, being an elder deity, had once overcome numerous trials to attain immortality, and he must have his frustrations. The three factions still honored Tai Bai's presence. especially since he represented the Jade Emperor and embodied the will of the three realms. Lei Gong was the first to speak. We in the Thunder Department have been undertaking these tasks for hundreds of years, and if experience is to be considered, we certainly possess it. However, due to the violent disturbances of thunder elements in the underworld and other regions, we have been unable to spare personnel for at least a century. This is an objective fact. Yet, we assure you that during the handover, we will provide hands-on training and share some improved celestial techniques we have developed for these tasks. Yin Mu also expressed, in terms of the connection between our work processes, we acknowledge that there have been mistakes, so I propose that despite the urgency, we each contribute personnel to establish a coordination group. This will facilitate smoother communication, eliminating the need for the numerous steps previously required for relaying instructions. I support the establishment of a coordination group, said the Shenlong, who had long desired such a formation. However, given that the three factions previously argued fiercely, suggesting it seemed meaningless, let's finalize it now. The other two factions, having sidestepped the issue, found themselves admonished by Tai Bai. What we are discussing now is who will be responsible for the relevant work. Establishing a group is a matter for your subsequent discussions. Old Dragon, you must now articulate how we will proceed. This concluding work is most suitable for you, and it is quite simple, not a burden at all. In my view, you should take it on. Clearly unable to tolerate the evasiveness of the three factions, Tai Bai dropped his honorifics, asserting the authority befitting his position. Why must it always be our Dragon Clan? A young man, standing behind the Dragon King, could not restrain his outcry. The Dragon King surveyed the room apologetically and bowed, saying, I sincerely apologize. It seems my upbringing has been lacking, allowing the younger generation to speak out of turn. Let him speak. Tai Bai waved his hand. I wish to hear what he has to say. Today is about negotiation, and we must identify and resolve issues without holding back. The youth, undaunted, stepped forward and declared loudly, we, the 4C Shenlong, along with the various dragon descendants, though numerous and proudly titled Shenlong, find ourselves merely performing menial tasks within the celestial court. The responsibilities of cloud formation and rain distribution are ours, as are the management of rivers, lakes, and seas. Even the labor imposed by the heavenly court falls predominantly upon our dragon clan. Presently, in the East Sea alone, there are over 1,000 dragons laboring for the heavenly court, standing watch and performing various humble tasks. Are we, the dragon clan, destined to do nothing but this? His impassioned words elicited eye rolls from Chen Fan, who recognized the theatrical prowess of the two from the EC as they seamlessly articulated their intentions. Upon entering, he had observed that these Shenlong stood silently behind the Dragon King. Without the old dragon signal, it was unlikely anyone dared to speak out. Chen Fan began to comprehend why the Shenlong department was so insistent. Even simple concluding tasks were met with reluctance. It was not merely a matter of the tasks themselves, but rather the celestial court stance that compelled the Dragon Clan to refuse further concessions. One could imagine that if this set a precedent today, then the West Sea, North Sea, South Sea, and other celestial dragons would have to follow suit. Expanding further, the responsibilities of the Dragon Clan extended beyond rain distribution. They also governed water sources across various regions. This involved even more departments, and retreating from this immediate task would lead to an avalanche of work in subsequent coordination. The East Sea Dragon Clan stood backed by the entire Dragon Clan, and it was no wonder they exuded such confidence. On the surface, they complied with the Celestial Court and the Jade Emperor's directives, yet in reality, they resisted through various means. Once the young man finished speaking, the old dragon feigned urgency, pulling him behind himself with a broad smile, saying, I apologize, it was all the folly of the younger generation, speaking out of turn. We, the East Sea Shenlong, are naturally bound to obey the management of the Celestial Court, and this is indisputable. However, we ask that you consider our specific difficulties. It is not that we do not wish to accept, but rather that we are unable to do so. Tai Bai's expression darkened as he observed this farcical performance. Chen Fan could discern the obvious, and it was clear to Tai Bai as well. This was a display for themselves and the Jade Emperor. They would still perform their duties, but they would not accept additional burdens. Tai Bai, no longer in a hurry, leaned back in his chair and spoke slowly. At this moment, the three factions fell silent, and the atmosphere once again became tense. Chen Fan wished to enjoy the unfolding drama, but was suddenly alerted by Tai Bai's voice in his mind. Chen Xiaoyu, if you have any solutions, please express them quickly, otherwise, these three may very well remain seated all day. Chen Fan then realized that these individuals were deities who could easily meditate for months, subsisting solely on elixirs for sustenance. Observing Yun Mu at the front, along with the vigorous flow of spiritual energy around him, it was apparent he had transformed this space into a cultivation venue. They could afford to prolong this discussion, but for a newcomer like Chen Fan, such an endurance test was untenable. Though his physical state could be maintained through various elixirs, sitting for an entire day would be mentally unbearable. Gritting his teeth, Chen Fan communicated, "Performance evaluation is designed to enhance everyone's work efficiency. The guidelines we distributed only delineated the division of responsibilities. They did not specify the benefits of adherence. In truth, the essence of this system lies in rewards and penalties. If one performs poorly, they will face repercussions. Conversely, those who bear the heaviest burdens and complete their tasks effectively should naturally receive the greatest rewards. Conversely, we will intensify the penalties for those who fail." These individuals were most concerned with their cultivation. The more work they undertook, the more the will of the heavens would bestow merit upon them, greatly benefiting their cultivation. This angle could be pursued. "Why didn't you mention this last time?" Tai Bai expressed exasperation towards the young celestial. Clearly, he had a wealth of knowledge but chose to remain reticent, forcing Tai Bai to pry it out of him. Chapter 15. The allure of interest. Tai Bai understood the strategy of using a stick to instill fear and following it with a sweet reward. Yet the concept of performance evaluation was entirely a new initiative proposed by the Jade Emperor. No one knew how to implement it, save for the Emperor and this often reticent young man. The system of merits in Xianting, much like the hierarchical roles within it, has remained unchanged for an extensive period. As millennia have passed, both the delineation of authority and responsibility have reached a critical juncture for reform. You may have surmised this already. Thus, I shall speak plainly. Indeed, the current restructuring of authority is merely a precursor, as the merit system will soon undergo transformations as well. Those who exert themselves shall accumulate merits, while those who choose to confine themselves to their own duties will merely cling to their modest merits, observing the advancement of others. Chen Fan was taken aback. Had the Jade Emperor and Tai Bai privately discussed the reform of the merit system? Their secrecy was commendable, as not a whisper had escaped. There was only one explanation. The Jade Emperor had been attentively monitoring the assembly, albeit without making his presence known. Chen Fan had just provided a suggestion to Tai Bai, and the latter had already received it, along with the authority to discuss matters pertaining to the merit system. The Jade Emperor played his hand skillfully, operating as a hidden force. The Jade Emperor, shrouded in divine presence, sat invisibly in the ether, his expression darkening. "How dare this youth speak of a hidden agenda? I'm merely providing you with guidance." At this juncture, the three factions found it difficult to remain composed. Yun Mu hastily proclaimed, "The rumors circulating outside hold truth. Following the reform of the merit system, it will not be a simple matter of increased effort leading to increased merit." Lei Gong furrowed his brow and remarked, "I am in favor of change, yet how exactly shall it manifest? While we may not engage in direct labor, we expend considerable effort daily in directing operations. How shall our contributions be acknowledged?" Identifying the crux of the issue, Lei Gong's words conveyed to Chen Fan why Yun Mu's faction was reluctant to cooperate, and even Lei Bu exhibited a semblance of compliance. All present were celestial beings, endowed with various powers. Once the Jade Emperor announced the division of authority, countless individuals would certainly analyze it, employing divination to foresee the unfolding of events and strategizing their actions to maximize their own benefits. Currently, the merit system in Tianting is primarily based on rank. As Lei Bu operates efficiently, Lei Gong accrues substantial merits, enabling him to maintain an edge over his peers. The proposition of delineating authority was indeed intriguing. Although ostensibly aimed at resolving the rainfall issues in Dongxing Shenzhou, the celestial beings could not help but ponder the implications of such clear divisions. Were there not individuals already performing these tasks without any apparent problems? The Jade Emperor's brief remarks about subsequent assessments hinted at an underlying complexity. With assessments come evaluations, and where there are evaluations, there will be rewards and punishments. The most dynamic aspect of Tianting is undoubtedly the merit system. Lei Gong's sentiments reflected those of the ruling authorities. Post-reform, their roles appeared somewhat insubstantial, leading to concerns that their merits might diminish, redistributing to those genuinely engaged in the work. Upon contemplation, Chen Fan's mind was flooded with realization. The Jade Emperor was orchestrating an elaborate scheme. Although unaware of the Emperor's true intentions, if these measures were to be effectively implemented, they could stir the very foundations of Tianting. The Jade Emperor felt a tinge of awkwardness. When he initially proposed this concept, he had not given it much thought. However, in the court, silence was not an option. After mentally simulating the plan, he discovered its viability and thus proceeded with its implementation. As the process unfolded, he gradually recognized the remarkable utility of this performance evaluation system, which not only strengthened his control over Tianting, but also addressed the pervasive issue of inefficiency among celestial beings, a multifaceted solution. The Jade Emperor found himself perplexed by Chen Fan's intellect. Throughout the millennia, he had encountered few individuals as astute, capable of articulating thoughts that encompassed numerous considerations within a single statement. Yet, he had never encountered youth as vibrant in thought and divergent in reasoning as Chen Fan. While the agility of thought among celestial beings often stems from their acquired powers, this young lad seemed to possess such brilliance innately. In this vast world, there will always be anomalies, and while Chen Fan was indeed prodigious, he remained comprehensible. The truly exceptional individuals the Jade Emperor had encountered were beyond comparison. Yet Chen Fan was not far behind. The Jade Emperor now sought to harness Chen Fan's ingenious ideas for practical application. The three factions, now embroiled in a tumultuous debate, yearned to discern the direction of Tianting's reforms. Enough with the squabbling. I do not possess answers to your inquiries at this moment. All reform measures are still in the drafting stage. First and foremost, you must establish a clear delineation of authority and responsibility. Only then can we proceed with subsequent tasks. Without a solid foundation, discussions of enhancing the merits system are futile. There are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. With the merits at stake, the three factions finally displayed some enthusiasm. We of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan shall no longer linger in indecision, and we shall take the lead in expressing our stance. We can conduct observational work following the rainfall, but the analysis of data remains the realm of Leibu. Thus, the final data compilation shall ultimately be the responsibility of Leibu. Lei Gong, what say you? The Dragon King had finally made a concession. Yumu also made her move. Regarding the responsibilities we oversee in Leibu, I have reviewed them and find them acceptable. However, it is imperative that Leibu provides us with adequate technical support. Achieving even a slight concession from the other party is a significant advancement for Leibu. Lei Gong readily agreed. As long as you are satisfied, Leibu will fully cooperate. Chen Fan gauged that this negotiation could extend throughout the day. Yet within just a couple of hours, everything had been resolved. Indeed, the allure of wealth had swayed their hearts. Now, these individuals seemed unconcerned with the delineation of authority, their sole focus being the reform of the merits system, an issue intimately tied to their own cultivation. Very well, I shall consider this a consensus among the three factions, and a written document will be prepared encompassing all delineations of authority and responsibility, which shall henceforth guide our actions. The subsequent assessments of merits and corresponding rewards and penalties will also adhere to this framework. Tai Bai aimed to resolve this matter swiftly, lest unforeseen complications arise. Agreed. No objections. The leaders of the three factions nodded, awaiting only the final document to affix their signatures. This document, we of the Yunmu faction shall not sign. A seemingly ordinary celestial, maiden trailing behind Yunmu, interjected. As she spoke, her facade gradually dissipated, revealing a countenance of regal elegance. At this moment, every individual in attendance found it difficult to remain composed. Tai Bai took the lead, rising to offer a bow. I pay my respects to the Zhuangmu. Chapter 16. Zhuangmu, is she truly Zhuangmu? This was Chen Fan's first encounter with the one who, in many ways, shared governance of Xianting alongside the Jade Emperor. Officially, she and the Jade Emperor were spouses, yet she resided in her own domain, the Yaoqi, situated far from the main hall. She was deemed a co-ruler of Xianting because nearly all the celestial maidens within the heavenly court hailed from her ranks. These female immortals occupied numerous significant positions in the heavenly hierarchy. Coupled with the inherent advantages of femininity, Zhuangmu could be regarded as the most influential figure in Xianting, second only to the Jade Emperor. Casting her gaze upward, Zhuangmu spoke with an air of detachment. Your Majesty has been observing from the sidelines for quite some time, yet you exhibit none of the forthrightness expected of a sovereign. Revealed, the Jade Emperor materialized. I have my own rationale for my actions. There is no question of lurking in shadows. The assembly erupted into a flurry of activity, as everyone bowed in deference. Unprepared for the appearance of the two highest figures in the heavenly court during what had seemed a mere coordination meeting, they comprehended that the day's events were anything but ordinary. When your Majesty spoke to me, you did not mention the merit system. Now, suddenly proclaiming a desire for change. An explanation is warranted. Zhuangmu's tone was sharp as she directly demanded accountability. This confirmed Chen Fan's earlier speculation. The Jade Emperor had indeed exerted pressure on the Yunmu faction for their cooperation. Whether I speak of it or not, you all engage in discussion. Rather than allowing you to deliberate in secrecy, I choose to present it openly, inviting everyone to voice their opinions. The Jade Emperor responded with calm assurance. You must also recognize that the merit system has functioned for thousands of years, and many of its rules no longer align with the current circumstances in Xianting. Change is inevitable, so why not now? I concur with the need for reform in the current merit system. However, Your Majesty, the order of events today appears somewhat inverted. The delineation of powers and responsibilities should ideally follow the reform of the merit system. Otherwise, individuals may assert their authority without a clear understanding of the reward and punishment mechanisms. When it comes time for sanctions, could it not be deemed punitive without proper instruction? Therefore, I suggest that this coordination meeting be suspended until Your Majesty drafts an initial proposal for the merit system reform, after which we may address subsequent matters. The analysis provided by XWM is indeed astute. While the division of authority is of concern to the celestial beings in TNT-ing, they do not consider it a pressing issue. These matters are routinely addressed, albeit clarifying rights and responsibilities can be cumbersome. CHNFN finds the situation increasingly daunting. He initially anticipated some challenges, knowing there would be resistance, but believed everything would ultimately be resolved. Now the issue has escalated, directly impacting the entire Celestial Court. Were it not for this, XWM would not have made her appearance. Her intention seemed to align with that of the observing YD, being prepared for any eventuality, yet she did not expect to intervene personally. Which side do you stand on? Y défile somewhat displeased, as you seem to advocate for others without considering who is responsible for these issues. It is not mere whimsical thoughts that have led to such complications. He recognizes his own folly in believing that attempting new methods would yield no harm. Even if a mishap occurred, it would be manageable. He never anticipated that this woman would confront him directly, opposing his position. Could we not have allowed these subordinates to discuss matters preliminarily before addressing them privately? Let us not conflate two distinct issues. Today, as coordination concerns the reform of the merit system in DNGSH in SHNZHU, which is merely a preliminary discussion and not a matter for immediate resolution. If the issues in DNGSH in SHNZHU remain unresolved, future disputes among the three parties are inevitable. Currently, there are no significant problems, but should miscoordination arise later, who will bear the responsibility? CHNFN perceives validity in both arguments. XWM's points are well-founded, while YD adopts a pragmatic stance, prioritizing the resolution of immediate conflicts. Are you simply a fence-sitter, supporting both sides? CHNFN's perspective seems to irk YD. Your duty is to be accountable to me, as you are under my command and must maintain a clear stance. However, this young man is cunning. He remains silent and cannot be reproached without cause. In the contention between the Emperor and Empress, a mediator is necessary. Unfortunately, The only qualified individual present is Tibijnxing, though reluctant. He must summon the courage to intervene. Your Majesty, XWing, neither of you is incorrect. Yet today's meeting concerns the three parties. Ultimately, decisions must rest with these three factions. Therefore, I kindly request that you both take your seats, allowing them to resolve the issue at hand. This is the limit of Tibijnxing's capacity. He must prevent these two prominent figures from arguing openly. As for the suggestion that the three parties make a decision, that is merely a formality. With one emperor and one empress seated here, how can any subordinate feel assured in making a decision? The departments of Thunder and Dragon are indifferent. Once YD speaks, they must comply. Moreover, YD has a commendable reputation and generally honors his commitments. Tibijnxing begins to suggest that the interests of their departments should be prioritized in the merit system reform. YD's lack of opposition signifies tacit approval. Thus, both reputation and substance are preserved. Agreeing is no burden. Previous tensions between the two parties stemmed from insufficient mutual benefit, involving trivial disputes. Currently, the YNM department is in a precarious position, with both nominal and actual superiors scrutinizing their decisions, inevitably offending one party. The two factions have resolved their stances and cannot afford to wait for YNM's hesitations. The Dragon King of the East Sea speaks. We of the SHNLing department have no objections to this delineation of responsibilities and can sign immediately. We of the Thunder department also concur. The two of them inscribe their spiritual seals on the Jade tablet, recording all provisions, indicating their agreement. Without YNM's signature, this document holds no significance. Yet the seasoned Tibijnxing has a solution. He states, I perceive that there are only 1 or 2 points of contention between YNM and the Thunder and Dragon departments. Since XWing is present, might you both concede a little? How about one side taking responsibility for a portion of these minor coordination issues? If YNM has no objections, we can certainly proceed. We, the East Sea Dragon tribe, have always held XWing in high esteem. We must honor this relationship, and we agree to proceed. Tibijnxing turns to YNM. Is there no longer any dissent? Can you sign the document now? YNM glances at XWing, who sits composed without a hint of expression. After a moment of contemplation, YNM nods. We shall sign, given that the other parties have made concessions. To refuse would be to overreach. Let us proceed. Just as YNM inscribes their spiritual seal, XWing rises to leave. Passing by the host's table, she casts a sidelong glance at Hngeo, the boisterous lady, who has maintained a decorous demeanor since XWing's arrival, appearing dignified. One might mistakenly believe her a serene, celestial being. I shall adhere to XVngm's wishes. Hngeo responds promptly. Enough of these pretenses before me. Mind your own conduct. Since her entrance, XWing has exhibited rare impatience. CHNFN begins to admire this sister. How impressive it is that a queen could confront YD directly without faltering. Yet here, she seems to lose her composure. What has she done? The other two factions also pay their respects to YD before taking their leave. CHNFN discreetly observes. Each individual reacts differently. The most intense response comes from the second prince, whose eyes brim with tears, nearly on the verge of weeping. TNPing appears equally agitated, his face flushed, lips quivering. TIB remains notably calm, an old hand who has seen it all. Hngeo exhibits an utterly indifferent attitude, bordering on dismissive. As for CHNFN, he maintains decorum, adhering to the 3 cardinal principles of propriety, feeling neither joy nor concern. Only at the pivotal moment does the truth emerge. CHNFN realizes the tension he has felt within. The entire situation unfolded abruptly, with the 3 factions clashing in the court, provoking YD's proposal for the division of responsibilities, which subsequently embroiled him in the matter. The entire affair bears a tenuous connection to him, a connection he senses causing a discomfort that weighs on him. Today, upon reminding the merit system, TIB-IJNX Ing presented the reform proposal, immediately followed by XW Ing MS entrance, reaching a peak of unease within him. This is the core of his discontent. CHNFN wishes he could slap himself. Why flaunt your knowledge? Exposing your hand? When questioned, you boastfully elaborate, failing to consider the long-standing issues inherent to the system that everyone is aware of. Surely, there are those who wish to reform it, but why has no one acted? The entangled interests are too numerous. Countless deities eye this morsel. YD merely seeks to utilize the division of responsibilities to potentially facilitate reform. How could he naively thrust himself into the fray? Talk of low profile and subtlety is utterly meaningless. CHNFN estimates that within an hour, the entire celestial court will hear the names of the committee members, and as a mere celestial youth among them, he will undoubtedly attract attention. Coupled with the identity of the second prince and YD's favor, his visibility will only increase, making it impossible to remain inconspicuous. This was never his intention. CHNFN feels dejected, having merely wished to lead a quiet life as a small celestial youth. How did matters unfold to this point? Tracing it back, it ultimately leads to that well-meaning uncle. It would be unjust to blame someone who genuinely cares for you. That would be sheer folly. Thus, he must hold himself accountable. Though he professes a desire for modesty, his actions betray an earnest commitment to fulfilling his duties. When questioned by superiors, the diligent worker within him instinctively emerges, leading him to inadvertently divulge solutions. Change is imperative. One must adapt. Currently, I find myself in the Xianting, not merely a laborer. Chen Fan, what are you dawdling for? Organize these jade slips. With the absence of Shi Wang Mu, Hong Yao has resumed her incessant chatter. All right, I shall attend to it at once. As the words left his lips, a wave of melancholy washed over Chen Fan. To put it plainly, as a mere lowly Xiantong in the Xianting, I'm still just a worker, albeit in a different location. On his way back to his dwelling, Chen Fan could already sense the reverberations of the recent events impacting the Xianting. Typically, he would walk along the edges, skirting the corners to avoid drawing attention. Yet today, even in such a manner, numerous Xiantong greeted him with reverence, referring to him as Chun Shang Xian. In these past few days, his cultivation had seen some advancement, allowing him to keenly pick up on whispers exchanged among a few fellow disciples. Is this the so-called fortunate Chen Fan? Hush! Keep your voice down. It's no issue to speak freely before us, but do not let others overhear. What? Is it a crime to speak the truth? He simply had a fortunate birth, bypassing trials and being directly brought to the heavenly court by his uncle. From there, he was assigned duties in the Grand Hall. Subsequently, fortune smiled upon him, and Tai Bai Jinxing appointed him as a deputy to assist in the matters of rain and clouds. Witnessing all this, one might say he won by mere luck. I could do that too. Who cares whether what you say is true? You know the skinny fellow living in Shiwu? Xiao Zi, right? Indeed. He spends his days gossiping about everything as if there is nothing in the heavenly court he is unaware of. His mouth never seems to tire. One wonders how he survives as a Xiantong. It is said that initially his parents offered an ancient artifact to the Jiayin Shinshi, which allowed him to pass. Enough, let us not digress. This Xiao Zi was beaten by the second son of the Mei family yesterday. Was it said that Yi and his Mei family subordinates are fair-minded and treat the Xiantong well? I heard that several fortunate ones received guidance from him when he was in a good mood. You mentioned that. It was indeed Yi in a good mood. Xiao Zi brought this upon himself, unable to restrain his tongue, incessantly speaking ill of Chen Fan while on duty, nearly labeling him as Ye's illegitimate child. Naturally, it reached the ears of the second son of the Mei family. Isn't this his own fault? Who doesn't know that the Mei brothers regard Yi as their elder brother, and they are entirely devoted to him? It is said that Chen Fan has a good relationship with him as well. Indeed, the second son of the Mei family became furious and nearly shattered half of Xiao Zi's face with a slap. He restrained himself, though, with that elder's cultivation. Had he truly wanted to strike, Xiao Zi would have been reduced to ashes. The second brother of the Mei family acted generously. After the altercation, he simply stated that the beating was meant to teach a lesson against slandering others, but the younger generation's aggression was also my fault. He casually tossed a vial of Jiu Zhuan Jindan as compensation. Jiu Zhuan Jindan. Is it the same one I know? Indeed, it is the one produced by the Taishang Lao Jun's Dan Lu, quality assured, worth at least 10 years of cultivation. How generous! It leaves me pondering whether Xiao Li Zi's beating was a blessing or a curse. Yet, Xiao Li Zi, with his thick skin, received the elixir with both hands, incessantly thanking Ergo for the reward. Such a person is utterly revolting. Concealed in the shadows, Chen Fan listened to their conversation, feeling a warmth in his heart. It is truly delightful to feel cared for. Chapter 18. A new task. Chen Fan slipped over to Yi once again. Relationships are built through interaction, especially since he required his uncle's expertise. Today, facing both Shi Wang Mu and the Jade Emperor, how does it feel? Yi haughtily jested, teasing Chen Fan upon their meeting. Chen Fan smiled wryly. What feelings can a small shrimp like me possess? Whatever they do or say, I am merely a listener. The matters between them are beyond my control. It is good to have such a mindset. I know you want to overthink it. I just want to remind you not to become complacent simply because you resolve the issues of rain and clouds in Dongshang Xinzhou. How could I? I am not foolish. Had it not been for the Jade Emperor's presence today, the three parties would have been in disarray, and Tai Bai could hardly have quelled them. Chen Fan asserted his clarity of mind, refusing to take undue credit. Once the Tai Bai meeting concluded, all relevant materials were sent over, including the parts you had alerted him about. Yi grew serious. If you truly remain humble, why would you propose reforms to the merit system? Is that something you should tamper with? Tai Bai is astute, and the Jade Emperor is omniscient. Will they be unaware of this? Why have they not mentioned it? Having already reflected on this once, Chen Fan felt cold sweat trickle down his back at his uncle's words. This was the trouble caused by speaking without thinking, assuming he knew everything and was wiser than others. Where was your so-called low profile at that time? Fortunately, the information was relayed to Tai Bai, who only communicated with the Jade Emperor through a single channel. Now, aside from us few, no one knows it was your intention to alter the merit system. Uncle still stands by me, discreetly cleaning up the mess. I can assist you this time, but next time, you may find yourself in trouble due to your words. Tread carefully, do you understand? I have long said that sending you to the Grand Hall was to encourage you to listen, observe, and act while speaking less. You seem to have forgotten. The nephew acknowledges his mistake. Although it was a reprimand, every word was in his best interest, and Chen Fan understood the gravity of it. Observing Chen Fan's demeanor, Yi recognized his genuine remorse, and his tone softened somewhat. Of course, regarding your role in this matter, Tai Bai has spoken highly of you, praising your vision as one of the foremost among the new generation in the heavenly court. That old fellow tends to exaggerate. Take his words with a grain of salt, and do not be overly credulous. Moving forward, remain grounded in your cultivation to establish yourself in the heavenly court. Relying solely on clever tricks will not suffice. When the Jade Emperor appeared, the tension between the two dissipated, allowing Chen Fan to relax. He understood that Shi Wang Mu had yet to fully unleash her aura. Before her, he felt as insignificant as an ant, easily extinguished with but a breath. He adhered to his uncle's teachings, dedicating himself to his cultivation without a moment's respite. Yi nodded in satisfaction. This is the attitude to maintain. With this matter resolved, what are your plans next? Since my uncle inquired, it indicates he has a plan for me. Chen Fan obediently replied, I shall follow your arrangements, uncle. Very well. Regarding the proposed reforms to the merit system, although it is not widely known, the successful delineation of responsibilities this time marks the beginning of a transformation in the Xianting. You have gained the attention of some by being part of this initiative. What you need to do now is to remain low-key and wait for this storm to pass. It would be best to temporarily leave the Xianting. Initially, I was intent on finding a low-profile position, and now that wish is about to be fulfilled. Chen Fan felt a tinge of melancholy. The past few days had exposed him to the upper echelons of the heavenly court, learning much despite the exhaustion. Now, moving to a different department, where would he go? This task should pique your interest. You will serve as a Jie Inshur in Xinyo Hizhou, where a position has just opened. Chen Fan thought it a commendable position, but did not anticipate it to be this favorable. Knowing that Yi had spoken of it, the matter seemed set in stone. Yet he could not help but inquire. As a Jianshi, I have only been in the Xianting for a short time, not even a decade. Is that suitable? Ere Yi waved his hand dismissively. If I say it is suitable, then it is suitable. Besides, you have rendered significant assistance to the Jade Emperor. Being a mere Jianshi is nothing difficult. Were your cultivation a bit higher, I could have secured you a role as a Pai Jiang at the Southern Heavenly Gate, allowing you to familiarize yourself with the heavenly soldiers and generals. Uncle, you are truly impressive, Chen Fan exclaimed inwardly. The so-called ordinary Jianshi is anything but. They are responsible for guiding virtuous men and women from the mortal realm to the heavenly court, as well as overseeing the collection of various materials from the mortal world, all of which fall under the purview of the Jianshi. Just recently, Chen Fan had heard how the parents of Xiantong had used an ancient artifact as a bribe to ensure their son's ascension to the heavenly court, highlighting the limited power of the Jianshi. Even so, the mortals remain exceedingly cautious in their dealings with the Jianshi, for no one wishes to find themselves entangled in such affairs. Moreover, these Jianshi represent the celestial court, and to call them angels would not be an exaggeration. Who would dare to oppose the celestial court? Contemplating this, Chen Fan's mind flickered to the stone monkey. Indeed, there are those who defy the celestial court. Rather, it is the monkey that stands against it. Unfortunately, he finds himself in the West Nyo Huzhou. Otherwise, he would venture to Ao Lai Gua to see if that stone still remains, or if it has transformed into the Monkey King. Considering that the Dragon King of the EC remains formidable and has yet to come forth with complaints, it suggests that the Dinghai Shenzhen is still in place, and the script of the Monkey King has not yet commenced. Thus, he shall wait patiently. Prepare yourself. Report to the West Heaven Gate tomorrow. There is no need to linger in the Celestial Court. Chapter 19. Jianshi, the 4 heavenly kings guard the Celestial Court in each direction, with the West Heaven Gate being defended by the Guoguang Tianwang. Chen Fan, by chance, is acquainted with this individual, as the second master is a war god appointed by the Jade Emperor, stationed at the heart of the Celestial Court. Although he appears idle most of the time, in times of war, he becomes the commanding general. The 4 guardians frequently visit this esteemed officer, while the second master is not fond of worldly interactions. They have known each other for a long time, and he hosts them with fine wine and delicacies, allowing Chen Fan to become acquainted with these 4. Despite the second master's usual aloofness, he shows great favor towards Chen Fan, which is evident. Upon Chen Fan's arrival, he finds the Guoguang Tianwang awaiting him. Welcome, young Chen, to our West Heaven Gate. I have always said that with your talents, it would be a waste for you to merely serve in the Grand Hall. The duties you performed under the guidance of the Tai, by Jin Xing, are truly befitting of your capabilities. The Celestial Court requires talented individuals like yourself. Such effusive praise nearly caused Chen Fan to blush. I dare not claim such merit. Following Tai by Xiansheng, I am merely a humble aide. Before coming here, the Holy Monarch advised me to heed your commands. Let us dispense with such formalities. Rest assured, your position at the West Heaven Gate is far superior to others. Here, my uncle will protect you. Focus on your work. Should any issues arise, I shall take responsibility. Given your accomplishments, the role of Jianshi is merely a transitional phase, and you will soon attain a higher position. Perhaps one day, I may even rely on you for support. Chen Fan could sense the Guoguang Tianwang's warmth, which was not solely due to the second master's influence. Previously, their meetings had been cordial, yet today's demeanor was markedly different. It seemed the entire Celestial Court was aware of his exploits. Fortunately, his uncle had arranged for him to remain distant from the centers of power. Otherwise, he would have been inundated with troubles. Though the title of Jianshi carries significant weight, it is not a high-ranking position, merely a department under the West Heaven Gate. Not even directly under the Celestial Court. It is understandable, for ancient treasures are coveted only by those newly entering the Celestial Court, while the extraordinary treasures of the mortal realm pale in comparison to the Celestial Court's collection of rare beasts and treasures from the 3,000 worlds. Such marvels are typically beyond the grasp of ordinary minor deities, which is why the position of Jianshi appears appealing. The Jain's supervisor had been waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing his superior arrive with a guest, he understood who it was and dared not presume any airs of authority. Chen Xianyu, your presence here is an honor. Unfortunately, the celestial court system is such that I believe it would be appropriate for you to assume my position. The Guoguang Tianwang's cordiality was matched by the supervisor's almost sycophantic demeanor. The West Heaven Gate oversees affairs related to the West Neo Huzhou, and naturally, the Jane Pavilion sees a constant flow of visitors. Feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, Chen Fan bowed respectfully. There is no need for such formalities. I am but a humble celestial youth. Being allowed to serve in the Jane department is already a considerable elevation for me. I shall diligently fulfill my duties under your leadership. The supervisor, seeing this attitude, felt a sigh of relief. Upon receiving word from the Tianwang that the renowned nephew of the Erlang Xingjun was coming, he had been somewhat apprehensive. The reputation of the second-generation offspring within the celestial court is not particularly favorable, and word has it that not only does the second master regard him as a close kin, but even the Jade Emperor holds him in high esteem. As a minor Jane supervisor, one may hold some rank in the eyes of ordinary celestial beings, but in the eyes of these prominent figures, one is insignificant. It is prudent not to offend such individuals. After inquiring with other celestial friends, the supervisor found that Chen Fan's reputation was quite favorable, which eased his mind. Meeting him in person, he discerned he was not the type to be arrogant, which made things easier. The Jane Shi's demeanor also made Chen Fan aware of the strict hierarchy within the celestial court. Having been alongside the second master, he had rarely interacted with these lower-level deities. The subservient attitude of the nominal superior revealed the difficulty of maintaining dignity within the celestial court. Remaining low-key and unassuming remains a primary strategy, yet one must also intensify their cultivation. The second master is astute in this regard. Nothing is more reliable than one's own strength. Chen Fan was led to his workstation, which surprisingly turned out to be a private office. Observing the shared office of the other four Jane Shi, he spoke up, "Supervisor, this seems a bit excessive, does it not? What is excessive about it? You are a meritorious member of the celestial court. I understand your arrival is merely a temporary arrangement, and we must ensure everything is in order. Otherwise, we would be at fault should the second master or the Jade Emperor be displeased." The supervisor hastily explained, fearing Chen Fan might refuse the office. Chen Fan understood that this was no longer the relatively fair world of his previous life, but even in that world, absolute fairness did not exist. Moreover, in this meritocratic celestial court, with the backing of the second master and the Jade Emperor, he had already become a figure of great significance in the eyes of the supervisor. To decline would only cause him internal unrest. Very well, but if there are insufficient offices for my fellow celestial friends, they may join me here. It was essential to exhibit some humility. The supervisor quickly assured him, there will be no shortage of space. Only the lack of personnel may pose a concern. Chen Fan felt somewhat speechless. Such reassurances should be directed toward those four who were squeezed into a shared office. Chen Xianyu, please rest here. We shall discuss work matters tomorrow. The supervisor dared not give any further orders to this gilded young master. Keeping him content and out of trouble was more than sufficient. Chen Fan found this arrangement agreeable, as it granted him ample time for cultivation. Little did he expect that, after nearly 2 days of silence, the system would suddenly issue a task. Could it be that the system had not yet malfunctioned? This was a perplexing aspect for Chen Fan in the novels of his past life. Systems typically propelled the protagonist toward strength. His system, however, seemed to adopt a more laid-back approach, only issuing tasks at random. Upon inspecting the task, he discovered it was not as arbitrary as he had thought. Within a week, he needed to complete 3 Jane tasks. The subsequent reward appeared to be 20 years of cultivation, albeit still the Gui Shigong, but it brought tears to Chen Fan's eyes. Having grown weary of lackluster rewards, he finally encountered something novel. Supervisor, there is no need for rest. I have come to the Jane department to work, not to take a holiday. Please arrange my tasks at your earliest convenience. Seeing the earnestness in Chen Fan's expression, the supervisor mused internally. Had he encountered a second-generation offspring who was genuinely eager to make progress? His task was to serve diligently and accommodate this esteemed individual's needs. Whatever he requested would be fulfilled. Very well, I shall retrieve your equipment now, and then you may commence your duties. Chapter 20. Descending to the mortal realm, the celestial court has prepared a comprehensive set of standard equipment for the Jade Emperor. There are Jade plaques for communication and task issuance, Jade robes that signify identity while providing a measure of protection, and transportation tools known as Jade shuttles. Even weapons are at the ready, in the form of Jade staves. Although merely standard equipment, these items are crafted with celestial finesse, embodying the literal meaning of exquisite craftsmanship. Each piece remarkably refined, making them suitable even as collectibles. The tasks are displayed directly on the guiding plate, without any fixed assignments. Each guiding envoy is required to complete 10 tasks within a month. After providing a brief explanation of the usage, the supervisor departed, while the second-generation heirs may enjoy leisure. The one in charge of overseeing all guiding affairs in the Shinyo Hajo cannot afford to be idle, as there are numerous matters awaiting resolution. The artisans of the Xianding produce items that are quite user-friendly. After tinkering for a while, Chen Fan noticed a line of text emerge on the guiding plate. Shinyo Hajo, Donglai Kingdom, Anning City, guiding the Chen family daughter, Xiaozhu. If memory serves, this body's ancestral home is indeed in Anning City, which is also the capital of Donglai Kingdom. Completing the task early brings peace of mind. Thus, Chen Fan promptly set off, clad in standard attire. He blended into the bustling crowd, becoming less conspicuous. After inspecting Chen Fan's guiding plate, the celestial guard at the Western Heaven Gate permitted him to pass. Although the Xianding is also referred to as the Heavenly Court, it does not reside in the sky, but rather exists in a separate Zhou-Tian. To descend to the mortal realm, one must pass through the array of the Western Heaven Gate. Although the 4 heavenly gates do not correspond to fixed continents, it is generally understood that the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest gates correspond to the 4 states. Chen Fan felt curious as to why that monkey, hailing from the Dongshang Shenzhou, always ascends through the southern heaven gate. Did he harbor a grudge against someone? To survive, he should have the opportunity to witness that day. Upon meeting Tian Peng, Chen Fan was uncertain how to confront these characters from novels. At his current cultivation level, it seemed futile to contemplate. He would likely be no match for even a celestial soldier and lack the strength to interfere in the events of the journey to the west. Thus, he decided to focus on the task at hand. Crossing through the array, the scenery around him transformed dramatically. Chen Fan beheld the long-missed sun and inhaled the refreshing air. The Xianding was not a naturally formed entity. It was established by the great powers after the Fengshen Bang. Although it is rich in spiritual energy, it is perpetually bright, devoid of night, sun, or moon. After a prolonged gaze, Chen Fan found it empty and illusory. Only the sun grounded him in the reality of this world. The guiding shuttle resembled a small boat. Chen Fan seated himself within, performed a hand gesture, and it automatically navigated toward its destination, a level of automation that would leave many autonomous vehicles envious. The ancient city before him gradually expanded in size. Chen Fan concealed his form and quietly sought a place to land. The guiding plate also featured a function that included a manual for guiding envoys, meaning that no master was needed to instruct him. He could simply follow along without error. According to the operational guidelines of the guiding plate, those from the Xianding descending to the mortal realm must not disturb the mundane populace. The vast world operates under its own principles, and beings such as Chen Fan are no longer tied to the secular realm. If he were to reveal himself, it could entangle him in numerous karmic repercussions. The concept of karma is particularly sensitive for Chen Fan, posing a significant challenge to his desire for discretion. Thus, he resolved to adhere strictly to the manual, avoiding mistakes and karmic entanglements while completing his task. Standing briefly before a grand residence, Chen Fan felt a faint connection to his former self. This Chen residence bore no relation to the current Chen Fan. Observing the comings and goings of the crowd, he could still vaguely identify his elder brother and younger sister. His elder brother had grown a long beard, flecks of white appearing at his temples, while his younger sister had styled her hair in a married woman's fashion, with wrinkles forming at the corners of her eyes. Yet, he remained in the guise of a youth. A pang of sorrow struck Chen Fan as he anticipated this moment. A day in the heavens equates to a year on earth, though this notion is exaggerated. He had spent only a few years in the celestial realm, while decades had passed in the mortal world. His family was safe, and the last vestiges of his former self began to dissipate. Now, the two personas had truly merged into one. Only Chen Fan remained. Chen Xiaozhu's home was not far from the Chen family, located on another street. Upon his arrival, he found white banners hanging on the door, and two gaunt middle-aged individuals, clad in white cloth, were struggling to receive guests. Even if one could ascend to the Xianting, it would be a permanent separation from the world. Nonetheless, it left a lingering thought that one's loved ones were still alive. Hence, many parents, upon encountering a guiding envoy, are willing to pay a hefty price to ensure their children survive in another form. Upon crossing the threshold, Chen Fan revealed his form. Yet only his parents could perceive him. After all, he was there to guide their daughter away, and he had an obligation to inform them. There was no need for others to know. His standard attire made it evident to the parents of Chen Xiaozhu that they were indeed in the presence of a celestial being. Chen's father, with reddened eyes, bowed and inquired, "Are you the guiding envoy?" Chen's mother, overcome with emotion, wept, "Xiaozhu is saved. She is saved." Chen Fan gently raised his hand, lifting Chen's father from the ground. "I am indeed the guiding envoy. You too have been virtuous in your deeds, and your daughter bears no ill marks. Heaven, in its benevolence, has sent me to guide your daughter's soul." "Good, good, good. It is a blessing to be alive," Chen's father exclaimed, unable to hold back his tears. Recollections of the legends surrounding guiding envoys flooded his mind, and he quickly called out, "Steward, steward, come here and bring my piece of white jade." Understanding their intent, Chen Fan hastily interjected, "There is no need for such gestures. Since heaven has decreed that Chen Xiaozhu shall ascend to the Xianting, I am merely the guide. Do not feel compelled to arrange anything extravagant. Please, lead me to your daughter." In their overwhelming joy and sorrow, the elderly couple momentarily lost their composure. Chen Fan, as reminder, prompted them to hastily escort him to their daughter. The guiding envoy had already inscribed the name in the underworld, but the physical body had perished, and the soul still lingered in the shell, which was inappropriate due to the lack of vitality. According to the rules, Chen Fan placed the guiding plate 3 inches above the forehead of the fair young girl, and then he awaited the appearance of her soul to lead her to the heavens and complete his task. However, he maintained that position for nearly the duration of an incense stick, yet no soul manifested. Chen Fan's forehead began to perspire with embarrassment. What was this bizarre situation? His first task was turning into a disaster. Could someone please inform him what to do if a rookie guiding envoy fails to summon a soul? He was quite anxious. Chapter 21. Unexpected Circumstances. Chen's father and mother transitioned from anticipation to astonishment, and now their expressions reflected suspicion. Sensing their shift in attitude, Chen Fan surmised that had they not confirmed his celestial status, they would likely have questioned whether he was mocking them. Given that they had just endured the loss of their daughter, such a jest would be intolerable. The guiding manual proved itself to be a veritable encyclopedia. Even a novice could perform the guiding task with it, and it indeed contained records of such situations. According to the analysis in the guiding plate, this scenario likely indicated that the soul had left the body prematurely. However, a thorough search of the vicinity revealed no sign of Miss Chen's presence. Hastily flipping to the next page, he sought guidance on what to do if the soul could not be found nearby. If it remained elusive, matters could become quite serious. It was highly probable that a malevolent force or rogue spirit had captured the soul. Those eligible for guidance are typically virtuous individuals from good families, possessing high-quality souls that are often coveted by nefarious entities. Some discerning beings, aware that such individuals might be destined for the Xianting, would refrain from interfering. Yet others, whether great demons or reckless youths, would not hesitate to seize good fortune. Chen Fan lamented inwardly, hoping he had not encountered some formidable demon, for that would be beyond his capabilities. In a flash of insight, he recalled that this task had been assigned to him by the second master, who, with his prowess, would have certainly taken a glance to assess any potential danger. The fact that he had entrusted this task to Chen Fan indicated that, even if danger existed, he was capable of handling it. Thus, the solution must be sought from the source of the issue. Chen Fan had no choice but to inform the elderly couple. "Your daughter's spirit has departed from her body. I have not encountered her in the residence. May I inquire about the circumstances surrounding her demise? The couple gasped in disbelief. How could this be? Ever since her passing, we have remained here without leaving. I trust that you have not strayed from her side. Yet the priority now is to locate your daughter. I shall attempt to find a clue, Chen Fan patiently explained. Chen Mu wiped away her tears and said, Xiao Zhu has been frail since childhood. We have exhausted all efforts to nurture her, but with little success. Last month, she went on an outing and, unexpectedly, a torrential rainstorm struck. After being drenched, she caught a chill. We sought the finest physicians in the city, yet her condition did not improve. We even considered seeking help from a nearby Xianmen, but before we could set out, Xiao Zhu passed away. It is quite common to succumb to illness. But why is her spirit missing? The Jane Shure's regulations state that if there is a matter, one must consult the local expert. Please wait a moment. I shall seek someone to inquire, Chen Fan replied. Utilizing his celestial abilities, Chen Fan hurried to the Chenghuang Temple. The temple officials, upon witnessing such celestial brilliance, dared not delay and approached, asking, What brings you here, esteemed immortal? I seek to ask your Chenghuang about a matter. The Chenghuang, having received the news, swiftly emerged from the back office, recognizing Chen Fan's identity. Jane Shure, how may I assist you? Without engaging in pleasantries, Chen Fan stated. In the eastern part of the city, Chen Xiao Zhu passed away last night at around midnight, and she has been designated by the Celestial Court as a subject for guidance. However, I cannot locate her spirit. Do you have any leads? The Chen family in the east? They are good people, having generously donated to the temple. How could it be that even the Jane Shure cannot find her? The Chenghuang, an erudite figure accustomed to the affairs of the city, replied, Recently, there have been no sightings of major demons, and any minor malevolent entities have been captured by my officials. It is unlikely that Miss Chen's spirit has been detained. It seems she may not even realize she has departed from this world, hence her disappearance. Is there truly nothing to be gleaned here? You are the local expert, and you cannot even locate a spirit? Chen Fan thought to himself. Though anxious, he refrained from voicing any reproach. He had come to solicit assistance, not to cast blame. He needed to shift his perspective. This was his first encounter with a spirit, but having perused numerous literary works in his previous life, he recalled that spirits often lingered around their loved ones or cherished belongings. Regardless of its utility, he would assume that Miss Chun fell into this category. Since she was not found near her family, her belongings should still be within the Chen residence. What could possibly have caused this young lady to go astray? Chen Fan pondered the crucial point. Miss Chun had passed after being caught in the rain. What was her purpose for leaving the city? An official nearby eagerly nodded and replied, How could I forget? The rain was torrential, causing the moat to swell and tragically claiming 2 lives. After some contemplation, I recalled that this young lady from the Chun family was attending a poetry gathering held in the woods outside the city, along with several prominent young men and women. Thus, it was likely that she encountered something she could not part with at this poetry gathering. Young hearts are ever so poetic, and given Miss Chen's frail health, she seldom ventured out. Perhaps she was captivated by the scenery or held an attachment to someone. The woods outside the city were quite distant, and as a delicate young woman, even as a spirit, it would be unusual for her to stray far from home. It must be that she was longing for someone. Do you possess a map of the city? The Chenghuang Temple has an even better one, a projection of the entire city. Please mark all the young men within 100 feet of the Chen family who attended the poetry gathering that day. The local expert had the advantage in this regard, as records of city residents were meticulously kept at the Chenghuang. The official, well-versed in the matter, quickly pointed out these locations to Chen Fan. These were seasoned individuals, adept at discerning intentions through subtle hints. He emphasized a few places, saying, You may wish to visit these residences. They are known as the most outstanding young men in the city. If Miss Chun harbored feelings for anyone, it would likely be one of these gentlemen. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Fan hurried to these locations, hoping his conjecture would prove accurate. In the 22nd chapter, Lovesick Men and Women, Chen Fan was fortunate enough to find his target at the first residence. A young lady in white stood beneath a willow tree beside the courtyard wall, gazing dreamily at the study on the 2nd floor. Inside, the object of her attention appeared sorrowful, writing fervently. Upon closer inspection, Chen Fan acknowledged the young man's handsome appearance, No wonder the girl could not let go of him even in death. Miss Chen, it is time for you to come with me, he stated directly, not wishing to delay as time was of the essence. The worst-case scenario would be for her to succumb to grief and resentment, becoming a vengeful spirit, feeding on the various malignancies of the mortal realm and even devouring the souls of the living. A fortunate few, bound by worldly emotions and unwilling to depart, became earthbound spirits, surviving by attracting local spiritual energy. Given her frail constitution, Miss Chen's spirit would be weak, and having lingered for over half a day, Chen Fan perceived her spiritual flame flickering like a candle in the wind, barely holding on for a few more hours before it would be extinguished. Who are you? The young lady shrank back, clearly startled by Chen Fan's presence. I am the Jade Emperor sent to guide you. Time is of the essence. We must hurry to the celestial court to solidify your celestial form. Jade Emperor, celestial court, she murmured. Is it true? Am I really dead? It seemed Chun Xiuzhu was aware of the Jade Emperor and recognized her current predicament. Perhaps I cannot avoid leaving. But I have one request. I wish to quietly observe him. Just to watch is enough to satisfy me. Young lady, are you out of your mind? Many yearn to ascend to the celestial court, and you do not wish to go? Is this not a slight against the celestial court? Do they not deserve respect? Chen Fan internally scoffed but maintained his composure, patiently explaining, do you not feel your body growing lighter? Are the things before you becoming increasingly blurred? Yes, yes. You are right. I can scarcely see Zhang Sheng, she replied. Are you not the Jade Emperor? Surely you have a solution. What you are experiencing is the disappearance of your entire spiritual essence. If you do not ascend to the celestial court soon, you will cease to exist. Ah, Chen Xiuzhu gasped softly. Is it truly that serious? Clutching her hands, the young lady was torn between her desire to see Zhang Sheng and her unwillingness to fade away, realizing that this might be her last opportunity to see him. After much contemplation, Chen Xiuzhu made up her mind. Very well, I shall go with you. But can you help me see what he is writing? He has been at it since morning, and it is clear he is not happy. I wish to know what troubles him. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Can you not see for yourself? Chen Fan thought it no trouble to assist her, having been 17 or 18 in his previous life. He understood the plight of a young girl separated from her family by life and death. Yet now, as the Jade Emperor, her ability to ascend to the heavens depended on his efforts, and she was attempting to direct him. The young lady shook her head. No, I can only stand by the courtyard wall, as a force pushes me away. Now, I understand. Zhang Sheng has someone in his family serving the court, and they have employed spells to ward off spirits like mine. Chen Fan then focused and indeed noticed a barrier, albeit a rudimentary one that he had nearly overlooked. However, it was sufficient to deal with Chen Xiuzhu's situation. Very well, I shall assist you in this, as it will be my first endeavor to ensure the satisfaction of my client. Chen Fan levitated, concealing his form, and positioned himself outside the window. He observed as the young man diligently penned several pages. Upon scanning with his spiritual sense, he discovered it was a lamentation. It turned out that on that day, it was not only the young lady who had feelings. The young man reciprocated her sentiments as well. He silently committed it to memory, having discreetly inquired about her. This elegy resembles the inner monologue of Zhang Sheng. Upon hearing of the young maiden's illness, he had already beseeched his parents to find a suitable matchmaker, eagerly awaiting the moment to propose. His parents were equally pleased with the virtuous Chen family and readily agreed. However, this morning brought the dreadful news that the young lady had passed away due to her illness. He was overwhelmed with sorrow and anger, lamenting why he had not expressed his feelings sooner. Now, separated by the realms of life and death, he was left with no opportunity. All his emotions transformed into bitter tears. Chen Fan resolutely employed celestial magic to share all that he had witnessed with Chen Xiuzhu. It turned out he harbored feelings for her as well. The maiden smiled, yet tears flowed unceasingly from her eyes, leaving her unable to discern whether she felt joy, sorrow, or a blend of both. Her circumstances had caused a delay for the immortal. Upon regaining consciousness, Chen Xiuzhu still bore the demeanor of a cultured young lady. Let's depart, she said. Will you not bid farewell to your parents? Chen Fan inquired, as this was customary for a guide to allow a final meeting with loved ones. Xiuzhu shook her head, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. "No, my parents have raised me for 18 years, and I have not fulfilled my filial duty. To see them again would only deepen their sorrow. As long as you convey my regards to them, that will suffice. I entrust everything to you." The maiden offered a graceful bow. Chen Fan sighed inwardly, recognizing her understanding of the situation. Though ascending to the heavens was a blessing, once her celestial form was fully realized, she would be subject to divine regulations. No longer immortal, making future encounters exceedingly rare. Her parents must also comprehend this. Any subsequent meeting would only amplify the pain of parting. "Very well. I shall honor your wishes. I will leave a message for your parents, and we shall be on our way." Following protocol, Chen Fan placed the guiding token upon Chen Xiuju's forehead, and streams of white light emanated from it, enveloping her spirit in a gentle glow. Her essence became lighter, and she began to ascend slowly. Chen Fan unfolded the guiding shuttle, drawing Chen Xiuju into it, and, as was customary, uttered a final proclamation. "Here, in my capacity as the guide, I declare one last time, Chen Xiuju, as you depart for the heavenly realm, you shall be among the celestial beings, free from earthly ties. Do you consent?" The maiden, filled with reluctance, gritted her teeth and nodded. "My parents exchanged years of virtue for my chance at rebirth. I am willing. Then please take your seat. In the heavens, there will be much for you to learn." As they leaped into the celestial realm, they maintained a veil of spiritual energy to avoid disturbing mortals. Once they reached the outskirts, Chen Fan grasped the guiding token and performed a spell, causing the entire guiding shuttle to gradually vanish from sight. On the earthly plane, Chen's elderly parents beheld a message. "Xiuju has been guided to the celestial realm. Do not grieve." Upon reading the words, they collapsed into each other's arms, weeping bitterly. After a considerable time, as their emotions settled, Chen's mother pondered aloud. "Do you not find that this celestial guide seems somewhat familiar?" Chen's father thought for a moment, uncertain, and replied, "Now that you mention it, I too have this sensation. My thoughts were so consumed by Xiuju that I paid little mind. But upon reflection, could it not be the young man from the Chen family who passed away over 20 years ago?" Chen's mother exclaimed, "Indeed, it is him. He was strikingly handsome and possessed remarkable talent. Alas, he passed away in his youth, leaving many of my sisters lamenting his untimely demise." Chapter 23. The initial encounter with Yunmu upon reaching the celestial realm. Chen Fan led Chen Xiuju to the handover area. The guiding envoy was solely responsible for the escorting duties, leaving all subsequent matters to the receiving party. The affairs of the celestial realm had become increasingly intricate and specific, with a notable shortage of personnel. The conflicts he had mediated among the three families were ultimately due to this deficiency. To be precise, there was a lack of individuals to carry out specific tasks. Although many powerful beings existed, even their vast concerns could not encompass the minutiae of the 3,000 worlds. Ultimately, it was the lower-tier personnel who were required to manage the affairs. Thus, the handover area was bustling, with representatives from various celestial departments present to receive newcomers. However, no competition existed for acquiring souls, as the allocation was predetermined by heavenly decree. Even before their arrival, their destinations had already been established. Attempts to alter this were futile. Yet there was an exception. Chen Fan suddenly recalled that he himself was an anomaly. Originally, his designated destination seemed to be the horse monitoring division, almost becoming a predecessor to that mischievous monkey. However, the second master directly brought him away, leaving the horse monitoring division powerless to protest. Upon reaching the handover area, the guiding token revealed Chen Xiuju's destination, the Yunmu division. Chen Fan was surprised to encounter an old acquaintance so soon, even in this haven. He still had to interact with familiar faces. Upon closer inspection, he recognized one of the palace maids who had accompanied Yunmu. She evidently recognized Chen Fan as well. And with the situation set, the celestial maiden displayed no special attitude towards him, maintaining the requisite courtesy. "Ah, it is Chen Shangshian. The other celestial beings have been discussing your achievements and where you have gone since, never expecting you to arrive at the handover area. Given your merits, you should be at the South Heavenly Gate. Why have you come to the West Heavenly Gate?" Her words held an underlying meaning. While it was true that the mischievous monkey frequently entered and exited through the South Heavenly Gate, leading many to believe it was not particularly noteworthy. The north of the celestial realm was esteemed. The Jade Emperor's palace faced south, making the south heavenly gate the main entrance, where numerous celestial beings, including the 6 Ding and 6 Jia and the 28 lunar mansions, were stationed. The south heavenly gate corresponded with the southern Jambu continent, where human influence was strong and many deities hailed from. In the celestial realm, their status was paramount. The Yunmu division's celestial maiden implied that although Chen Fan occupied a prominent position at the coordination meeting, in the end, he was relegated to the west heavenly gate. Chen Fan understood his own abilities and regarded the role of the guiding envoy with great seriousness. As for the celestial maiden from the Yunmu division, who stood beside Yunmu and had daily interactions with the West Queen Mother, her perspective was naturally elevated. To her, the guiding envoy was merely a facilitator. Being transferred from the central Jade Emperor's palace to this place was akin to being demoted. However, Chen Fan could not concern himself with others' opinions. His focus was on fulfilling his responsibilities. Each instance of guidance served as a form of self-reflection and growth. You jest, for regardless of which heavenly gate it is, all serve within the celestial realm. Given my humble abilities, to be appointed as a guiding envoy is already a significant honor. This was Chen Fan's true sentiment. Both the guiding token and the guiding shuttle required spiritual energy to operate, and he felt that with his cultivation, he could barely manage to activate them. Bringing Chan Xiuzhu through the celestial gate, he had even felt a bit strained with an additional person. Unexpectedly, the celestial maiden spoke earnestly. Do not presume that all of us in the Yunmu division resemble those you have encountered. By he, do not engage in frivolity. I speak only what I genuinely think. You are well aware of your role in the coordination, and we are all cognizant of it. Perhaps at the coordination meeting, we may be seen as opposing sides, yet I acknowledge your contributions. Chen Fan had grown accustomed to the carefree nature of Hong Yao. Encountering someone so forthright caught him off guard. Though he admired her character, he found himself unable to express his appreciation. After all, he had distanced himself from that world. Yet here was someone confronting him about the coordination meeting. Lady Bai He, you exaggerate. At the coordination meeting, I was merely a small envoy following the directives of Tai Bai Shangxian. Without any achievements to speak of, how can I claim to have made an impact? Lady Bai He snorted disdainfully. I cannot stand the hypocrisy of those who refuse to acknowledge their deeds. In the celestial realm, with so many powerful beings and various divine abilities, what have you truly accomplished? Do you think you can conceal it? Shin Xiuzhu, come with me. The young girl, witnessing the two celestial beings engaged in a verbal spar, was left in astonishment. This was not the celestial realm she had envisioned, where everyone was poised and ethereal. Instead, it felt akin to her parents quarreling. Suddenly hearing Bai He's call, she was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Chen Fan. He was her guiding envoy, and she wished to see him nod before feeling secure in her departure. Go ahead. You have been assigned to the Yunmu division, which is a splendid place. The West Queen Mother and Yunmu treat the celestial maidens well. With Chen Fan's affirmation, Chen Xiuzhu stepped beside Bai He. Do not presume that a few kind words will alter my disposition towards you. I've never been fond of individuals like you. This fairy sister, still restless, prompted Chen Fan to express himself, for after all, this was his first guiding subject, and certain matters required clarification. Regardless of the thoughts swirling in the mind of Bai Xianzi, I must assert that the words just spoken, including those that preceded them, are my true sentiments. Chen Xiuzhu is my initial guide, and I hope the fairy will take good care of her in the future. There is no need for you to elaborate on that. As members of the Yunmu division, we shall certainly take good care of our own. Well, Baihe and Hongyao represent two extremes, yet share a single commonality, an aversion towards those they deem unsatisfactory, leading to excessive discourse. Chen Fan expressed his astonishment, realizing that this phenomenon of seeking the Chenghuang was not unique to him. Others had encountered similar peculiar situations. However, matters of love and longing are often poorly documented, leaving only formal guidance. Chapter 24, Colleagues. Rising to open the door, he inquired, Hello, what brings you here? Sure, where to? Are there others joining us? Chen Fan replied eagerly. Qianzan continued to speak to himself, but upon hearing Chen Fan's affirmative response, He paused momentarily before exclaiming, "There are no others. I wish to invite you to prepare for a visit to the renowned restaurant Xiangfuji at the Western Heavenly Gate to meet in 1 hour." Chen Fan felt a surge of curiosity. After spending decades in the Heavenly Court, he had never dined at a restaurant. Previously, as a mere celestial child, he was provided with nourishing pills at regular intervals, sufficient to sustain him. Whenever hunger struck, he would visit his uncle's home, where an abundance of exquisite dishes awaited. It was indeed a feast for Chen Fan. Although the Heavenly Court appeared desolate, it was populated by various officials, celestial soldiers, deities of all ranks, and numerous enlightened spiritual beasts, amounting to hundreds of thousands. These beings had their needs, prompting the establishment of various marketplaces within the Heavenly Court to cater to them. From dining utensils, garments, to weapons, everything was available. Currency was straightforward, based on merits. The concept of merits, though solemnly termed, was essentially a salary bestowed by the will of heaven and earth. It could be directly converted into cultivation or expedite one's training process, preventing one from falling into obsession during cultivation. In short, it was intimately tied to cultivation, and nothing in the Heavenly Court could rival this form of currency. The will of heaven and earth showed no objection to the trading of merits. How one chose to spend what they had earned through righteous means was their own affair. Chen Fan's reluctance to venture into the marketplace stemmed primarily from his insufficient merits. As a minor celestial attendant, how much merit could he possibly amass? Maintaining his cultivation speed was a feat in itself, leaving no surplus. As for the second elder, while it was permissible to use magical tools and indulge in feasting, directly requesting merits would yield no results. The reasoning was simple. All merits were rewards from the will of heaven and earth, a matter of personal honor for the second elder, who would never share them with others. Having entrusted Chun Xiuzhu to Baiha, Chen Fan realized why guiding roles were regarded as lucrative. The merits accrued were substantial, raising his blood pressure with their sheer volume. If he were to perform menial tasks in the main hall, it would take at least 6 months of unblemished service to earn such an amount. Yet, this was merely a task, and he had already obtained it. It was no wonder Qianzan could afford to invite him to a restaurant. He appeared to be quite seasoned, with a substantial income. After tidying up the office, Chen Fan proceeded to the banquet. The celestial restaurants differed vastly from those in the mortal realm, resembling a courtyard enveloped in ethereal mist. There were no servers to greet him. As soon as Chen Fan arrived at the entrance, Qianzan appeared to guide him. "Chen Xianyu, please this way." Behind Xiangfuji lies a great power, and the menu changes daily. Today, we are fortunate to be offered dishes from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. I have ordered several specialties, and I hope you do not find them wanting. Chen Fan, intrigued, surveyed his surroundings. He wholeheartedly agreed with the notion of a great power behind Xiangfuji. Even with his limited perspective, he could discern the effort put into the courtyard, where every beam and pillar exuded spiritual energy, infused with advanced formations. Upon entering this courtyard, he felt his cultivation speed increase significantly, and a profound sense of calm enveloped him. With this thought, Chen Fan's mind began to wander. His uncle, esteemed as the supreme god of war across the 3 realms, lacked such an effect in his residence. Each time he visited, he felt his desires magnified. While he generally maintained decorum with others, he was unrestrained in his conduct before his uncle, laughing and venting without hesitation. This suggested that the second elder had indeed established formations, albeit ones that were counteractive. This place fostered inner tranquility, while his uncle's abode encouraged the full expression of one's nature. Truly, the heir-laying Xingjun was adept in his schemes. Fortunately, Chen Fan harbored no ill intentions, or he might have been exposed. The two entered a private room replete with celestial ambience, aligning perfectly with Chen Fan's preconceptions of the heavenly court. The seating and decor were nothing short of exquisite. Qianzan clapped his hands, and an array of uniquely presented dishes materialized from the void, artfully arranged upon the table. Gazing at the beautifully crafted dishes, accompanied by aromas that tantalized the senses, it was evident that his colleague had spared no expense, regardless of the restaurant's pricing. While simple fare could not compare to what the Sage Lord would provide, it still held its own appeal. Today marks our private gathering. I have not summoned any attendants. Should you be interested, we can arrange for another visit in the future, Qianzan mentioned as he poured wine for Chen Fan. Chen Fan, astonished, inquired, "Didn't you say personnel in the heavenly court were scarce? How come there are attendants here?" Though they are referred to as attendants, they are merely transformed spirits, capable of performing menial tasks but not fit for the spotlight, Qianzan patiently elucidated. It was not surprising. For someone like the second elder, who maintained strict control, it was understandable that he had never frequented such establishments. Chen Fan grasped the situation. Within the heavenly court, various spirits had indeed ascended to divinity. Yet they were not the mainstream. The foundation of the celestial realm lay in the vast human race. This was evident from the journey to the west, where those minor creatures, aiding the great sage in his exploits, were either the disciples of this figure or mounts of that one, appearing as close associates. A closer analysis revealed that these spirits wielded little power, engaged in tasks far beneath even menial labor, merely serving the deities. In essence, these spirits were akin to domesticated servants, subject to their master's whims, while even a celestial child like Chen Fan held a position on the function bang, endowed with rank and merit, entirely incomparable. Due to the prowess of these great beings, their servants were often regarded with unwarranted esteem, a true reflection of the adage that power begets arrogance. From the tone of Qianzan, it was clear that he held these spirits in disdain, despite being a mere lowly guide. No wonder the dragon division felt such resentment. Dragons, gifted with exceptional talents, were capable of ascending to divinity upon maturity, yet found themselves relegated to the most laborious tasks in the heavenly court. The Dragon King had vented his frustrations through his junior's words. Chapter 25, Heartfelt Exchange. "Come, try this." Qianzan earnestly introduced the dishes to Chen Fan. His own status was hardly a secret. Those with keen insight would undoubtedly recognize him as one of them. "There is no need for such formalities. I shall serve myself," Chen Fan replied, raising his cup. "This toast is for you, esteemed elder. I am grateful for your hospitality. This meal should have been my treat." Chen Fan had accepted the invitation with the intent of forging friendships in this new realm, believing that having more allies would open more avenues. Additionally, he was genuinely curious to witness the nature of the heavenly court-esque dining establishments. Qianzan held his cup with both hands, carefully clinking it against Chen Fan's before tilting his head back to drink. "There is no need for such etiquette. I cannot accept such praise. After spending several hundred years in idleness since arriving in the heavenly court, I have only recently become a guide. Yet, Chen Xianyu, your future is boundless." Without delving into the second elder's affairs, I have heard from others that Tai-Bai Xianxing speaks highly of you. That old man, Chen Fan thought, now that the matters are settled, he need not spread rumors. The adept must come first. Chen Xianyu, whether in cultivation or experience, is not enough for me. A younger generation to regard highly. In the future, at the Jane Sea, I will still seek counsel from my seniors whenever I encounter uncertainties. Chen Fan no longer explains these matters, as he knows that the other party will not listen regardless. The notion of seeking guidance is trivial. Our work at the Jane is at once complex and simple. We must face a myriad of mortals, each with their own peculiar circumstances. Having worked for several decades, I can confidently say I have witnessed the myriad aspects of human existence. In terms of simplicity, it truly is straightforward. One merely follows the Jane guidelines, as all procedures and solutions are detailed therein. These are the pearls of wisdom from the seniors, and Chen Fan listens attentively, posing his own inquiries. The officer informed me that we only need to complete 10 tasks each month. Is there a possibility to undertake more? Qianzan chuckled lightly. You wish. There aren't that many tasks available for you to accept. Do you think that's why all departments in the heavenly court are understaffed? We at the Jane Sea also desire to guide more souls upward, yet only a limited number can be recognized by the laws of heaven and earth. The merits of mortals are not easily accumulated. Thus, the aspiration for wealth through hard work has been thwarted. This senior continued, I was delighted to hear that Dao Yuchen would join us at the Jane Sea. While our title carries weight, there is no swifter path to advancement than within the celestial palaces. Who would have thought that a person of your esteemed lineage, a descendant of the holy monarch, would choose to come to our humble abode? Chen Fan could only respond with courtesy, such as our service to the heavenly court. Whether in the celestial palaces or as Jade emissaries, there is little difference. I actually prefer working at the Jade Sea, as it is the front line. Chen poured himself a drink and downed it in one gulp, a hint of intoxication evident in his tone. But my friend Chen, you are destined to soar above the 9 heavens, far beyond the comprehension of us mere ants. Chen Fan found himself momentarily disoriented, unable to discern between truth and illusion. The heavenly nectar, brewed from celestial arts, had once intoxicated even the most unruly of beings. He had experienced its effects before. Indeed, it could intoxicate. Yet he had only consumed a few cups. He resolved to listen attentively to whatever this meal might reveal. As the senior's demeanor suggested, he was not one to act impulsively. Today's indulgent attitude must surely be rooted in something significant. You flatter me. My current cultivation is merely that of a lowly, celestial child. Let us not speak of the future. Here I am, just a junior Chen Fan. Ha! I have not misspoken. You are indeed unlike them. I have encountered many connections dealing with affairs at the Western Heaven Gate, and they all carry themselves with arrogance. Some miscreants, leveraging their master's influence, have been exceedingly obstinate, even defying the National Guardian King. Many troubles were resolved only through the intervention of the second master, punishing numerous arrogant individuals. As he spoke, Chen gave a thumbs up. In my heart, the Holy Monarch embodies this ideal, thus I can speak freely in your presence. As I trust you, and even more so, the Holy Monarch. His uncle possesses an undeniable charm, and Chen Fan could see that this individual was simply an ardent admirer, which explained his previous remarks. Chen Fan raised his glass and nodded. Indeed, my uncle demands such of me. If I were to leverage his influence for any outrageous deeds, I would find my legs broken. Yet others do not share this perspective. Much of the grievance I have endured is due to such individuals. Just half a year ago, I cannot divulge specifics, but someone, relying on their position in the Celestial Palace, serving beside the Jade Emperor, yet possessing only the cultivation of a celestial child, created quite the uproar at the Jade Sea simply because we were 2 hours late in addressing an unexpected matter, causing him to wait at the Jade for that duration. Chen pointed his left cheek. Brother, I received a slap right here. Such occurrences exist. Chen Fan was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated such behavior within the heavenly court. He understood that where there is light, there must also be darkness. Under the protection of the second master, he had only witnessed the benevolent side of the celestial realm, yet he had not anticipated such audacity from these individuals. The Jade Sea, where Chen Fan had visited, is frequented by personnel from various celestial departments. How could one dare act so brazenly in plain view? He instinctively inquired, was there no one to oversee this? Can you guess how his superior punished him? A month's salary deduction. Ha! That slap of mine equates to a month's worth of merits for that little celestial child. Shall I provide him with 10 years' worth of salary, allowing me to slap him 10 times? The melancholy in Chen Zan's smile was palpable. Chen Fan fell silent, contemplating another matter. In the Jade Sea, such occurrences were brushed aside, while another individual, merely having broken a glass, was cast down to the mortal realm. The double standards of the heavenly court are indeed severe. Chapter 26. The current state of the heavenly court. I apologize for my earlier lack of decorum. It has been a long time since I could speak so freely. Chen composed himself. Now, may I address you as Brother Chen? I shall refrain from further commentary and propose a toast. For the sake of that title, let's drink to it. Chen Fan observed that Chen had clearly been suppressing his feelings for far too long. After all, this was the heavenly court, where not only were there ears on the other side of the wall, but every action left traceable evidence. The Xiangfuji must also be unsafe. Chen willingness to express his thoughts likely stemmed from his own standing, which was firmer than that of the second master. There were few in the heavenly court who could claim such security. Today, while fulfilling my Jade duties behind you, I noticed you conversing with Bai He from the Yumu department. May I be so bold as to inquire if you are well acquainted with her? Chen Fan had not realized that Chen was right behind him, yet regarding his relationship with Bai He preferred to remain reticent. The words Chen had spoken seemed heartfelt, as if he were revealing his innermost thoughts. However, having lived 2 lives, and having been battered by the office culture in his previous existence, Chen Fan was acutely aware that such sentiments expressed at the table were often mere platitudes, and that no matter how sincere they appeared, they would be forgotten upon leaving the table. There is nothing of note. My background is likely known to you. We merely crossed paths during my time with the coordination team. That is all. Qianzan replied earnestly. It is not that I speak too freely, but it would be prudent to avoid frequent contact with by he and even the celestial maidens from the West Queen Motheress realm. It offers no benefits. Chen Fan had come with an ear attuned to listen to this worldly veteran's gossip. Brother Qian, what insights do you have? I would be eager to hear more. Qianzan waved his hand dismissively. What insights can I offer? Just some things I've overheard and seen, mixed with my own musings. As we indulge today, I shall speak a few words, for even the Jade Emperor cannot regulate what is said after a few drinks. You speak the truth. We are here to serve the heavenly court, not sell ourselves to it. Although Chen Fan acknowledged this verbally, internally he was not convinced. He thought to himself, regardless of your drunken ramblings, the protagonists of the journey to the west all faced consequences after indulging in drink. They were caught and brought low. It is not a matter of targeting us lesser figures. Otherwise, we would surely meet the same fate. The logic stands, work is work and life is life. However, those from the Queen Motheress side are different. Do you know how many couples have formed in the heavenly court over the years? People often refer to two individuals as celestial lovers when they are well matched. Surely, there must be many such instances. Aside from rare exceptions like the Jade Emperor, who formed a bond before attaining immortality, there have only been a mere few hundred couples throughout the thousands of years of the heavenly court. So few? Chen Fan found this astonishing. Given the vast population of deities in the heavenly court, and stretching the timeline over millennia, this figure was exceedingly low, suggesting that on average, only a pair formed every few decades. The figures are indisputable. I learned this from a friend who serves at the Yulao. He even lamented to me how the Jade Emperor assigns tasks to them, urging them to unite more celestial beings. They strive to tie the red threads. Yet 99% of the bonds cannot withstand a month before naturally severing. Is there such a thing as a natural severing of the red thread? Does not Yulao's matchmaking signify the will of heaven, the utmost authority? Chen Fan's curiosity was piqued. He had never encountered such a situation. Yulao certainly refused to engage. These individuals clearly understood the intricacies yet chose to speak in riddles, avoiding direct communication. Ultimately, it was Taishang Lao Jun who exasperated, stated plainly that matters concerning Shi Wang Mu were beyond their jurisdiction. Qianzan animatedly recounted these gossips while Chen Fan played his part as the supportive foil, questioning the relevance of Shi Wang Mu's involvement in such affairs. Indeed, this was also Yu Lao's initial thought, as it was closely tied to his own interests. How much merit could one truly gain by merely connecting mortals with their fated partners? Hence, he confronted Shi Wang Mu directly. Shi Wang Mu did not evade the issue. She readily admitted her actions. Her reasoning was sound. The celestial maidens under her care did not wish to have their fates intertwined haphazardly. When they had needs, they would communicate directly with Yulao. The severed threads from earlier were the result of careful evaluation, as those unions were deemed unsuitable and thus terminated. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Shi Wang Mu was not in the wrong. If the maidens were unwilling, why impose such unions upon them? Impose? Qianzan retorted. Do you think Yulao casually ties fate's threads? His role is akin to our guiding tokens, predetermined by the heavens. He is merely an executor. To put it plainly, Shi Wang Mu wishes to retain her celestial maidens. If these threads lead to successful unions, they would follow the paths of their husbands, and she would have fewer maidens under her wing. Is that so? Chen Fan sighed. The fact that Qianzan could articulate such conclusions in public suggested that this sentiment was widespread in the heavenly realm, regardless of others' opinions. Chen Fan trusted his own perception in the singular encounter he had with Shi Wang Mu. Although the impression was not favorable, he was certain that she was not the person depicted in rumors. During the coordination meeting, had Shi Wang Mu been adamantly obstructive, Yin Mu would not have consented to the final proposal. Instead, she remained silent, allowing her subordinates to make decisions. Her attitude towards Hong Yao mirrored this approach. She expressed her stance while leaving the remaining decisions to her counterpart. The fact that such gossip could circulate widely within the heavenly court without any instigation, was something Chen Fan found hard to believe. The intent was clear, to sow discord between the Emperor and Empress, thereby creating an atmosphere of antagonism throughout the celestial realm. As one of the few who had encountered both figures, Chen Fan perceived that there was likely no genuine conflict between them. However, the structure of the heavenly court dictated that each had their own responsibilities, preventing the intimacy typical of ordinary couples, thus providing opportunities for those with ulterior motives. Given his current cultivation level, status, and the duration of his tenure in the celestial court, he could not yet discern who was stirring the waters. Nonetheless, he was certain that his uncle and the two sovereigns were aware of the entire situation. He merely distanced himself, while Shi Wang-mu and the Jade Emperor showed no reaction, allowing these rumors to fester. The nuances within this scenario were indeed intriguing. However, these matters were not of immediate concern to him. They could be treated as mere entertainment. His primary task was to maintain his position as a guiding envoy with utmost diligence. In the following days, Chen Fan diligently completed his tasks. Qianzan introduced him to several colleagues, and since Chen Fan did not exhibit the arrogance typical of second-generation elites, they were willing to associate with him. After several assignments, there were no further incidents like that of Chen Xiuzhu. Tasks were completed without incident, which, according to Qianzan and others, was the norm for a guiding envoy. During this time, Chen Fan discovered that his Xianyu system operated in a multi-threaded manner. In addition to issuing tasks for the completion of guiding assignments, it also provided minor daily tasks. Of course, these daily tasks resulted in trivial rewards, serving to diminish his presence. Perhaps due to the accumulation of minor changes leading to significant transformation, the effect of his diminished presence gradually became evident. On several occasions, he found himself quite close to his colleagues, yet if he did not speak, they remained entirely unaware of his proximity. These seasoned veterans of the guiding division were not comparable to the celestial children he had previously known. They were well off and invested significantly in their cultivation. Chen Fan had witnessed one of his colleagues engage in a duel of celestial techniques with a gatekeeper from the Western Paradise, resulting in a stalemate. Though it was merely a sparring match, neither party exerted their full strength. Nonetheless, they were legitimate celestial soldiers whose daily practice focused on mastering combat techniques. It was precisely these individuals that Chen Fan could now bypass in terms of their sensory perceptions, including divine awareness, unless he wished to be detected. He naturally appreciated the effectiveness of this ability. Such low-key, life-preserving passive invisibility suited him perfectly. Yi also noticed this peculiar change in Chen Fan. During one of his visits, Yi, rarely displaying surprise, remarked, "Have you cultivated some technique? You seem to have faded slightly in my divine perception." Chen Fan shrugged. "I wish I could cultivate other techniques, but the Chong Chun Gong is already challenging enough. I hardly have the energy for anything else." Yi pondered. Could it be that Chong Chun Gong has such effects? I have never allowed anyone else to practice it since I developed it myself. Is it possible that each individual's cultivation yields different results? The Xianyu system was Chen Fan's greatest secret. While it appeared to have little effect at present, he was still reluctant to disclose it to Yi. His uncle was already suspicious of his hobby of crafting high-quality models, suspecting an otherworldly connection. If he were to claim the existence of a system, it would likely provoke a thorough investigation. After attributing Chen Fan's peculiarities to the unique effects of Chong Chun Gong, Yi did not press further. However, after Chen Fan shared the gossip he had heard from Qianzan, Yi fell silent for a moment before stating solemnly, "Such words may be spoken by others, but remember, you must not repeat them. They have not interacted with Shi Wang-mu or the Jade Emperor and have no karmic ties with them. You, however, are different. Those of their stature possess a certain aura. Any prior contact will be sensed, especially when mentioning their names. Isn't that akin to the Western belief that gods do not gaze directly upon mortals, and matters must remain unspoken?" Chen Fan inquired. "Since when did we in the East adopt such notions?" Acknowledging his uncle's admonition, Chen Fan nodded. "I understand. My purpose in the guiding division is merely to experience the mortal realm and enhance my cultivation. I will remain observant and not interfere with matters beyond my concern." "Excellent. I know your character. You will not seek trouble, but I fear trouble may seek you. This Chen is one such individual. He has mingled in the celestial realm for many years and has become accustomed to everything around him, making it difficult for him to change. Therefore, while interaction is acceptable, deep connections should be avoided. Consider it a collegial relationship. Understood. I am currently adhering to this approach. Ari contemplated for a moment before continuing. There are certain things you will inevitably learn. Although I cannot share them with you now, I hope you are prepared. The celestial court is not as tranquil as it appears. This is why I have reassigned you away from the center, allowing you to cultivate in peace and gather strength. I cannot elaborate further. Having spent time in the celestial court, you are aware that knowing too much can be detrimental. If your knowledge exceeds your strength, it will only lead to unnecessary complications. Such foreboding remarks suggested impending upheaval. Otherwise, Ari would not have shared such thoughts with him. Chen Fan responded earnestly. Thank you for your concern, uncle. I will strive to cultivate diligently, ensuring I possess the ability to protect myself should any unforeseen event arise. With that, he received the elixirs from Ari, who offered them without waiting for Chen Fan to ask. The remainder of Chen Fan's time was consumed by monotonous task completion and cultivation, observing Chen Zan and the others, who, after completing their tasks each day, either gossiped together or made plans to visit Xiang Fuji. Chen Fan mused that sometimes leading a life akin to theirs as celestial beings seemed quite appealing. Is not the so-called celestial existence simply one of being revered by mortals when descending to the earthly realm? In a celestial court, the income was decent, with some perks to enjoy. Other departments were attentive to their guiding personnel and maintained a favorable attitude towards the guiding envoys. The scenarios described by Chen Zan previously had not recurred. All Chen Fan encountered were welcoming smiles. Had it not been for Ari's timely warning of impending misfortune, such tranquil days would have been quite agreeable. Regrettably, Uncle was right. The more one knows, the more burdensome life becomes. A persistent sense of urgency propels me forward, leaving no room for respite. Time marches on, and before I realize it, I have embarked on my 6th mission, signifying that at least half a month has elapsed. The gatekeeper, a celestial guard, does not even need to verify my identification. He simply allows me to pass, even greeting me warmly. As I adeptly operate the celestial shuttle, I can sense my ethereal energy and spiritual essence rapidly escalating. This is undoubtedly attributed to the resources provided by the lay department and my uncle's assistance. With both forces converging, I feel on the verge of transcending the bottleneck of the celestial apprentice stage, poised to attain the true status of a celestial being, rather than remaining in this probationary period. This mission takes place within a small town, which is advantageous. Fewer people make it easier to navigate. As I approach the entrance, my divine perception detects something unusual. Ahead, a figure clad in yellow stands with his back to me, conversing with the parents of my target. My gaze is irresistibly drawn to his large, shiny bald head, and a single thought occupies my mind. Is that head coated in oil? It even reflects light. Upon seeing this gleaming head, it dawns on me that I am in the Western Paradise, home to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the very essence of the West in the context of the journey to the West. If the southern Jambu continent serves as the foundation of the celestial realm, then the Western Paradise is the bastion of Buddhism. However, I have seldom encountered monks in the celestial realm. In all my previous visits, I have yet to cross paths with Buddhism, nearly forgetting its existence. This is my designated target. What business does a monk have here? I stride forward, raising my voice. Master, you have a point. The monk turns to face me, momentarily startled, clearly unaware of my approach. Ba, it is indeed the celestial guide. This humble monk extends his greetings. He bows and recites a Buddhist chant. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting? The monk does not conceal his intentions. If I am not mistaken, my purpose aligns with that of the celestial guide. This individual had a connection to Buddhism in life. I have come to guide him to the Western Paradise, where he may personally hear the teachings of the Buddha. Surely, this was his wish in life. It appears he aims to usurp my task. Just because he claims a connection to the Buddha does not mean it holds weight. My assignment is decreed by the heavens, which outweighs any earthly will, including that of the Buddha. While the monk's words may seem provocatively dismissive, his demeanor is courteous, and thus I refrain from expressing anger. I take a moment to glance at the manual, which indeed addresses this matter clearly. There is no room for negotiation. The individual must be taken. Interestingly, there are notes suggesting that one should not hesitate to confront monks directly. Yielding to them merely invites further encroachment. It seems these predecessors harbored deep grievances, resorting to leave messages in the manual. The authority of the celestial guide is significant. I recognize that even if I were to elevate my cultivation to realms, I cannot leave comments within. Either one possesses a greater cultivation or circumvents such authority to do so. Achieving either is no small feat. Only those truly vexed would resort to such measures. With the manual's endorsement, I proceed without trepidation. Although my cultivation may not match that of this monk, I must uphold the dignity of the celestial guide. Amitabha, these virtuous believers engage in piety, seeking passage to the Western paradise for rebirth and bliss. This is their lifelong aspiration, which is why the Buddha would move to send me to guide them. I implore you, celestial guide, to fulfill this task. The monk speaks slowly yet resolutely. I glance at the elderly couple, who appear utterly bewildered. They have never witnessed a confrontation between a celestial guide and a messenger from the West. This has effectively extinguished my hopes of persuading them, as they are likely rendered speechless by fear. I thus head directly to the spirit hall, unwilling to engage in further dialogue. I will retrieve the individual. The celestial guide will ensure that whether it be the Western paradise or any other realm, they must follow me. Your approach lacks decorum. The monk interjects, stepping in front of me. His hands come together in a gesture of reverence. A faint golden light radiates from him, subtly suggesting he intends to obstruct my path. Master, are you resorting to slander? I have neither employed celestial power nor divine abilities. I merely seek to confirm the state of the soul in the spirit hall. Must I be impeded for this? I respond with a disingenuous smile, fully confident that the monk will not actually resort to violence. The real-time recording function of a celestial guide is active. Should anything untoward occur, the heavenly realm will be promptly informed. This irrefutable evidence would ensure the monk, regardless of his defenses, would face repercussions. Thus, the disparity in cultivation becomes irrelevant. As long as he refrains from engaging in combat, I harbor no fear, even if he were to confront me directly. The monk, pressed by my words, can only watch helplessly as I enter the spirit hall. However, his gaze remains fixed on the celestial guide in my hand. As long as it remains in my possession, the outcome remains undecided. Do not be so anxious, master. The celestial realm and the Western paradise have always enjoyed a harmonious relationship. Perhaps one day, I shall visit the Western paradise as a guest. Of course, you may also come to the celestial realm. I am Chen Fan. May I inquire your name, master? The monk, now serious, realizes that this celestial guide is no ordinary individual and requires careful handling. Yet, Chen Fan has made a valid point. Currently, relations between the celestial realm and the Western paradise are indeed amicable. Otherwise, I would not be able to perform my duties in the Western paradise. My Dharma name is Yuan Jing. The monk, with his formal demeanor, possesses a rather commendable name. After numerous tasks, I have become somewhat seasoned and can discern that the target's spirit is still within the body. Everything appears normal. My entry into the spirit hall serves to confirm this. Although my divine perception detects no other practitioners within the hall, I am uncertain of the monk's abilities in guiding souls. If I linger too long, he may succeed in taking the individual away, which would be a disaster. With the target still present, my resolve strengthens. Master, let us discuss the matter of who shall take the individual away. While you assert his piety, lacking further evidence, I trust that a practitioner would not speak falsely. This individual was indeed a devoted follower of the Buddha. Upon hearing Chen Fan acknowledge the individual's devotion, Yuan Jing finds it easier to proceed. He prepares to speak, but is promptly interrupted. However, whether in the celestial realm or the Western paradise, both came into existence in response to the universe's needs. The celestial realm emerged when the world was in chaos, requiring governance, hence the formation of the celestial realm. In contrast, the Buddha, moved by the suffering of humanity, attained enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree, establishing the great Thunder Sound Temple, thus becoming the Western paradise to guide all beings. Therefore, Both our realms inherit the will of heaven and earth, responding to the great principles of the universe. Yet the celestial realm bears the responsibility of governance, while the Western paradise fulfills the duty of salvation. Master, do you find my reasoning sound? The monk's mind races. He reflects that he should have silenced this loquacious individual earlier. Chen Fan's words, while astute, compel him to respond honestly, as the principle of monastic honesty prevails. The celestial guide speaks truthfully. However, this individual must still be taken by me today. A smile graces Chen Fan's face. Your acknowledgement is all I require. Yuan Jing, pained, did not anticipate encountering such an unconventional celestial guide. While conflicts had arisen before, those seasoned practitioners would resort to conflict after a few exchanges of words. Having nearly attained the status of an arhat, he was seldom at a disadvantage. Yet, facing a master of rhetoric like Chen Fan left him at a loss for how to respond. The celestial guide need not engage in verbal sparring. Guiding souls is my duty, a mission bestowed by the Buddha. I have no authority to concede. Chen Fan replies with a light-hearted smile. Are you attempting to leverage the Buddha against me? Chapter 29. Completing the task, displaying his guiding token, Chen Fan remarked, from the moment we entered, everything that has transpired has been recorded within this token. There is no need for further elaboration. The esteemed masters are well aware. Are you, master? Unable to comprehend reason and resorting to deceit? I have not heard of disciples from the West Heaven engaging in such behavior. Realizing he could not match Chen Fan's eloquence, Yuan Jing chose to remain silent, standing resolutely beside the guide. His intentions unmistakable, he would not permit Chen Fan to depart with his charges. As long as he did not resort to violence, Chen Fan had little to fear, especially since he had grasped the monk's vulnerabilities. The essence of Buddhism is not as innocuous as it appears. Even the most serene among them can harbor the wrath of a fierce deity. The figures from the journey to the West have their own agendas, often orchestrating entanglements, with their fates intricately woven into a web of manipulation, ultimately seeking to draw others under their banner, a true testament to their cunning. Among them, the most foolish are those who express gratitude to their leaders, oblivious to the machinations at play. Yet, this particular monk lacked the cunning to navigate such treachery. Although resolute and profoundly skilled, he was too upright, a gentleman easily deceived by integrity. Prolonging our stalemate is unwise. The guiding soul's endurance is limited. Whether ascending to the celestial court or journeying to the West Heaven, a swift resolution is imperative. Yuan Jing finally spoke. Let us proceed directly to the West Heaven. The Great Thunder Sound Temple is not far from here. Master, your assertion suggests that we are far from the celestial court. Surely you are aware of the speed of the guiding shuttle. I must firmly refute that. Yuan Jing found himself at a loss for alternatives. He wished Chen Fan would either act more shamelessly or resort to direct confrontation. Anything but this tedious back and forth. Though Chen Fan's cultivation was modest as a guide, he could disrupt the sanctity of the transference ritual, just as Yuan Jing could influence the guiding ceremony in return, complicating matters immensely. Master, I possess a mutually beneficial solution. Would you care to hear it? Speak freely, Yuan Jing replied. I have recently come to understand that what the West Heaven values is the faith of the guide. Is that not so? Coincidentally, our celestial court does not place much importance on such matters. Both Buddhism and Taoism have their fair share of followers within the celestial court, and there exists a pathway facilitating travel between our realms. Thus, should one attain immortality, it would be convenient for them to visit the West Heaven to hear the teachings of the Buddha. Chen Fan's words left Yuan Jing speechless, and deep inside, he began to feel that Chen Fan might be correct. Amit Ba, Yuan Jing quickly recited silently, realizing that this young man's words had stirred his Buddhist heart. Seeing Yuan Jing still silent, but perceiving a shift in his demeanor, Chen Fan felt a spark of hope. His skills as a keyboard warrior from his past life had not waned. Presenting facts and reasoning was his forte. Since Yuan Jing was swayed, the path ahead appeared clearer, allowing him to continue coaxing. I understand your concerns regarding the Buddha's expectations, which is easily addressed. I can provide you with a transcript of our conversation today for submission. I suspect that disputes arising from the role of the guide have occurred more than once. Those of us at the grassroots level often find ourselves at odds. Yet it is the higher-ups who ultimately bear the brunt of the discomfort. After all, the celestial court and the West Heaven support one another, serving the greater cosmic order. If these matters lead to discord, it would be counterproductive, would it not? Rather than prolonging the conflict, let us devise a solution. That is the long-term approach. My proposal, regardless of its merits, is a step toward resolution, and I believe both side superiors would appreciate a proactive stance. In undertaking our duties, it is inevitable to encounter issues. Yet maintaining a positive attitude is essential. The rest are mere trifles. Once one's mindset is tranquil, the work becomes seamless, and the souls we guide will swiftly receive the teachings of the Buddha upon reaching the West Heaven. Is this how things truly are? Chen Fan was unaware that his words had penetrated Yuanjing's heart. Noticing no change in Yuanjing's expression, he decided to intensify his persuasion. If you find this proposal lacking, feel free to seek me at the gates of the West Heaven. For the sake of the celestial court and the friendship between our realms, I shall do my utmost. Yuanjing suddenly took a step back, bowing in reverence. Amitabha, today I have faltered in my vows. I thought that Chan the guide relied solely on rhetoric. It was I who was shallow-minded. Your words bear truth, and I, in my ignorance, failed to grasp their depth until now. Was I truly successful in persuading him? Chen Fan had not anticipated such a favorable outcome. Yuanjing continued, I shall report this matter truthfully to the Arhat. This may indeed serve as a novel solution. If it can resolve the long-standing grievances between our parties, then Chun the guide will have achieved a remarkable merit, alleviating years of animosity. With that, he gracefully departed, vanishing in a few swift movements. The monk possessed remarkable agility. Thankfully, he had refrained from engaging in combat. Chen Fan exhaled in relief and resumed his daily duties of guiding souls. His intention in becoming a guide was to maintain a low profile, but should this endeavor succeed, how could he remain inconspicuous? Moreover, this time, it was not just the celestial court. The West Heaven was also aware of his growing reputation. How is it that I cannot restrain my tongue? Chapter 30. Acquiring fame. Once more the developments unfolded more swiftly than Chen Fan had anticipated. That afternoon, the long-absent supervisor of the guiding division hurriedly approached him, a broad smile adorning his face. Chun, my esteemed friend, you are truly remarkable. I have always believed you would accomplish great things within our guiding division, but I did not foresee such rapid progress. Within a mere month, you have astonished me. The bald-headed individual had not been idle. News had already reached him. Matters involving negotiations and collaborations between both parties require the intervention of at least a heavenly king from the celestial court, while a bodhisattva must correspondingly represent the West Heaven. The transmission of orders necessitates time, and the supervisor receiving updates today signifies that the West Heaven is indeed troubled by the friction between the two sides, urgently seeking resolution. Are you referring to the collaboration with the West Heaven? I too have been reflecting on this. Master Yuanjing has voiced numerous opinions, and after discussions and deliberations, we have crafted a preliminary draft. Ultimately, it will be up to you, a professional of your caliber, to determine its fate. With the news disseminated, denying it would be futile. Chen Fan could only strive to diminish his role in the proceedings. Generally, the more achievements one accumulates, the better. Yet corresponding strength can become a considerable burden. His current accomplishments were already substantial. Any further accolades, given his humble abilities, would only serve as a hindrance. What the deities chose to do with their divine abilities to trace the source of this matter was beyond Chen Fan's concern. Publicly, he would not claim undue credit. Alas! Chen, this is your flaw. You are excessively modest. The Bodhisattva Guanyin has spoken highly of you. Master Yuanjing has conveyed his thoughts, reiterating them to me. The Bodhisattva's visit serves not only to express gratitude from the Buddha, but also to convey an intention to strengthen our cooperation. The West Heaven is quite interested in your suggestion regarding Buddhist practitioners regularly journeying to the West to listen to teachings. The supervisor's lengthy discourse illuminated Chen Fan's understanding of the West Heaven's eagerness. Addressing the contention over recruitment was merely one aspect, yet the crux lay in matters of faith. When Chen Fan had endeavored to persuade Yuanjing, stating that both realms were born of the heavens and earth, it was merely rhetoric. In truth, the two were fundamentally distinct. The celestial court genuinely represented the way of heaven and earth, while the West Heaven existed merely in response to those forces. To draw an analogy, the celestial court resembles a state-owned enterprise, entrusted with the management of this cosmic realm by the heavenly mandate. Its sustenance derived from imperial resources, meritorious deeds allocated directly from the heavens. Conversely, the West Heaven operates akin to a private enterprise, with the bald-headed figures as formidable leaders, forging their own power and shouldering the responsibility of attracting clients and generating results. Their pursuit of faith and merit relies solely upon their own efforts. Thus, it is understandable that the enthusiasm of those from the West Heaven surpasses that of the bureaucrats within the celestial court, as they are wholly accountable for their own gains and losses. T-L-O-J-N, when confronted with disciples cultivated by his fellow brothers, exhibited an attitude of complete disregard, casting them into the alchemical furnace as per the edict of the YD. In contrast, the Western paradise displayed an unwavering commitment, fearing that their disciples might not embark on the journey to acquire the sacred scriptures. They meticulously organized resources, ensuring that everything was in order, particularly the tightening of the magical headband, capable of restraining even the formidable PHU, a being transformed from the essence of heaven and earth and proficient in the highest Taoist arts. It was no small feat to send such a creature forth. Chen Yu, this time, the Bodhisattva has another purpose in coming to you, to meet in person and inquire about the specifics of your proposed plan. After all, you are the original architect of this idea and possess your own insights. Can I decline this request? Having grown up immersed in the tales of journey to the West, and having subsequently encountered various interpretations, I harbor little fondness for those figures from the West, neither love nor hatred, for they are indeed engaged in profitable endeavors that are not overly extravagant, maintaining a delicate balance. However, I would prefer to avoid interaction with those bodhisattvas, arhats, and buddhas, as I have already accumulated sufficient karmic entanglements. After all, this is the revered Gu New York NPS. How could I not meet her? The supervisor expressed some surprise, but quickly realized the nuances, stating, "True, others may need to meet, but your situation is unique." Chen Fan understood the supervisor's misinterpretation, believing he was relying on the support of the second master to avoid the meeting with the bodhisattva, yet he felt no need to clarify. If a misunderstanding could grant him an excuse to evade the encounter, so be it. The supervisor did not press further, nor could he. Very well. I shall return to inform the bodhisattva. As soon as the supervisor departed, several of his colleagues entered, with Qianzi and exclaiming, "Impressive. Chen Yu, I heard you managed to sway those great monks from the West, who spend their days preaching to others, their tongues as agile as ever. What you did is merely a reprimand. Over a decade ago, a predecessor was directly reassigned after a similar confrontation. The monk spoke to him for a full 12 hours. Had it not been for the consideration of the soul of the guiding spirit, he could have gone on for another 12. That predecessor was left in a state of dejection for an entire week, ultimately preferring to cultivate herbs in the immortal fields rather than continue in that role. Chen Fan was not surprised by the monk's ability to speak, as eloquence was their signature skill. In the realm of performance and persuasion, one must possess a silver tongue. Otherwise, how could one convince others to embrace their beliefs? Yet, he had not contemplated the presence of victims among his peers. If his plan could indeed be executed, it would benefit everyone, which was a positive outcome. Tell me, they inquired, if Chen Fan's proposal is recognized by both parties and successfully executed, what rewards might be bestowed from above? This was a matter of great concern for all, and having spent many days together, they had become familiar with Chen Fan's temperament, feeling emboldened to speak freely. As the principal party involved, Chen Fan shook his head, saying, "I do not know. When I discussed this matter with you, NJing, I did not anticipate such far-reaching consequences. I merely thought, if even a novice like myself, who has only undertaken a few missions, can encounter those from the West, surely my esteemed colleagues, with years of experience, have faced them even more often. I simply sought a more permanent solution, which led to my proposal." Qianzi nodded in agreement, stating, "I believe in your words, Chen Yu. After all, it has not been long since your last achievement. Your willingness to remain in our guiding office speaks volumes." The others naturally echoed his sentiments, showering praise upon Chen Fan. Chapter 31. The Bodhisattva's Personal Visit Chen Fan. Chen Fan. As everyone gathered, the supervisor's voice rang out, calling from a distance. What could possibly cause such urgency, even to the point of foregoing the usual communication? Gu New York NPS has arrived. Chen Fan marveled at the decisiveness of the higher-ups from the West, whose execution capabilities far surpassed those of the Celestial Court. The preceding coordination meeting required the utmost authority of the Celestial Emperor and Empress to facilitate collaboration among 3 departments. Yet, the Bodhisattva, addressing a minor celestial attendant, resolved the friction between the parties on the same day the news was received, demonstrating her humility and respect. Chen Fan was especially curious about the identity of Gu New York NPS. Having perused many scholarly texts in his past life, he noted that some sources claimed that in the original birthplace of Buddhism, Gu New York N was male, and that over time, in the interest of local propagation, the figure gradually became androgynous, eventually being depicted exclusively as female in later adaptations of Journey to the West. Upon witnessing the graceful approach of Gu New York NPS, Chen Fan concluded that she must indeed be female, radiating an unforgettable warmth and maternal aura that only a woman could possess. Chen Fan, of course, could not stand idly by. He promptly stepped forward to greet her, bowing respectfully. I am deeply ashamed, for it is an honor to have the Bodhisattva visit in person. The Bodhisattva smiled, enveloping those present in a refreshing aura, lifting their spirits considerably. There is no need for excessive formalities, dear Chun. Your supervisor has already explained the matter to me. The tasks designated for that day must be documented promptly, and you have many documents to attend to. It is I who have overstepped, for I could not adequately express the gratitude of our DL.in temple without personally coming to thank you. The Celestial Court and the Western Paradise have maintained a cordial relationship for generations, with numerous collaborations. Our faith has many members serving in the Celestial Court, which has led to repeated inquiries from even the Buddha himself regarding our differences in the matters of guiding followers and performing rites. Unfortunately, no perfect solution has been found. However, the proposal put forth by you, Chun Xian Yu, has introduced new avenues for resolution, allowing for potential win-win scenarios. Truly, Gu New York NPS's words were such that even Chen Fan, who was acutely aware of his own capabilities, felt a sense of elation. As a prominent figure from the West, her praises were devoid of any pretentiousness, evoking a sense of comfort. Were it anyone else, such words would undoubtedly elevate their favorability to an extreme. Yet, Chen Fan knew that mere flattery held limited efficacy as a master of persuasion. He understood that simple compliments could only lift one's spirits to a degree. The Bodhisattva is overly kind. As mentioned to your supervisor, this proposal also bears the contribution of Master Yu Njing. Without him, I would not have conceived this idea, which was initially a temporary measure devised to fulfill my own task. I never anticipated it would garner the Bodhisattva's approval. I am truly humbled. The Bodhisattva, however, did not follow along with Chen Fan's self-effacement, but instead refuted it directly. You are far too modest, Chen. I have already spoken with Yu Njing in person. He is known for his integrity and steadfastness in the West. Even he holds you in the highest regard and acknowledges that all the ideas stem from your own thoughts. He has even mentioned that should you require any further assistance, you need only seek him out. Thus, it was only natural for me to come. Chen Fan could only sigh inwardly, recognizing that the monk's sincerity was not always a virtue. He laid everything out too plainly. Gu New York NPS, too, seemed to be unaware that her last remark was merely a formality. As a bodhisattva, could she take such a courteous remark from a mere celestial attendant seriously? Surely, that would not be appropriate. Meanwhile, the supervisor, oblivious to the underlying subtleties, harbored a singular thought. Accolades were within reach. Having occupied his position for so long, he was acutely aware of the challenges faced by the guiding office. Frontline departments bore heavy responsibilities, and it was no easy feat to shine. If one successfully brought someone to safety, it was simply expected. Failure to do so would invite scrutiny regardless of the circumstances, leading to inevitable reprimands. To his astonishment, a commendation now seemed to fall into his lap. If he could resolve the friction with the West during his tenure, a promotion was assured. The only question was how far he would rise. Everything now hinged on Chen Fan. Of course, as a disciple of the second master, he could not press too hard but could subtly encourage him. Chen Xian, you must assist us in this task. The West is troubled by this issue, and we share the same plight. If it can be resolved, it would be immensely beneficial for the guiding office. The supervisor's near-pleading words elicited no reaction from Gu New York and PS, who merely continued to smile, awaiting Chen Fan's response. Chen Fan has come to a profound realization. Prior to this encounter, he had thoroughly assessed his own standing and understood the supervisor's demeanor. He recognized that due to his uncle, he would inevitably acquiesce to the demands presented. Planning to accept this matter, he naturally felt compelled to utter some flattering remarks, ensuring that the people from Shitian would not bask in glory alone. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to Chun Jian for your assistance. Should this matter reach a satisfactory conclusion, Shitian will offer a generous reward in return. This marked the commencement of his investment in himself, fully aware of the Bodhisattva's intentions. However, this was a transparent strategy, and Chen Fan could only respond, Guanyin Bodhisattva, you are too modest. Such minor contributions hardly warrant acknowledgement. The friendship between Shitian and the Celestial Court remains paramount. Upon uttering this, Chen Fan noticed a subtle shift in Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression, surprised by how a mere celestial attendant could so deftly navigate the art of flattery. With the matter settled, he decided not to intrude further upon Chen Jian's duties, feeling somewhat ashamed for causing inconvenience with his sudden appearance. He had seen such displays of humility before, and inwardly scoffed at the notion that shame served any purpose. If one truly recognized their faults, they ought to offer something tangible, for mere words hold little weight. The supervisor, of course, vehemently denied any such notion. That is not the case at all. We are honored by the Bodhisattva's visit to our department for inspections. We would be overjoyed to welcome you again in the future. Chapter 32. Your influence is impressive once the Bodhisattva and the supervisor departed. The group of individuals who had been silent earlier emerged, gathering together once more. Previously mute, they now brimmed with excitement. I can't believe that Guanyin Bodhisattva came in person. Chun Xianyu, your influence is truly remarkable. Indeed, apart from the protector of the nation, this was the most significant figure Chen Fan had encountered at the Shitian reception department. The prominent figures of the heavenly court rarely visited their humble abode. At most, they would send messages. If there were any matters of import, it would necessitate a journey on their part to seek out these esteemed individuals. Chen Fan remarked, that is merely because you have not demonstrated your own value. Those from Shitian are driven by profit. Witness their attitude towards the Monkey King. It is exemplary. The beings of Shitian are aware of their worth. Yet they condescend to offer comfort and hope, only to impose constraints later on. The illustrious great sage, Qi Tian de Sheng, find himself thoroughly arranged according to their designs. After all is said and done, most of the challenges he faces are orchestrated by Shitian as they draw him into their fold, ultimately leading him to their ranks. In another life, individuals such as these would be deemed exploitative. Working relentlessly without remuneration would hardly be uncommon. The apex of capitalism, indeed. Yet, the colleagues within the reception department had seldom witnessed such displays of humility from the deities of the heavenly court, who often maintained a high and mighty demeanor toward those beneath them. Chen Fan, having been the nephew of the second master, had experienced the cordial smiles of those in power. However, during his recent days at the reception department, he had discerned that few among the personnel recognized his true identity, resulting in more genuine interactions. Generally, interactions among staff members were equal, devoid of any hierarchical pretensions. Yet, when it came to minor leaders, a certain arrogance emerged. While it was not outright disdain, offending a gene would yield no benefits, and thus discomfort lingered. Although these colleagues mingled within the reception department, due to their professional ties, they held a vast network within the celestial court, adept at gossiping. I have heard that Guanyin Bodhisattva ranks among the top few in Shitian, responsible for external communications. Though Shitian may not boast as many deities as the celestial court, its scale in collecting followers in Shinyo Huzhou is substantial. In terms of status, I dare say, Even our protector of the nation may pale in comparison. Chen Fan silently withdrew to the sidelines, internally reflecting on the audacity of these individuals gossiping about their superiors. Yet, they were so engrossed in their chatter that they paid little mind to such considerations. It is not far-fetched. The protector of the nation is indeed a figure of prominence governing a region. In Shitian, there are no fewer than 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, alongside numerous departments, all of whom answer to him. Such power is not to be underestimated. They continued. Chen Xianyu, do you not agree? They attempted to draw Chen Fan into their dialogue, but he quickly shook his head. You all carry on. The supervisor has assigned me a task. I must promptly refine the coordination documents for the reception and transcendence, and there remains much information to gather. With the attention of the Bodhisattva, I cannot afford to delay. His reasoning was sound, and they understood well that this was indeed a matter of utmost priority. Their ability to coexist peacefully with those monks would save them considerable effort. If you, Chen Xianyu, can resolve this, the entire staff of the reception department would be immensely grateful. Your gratitude is unnecessary. I merely wish to avoid becoming the subject of your gossip, he replied. This marked his first independent endeavor, leaving him uncertain. He resolved to revert to his usual approach of consulting his uncle in times of indecision. Navigating past his animated colleagues, Chen Fan adopted a low profile that went unnoticed, making his way directly to the second master's residence. He mused that the second master must surely rise each morning, opening his heavenly eye to organize Chen Fan's daily agenda. Otherwise, how could he always find him without prior notice? From another perspective, it begs the question of whether he holds such significance that the second master would prioritize his presence over other engagements. However, contemplating such matters seemed futile. He had witnessed the second master's prowess, the ability to manifest multiple incarnations and manage various affairs simultaneously was, for a war deity of the three realms, hardly a challenge. You've stirred up quite a commotion again, have you not? The second master was not the least surprised by the happenings surrounding Chen Fan. He simply did not expect it to unfold so swiftly. Is it not our duty to assist the heavenly court in alleviating their burdens? Chen Fan mused. While he might concede this with others, he could not afford to soften his tongue before the second master. What then? In that moment, facing that monk, I found myself unable to engage him in combat, yet I could not abandon my mission. After all, he resides within our heavenly court. It is not as though he is idle, merely chanting scriptures to enhance the Buddha-esque cultivation. I had no choice but to employ my wits to persuade that great monk, leading to the current predicament. Since discovering the existence of formations within the second master's abode, Chen Fan spoke without restraint. The half-truths offered by Qianzan served merely as a receptacle for his burdens, and the second master, his true confidant, was the only one with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. Without hesitation, the second master exposed him. Did you not express something similar during the coordination meeting? A mere oversight, attempting to manipulate the merit system to deceive the monks, which prompted Guanin's involvement. Had you focused your efforts, the entire heavenly court would have found itself at your mercy. This struck a chord. Even Chen Fan, with his thick skin, felt a tinge of embarrassment. I am but a humble celestial attendant. How could I have anticipated that such esteemed figures would take my words to heart? What power do I possess? In any position, one must fulfill their duties. I simply did not foresee the outcome being so favorable. Chen Fan would never admit to having spoken carelessly or divulged too much. Rest assured, I do not wish to dwell on your missteps. To speak candidly, the matter you have undertaken is beneficial for both Shitian and the heavenly court. Otherwise, Guanin would not have personally intervened. If not for the coordination meeting, this would have been a monumental opportunity for you. However, the reality remains that your role at the reception department is to cultivate and enhance your skills. Establishing achievements at this juncture, I cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse. Surely, uncle, you cannot be unaware. He stood before the formidable Erlang Shun, who was unable to discern the fortunes of a mere celestial attendant. The second master did not refute him. Your fate has always been shrouded in ambiguity. The only clarity I possess is regarding your safety, the most fundamental of assessments. Chapter 33. The second master's counsel. Previously, the second master had alluded to this matter, and Chen Fan had assumed it was his uncle's reluctance to reveal his future, lest it interfere with his development. He had never inquired further. In Chen Fan's understanding, destiny indeed exists, yet it resembles a quantum state, for human thoughts are exceedingly uncontrollable. Many individuals are unaware of the decisions they will make in the next moment, and each choice they render shapes the trajectory of the future. Hence, the potential futures unfold like a vast tree of fate, adorned with numerous branches. Chen Fan speculates that Yi, upon glimpsing his future, perceives merely a fraction of its most significant possibilities. Although he harbors such thoughts, he is presently surrounded by celestial beings, inhabiting the realm of Shiyu. A single notion can manifest into events 500 years hence, leading Chen Fan to harbor considerable expectations for Yi's Tianyan. With the waning of this anticipation, Chen Fan feels a slight sense of reassurance. Especially since just days prior to his transmigration, he had been lamenting alongside others, having long dismissed the existence of saviors or divine emperors. I have never disclosed to you why I directly brought you from the Jade place. Have I? Are you not my uncle? Is this not a matter of course? I am not your uncle, Yi declared, delivering a stunning revelation. Chen Fan found himself momentarily speechless, akin to a duck with its neck grasped. Holy monarch, such casual displays of power could overwhelm even the hearts of immortals. Now the entire celestial court is aware that I am your nephew. What was the purpose of bringing me from the Jade place in the first place? Yi continued, lost in his own thoughts. My journey to retrieve you was merely serendipitous. That day, I happened to be hunting, delivering items to the Guardian King, and passed by the Western Heaven Gate. Upon encountering the Jade place, an impulse guided me inside, whereupon I beheld you for the first time. In that moment, I realized my heart was stirred for you. We shall share many karmic ties in the future. Chen Fan listened, feeling a mixture of emotions. Firstly, Yi's narrative was difficult for him to accept. What did it mean that his heart stirred for him? It felt peculiar. Moreover, he had never considered that the bond between himself and Yi, built over the years, stemmed from a singular moment of fate. I have cultivated for millennia, and my Tian Yin has witnessed the myriad of the world. Ultimately, I came to comprehend that destiny is the most elusive of entities. You may affirm its existence, yet true prediction eludes you. Even the revered Taoist ancestors cannot grasp their own fates, which is why Taishang Lao Jun dwells in Do Shui Palace, rarely emerging. I have taken an entirely different path, acting on impulse. Every experience along the way is merely part of the scenery. Yi's sudden philosophizing overwhelmed Chen Fan. Yet these were his reflections on life. For those who seek enlightenment, they would gain insight into why Lang Shengjun is hailed as the foremost warrior of the three realms. You were bewildered and questioned my identity, to which I casually replied that I was your uncle, here to escort you, Yi said, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. Perhaps due to a less than satisfactory relationship with his own uncle, he spoke so naturally, hoping to embody the role of a commendable uncle himself. At this moment, he turned to glance at Chen Fan, who appeared frozen in astonishment, evidently taken aback by the revelations. Chen Fan internally mused that it was not too disconcerting. Having witnessed countless melodramatic narratives in his past life, Yi's version was relatively palatable. However, he had not anticipated that Yi would take such care of his nephew, who bore no blood relation to him. Was it fair to say he had been struck by fortune? The probability of being favored by Yi upon entering the celestial realm was likely not greater than winning the lottery in his previous life. The resources Yi had invested in him over the years were such that even the seasoned veterans of Jie'in would be envious. I have not overthought this. Does it matter if you are my uncle? The relationship between you and the Jade Emperor pales in comparison to ours. At the very least, I perceive you as a qualified uncle, and that suffices. Young Jian Laogid Heartily. You have not disappointed me, my boy. What you wish to articulate is precisely what I desire to convey. Our interactions are predicated upon temperament and fate. We are brought together by destiny, yet united by our shared disposition, and that is sufficient. The spirited man before him was the true warrior of the three realms. The often stoic expression was merely a fade. He bore immense responsibilities, rendering him unable to afford the luxury of frivolity, necessitating the suppression of his emotions. Today, it seemed ere Yi had come to terms with the notion that, since even his renowned Tian Yin could not control everything, he might as well embrace the unpredictability of fate. Chen Fan understood that from this day forth, he had truly become Heir Ye's nephew. With the air cleared, Heir Ye had nothing left to conceal. Now, remember what I have told you, he said, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on Chen Fan. Commit these words to memory. First, those individuals from the Western Heaven, unless absolutely necessary, maintain minimal contact or even none at all. Their presence is unsettling. And while I cannot avoid them, due to their entrenchment in the celestial court, I urge you to remain vigilant. Chen Fan nodded vigorously. Anyone familiar with Shiyu Ji would harbor few favorable impressions of those characters. Second, do not trust anyone in the celestial court, including myself. Always keep some cards hidden up your sleeve. Where fate may lead us, none can predict, not even I, for I may one day find myself at odds with you. This was Heir Ye's candid sentiment. Chen Fan reflected deeply. Indeed, fate is capricious. What difference does it make if one is the foremost warrior of the three realms? Ultimately, evasion remains impossible, and he too is not exempt from this truth. The weight of the moment was not merely due to the uncle-nephew relationship, but rather the helplessness regarding the arrangements of destiny. He once clung to a flicker of hope that the deities of the celestial court, wielding divine authority and governing the three realms, might possess some control over their fates. Yet, Heir Ye's words brutally shattered such illusions. Nothing in this world is eternal. No matter how formidable one may be, like the revered figures, they too shall inevitably fall. The so-called divination and foresight of these deities merely offers a glimpse, akin to seeing a shadow of a leopard through a narrow tube, insufficient for true clarity regarding what will transpire. Thus, the venerable Bodhi ancestor taught the monkey the way of the Tao, yet refrained from allowing it to call him master. He anticipated that his disciple would stir trouble, though he could not foresee the magnitude of the chaos. The past can be traced, yet the future remains shrouded in mystery. Chen Fan now found himself in a state of confusion. In the face of such a chaotic future, what significance does survival hold? Given the myriad of karmic entanglements he was embroiled in, whether with Heir Ye, the Jade Emperor, Shi Wangmu, or Guanyin, any ripple they create could spell disaster for him. Reflecting on this, Chen Fan felt an urge to chastise himself. It was not that he spoke out of turn. At least his connections to Guanyin and Shi Wangmu were unrelated to him. Yet at times, his thoughts would escape his lips without contemplation. Yet, were his actions truly erroneous? Chen Fan was confident that he had acted rightly, whether in advising Tai by engaging the merit system, or resolving the disputes between the Western Heaven and the Celestial Court regarding Jian. His intentions were rooted in problem-solving. While self-interest existed, his primary motivation was public spirit. Some matters he simply could not abide, reaching a point where inaction was unacceptable. Having ascended to that position, one must perform accordingly, even if it contradicted his fundamental principles. However, from both a rational and emotional standpoint, he felt he had done nothing amiss. With a selfless heart, the universe expands, he mused, attaining clarity in his thoughts. There is no contradiction between survival and undertaking meaningful actions. Survival signifies a lack of ostentation, avoiding unnecessary trouble, and refraining from stepping forward uninvited. It does not entail cowardice in the face of adversity. Rather, it embodies the ability to endure and adapt, a hallmark of true character. Ding! The system timely provided a notification sound. The slacker system was still operational. The host has grasped the profound essence of survival and commenced the process of upgrading, which takes the span of 12 hours. With this upgrade, was it merely a trial version previously? It is no wonder that only meager rewards were bestowed upon me, as I've been striving to maintain a low profile. In conversations with colleagues, were it not for the occasional utterance from me, they might entirely forget my existence. Perhaps it is for the best. No matter how the upgrade unfolds, it will serve as a form of assistance amidst the chaotic environment, providing me with some support. The speed from the Western Paradise remains as swift as ever. The following day, upon arriving at the reception office, I found a familiar bald figure awaiting me at the entrance of my office. Amiba, good morning, Chunjin, he greeted. How unfortunate it is to encounter a monk blocking my way so early in the day. It feels inauspicious. Even if a spirited lady like Hong Yao were to stand at the door, it would yield a more pleasing effect. What can you do besides adding to my vexation? Despite my inner displeasure, I maintained a courteous demeanor and said, Ah, Master Yuan Jing, I did not expect you to be dispatched here from the Western Paradise. The Bodhisattva Guanyin believes that it was I, a humble monk, who first engaged with you. Chunjin, hence it is best to work together to enhance matters. According to the words of Guanyin, your presence serves merely to facilitate communication, allowing Chunjin to access our Western Paradise's resources and act as a tool, while the true work will still fall upon you. Such an expression of unwavering dedication is not how it is intended to be used. Who would wish to employ such terminology with a monk? Moreover, it is evident that I am merely the initiator of this proposal, which, once submitted to the higher authorities, will require several rounds of negotiations between the respective leaders before a final draft is agreed upon. This is not comparable to the previous coordination meeting, where the issues resolved, though significant, pertain to internal affairs of the Celestial Court. Now, strictly speaking, it falls under the realm of diplomatic relations, which is never trivial. Every clause must be scrupulously deliberated. Master Yuanjing, I appreciate your assistance. I have already drafted the initial proposal. After your review, it can be submitted to Bodhisattva Guanyin, while I will present my portion to the protector of the nation. We shall await the decisions of the Bodhisattva and the king. Such preparatory work, in light of my divine abilities, could be completed rather swiftly. I am keen to expedite the departure of the monk, as prolonged interaction with someone so upright and resolute, especially a monk, can be quite taxing. Amiba, Chunjin indeed cares for the collaboration of both parties. Remarkably, within just one day, it has been accomplished, he responded. This is not solely a matter for your Western Paradise. We, the Celestial Court, stand to gain the most. Once the proposal is approved, the Heavenly Court will augment its personnel while the Western Paradise will increase its followers. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Chen's attitude remains steadfast. Regardless of how the Western Paradise may extol the virtues of its scholars, my primary allegiance lies with the Celestial Court, and thus my motivations must prioritize it. This is precisely what I admire about Chunjin. Merely half an hour yesterday allowed him to clarify the situation so thoroughly and propose appropriate solutions, all while maintaining an objective stance on the issues at hand. When Bodhisattva Guanyin spoke of you, he praised your expansive vision. Chunjin is acutely aware of his own circumstances and that these insights stem from viewing the entire Celestial Court from an outsider's perspective. He still harbors a certain degree of detachment from the Heavenly Court, a sentiment that cannot be easily dispelled. Within the Celestial Court, only air evokes a sense of familiarity without barriers. After handing the proposal Jade tablet to Yuan Jing, Chunjin considered his task for the day complete. Now, it was time for his cultivation and to await the updates from the slothful system to discover any new features. Previously, while reading novels, he had witnessed systems that could soar through the skies and perform miraculous feats. At the very least, they offered a time acceleration function to facilitate rapid cultivation. Yet, his current system befitted its moniker of sloth, presenting him with mundane tasks that merely encouraged idleness. Given the current state of the Heavenly Court, traversing an ordinary path necessitated one to descend first. Chun Xianyu, he heard the supervisor's voice, and he understood that his aspirations had been dashed. The urgency with which his supervisor, also a sloth, had arrived indicated that the matter was not trivial. Today's low-key task would not come to fruition. Chapter 35. The Jade Emperor's summoning the supervisor's purpose was straightforward. The Jade Emperor had heard of the proposed collaboration with the Western Paradise. Though the two sides maintained close contact, they belonged to different systems altogether, and His Majesty sought to hear the thoughts of his subordinate. Chunjin was quite familiar with the route to the Heavenly Palace. The Celestial Guards recognized him, and there was no need for inquiries. Some even greeted him. Chun Xianyu, it has been quite a while since we last saw you. The supervisor, accompanying Chun, felt a sense of awe. Previously, he had only known Chun as Arya's nephew. Now, it appeared that he was more than he seemed. The guards of the Jade Emperor, the elite of the Celestial Court, were known for their haughty demeanor. Having visited twice before, he had never received a warm welcome, let alone a greeting. Upon arrival, the Jade Emperor, engrossed in reviewing memorials, merely lifted his gaze to acknowledge Chen Fan before returning to his work. What surprise! You have once again surprised me. Please elaborate on your initial thoughts. What prompted you to consider collaborating with the Western Paradise? Chen Fan recounted the entire matter candidly, knowing that the Jade Emperor could discern his intentions. Before His Majesty, he dared not embellish. Very well, I understand. Since this matter originated from you, I shall assign it to your specific responsibility. I will inform the protector of the nation, and henceforth, you shall be the liaison with the Western Paradise. At this, both the supervisor and Chen Fan raised their heads in astonishment. Such a significant matter entrusted to Chen Fan seemed almost farcical. The Jade Emperor rose, addressing the two. The role of a liaison is not a grand affair. We have been engaged in this task since before the establishment of the Western Paradise. However, due to the recent surge in their followers, conflicts have arisen. The Buddha is aware of this, and thus it is imperative for the Western Paradise to resolve the matter urgently. We need not concern ourselves excessively. We shall proceed according to our own plans, and one person, Chen Fan, suffices. Understood. With clarity in the decree, both men bowed and took their leave. The Jade Emperor quietly observed their retreating figures, chuckling softly. This lad is indeed reliable. The sudden approach from the Western Paradise had initially caused him some concern about potential complications. However, it now appeared that he had been overly cautious. Like before, this lad was simply responding to inspiration, which eased his mind. His gaze shifted toward the west, toward the direction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and his expression grew solemn. The supervisor held Chen Fan in high regard, fully aware that without Chen, the Jade Emperor would not have acknowledged his insignificant self. Although it was his first meeting with the Jade Emperor, he had heard plenty of gossip. His Majesty typically conveyed orders succinctly, often without elaboration. But today he had made an exception, explaining why Chen Fan was entrusted with full responsibility for the negotiations. This was a rare occurrence. The rumors regarding Chen Fan were not exaggerated. In fact, they had underestimated the situation. This was not merely a matter of being in the Emperor's good graces. It was a clear sign of divine favor. The supervisor had no doubt that with a mere word, his position could easily become Chen Fan's. Alas, he had other aspirations. Chen Fan did not ponder too deeply. Having met the Jade Emperor on numerous occasions, it was a familiar dynamic. However, the full responsibility for this negotiation left him feeling somewhat perplexed. Assisting was one thing, but carrying the weight alone was uncharted territory. Initially, he had thought that such a significant matter would ultimately be decided by the protector of the nation, the Jade Emperor's decision to assign it solely to him. In light of his preceding remarks, illuminated the situation. The relationship between the Jade Emperor and Yang Jian, though not particularly harmonious, was surprisingly aligned regarding their vigilance towards the Western Paradise. Chen Fan was filled with curiosity about what had transpired in the heavenly realm during the unknown period leading up to the ascension of the Qi Tian Desheng. Ultimately, it seemed that only the beleaguered man Tu Bao was left to deal with the unruly monkey. Adhering to his usual instincts and feeling uncertain, he unconsciously made his way to Ye's location, only to find the door shut as the holy monarch was out on a. Chen Fan stood in a daze, recalling how just yesterday everyone had resolved their misunderstandings and should have been exemplifying the bond between nephew and uncle. How could one play such tricks? In the past, they would always wait for him, but now it seemed they were intent on being their true selves, the free-spirited holy monarch. With a sigh, he accepted that this was indeed the true essence of Lang Shun, whose nature of freedom had forged him into the most formidable battle god across the three realms. This lingering doubt in his heart needed clarity, especially since he was facing the West alone. He pondered and decided to seek out an old hand for guidance. Upon arriving at the residence, before he could enter, he called out, "Tai, by Shang Xian, Chen Fan seeks an audience." No sooner had he spoken than Tai Bai opened the door with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "I knew you would come. I am aware that you gods possess divine abilities and foresight, but my visit is quite impromptu. Surely, you are not divining my fate?" Observing the puzzled expression on Chen Fan's face, Tai Bai chuckled. "Ah, you are curious, aren't you? Despite your cleverness, you only trust a select few. After every meeting with the Jade Emperor, you invariably visit Yi. Today, however, the Jade Emperor has summoned you again. Unfortunately, Yi is currently engaged in his annual, traversing the three realms to suppress various anomalies. Without him to consult, you must feel unsettled. Apart from Yi, who else could you turn to but me? Chen Fan never shied away from visiting Yi. Their relationship as nephew and uncle was well understood, and outsiders had little to say. However, he hadn't anticipated that Tai Bai, the old fox, would link his visits to Yi with his meetings with the Jade Emperor, openly stating he was there for guidance, thus predicting his arrival. What cunning intelligence he possessed! Tai Bai was not just wise, but divine in his astuteness. Indeed, I have come to seek your counsel, Chen Fan admitted, though I wonder if I may enter to discuss. The results derived from others' expertise left Chen Fan with nothing but admiration. Very well, come in. Your visit is indeed a source of delight for me. After all, apart from Yi, I am the first you thought of. This attests to our bond. Seizing the moment, Chen Fan recounted the entire situation, as it had already stirred considerable commotion within the celestial city, making concealment futile. Tai Bai listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with questions until Chen Fan had thoroughly repeated the Jade Emperor's words. He then smiled broadly. You're troubled by this matter? Ah, youth is indeed marked by naivety. There is no need for distress. The arrival of the bodhisattvas from the West signifies their urgency, as it pertains to the fate of their devoted believers and the subsequent interactions with others in the West. They're more anxious than we are. The Jade Emperor's assessment was not mistaken. Your role is sufficient. The expectations are not excessively high. The visitors from the West are likely here for you. You are the optimal choice. Tai Bai's analysis was astute, yet Chen Fan was somewhat perplexed by what it meant for them to be coming specifically for him, as he was merely a minor celestial attendant. Ah, some things are better left for you to gradually comprehend, Tai Bai advised. Chapter 36. The signing of the agreement, this old man was still withholding information as if he believed Chen Fan could not deduce it himself. The Buddhist teachings emphasized the significance of fate. It was merely a chance encounter that had triggered some connection, prompting Guanyin Bodhisattva to personally arrive. The matters that Yi had not disclosed were subtly hinted at by Tai Bai's words. It was evident that the Jade Emperor was also aware of these developments. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted Chen Fan with this task. They had orchestrated everything with such clarity. Perhaps this was destiny? When Chen Fan had encountered the bald monk, it had all begun to unfold naturally. Had he refrained from speaking those words at that moment and allowed the monk to take the person away, how different things might have turned out. While he claimed to be indifferent, burdened by the ordinary path of life, deep inside, he still harbored a flicker of ambition. These conflicting emotions left Chen Fan feeling disoriented, as if he could not see himself clearly. Yet he resolved to set aside his confusion and focus on the task at hand. The pace from the West remained steady, and the following day, Guanyin Bodhisattva returned with the bald monk to the reception office. This time, it was not in Chen Fan's office, but rather in a grand hall designated for their meeting. As per the directives received, Your Excellency, this document has been reviewed by the Buddha, myself, and the esteemed members of the West. We find it to be quite perfect, at least in our eyes, and we can implement it immediately. Guanyin's demeanor remained soothing, exuding an air of tranquility. As was customary, Chen Fan attempted to defer, saying, The esteemed ones from the West should consider this further. It is solely my composition, and there may be oversights. I hope for collective input to refine it. Let us proceed with its implementation. Should any issues arise later, we can amend them. This unprecedented proposal can only reveal its challenges once it is put into practice. Guanyin's words signified the West's complete endorsement of Chen Fan's proposal, and in accordance with celestial protocol, she inscribed her spiritual seal upon it. Very well. I will present the document to His Majesty, and we can commence implementation without delay. The West, as confidence left Chen Fan with little to argue. Guanyin and the bald monk bowed deeply to Chen Fan, saying, This plan's realization is a testament to your efforts, and on behalf of all Buddhist disciples, I express our gratitude to Chen Jin. Simultaneously, the bald monk produced a golden feather, half his height, which shimmered like flowing water in the light. In terms of elixirs and magical artifacts, Chen Fan was certainly not lacking, but only this feather could adequately express the West's gratitude. This is far too precious. The feather, rumored to be from the legendary Dapeng, was a significant offering from the West, demonstrating their earnestness in presenting it to this minor celestial attendant. In comparison to your generosity towards us, this feather is trivial. It serves merely as a token. In the future, should you ascend to the West with this feather, the Buddha shall grant you a request within reason. After their departure, Chen Fan took a long moment to comprehend the weight of this gift, feeling it burn in his hands. What had he done to deserve such a generous offering from the West? He needed to reflect on the entire incident. With a resounding slap, Chen Fan chastised himself, not holding back, leaving half his face flushed. You are a fool, Chen Fan, always indulging in clever tricks, basking in flattery, while the notions of broad perspectives and differing viewpoints are mere nonsense. In the document Guanyin had just signed, the West had obtained the very thing they desired most from the heavenly court, the freedom to preach. Recalling the lengths to which the great powers had gone for such rights in previous lifetimes, including wars and genocides, he had now handed it to them so effortlessly. Chen Fan sat down heavily, his mind racing. He had never felt so disheveled since ascending to the heavens. Everything suddenly made sense. Yes, avoidance. The Jade Emperor's demeanor, entitled by S. enigmatic smile. These old foxes had clearly seen through it all and had not offered a single word of warning as he stumbled into this pitfall. The Jade Emperor had likely summoned him with the expectation that he would become a pawn for the West, hence proposing this arrangement. After a brief moment of tranquility, numerous doubts began to surface. Why did these individuals, aware of the situation, choose not to alert me, allowing events to unfold unimpeded? Chen Fan was certain that if he submitted this document, the Jade Emperor would undoubtedly approve it. Even the national protector, the Heavenly King, had allowed him to take charge of this matter. What was the ultimate objective? After much contemplation, all questions converged towards a singular conclusion. I would bear the consequences. Firstly, the rise of the Western paradise was now unstoppable, and with the heavenly court suffering from a significant manpower shortage, the West was an exceptional supplement. The celestial court could not refuse the inclusion of individuals from the Western paradise. Once these individuals were accepted and ascended the divine ranking, they acquired status but were subjected to joint jurisdiction, unable to present themselves as disciples of the West. After all, this was the heavenly court where heavenly laws prevailed, not the West. In Temple urgently needed a means to break this awkward impasse, allowing these Western believers to serve within the heavenly court while disseminating their faith. It was certain that many tentative measures had been attempted behind the scenes, but none had succeeded. My naive proposal fortuitously appeared, providing the West with a perfect opportunity. Initially, the freedom to propagate their faith was merely an ancillary benefit, inconspicuous, while the primary focus was on resolving personnel disputes, a justification that could not be more fitting. The proposer of the plan, Chen Fan, was also ideal. Favored by the Jade Emperor, he was the nephew of the first war god of the Three Realms and had recently achieved great merit. Everything seemed so natural, harmonious, and effortlessly aligned that even Chen Fan felt an illusion of grandeur. Believing he could resolve a long-standing issue that had troubled the celestial court and the West for centuries with a mere suggestion. It turned out that I was the most foolish one. Great wisdom is often accompanied by foolishness, aptly describe my situation. Chapter 37. The final ruling at this juncture. Regardless of the multitude of regrets swirling in Chen Fan's heart, the document still had to be submitted. Guanyin Bodhisattva had already signed it, and should he wish to rescind the agreement, the West would undoubtedly make him understand the true meaning of Kong's wrath. In Temple did not attain its vast scale merely by the light of ancient lamps. Every long journey eventually reaches its conclusion. As he handed over the document, the Jade Emperor perused it briefly before following the proper protocol and affixing his imperial seal, thus declaring the document an officially recognized rule by heaven and earth, fulfilling the desires of the West. Your task is complete. Why do you linger? Noticing Chen Fan still standing there, the Jade Emperor was taken aback, even more surprised that his once bustling mind was now utterly vacant, feeling nothing at all. Had this sensation dissipated, or was it that he truly had nothing on his mind? Upon closer inspection, The boy's eyes were devoid of spirit. It seemed to be the latter. What had stirred him? Or had he truly come to terms with it? May your majesty impose punishment. Chen Fan finally reacted. It appeared he had indeed reached an understanding. The Jade Emperor received the thought, realizing that this insight had come rather late. Or perhaps it would have been better had he not possessed such wisdom at all. You have aided the celestial court in resolving a significant dilemma. What crime is there in that? Depart now. You shall receive an edict shortly for this great merit. The Jade Emperor's tone remained placid, yet Chen Fan's heart sank further. He had hoped for immediate judgment, as at least that would provide clarity. The current situation was the most disheartening. On the surface, everything he had done, every process he had followed, aligned with the rules of the heavenly court, without any transgression. To all observers, it appeared that he, Chen Fan, had reconciled centuries of grievances between the two sides, earning the favor of both the West and the heavenly court. In reality, however, the high-ranking officials of the heavenly court, along with those who understood the nuances, were acutely aware that Chen Fan had willingly become a scapegoat for the heavenly court, relinquishing benefits to the West in exchange for a mere promise, nothing short of selling his master for personal gain, a traitor to the celestial court. Now, the Jade Emperor remained silent, leaving Chen Fan entirely oblivious to what awaited him. He did not know whether to feel gratitude or resentment towards that golden feather from upon. Without it, he would not have comprehended the magnitude of the interests he had betrayed. The West's offering of this feather was a treacherous move, and he had foolishly reveled in it, only to be struck unexpectedly by this sudden revelation. Upon opening the door, he discovered the second master seated and gazing directly at him. "Uncle, I recognize my error." Chen Fan's tone had shed its previous flippancy, now imbued with sincerity. "No amount of my words can compare to your own first-hand experience. Do you understand the entirety of the situation?" The second master's voice remained composed. "I cannot claim to understand it all, but I am aware of the grave mistake I have made and the immense gift I have bestowed upon Dlin Temple. All his pride had been shattered, leaving only regret and reflection. You now comprehend the significance of what I told you that night. The so-called will of heaven plays tricks on us. We are merely pawns in a grand scheme. This move is yours to make, and all your remorse is of no use. I will ask you a few questions." "Please go ahead, uncle. How is Dlin Temple faring now?" "It is flourishing. Can the current manpower shortage in the celestial court be resolved?" "In the recruitment department, after nearly a month, I believe it cannot be resolved in the short term. Do you still blame yourself?" Chen Fan was taken aback that the second master had come to console him. He had sought similar justifications, but the crux of the matter remained. "Uncle, the right granted to the West to spread their faith was bestowed by me. This fact cannot be altered, and regardless of any reasoning. I am the one who made this mistake, and I was the one who first proposed the suggestion. I cannot accept it. If there is no way, then devise a way. The phrase 'there is no way' is merely an excuse that the weak give themselves. Do you consider yourself weak?" Chen Fan longed to admit that he was weak, both psychologically and physically. However, the second master's unwavering gaze, filled with intensity, imparted a unique strength, prompting Chen Fan to shake his head. "I am not weak. Indeed, this is the Chen Fan I know, always brimming with vitality, not this current despondency. It was not erred. Compared to the mistakes I made in my youth, what you have done pales in comparison." This truth resonated deeply with Chen Fan. Indeed, the second master had fought his way up through countless transgressions against heavenly laws, ultimately achieving his status as the first war god of the three realms. To consider himself a troublemaker was an affront. He would not even be worthy of carrying the second master's shoes. When one errs, one must acknowledge it. When one is punished, one must stand tall. You have already taken the first step by admitting your mistake. The impending tempest will be yours alone to weather, and you must prepare yourself mentally. "No way, uncle. I thought you had come to encourage me. Why not offer some assistance to help me navigate this crisis?" The second master stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Chen Fan's shoulder. "You must trust my words. I, Yang Jian, have stated that as long as your life is not in danger, it shall remain so. Even if there were danger, I would ensure it dissipates. Beyond life, everything else is trivial. I believe you will endure this trial." This bold declaration did little to excite Chen Fan. However, it did provide a sense of assurance, dispelling the emptiness within him. At the very least, there was someone supporting him. Chapter 38. Waiting the second master's words merely alleviated some of Chen Fan's inner uncertainties. The right to propagate faith in the West would inevitably be granted. After all, the heavenly court was in need of the West at this juncture. Moreover, he had not erred in his assertion that the celestial court did not place great importance on matters of faith. The worldviews of the journey to the West and the divine ranking were significantly divergent. The divine ranking was conferred by primordial forces, rather than crafted by any fisherman. Although the figures within the celestial court were not entirely analogous, the paths to immortality were distinctly different. The second master evidently pursued a path of defiance against the Jade Emperor, achieving divinity rather than engaging in the divine war. The celestial realm necessitates a sufficient workforce to ensure its smooth operation. However, with the rapid rise of the Western paradise, its infiltration into the celestial hierarchy threatens to create an independent faction, ultimately leading to an unwieldy situation. Currently, the Western Queen Mother, XWM, is in a semi-independent state. Should another entity emerge, it would render the celestial court's endeavors exceedingly challenging. Upon reflecting on the initial realization of this predicament, regret flooded Chen Fan's mind, pondering how he could relinquish such critical authority. Yet, after the calming words of the second elder, he regained his composure and gleaned new insights throughout the night. The venerable figures like the second elder, YD, and TIB are not those who simply shift blame. Such monumental affairs are beyond the capacity of a mere celestial youth to bear alone. Their silence indicates an expectation that granting the authority to disseminate teachings would not result in dire consequences. The crux of resolving this matter lies in understanding the capabilities of the Western Queen Mother, whose presence has instilled unease within the celestial realm. She possesses the power to counter the encroaching influences from the Western paradise. The duties of the reception department must continue unabated until further directives are issued. This remains Chen Fan's primary responsibility. Moreover, aiding others is a gratifying endeavor. The souls of the deceased, once guided to the celestial realm, not only prolong their existence, but also help replenish the celestial population, thereby enhancing the management of the myriad realms. The members of the reception department regard Chen Fan with increasing reverence, recognizing the significant contributions he has made, particularly in being valued by the West, which has bestowed upon him the precious golden phoenix feather. It is merely a matter of time before he ascends to greater heights, and in this nascent stage, it is prudent to cultivate favorable relations. Chen Fan, however, approached it all with calmness. From the reactions around him, he understood that he had acted, yet the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. His earlier statement, suggesting that the Jade Emperor penalize him, stemmed from a moment of personal shame. In hindsight, it seems unlikely that the Jade Emperor would publicly chastise him, given the ostensible camaraderie between the Western Paradise and the Celestial Court. As a peace ambassador and facilitator of friendship, Chen Fan indeed holds merit. Suddenly, it dawned on Chen Fan that he might have overlooked a matter. It appeared that the salted fish system had undergone an upgrade, having received a reminder prior to the upgrade. Now, 12 hours had elapsed without further notification. Upon accessing the system, he discovered that the upgrade had indeed completed, albeit the interface remained rudimentary. The sole enhancement was a digital display revealing the state of his body. This seemed rather superfluous. While such internal visuals might be useful elsewhere, in the Celestial Court, where practitioners focus on celestial arts and the attainment of the golden elixir, it held little significance. After a brief moment of frustration, Chen Fan realized he had spoken too soon. The system did possess some utility. Beneath the basic information of name, cultivation level, and age, there was a row of data boxes depicting the relationships among various factions. The design resembled those of online games from his previous life. The Celestial Court's relations were nearing reverence, with the next level likely being adoration. To his surprise, the relationship with the Jade Emperor had also escalated to a level of respect, with mere nuances separating it from worship. He was perplexed, questioning when he had managed to win over this sovereign of the three realms, as he felt he lacked the means or qualifications to do so. However, as the system was indeed a divine artifact, it warranted some degree of trust. As for the Western Queen Mother, her stance remained cool, teetering just shy of animosity. for which Chen Fan was grateful. Yet, the connections with YNM and HNYO were not explicitly displayed. The relationship with the dragon god was somewhat better, categorized as friendship. An unexpected revelation was the red alert from the Thunder Department, indicating dissatisfaction, with the progress bar well past halfway, suggesting a trajectory towards hostility. Chen Fan was left bewildered, utterly unaware of when he had offended the Thunder Department. Among the remaining major factions, the Western Paradise merely registered as respectful, which was commendable considering their limited interactions. This indicated genuine gratitude from the Buddhist sect. Guanyin Bodhisattva was marked as a friend, while even Unj Ing had a separate display, showing respect, proving that his verbal engagements were indeed effective. Other fragments of relationships, including that with the city god temple, also reflected a minimum of respect towards him as a celestial being. After perusing the system, Chen Fan found himself impressed by its evolution. Even without additional functionalities, the ability to visualize relationships was a delightful surprise. He no longer needed to fear backstabbing. All connections were transparent, informing him whom to be wary of. For instance, the Thunder Department, which had generously bestowed gifts upon him, now warranted his utmost caution. In terms of cultivation, the system accurately assessed him as a celestial youth at 99, indicating his lack of prominence within the celestial court. For the first time, Chen Fan grasped the extent of his diminished presence despite completing numerous daily tasks, as illustrated in a graph, revealing he was nearing the upper limit of human celestial cultivation, with the next step likely being Earth celestial. It became evident why his colleagues in the reception department had been unable to recognize him. Aside from that, the salted fish system remained as unremarkable as its name suggested, lacking groundbreaking features. Chen Fan felt content. Demanding more from such a system would be unreasonable, and its assistance was already commendable. Chen Fan, where are you? The familiar voice of a commanding woman echoed, accompanied by her characteristic carefree demeanor. Chen Fan felt a headache coming on. It had been nearly a month since she last sought him out, and now she chose this tumultuous time to reappear. Chapter 39. HNYO pays a visit. Upon opening the door, Chen Fan respectfully clasped his hands and greeted, "Greetings, Fairy HNYO. I apologize for not receiving you properly." He genuinely wished to avoid dealings with such an unpredictable individual, whose erratic behavior was entirely at odds with his principles of caution and humility. Yet, with her at his doorstep, he had little choice. Although his demeanor was courteous, she seemed entirely unappreciative. "What annoys me is your pretense," she remarked, entering Chen Fan's office. Turning to see his colleagues, he noticed their expressions filled with anticipation. Chen Fan smiled wryly, knowing these gossip-mongers would concoct tales from this encounter, and before long, the entire celestial court would be aware of her visit. Uncertain of Fairy HNYO's intentions, Chen Fan resolved to treat her with respect regardless of her demeanor. Not only was her cultivation level superior to his, but she also held a prominent position before XWM, in a context where she appeared to be an ally of the Jade Emperor. Even XWM had merely scolded her lightly, indicating a degree of favoritism. Given her formidable strength, deep connections, and status as a celestial maiden, she was someone to be reckoned with. "Let us skip the pleasantries. I'm here to ask for your assistance," HNYO stated. "Fairy HNYO. You jest. I am but a humble reception department youth. What can I possibly offer to aid you?" Chen Fan replied sincerely. Her impatience was palpable. "You may think I am idle, but I am currently engaged in alchemy and find myself in need of a rare herb known as Shinyo Hajo. This herb is peculiar. Regardless of the celestial arts or divine powers employed, it loses its potency within 3 days from the moment of harvesting. Moreover, it is only found in a handful of locations. While the celestial fields do possess it, I must wait 2 days, which I simply cannot afford. I require your assistance forthwith. Your demeanor in seeking help is quite remarkable. Had you not been so pleasing to the eye, you might have faced dire consequences long ago. I shall not ask for your efforts without recompense. I offer you a substantial merit in return. You are indeed the fabled affluent one, as your request begins with a demand for at least half a year's worth of merit from the Jejin division. Are you dissatisfied? I could perhaps offer a bit more, but do not be greedy. This sum is already quite generous." After Red Yao's barrage of words, Chen Fan could only chuckle inwardly, realizing she had not afforded him a moment to respond. Enough of this. I can assist with your request. Assisting mortals with personal matters serves as a significant source of revenue for the Jijin officials. A celestial maiden of Red Yao stature would encounter far more complications in descending to the mortal realm than those officials tasked with such duties, as she would require the consent of her direct superior, Zhuangmu. Observing the strained relationship between Red Yao and Zhuangmu, Chen Fan understood why she would prefer to seek his aid rather than that of her superior. Given the urgency of her need for the herb, and the fact that higher-level connections were unnecessary, approaching him, Jijin official, was indeed the best choice. Very well, take this jade slip. It contains the details regarding the production locations and various characteristics of the Fuyo herb. I need it by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Chen Fan glanced at his Jijin token, having recently received a new task, and replied, "No need to wait. I can deliver it today. I shall set off immediately." Red Yao leaped with joy, patting Chen Fan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Though you may lack charm, you are unexpectedly reliable. No wonder Tai sought you for the coordination team. I have heard you have achieved another accomplishment." "Sister, let us not dwell on this vexing matter," Chen Fan interjected, eager to divert Red Yao's attention. "My newly assigned task is pressing, and I must promptly procure the Fuyo herb. Please await my good news. Once I have acquired it, I will send word." The celestial realm has its advantages. Once one memorizes the fluctuations of another's spiritual energy, one can send messages without hindrance within the celestial courts. Of course, the recipient may choose to block such communications. When Chen Fan first learned of this, he marveled at its resemblance to text messaging, albeit reliant on spiritual energy and limited by the capacity of one's consciousness. Chen Fan was not misleading Red Yao by the time the task reached him. The Jijin official had passed nearly 6 hours ago. With the need to allocate time for finding the Fuyo herb, he was pressed for time. Red Yao, recognizing the urgency, urged him onward. Go. Your task as a Jijin official is equally important." On his way, Chen Fan opened the jade slip. Red Yao had done her homework thoroughly, providing a detailed account regarding the Fuyo herb. Conveniently, one of the production sites was not far from his Jijin charge. He could first gather the herb before proceeding to escort the individual. It would be impractical to take the Jijin official along for herb gathering. This particular herb, true to its name, requires strong winds for growth, specifically powerful gales. The location Chen Fan was heading to was a canyon where winds of 7 to 8 degrees blew year-round. Mortals could not approach, and even some cultivators found it difficult due to the unique terrain. For Chen Fan, this posed no challenge. The Jijin shuttle was an extraordinary tool for officials, allowing them to navigate extreme environments. Unless faced with the celestial realm's tempestuous winds, Chen Fan could easily access the valley using his own celestial energy. Everything was meticulously planned. Yet upon entering the eye of the storm, he found not a single Fuyo herb. A thorough scan of the area yielded nothing. The Jijin official would not wait, and Chen Fan had no time to explore elsewhere. He needed to prioritize escorting the individual. The main task was progressing smoothly. With the relationships between the Western Paradise and the Celestial Court clarified, the greatest obstacle for Jijin officials had been removed, leaving little difficulty ahead. Upon ascending to the heavens, Chen Fan immediately sent a message to Red Yao. "Red Yao, I have not discovered Fuyo herbs in Region 3. This is impossible. The locations I provided consistently yield Fuyo herbs. I obtained this information from Huji. It cannot be incorrect. Wait for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan spotted a figure clad in red outside the teleportation array. Red Yao, exhibiting remarkable patience, awaited Chen Fan's handover of the Jijin official to another department before urgently inquiring, "Are you certain you did not err in locating the site? This herb is seldom harvested, only utilized in a handful of niche elixirs." Chen Fan could only respond with patience. "Your map from Huji should indeed be accurate. After all, he has overseen the growth of all plants since the inception of the Celestial Court. My positioning is also correct, as the data was directly input into the Jijin shuttle. The only remaining explanation is that someone has harvested it before us." Red Yao found herself unable to counter this. Although Huji was not widely recognized, he was highly esteemed. Even the Jade Emperor would defer to him. Given his jurisdiction over plant growth, he maintained a low profile, yet wielded immense power. His maps were generally trustworthy. The Jiajin shuttle was equally reliable. If any errors arose, it would have caused a public uproar. With those possibilities ruled out, it was evident that someone had taken the Fuyo herbs. Resigned to this conclusion, Red Yao pressed on. Did you sense any residual spiritual energy at the site? Who could have done this? Chen Fan could only grimace. Red Yao, I lack the capabilities of my uncle, the Celestial Hound. I cannot detect even a trace of lingering energy. All I can say is that there was no significant spiritual energy remaining on site, and I have no knowledge of who might be responsible. If you truly cannot locate this herb, you should consult Zhuangmu. With her powers, it should pose no challenge. It was not that Chen Fan was unwilling to assist her. Rather, Jijin officials were prohibited from descending to the mortal realm without a task. Having completed today's assignment, the likelihood of receiving another task tomorrow was slim. Zhang had long stated that there were typically 10 assignments a month, but the actual number of Jijin officials receiving them was often around 10 or so. Red Yao, anxious about the situation, Chen Fan could only provide her with a potential avenue for swiftly locating the herb. Red Yao sought him out to avoid troubling Zhuangmu. Yet circumstances had rendered many decisions beyond her control. Gritting her teeth, Red Yao inquired, is there truly no other option? There are 2 more locations. Could you not send colleagues to investigate them? Very well, I will speak with them. Chen Fan hesitated to shatter her hopes. At the first location, he had only hurriedly scanned the area, leaving without finding the Fuyo herb. However, the terrain of the site remained etched in his memory. Once he had hurriedly delivered the individual, Chen Fan reflected in his mind and realized that Red Yao's data had outlined the growth range of the Fuyo herb, but some areas were marked blank, while the soil remained undisturbed. This was quite telling. The blank areas indicated the presence of the Fuyo herb, recently harvested. Otherwise, they would not be barren. If the soil had not been disturbed, it meant the herbs had been taken using celestial arts or other divine powers, requiring no excavation of the earth. Synthesizing this information led to the conclusion that someone had harvested the Fuyo herbs before him. Hence his hypothesis that the herbs had been taken. Given that one area had been stripped bare, it suggested the other party was also in need of this herb, making it unlikely they would overlook those locations. Thus, Chen Fan surmised that his colleagues were likely to return empty-handed as well. At present, Chen Fan holds considerable influence within the Jian Sea, where the lower-ranking officials of the Celestial Court heed his every call. These bureaucrats, indifferent to matters of missionary authority, are simply grateful that Chen Fan has alleviated a significant burden, sparing them the need to engage with the monks. This, they deem, is an immeasurable merit. The task of merely collecting medicinal herbs was readily accepted, with a promise from them that Chen Fan should await good news at home. The 2 of them waited in Chen Fan's office, enduring a monotonous silence. While Chen Fan occupied himself with organizing a report on this mission, Hong Yao sat quietly, her legs drawn up, lost in thought. It was a relief that she could be so still. Chen Fan was uncertain about what to say to her, and chose instead to focus on his own duties. At that moment, he found himself envious of her. The deities registered within the Celestial Court have all been recognized on the function bang and fulfill their respective roles. Although Hong Yao undoubtedly has her responsibilities, Chen Fan had never witnessed her in action, and it seemed she had an abundance of time. Chen Xianyu, I apologize, but I've searched twice. And if the map is correct, there are no Fuyao herbs in that location. That's all right. I will trouble you to make another trip. Among family, there is no need for such formalities. Hong Yao, clearly having heard, maintained her silence, though the light in her eyes dimmed slightly, making it impossible for Chen Fan to reconcile her current demeanor with the vibrant Hong Yao he knew. The second colleague reported similarly, having failed to locate the Fuyao herbs. This individual had assured Chen Fan before descending that they would find them, but now returned empty-handed, filled with apologies. Chen Fan reassured him, yet noticed that Hong Yao had buried her head in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. Is this truly happening? Chen Fan thought, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. This was his first experience witnessing a deity in tears, especially a celestial maiden. He wished she wouldn't cry in front of him. Otherwise, others might misconstrue his involvement. And if the news reached Shi Wangmu, given her protective nature, she could very well punish him, a mere celestial youth. Despite his reluctance, Chen Fan approached her and inquired, "What is the purpose of the Fuyao herbs? Perhaps I could devise a solution." Flattering words must be spoken. If it were merely a trivial effort, he would assist without hesitation. However, the Fuyao herbs were notoriously elusive. Even seeking the help of Yi might prove ineffective. The pressing concern was to soothe this distressed woman. "I am with child. The Fuyao herbs are the primary ingredient for abortive medicine." What? Chen Fan nearly choked on his own breath. Was this not the plot of a lowbrow melodrama? In such a celestial environment, how could a life be at stake? No. It was a celestial life, indeed a remarkable situation. Over the past few days, he had absorbed numerous rumors, learning that, despite the celestial realm spanning thousands of years, only a few hundred pairs of celestial couples had formed. He also uncovered a peculiar truth. Due to the formidable powers of these deities, procreation proves challenging. Strictly speaking, within the celestial court, after the reconstruction of one celestial body, one is akin to a different species compared to mortals, rendering the possibility of offspring nearly non-existent. According to statistics from gossip mongers in the celestial court, the recorded instances of celestial pregnancies were fewer than the number of celestial couples, numbering less than 100. Yet, Hong Yao had somehow found herself in this situation. Given the rarity of such occurrences, her unwillingness to keep the child must indicate issues with the father. Without her saying so, Chen Fan dare not pry. Moreover, he was baffled by the peculiar nerve she had struck. Clearly, she held him in low regard. Yet she revealed such explosive news. He was already entangled in troubles. He wished not to complicate matters further. Chapter 41. Explosive news. Forgive my impertinence, but in my humble opinion, it would be best to consult Shi Wangmu. Her experience is considerable. Indeed, it is considerable. Be it the 7 fairies or the cowherd and weaver girl, Shi Wangmu ultimately cleans up after them. These celestial maidens, in their impulsive pursuit of love, neglect to consider that they are all beings of the Fengshen Bang, each with a celestial duty. Life among mortals holds a certain allure, more vibrant than the celestial court. This insight came after Chen Fan had delicately probed Yi about Shi Wangmu's background, nearly leading Yi to believe he wished to leave the celestial court. To prevent these maidens from suffering irreversible consequences, Shi Wangmu had to act as the enforcer, playing the villain, which included dealing with her own sister's son. The young Yi, unaware of the truth, regarded Shi Wangmu as an adversary and even harbored resentment towards the Jade Emperor, resulting in a dramatic entanglement that turned the celestial realm into chaos. Shi Wangmu's reluctance to allow arbitrary pairings stems largely from the influence of these fallen maidens. Even those who remain in the celestial realm are urged to think carefully, to avoid the paths proven erroneous by their predecessors. Understanding this context, Chen Fan believed it prudent for Hong Yao to explain her situation to Shi Wangmu, confident that Shi Wangmu would support her. "I cannot confront my aunt." "So, the celestial court is a family nest, is it? Shi Wangmu is your aunt, while the Jade Emperor is Ye's uncle. Are you both relatives? By protocol, should I not address you as aunt?" Chen Fan felt a surge of frustration. He was at a loss for where to begin voicing his grievances. The crux of the matter was that Shi Wangmu was your aunt, your kin. How could you confide such matters to an outsider, yet fear to disclose them to your family? Surely, your aunt would not devour you. The entire situation became convoluted, and even Chen Fan, with his expansive mind, found himself momentarily speechless. He dared not inquire further about the male protagonist in this affair. Indeed, he had no desire to. The further removed he was from this troubling situation, the better. Task: assist Hong Yao in resolving her current dilemma. Reward: increase the favorability of all individuals associated with Shi Wangmu. You insipid system, why meddle in such affairs? Who could possibly be of a rank to associate with a celestial maiden like Hong Yao? I might not even comprehend how I could meet my end in such a scenario. Once dead, what use is favorability? Furthermore, according to the game's design, achieving a certain level of favorability should yield rewards or allow the acquisition of prestige items. Yet here, none of that is present. It is merely about winning the friendship of others. You should remain content being an adequate idol system. Do not overthink. As Chen Fan pondered, Hong Yao had already regained her composure. her face returning to its usual state, revealing no signs of her earlier tears, save for her pallor, which still bore trace of her distress. I apologize for burdening you with my troubles. These are my personal issues and should not have sullied your ears. Please forget what I said. I will resolve this independently. With that, she strode towards the door. Your graceful exit leaves me with a mess to clean up. Chen Fan lamented internally. Had he known the Fuyao herbs pertained to this matter, he would never have sent his 2 colleagues to search for them. They could not keep their lips sealed. Once they spread the word that Chen Fan was assisting Hong Yao in her quest for the Fuyao herbs, the truth would be utterly distorted. Others would inevitably jump to conclusions, assuming some scandalous connection between himself and Hong Yao, leaving him unable to clarify his position. What a perplexing situation this is. Sister, after failing to obtain the Fuyo grass, you might as well have departed without uttering those subsequent words. Allow me to remain blissfully ignorant, yet you insist on unveiling the truth. My mind, ever prone to wandering thoughts, grapples with the implications. It is as though you have forcefully cast the strands of cause and effect upon me, expecting me to catch them. As matters stand, even though this affair might originally have had no bearing on me, it has now become entangled. Hong Yao, what enmity do you harbor? Do you believe my burdens are already ample, and thus chose to add another? Chen Fan, having endured much in silence, ultimately voiced his thoughts. Hong Yao CNNV, please pause. At this juncture, he comprehended that he had fallen into yet another trap. The treachery of the heavenly court is insidious. Even the seemingly carefree Hong Yao is a master of deception. After expending considerable effort and uttering a multitude of words, it seems only one statement holds truth. She is indeed with child. As for the notion of terminating the pregnancy, that is likely a self-deception. This Fuyo grass may well have been gathered by her own hands. The singular purpose behind all her actions is to use him as a stepping stone to approach Yi. If anyone in the heavenly court could empathize with the notion of a celestial maiden bearing a child, it would undoubtedly be Yi. In this light, Hong Yao's audacity is noteworthy. It is akin to a mortal's secret union. No wonder she has resorted to seeking Yi's assistance. Chapter 42. Relatives from this point forward. Chen Fan vowed never to trust anyone's ostensible candor again. The denizens of the heavenly court are nothing if not performers. The celestial realm is a stage, and if you dare to dream, come forth. Each one of them displays remarkable skill in their craft. Even those who are typically reliable have put on a show for their own amusement. Not to mention Hong Yao, Tai Bai, and those from the Thunder Department. Chen Fan has ample reason to suspect that even the Jade Emperor is ensnaring him in a trap. The note concerning the individuals around him remains a mystery. He does not know who placed it there, but it rings true, echoing the heartfelt confessions shared with Yi. Trust no one. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Hong Yao plays a game of overt manipulation. Now, as Chen Fan seeks news of the Fuyo grass, word has spread. Others will not concern themselves with the truth, even if some powerful beings can discern the essence for the bystanders. Whether it is you who solicited assistance or if Hong Yao visited your office afterward, the connection remains inescapable. What a conundrum. Even after discerning the other's scheming, Chen Fan can only accompany her to seek out Yi. Along the way, he could not help but inquire, Hong Yao, CNNV. You and Yi must be considered relatives by now. Why not approach him directly? What do you expect him to resolve for you? Hong Yao ceased her facade, gently caressing her abdomen as she replied, relatives we may be, but we are not close, due to well-known reasons. The relationship between the Holy Monarch and the Emperor is strained, while my aunt's relationship with him is fraught with animosity. Throughout all these years, he has never set foot in the Yao Qi, and even for mandatory gatherings held there, he certainly would not attend. Under such circumstances, how can I converse with him? Only through an intermediary. Very well, you are the one with child now. So, I have no further words, Chen Fan conceded, unable to reproach a pregnant woman, especially when the joy on Hong Yao's face appeared genuine. Upon finding Yi waiting at the door, he understood the situation's intricacies and, recognizing that he was aware, chose to remain silent and lead the way. Once they entered the room, a space entirely belonging to him, Yi's expression darkened as he immediately questioned. You are a clever one. Do you know how much trouble this young man has stirred recently? Why involve him? Han Yao, weary, took a seat, sighed, and slowly responded. What can I do? It was only yesterday that I discovered I was with child. Should my aunt learn of this, my fate would be sealed. Of all the beings in the heavenly court who could assist me, you are the only one I could think of. I belong to the Yao Qi and cannot access this small courtyard. Among those I know, only Chen Fan could reliably contact you. Chen Fan remained in the shadows, refraining from offering his opinion. This was a moment for the two formidable figures to communicate. He was already burdened with debts and felt no urgency. Who is the child's father? Ere Yi pressed, unwilling to become entangled in unnecessary inquiries. Han Yao shook her head. He is merely an ordinary mortal. You will not find him. I trust you have already attempted to locate Erlang Shun. At this, Arya's demeanor unexpectedly calmed. He gestured toward the door. You may leave. I cannot assist you with this matter. Han Yao grew agitated, her voice rising. Leave? Where could I possibly go? Why can't you help me? The child in my womb shares your lineage. Arya chuckled in exasperation. Look at yourself. Is this how one beseeches another? For what reason do you believe that because you have entangled yourself with a mortal, I, the son of a mortal, must assist you? As he spoke, his heavenly eye suddenly opened, the third eye coldly fixating on Han Yao. You should be grateful that it was Chen Fan who brought you here. Furthermore, you should appreciate that after so many years, we are discussing this matter again. Had it been when I first ascended to the heavenly court, and you dared to mention my lineage, I would have slain you. At that moment, Han Yao felt her consciousness and spiritual awareness stripped away, as if ensnared in an entirely sealed space, unable to think, breathe, or move, her entire being rendered helpless. Although Chen Fan did not comprehend Han Yao's sensations, he could feel the oppressive aura and observed her becoming utterly immobilized. This was indeed the formidable war god who had ascended from the mortal realm. Many had nearly forgotten the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood that lay behind him, and Han Yao was evidently one of them. I harbor no fondness for the Jade Emperor and despise the Western Queen Mother even more, yet what I detest most are those who trample upon the rules. Do you find excitement in mingling with mortals, relishing the thrill of forbidden fruit? And do the adoring gazes of those mortals not provide you with pleasure, far more gratifying than the narrow-minded beings of the celestial realm, who care only for cultivation and power? Each word struck like a sharpened blade, piercing Han Yao's heart. The holy monarch clearly had no intention of eliminating her, for he released his hold on her. Only then could she cry out, no? I have never thought of it that way. I truly love Lu Lang, and I did not wish for things to come to this. True love? Yi scoffed. Then bring him forth, and I shall personally inquire of him. If you wish to discuss my lineage, then let us talk. My mother, in order to ensure my survival, willingly endured 3 centuries beneath Mount Hong. Had I not cultivated my powers and freed her, this duration would have extended to 500 years. It was those 300 years that rendered her powers null, and in less than a century after my rescue, she dissipated into the ether as mere wisps of smoke. How dare you speak of my lineage in my presence? You lack even the courage to be a mother. How can you propose to resolve any issues? The mythic tales one hears pale in comparison to the resonant truths spoken by those who have lived through them. Chen Fan could feel the anger laced within Ye's unyielding tone, understanding the very source of his ire. His anger stemmed from Hong Yao's awareness of the divine authority, yet her continued defiance of the heavens' decrees. She knew this calamity would affect the unborn child, yet she remained blinded by the pursuit of so-called love. She understood what the optimal solution was, yet lacked the courage to confront it, resorting to moral coercion instead. Each of these transgressions reminded him of his own years of struggle, devoid of parents, fighting for survival. Immediately convey the truth to the Yao Qi. I can guarantee your survival, but while death may be avoided, living with the consequences is inescapable. No one can breach the rules without facing repercussions, neither my mother nor you. Chapter 43. Heavenly Regulations. For the first time, Chen Fan grasped the essence of heavenly regulations. On ordinary days, Yi appeared as a charming figure, confident, composed, and graceful. Now, however, he embodied the authority of the heavenly court, the enforcer of rules, here to judge Han Yao, the violator of those very laws. If it were a past life, Chen Fan might have thought little of it, considering it merely a romance between the celestial and the mortal, nothing of great significance. After all, there are countless melodramatic plots in television dramas. This one would hardly stand out. Having spent so much time in the heavenly court, Chen Fan's heart no longer harbors such thoughts. The distinction between the immortal and the mortal is certainly not an empty phrase. Once a mortal transcends to immortality, they sever the ties of cause and effect, becoming unconnected to the mundane world. The saying, once a person attains the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven, vividly illustrates this. All beings related to you soar upward, leaving no earthly concerns behind. Immortals cultivate virtue and the great principles of the universe. And even the slightest cause and effect you carry is a fortune that mortals cannot bear. If one cannot endure, the only outcome is a shortening of lifespan. Considering Chen Fan's previous understanding of the penalties for dereliction of duty among immortals, it is clear that these matters should not be intertwined for the benefit of anyone involved. Hong Yao remains silent. Chen Fan can only watch as his unfortunate task unfolds, resigned to his fate, accepting that the relationship may suffer. Some matters are beyond his cultivation and realm. I am willing to plead my case before the Shi Wang Mu. Yet I kindly request that the Holy Monarch fulfill your supervisory duties and escort me there. Ultimately, as an immortal who has cultivated for millennia, although she does not understand why she has developed mortal sentiments, after being reprimanded by the second master, she regains some clarity and chooses this solitary path to survival. Observing Hong Yao's determined expression, Chen Fan realizes he has underestimated this elder sister. She must be prepared for this. Seeking the second master with the hope that he might soften his stance and agree to the earlier conditions, ideally providing some cover. If that is not possible, she can still appeal to the second master's sense of justice to seek a glimmer of hope. A mother is fierce. Hong Yao has exhausted all means for the child within her. Yet, in the eyes of others, she is a profound and graceful fairy. But before the heavenly court and its regulations, she is merely an ordinary immortal. If the second master cannot escape these circumstances, how can she? This is my duty, and I shall accompany you. The second master's divine responsibilities include inspecting the heavenly court, which is indeed part of his duties. Taking Hong Yao along, the second master casually tells Chen Fan, "You shall go as well, to comprehend the heavenly laws and temper your impulsive nature." Called upon, Chen Fan can only brace himself and accompany them, reluctant to visit the Yao Qi, uncertain of what he may face. As they exit the small courtyard, Chen Fan watches as his uncle steps forward, and the scene before him transforms into a cluster of ethereal palaces. The small inscription on the archway indicates that this place is the Yao Qi. The second master's ability to compress space is truly impressive, arriving precisely at another's doorstep. The fairy guards at the entrance, upon seeing the second master's countenance, take a moment to react before bowing deeply in greeting. We have seen the Holy Monarch. The second master, uninterested in idle conversation, commands them, "You should inform the Shi Wang Mu of my arrival. Lead me directly to the main hall." The attendants dare not delay and quickly lead the way. Recalling Hong Yao's earlier words, this must be the second master's first visit to the Yao Qi. Despite his stern demeanor, he is indeed soft-hearted. After scolding someone, he is still willing to assist. Otherwise, he would not have broken this taboo to set foot in the Yao Qi. The fairies along the way react to the second master, much like the guards at the entrance, as if bewitched, standing still. Upon arrival, the Shi Wang Mu sits majestically upon the throne in the main hall, flanked by 2 rows of female officials. This scene prompts Chen Fan to recall the Grand Court assemblies, resembling the Jade Emperor's court, which explains why it is considered a semi-autonomous department. The Shi Wang Mu inquires in a calm tone, "I have brought the person you requested. I trust you are already aware of the situation, so I shall refrain from elaborating. My role is merely to monitor and inspect. How to handle this matter is your prerogative." Chen Fan obediently follows his uncle, finding a corner to stand. "Approach me." The Shi Wang Mu's voice reverberates through the vast hall, ethereal in quality. Slowly, Hong Yao moves to kneel before the throne. "How have I instructed you? Have you overlooked anything that should have been said or addressed?" Her tone is measured. Yet there is a palpable sense of disappointment that Chen Fan clearly understands. Not yet accomplished, Hong Yao responds softly, lowering her head. "Very well. The heavenly laws are clearly stated. You know what to do now that you are here. Hong Yao gradually kneels, her tears falling upon the cold, empty hall floor in rhythmic drops. I have defied my aunt's teachings and breached the heavenly laws. Though my death may be inconsequential, my child is innocent. I implore you, considering my years of service, to protect him. The second master, at this moment, maintains a fixed gaze ahead, entirely avoiding eye contact with the Shi Wang Mu. All is governed by the heavenly laws. I shall not intervene. After a moment, the Shi Wang Mu finally speaks again. Chen Fan looks at Hong Yao with a complicated expression. Regardless of how she deceived him, he cannot help but feel a twinge of sorrow as she faces the punishment of the heavenly laws. Her motivations for deceiving him were merely to survive, not for herself, but for the life within her. Perhaps upon discovering her pregnancy, Hong Yao understood that this day might come, and all her actions were merely to increase the chances of her child's survival. Upon hearing the Shi Wang Mu's declaration, Chen Fan notices Hong Yao visibly relax, bowing deeply 3 times. Thank you, Shi Wang Mu, for granting me life. Task complete. Hong Yao earns the Shi Wang Mu's understanding, and the overall prestige of the Yao Qi rises a level. Chen Fan hears the system's notification sound and understands why it has made this determination. Preparedness is essential. Chen Fan had previously scrutinized the entire set of heavenly laws. Compared to the laws of his past life, these heavenly laws seem somewhat rudimentary, with 2 key points. First, there exists a clear distinction between the celestial and the mortal, and mortals' affairs are best left alone. The second point emphasizes that each must fulfill their own duties without interfering in others' matters. The penalties for actions like Hong Yao's are quite broad, ranging from solitary reflection to the wrath of heavenly lightning, entirely dependent on the judgment of the adjudicator. Only a few possess the divine office of adjudicator in the heavenly court, 2 of whom are present in this very hall today. Both have indicated they will not impose severe penalties on Hong Yao. At the very least, her life is spared. Chapter 44. Escorting. Does the Erlang Shungjun have any objections to this? The Shi Wang Mu inquires aloud. I have stated that today I am merely fulfilling my supervisory duties. Matters pertaining to Hong Yao are internal to the Yao Qi. You shall decide accordingly, and I will only point out any discrepancies if they arise. Very well, Bai He. You may announce it. Chen Fan then notices that the figure standing beside the Shi Wang Mu is Bai He, the fairy who had clashed with him during the negotiations with the Yunmu department. Clearly, she holds significant importance in the Yao Qi, accompanying the Shi Wang Mu in this capacity. According to the heavenly laws, Hong Yao has secretly met with a mortal in the mundane realm, resulting in an imbalance between the celestial and the mortal. Thus, she has violated the heavenly laws and will spend 500 years facing the wall at Kunlun Mountain as punishment. There is no mention of the unborn life, and Chen Fan understands that this is a lenient outcome, with the adult penalized but the child left to fend for itself. Aunt, Hong Yao expresses her remorse. Unable to continue serving you. Please take care of yourself. Her tears have not ceased flowing. Chen Fan can only sigh inwardly, lamenting that had he known this day would come, he would not have acted as he did. Hong Yao is indeed clever. How could she have been foolish enough to engage in such actions? The subtle changes in his expression do not escape the second master's keen observation. A voice resonates within. Do you think Hong Yao brought this upon herself, knowingly defying the heavenly laws? This is the purpose of my bringing you here today. You must take heed of this lesson. Reflect on your actions of late. While you have not violated the heavenly laws, none of your deeds have been wise. Had you thought more carefully, you would not have acted in such a manner. For those who entered the Xianing alongside you, you are indeed considered remarkable. However, excellence alone is insufficient. My expectations for you extend beyond this. You must achieve something notable within the Xianing while refraining from engaging in foolish acts. This balance is something only you can navigate. No one can teach you. Chen Fan felt a bitter smile forming in his heart. Second master, your demands are rather lofty. Aren't they? In matters such as this, the more one does, the more mistakes are made. Doing less leads to fewer errors, and abstaining altogether results in no mistakes. Perfection is a rarity in this world. Holy Monarch, the next steps are entrusted to you. In the voice of the West Queen Mother, Chen Fan detected a hint of fatigue. He began to comprehend the immense pressure she bore. Before her stood her niece. and the heavenly court was inherently cold in its human relations. It was a rarity to find someone who understood warmth and coldness. Yet now she could only manage the situation with tears, all while striving to remain impartial and above reproach, an exceedingly difficult task. The Yaoqi, a sanctuary for celestial maidens, could spark significant troubles if matters were mishandled. Chen Fan was puzzled as to why the subsequent affairs were entrusted to the second master. He then recalled that the second master's divine duties included oversight and the execution of those who violated heavenly laws. The second master was a hybrid of the chief justice and minister of punishment, along with the grand marshal of the heavenly army. Such a combination transcended mere high rank and power. Those with even slightly crooked intentions could contend with the two sovereigns of the Xianting. It was precisely due to the second master's integrity that these divine responsibilities gradually coalesced in his hands, as the ways of heaven would naturally make their own choices. The second master nodded silently, and with a swift motion, a chain bound the hands and feet of Hong Yao. She lowered her head, her hair disheveled, quietly following in the second master's wake, except within the main hall. "Wait!" Baihe's voice rang out from behind. The celestial maiden floated over, holding a jade comb, and with an apologetic smile directed at the second master, she said, "Holy monarch, could you spare a moment? My sister has always been fond of beauty, and after 500 years, who knows how time has treated her? At the very least, let her retain some dignity." The second master turned his head away, granting her some space. With her back to the second master, Baihe could no longer maintain her smile. Her voice tinged with tears as she helped Hong Yao arrange her hair. "You foolish girl, you're usually so clever, capable of deceiving even the Queen Mother with your antics. How could you commit such a foolish act? Over these 500 years, without our banter, how have I managed in the Yaoqi?" Hong Yao tightly shut her eyes, striving to prevent her tears from spilling, yet they fell one by one. No matter how long the hair, it would eventually be styled. Baihe gritted her teeth, removed a hairpin from her own hair, and carefully inserted it into Hong Yao's hairstyle, adjusting it with precision. "This is what you have always wanted. After much delay, I grant it to you today. Remember, this is merely borrowed. You must return it to me after 500 years. The second master remained silent with closed eyes. Chen Fan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Parting and loss were never easy. 500 years, for an immortal, is not a fleeting moment. The great sage equal to heaven was made into a cautious figure who dared not step beyond the threshold of the Thunder Pool after 5 centuries. And Tianpeng, once a proud and handsome general of the heavenly court, was reduced to a gluttonous and lazy Zhubeiji. 500 years can bring about profound transformations. Let us proceed. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish, the second master calmly stated. Following his benevolent uncle, they arrived at a government office, where Chen Fan recognized the familiar Mei brothers guarding the premises. He realized this was the domain of the second master. It was somewhat embarrassing that, having been someone else's nephew for so long, this was his first visit to the Holy Monarch's office. The second master preferred to keep his work and personal life separate. Each time he met Chen Fan, it was either at his own residence or Chen Fan's abode. He had never brought Chen Fan to his workplace. Why this exception today? Since his uncle did not ask him to leave, Chen Fan could only continue trailing behind. A group of clerks had long been waiting nearby, and the second master tossed them a jade tablet. "This is Hong Yao's case file. Please archive it." This marked Chen Fan's first glimpse of the second master in a work setting, distinctly characterized by the Holy Monarch style. No unnecessary chatter. Entering the main hall, the second master retrieved a spirit talisman from the pen holder and directly tossed it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan caught the talisman, feeling bewildered. "Me? Transporting? I'm not from the Jane division. Why am I suddenly tasked with escorting a prisoner?" "Uncle, isn't this a bit haphazard? Moreover, I am unfamiliar with this duty. Even if you wish to assign me some work, it should be something I know well, something manageable." Chapter 45, Kunlun. Just for this matter, the second master had to break his own vows and visit the Yaoqi, even exchanging a few words with the West Queen Mother. This incident would surely spread rapidly throughout the Xianting. It was significant news. After so many years, the second master had finally taken action to indicate reconciliation with the West Queen Mother. All of this stemmed from Chen Fan himself, and thus he bore the responsibility of taking on this escorting task. Chen Fan also discerned another layer of meaning in the second master's words. He was uneasy about entrusting this to anyone else. Hong Yao, having violated heavenly laws, was still descending to the mortal realm, and given her celestial womb, it was a matter that could easily provoke the ire of others in the heavenly court. Moreover, since it had been personally adjudicated by the West Queen Mother, it was likely that some inexperienced escorts would mishandle the situation. Thus, it was better for Chen Fan to undertake the task. This official accepts the order. What more could Chen Fan say? He could only comply obediently. The command tablet detailed how to escort to Kunlun, the precautions to take along the way, and was essentially indistinguishable in usage from the Jane tablet. It was no wonder the second master tossed it over and left it to Chen Fan's discretion. Escorting was not solely Chen Fan's responsibility. According to protocol, he was assigned 4 heavenly soldiers as escorts, all of whom were familiar to the second master, possessing significantly higher cultivation than Chen Fan, rendering him the weakest among the group. Kunlun, though named a mountain, was not situated within the mortal realms, but rather in another cosmic expanse. It is said that the Yaoqi is a portion carved from Kunlun Mountain, which later became a place for reflection and penance due to its frigid climate. They exited through the west heavenly gate, and upon seeing Chen Fan's command tablet, the guards ceased their usual smiles, their expressions growing serious. They must have understood the significance of this. For celestial beings, violating heavenly laws was among the gravest offenses. Kunlun was a world of pristine whiteness. As far as the eye could see, there was snow and ice, with even large snowflakes drifting from the sky. Since this was a place of exile for the heavenly court, numerous restrictions were in place. Even celestial beings could not fly and were compelled to tread carefully through the snow. After becoming an immortal, Chen Fan had never faced such hardships. Even with a celestial body, he found himself panting after merely a quarter of an hour in this weather. Glancing back, the 4 heavenly soldiers were faring much better, showing no signs of exertion. Hong Yao appeared somewhat disheveled. As she was to reflect on her misdeeds, her celestial power was sealed. The chains the second master had placed on her served this very purpose. Chen Fan learned from the command tablet that these were called Kunin Xian Suo, and their efficacy was comparable to the namesake artifact that later encountered Sun Wukong. At this moment, her celestial powers were rendered useless and relying solely on her physical strength. She was gradually lagging behind the others. Chen Fan could only instruct, "Let us rest for a moment. Our destination is not far from here." After offering Hong Yao some restorative pills, Chen Fan voiced his lingering question, "Have you ever regretted your choices?" Sitting cross-legged in the snow, though Hong Yao's face was white from the cold, her expression was serene. Regret or not, what use is it to lament what has been done? The one who made that decision was Hong Yao, and the one standing here now is also Hong Yao. It's all part of the cycle of cause and effect. The sins we create, we must bear ourselves. I have yet to express my gratitude. Had it not been for your urging to visit the Holy Monarch, he would not have agreed to accompany me to the Yaoqi, and my aunt would not have easily forgiven me. Hong Yao smiled brightly. How long have you been in the Xianting? Just over a decade, I presume, and most of that time has been spent in cultivation. Whether in the Tianting or among the mortals, your experiences have been rather limited, and your innocence is palpable. However, you must grasp a fundamental truth. Even as a pawn, there exists an inherent value in being one. Some individuals are so insignificant that they lack even the worth of a pawn. Take, for instance, those 4 celestial soldiers. Do you think they do not aspire to be more than mere pawns? Certainly, they do, yet they lack the qualifications to rise above that status. Not everyone possesses your fortune of having a celestial uncle as an ally upon entering the Tianting. Even I, who once found your demeanor disagreeable, did so out of sincerity. Such advantageous circumstances are indeed enviable. The celestial soldiers, struck by her words, remained impassive, resembling 4 unyielding walls in their steadfastness. Do you see? These are the elite soldiers trained by celestial lords, unflinching even when faced with great peril. Verbal assaults hold no sway over them. Yet you, with your cleverness, are still too young and restless, unable to maintain composure. The reforms of merit were merely initiated by Tai Bai. Naturally, you divulge your thoughts. As for the matters concerning the West, The intentions of Shigyamuni are well understood, and it is known that anyone who takes the lead will be generously rewarded by the Delaying Temple. Yet, none are willing to step forward, except for you, my naive child. Each of her statements pierced Chen Fan's heart, prompting him to cover his eyes in embarrassment, recalling how he had once reveled in such actions. Hong Yao continued, unperturbed. You need not bear any psychological burden. While your suggestions may seem foolish, they reflect a willingness to act, which is far superior to idling away time. Everyone recognizes this, and your ideas, albeit somewhat misplaced and lacking in method, are still commendable. You always seek to attribute credit to a single individual. It's only natural that Second Master sees through you. After all, he is the Erlang Shun who has opened his heavenly eye, and having spent considerable time together, he has discerned your character. However, it was unexpected for Chen Fan that Hong Yao, who appeared so carefree, could see through him entirely. Her insights were akin to those of Second Master, striking at his vulnerabilities and rendering him speechless. He began to doubt whether it was his own overt behavior or the abundance of cunning individuals in the Tianting that led to this. Most likely, it was the latter. These beings have spent millennia refining their craft, inevitably gaining insight, having lived only a fraction of a century across 2 lifetimes. He realized he could not compare himself to others. The future demanded that he observe, listen, learn, and speak less. Hong Yao stood and stretched her body, saying, "Do not find my words excessive. I have been here for 500 years without anyone to converse with. Now is the time to speak my mind. You may choose to heed my words or dismiss them as mere nonsense." Chapter 46. Arrangements made a quarter of an hour later. The group arrived at the wall of contemplation. The guards, evidently unused to such a crowd, greeted them warmly. Hurry inside. This dismal place, designed to prevent escape, is perpetually shrouded in this wretched weather. Chen Fan assessed the surroundings. It was a spacious cave divided into numerous individual chambers. He was unconcerned with who might be inside. Handing over the order token to the guards, he stated, "The individuals are now in your care. Please treat them well." Initially, the guard received it casually, but upon noticing the distinctive seal of the divine token, he lowered his voice and inquired, "Is this the seal personally endorsed by the Holy Monarch?" Chen Fan understood well what his uncle meant by the instruction to ensure their well-being. As the Holy Monarch, there were many matters he could not openly articulate. The order token bore the Holy Monarch's seal, while the decree was issued by the Queen Mother of the West. This individual must be treated with utmost care. This left little ambiguity. The involvement of 2 prominent figures in the heavenly court lent weight to their case. The guard nodded eagerly, assuring, "Rest assured, we will attend to them diligently. Is there anything else you wish to convey?" Chen Fan approached Hong Yao, adopting a serious demeanor. "How do you intend to handle this child? I am uncertain how long the celestial fetus must gestate. Please provide a timeline and a plan, and I shall assist you." This was indeed the true purpose of Second Master sending Chen Fan, for though he scolded fiercely, he recognized the child's innocence. Hong Yao, gently caressing her belly, responded calmly, "Like in the mortal realm, the gestation period is 10 months. At that time, I will need your assistance once more. I will provide you with an address to return the child to the mortal world, as the Tianting is not suitable for a child like him." "Very well." Chen Fan retrieved a jade vial from his robes. "Take this, although the spiritual energy is restricted. These elixirs will ensure your vitality remains intact and will not adversely affect the child. The supply of pills sent by the Lei Bu is plentiful, and I had almost forgotten about these nourishing remedies." The guards hastily ushered them inside, initially overlooking details. But now, upon closer inspection, they noted that the celestial maiden in red possessed an extraordinary demeanor and beauty, while the 4 celestial soldiers serving as her guards were formidable. Their prowess sufficient to earn them a position as a subordinate general elsewhere, yet here they were merely acting as protectors. Recognizing the situation, the guard became increasingly cordial. "Rest assured, though this place may appear rudimentary, it is still under the auspices of the Xianting. Aside from restrictions on your freedom, it bears little difference from the heavenly court." Cautiously taking the order token, the guard became even more meticulous upon learning the individual's name and the heavenly laws they had violated. While this exile may be remote, The rotation of guards ensures that those residing here do not become indistinguishable from the other exiles. Thus, the guard was acutely aware of Hong Yao's significance. Hong Yao smiled lightly and said, "No need for further fuss. Simply return in 10 months. Do not feel compelled to treat me overly well. This fate was self-imposed and bears no relation to others." Chen Fan himself could not articulate why he felt a particular inclination to care for this sister. Throughout, he had merely been a tool for her use, yet he harbored no resentment. Perhaps it was her actions, which were not for her own benefit, but rather to afford her child a chance at life, that earned his respect, rooted in his reverence for motherhood. Esteemed immortals, once the transfer is complete, you may depart. It is not my intention to impose upon you, but it is ill-advised for individuals here, whether guards or exiles, to linger too long, as it may invite unwanted complications. Very well, we shall take our leave. In this place, what more could one attract but karmic ties? Here dwell those who have transgressed heavenly laws, and entangling oneself in such matters is hardly favorable. Hong Yao added, "Let us go. I once was a Yao Chi fairy and will take care of myself." Chen Fan had no choice but to depart with the 4 celestial soldiers. As the guard slowly closed the cave's entrance, blocking the elements and obscuring Chen Fan's view. On the journey back, Chen Fan's mind was consumed by Hong Yao's words. As one approaches death, their words become kind. For Hong Yao, her 500 years of confinement bore little distinction from death. Her heartfelt statements were intended to guide Chen Fan as a senior, aligning closely with the teachings of his uncle. It appeared that the cunning denizens of the Tian Ting shared a common approach to matters. Upon returning to the Tian Ting, Chen Fan still needed to escort the 4 celestial soldiers to the court to assign them their duties. Second Master remained standing in the center of the hall, his position unchanged, clearly having not moved since Chen Fan and the others had departed. "The Holy Monarch has been delivered to Kunlun. Come, let's take a stroll together." Accompanying Chen Fan, Second Master chose not to shrink his stature, but rather strolled casually outside the court. "Do you think I was too harsh by sending the person directly to Kunlun?" Chen Fan was surprised by Second Master's inquiry, revealing that even the greatest warrior of the 3 realms harbored uncertainty within. "My views align with the Holy Monarch's. Since the heavenly laws have been established, they must serve a purpose. Now that we have ascended to immortality, we must adhere to them. Otherwise, what purpose do these laws serve? Emotions belong to emotions, and laws to laws. While we can offer personal assistance to the fairy Hong Yao post facto, any transgressions against the heavenly laws must be met with appropriate punishment." Yi cast a somewhat surprised glance at Chen Fan, fully aware that the crux of his inquiry lay not in the words spoken by Chen Fan. Although the heavenly court upholds its laws, justice often intertwines with human sentiment, allowing for flexibility in judgment based on individual circumstances. As the revered Erlang Shun, he indeed possesses the ability to provide cover, yet ultimately, the individual must still face the consequences. Chen Fan articulated his perspective from a different angle. Unbeknownst to Yi that his dear nephew's prior life had ingrained within him a profound understanding of legal principles. What Chen Fan expressed was merely a reflection of his customary beliefs. Nodding thoughtfully, Yi remarked, "Your viewpoint holds merit, though it does not align with my inner convictions. Hong Yao has shared much with you during your journey, has she not? You should understand that all her actions are meticulously planned, not impulsive responses to desperation. She is aware that if I so desire, I indeed have the power to shield her. This is a privilege granted to me by the Emperor." Chen Fan stood in astonishment, realizing that Yi possessed such authority, even to pardon Hong Yao's offenses. Chapter 47. Yi's inner thoughts. Yi chose to disregard Chen Fan's demeanor, continuing his narrative. "This is also one of the conditions I negotiated with the Jade Emperor when I ascended to the heavenly court. I wished to prevent tragedies akin to my mother's from recurring. Hence, I sought this power. If I deem the infractions committed by a fairy to be justifiable, I am entitled to grant clemency. This clemency can be exercised up to 3 times. I vividly recall the expression on the Jade Emperor's face when he acquiesced. He accepted with calmness and remarked that he would grant it to me, but anticipated that I would not utilize it even once in the end. Little did he expect that his prediction would come true. For all these years, he had not used it even once. Chen Fan listened in silence, recognizing that Er Yi merely sought an outlet for his feelings, a cathartic release. After that evening's revelations, their relationship had evolved beyond mere uncle and nephew, resembling that of old friends. Had someone intervened to pardon his mother, sparing her from punishment, he would still have been barred from entering the heavenly court. Given the dense spiritual energy of the heavenly realm, a half-immortal infant could not survive. Such a child could only thrive in the mortal world. As for his mother's celestial powers, she voluntarily relinquished them. Once the foremost disciple beneath the Western Queen Mother, she was nearly the successor to the Yao Qi. Yet she felt indebted to the Queen Mother. At this juncture, Er Yi paused, gazing skyward. Do you know, when I finally split Mount Hua after enduring countless hardships, my mother's first words upon seeing me were, "You should not have come." In the end, it was only through my desperate insistence that she left Mount Hua. Yet she refused to resume her cultivation of celestial powers. Chen Fan could envision the scene. A young Yang Jian, after arduous training, finally fulfilling his long-held wish to reunite with his beloved mother, only to be met with such heartbreaking rejection. In that moment, his youthful fervor must have felt utterly shattered. The cold demeanor he now bore likely originated from that very experience, leading him to conceal his emotions, believing that since the world did not require them, it was best to suppress them. Thus, he found it impossible to forgive those fairies who descended and violated heavenly laws. They claimed to act in the name of love. Yet such assertions were sheer nonsense, driven instead by selfish desires and a quest for thrill, all without due consideration for the feelings of those close to them, particularly their own kin. The heavenly court has never obstructed mortals from ascending to immortality. One can cultivate to a sufficient level to transcend or seek the coveted ascension pills, which, while precious, are not unattainable. These are the appropriate means to resolution, not reckless abandon in pursuit of fleeting pleasures, especially in the case of Hong Yao. Er Yi's tone grew stern. Her status is akin to that of my mother in her time. Obtaining an ascension pill should not pose a challenge. Yet, why did she not employ some forethought, failing to consider the broader implications? Such selfishness cannot be pardoned. Other fairies who seek my aid are often in similar predicaments. Those of lower rank are typically preoccupied with their duties, leaving little time to descend. Yet, those in higher positions who neglect their responsibilities and stir up trouble must face consequences. In sharing his journey of emotions concerning this matter, Er Yi found a semblance of relief. Even Erlang Shen cannot harbor such burdens alone. This served as a self-reproach, and Chen Fan reflected deeply on his own foolish actions, realizing they were not solely for personal gain. While there was indeed a hint of vanity, the majority stemmed from a professional obligation, devoid of excessive selfishness. Remember this, dear nephew. Chen Fan absorbed every word Er Yi uttered, unsure of the deeper implications, pondering if he had caught wind of some upcoming task. Chen Fan felt perplexed. Yet Er Yi had accurately articulated one point. By day's end, even he, a celestial being, felt utterly drained, not from physical fatigue, but from emotional exhaustion. The visage of Hong Yao lingered in Chen Fan's mind. She was an enigma, seemingly carefree, yet adeptly manipulative. How could such a seasoned fairy commit such a grave error? Er Yi's analysis held merit. A mere celestial child could achieve significant outcomes, yet Hong Yao, as a direct descendant of Yao Qi, possessed both status and cultivation beyond Chen Fan's reach. Why then did she take such reckless risks, resulting in her current predicament? Alas, these matters are now in the past, and dwelling on them serves no purpose. A multitude of troubles already beset him. It is prudent not to become entangled in issues that do not warrant his concern. Er Yi refrained from stating outright what kept him preoccupied. For now, the priority was to nurture his spirit, maintain his cultivation, and patiently observe the unfolding events. His own strength would always remain paramount. Noticing her standing quietly without hostile intentions, Chen Fan felt a sense of reassurance and approached her, greeting Fairy by he, greetings. Oh, it is you, Chen Xianyu. My apologies, I was lost in thought. I came to express my gratitude for your assistance in bringing Hong Yao to meet Erlang Shen. Although the saint did not explicitly state it, he was quite reluctant to visit Yao Qi. This time, however, he made an exception due to Hong Yao's circumstances. and the Western Queen Mother has granted her a lighter sentence because of his presence. 500 years, and yet it remains a light sentence. Chen Fan found himself perplexed by their interpretation of leniency. Bai Yi smiled wryly. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with heavenly decrees, Chen Xianyu. We had sisters who erred but stubbornly refused to admit their faults. The Queen Mother summoned heavenly retribution upon them, subjecting them to the merciless punishment of the 9 heavens. Under such conditions, survival is impossible, and thus you might ponder whether 500 years truly constitutes leniency. Chen Fan contemplated this, recalling the initial capture of the mischievous monkey, who faced a barrage of punishments: sword, axe, thunder, and fire, none of which proved effective against its formidable nature. Chapter 48. Gifts from Yao Qi. This visit holds no ulterior motives. It is merely a gesture from a few of Hong Yao's closest sisters, including myself. We gathered some items, hoping that you, Chen Xianyu, will take good care of Hong Yao, for regardless of her missteps, she remains one of our own. Bai Yi concealed her smile, pressing a jade token into Chen Fan's hand. I initially felt some goodwill towards you, but your overly cautious demeanor has soured that. Take this. Its significance is for you to discern, and we will observe its impact ourselves. When alone, Chen Fan could rely on the system to diminish his presence, allowing him freedom of movement within the celestial dormitory, as nearby neighbors lacked the cultivation to perceive him. Yet now, with a fairy of comparable beauty to Hong Yao standing before him, there was no way to conceal himself. Chen Fan had noticed someone peering curiously from the side. Given his current state, he deemed it inappropriate to stir up any gossip. Instead, he opted to collect the items and store them within his storage ring. He intended to pass these items to Hong Yao, as she was in Kunlun, a rather challenging environment. This thought evoked a sense of familiarity in Chen Fan, making him wonder if he had fallen into another trap. The items were originally meant for Hong Yao, yet he could not state this overtly. A glance at the jade plate confirmed his suspicions. It contained women's intimate garments and various daily necessities. Some of the undergarments made even Chen Fan, who had seen much of his past life, blush. Having traversed into this divine realm for several months, his thoughts had been solely focused on survival, devoid of any romantic notions. Yet, upon this unexpected sight, his heart raced. Promptly, he tucked the jade plate away, uncertain if these celestial maidens had set any enchantments. Merely glancing at it could lead to discovery. He tapped his forehead, feeling a mix of confusion, amusement, and frustration. That Hong Yao entrusted him with these items clearly indicated her trust in him, and he had successfully cultivated an image of an affable person, which served to keep him under the radar. Unlike those who sought to stand out, his persona attracted little attention. It seemed he had not merely crafted the role of a kind-hearted individual. Rather, he genuinely embodied one. Hong Yao appeared to regard him merely as a means to an end, yet he still harbored thoughts of assisting her. Was this not the essence of being a good person? Having come to this realization, the remaining sentiment was one of vexation. He felt ensnared by the cunning old foxes, and it was no wonder that Hong Yao had referred to him as a pawn. Nevertheless, in the presence of a maternal figure, Chen Fan found it impossible to act as a villain. He resolved to rely on his inner convictions to guide his actions. As for Hong Yao, he would find an opportunity to deliver the items to her. Observing the seemingly cold yet warm-hearted demeanor of his uncle, he thought it sufficient to exchange a few words. The elder had rambled on extensively, but to Chen Fan, the message was clear. He must assist, yet those careless celestial maidens should face consequences, serving as a warning to future generations not to overstep boundaries. This was a classic example of a sharp tongue paired with a tender heart. However, he had grown accustomed to it. Having spent considerable time together, he had discerned that the seemingly aloof first war god of the 3 realms possessed a passionate heart. The following day, Chen Fan resumed his duties at the reception office, striving to remain inconspicuous. To his surprise, a colleague who had been tasked with locating Fuyao grass awaited him at his office door. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the colleague beamed and exclaimed, "Chen Xianyu, I inquired with a few friends last night, and, indeed, found some Fuyao grass. Here it is." Chen Fan was taken aback that this colleague had genuinely taken the matter to heart. The discovery of the grass seemed orchestrated by Hong Yao herself. aimed at providing a pretext to seek him out and subsequently involve the elder in resolving her predicament. Just as he prepared to clarify the situation, the colleague, glancing around, lowered his voice and whispered, "My friend asked me what this was for, and I was informed that it is a key ingredient in the celestial abortion medicine, which few require. If he weren't managing the herbal fields and keeping a variety of herbs on hand, we might not have found any." Realizing that the person who had come to see him yesterday was Hong Yao, the colleague raised an eyebrow suggestively. Chen Fan felt exasperated. He had anticipated that this commotion would inevitably reach him, but he had not expected it to happen so swiftly. Reflecting on Hong Yao's grand approach to seek him out and her decision to publicize the information about the Fuyao grass, it was evident that she had burned her bridges, leaving no retreat for him. As the involved party remained unfazed, Chen Fan firmly interrupted. "The item is no longer needed." Yesterday, under the persuasion of Erlang Shun, Hong Yao surrendered herself to the West Queen Mother, and the judgment was rendered on the spot. She has now been escorted to Kunlun Mountain to reflect for 500 years. Though brief, Chen Fan's words conveyed significant information, including the involvement of two prominent figures and a well-regarded celestial maiden. Gossip adhered to certain principles. There were things one could discuss and things one could not. Those who had lingered in such circles for long understood this well. It was clear that the current topic was off-limits. The elder and the West Queen Mother had convened, rendering a swift decision. This matter was undoubtedly serious. Yet, any curiosity could only be suppressed internally, as such issues were beyond his purview. He slapped his mouth lightly, acknowledging his own indiscretion. "I spoke too much. I shall take my leave. The Fuyao grass is intended for my own research into medicinal properties." The colleague, displaying awareness, refrained from pressing further, and Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement before retreating into his office. Chapter 49. Continuing work. The situation concerning Hong Yao felt like a mere interlude in the grand tapestry of heavenly life. That seemingly tumultuous day had passed over half a month ago, and Chen Fan had officially completed a month at the reception office. The reward promised by the Jade Emperor had yet to materialize, and Chen Fan held little expectation for it. After causing trouble, could he truly anticipate a reward? Merely avoiding reprimand would be a stroke of fortune. Remaining in the reception office, completing tasks, and welcoming visitors suited him just fine. After the Xinyu system evolved to level 20, aside from interface improvements, tasks remained mundane. Chen Fan had reached a point where he could effortlessly slip past the celestial guards, who remained oblivious to his presence. In the future, should there be a need to check his entry records, it would likely involve sifting through transportation logs. The most significant advantage was the visualization of reputation points. Chen Fan felt the benefits of achieving a friendly standing with the West Queen Mother. Those celestial maidens he encountered during receptions were no longer cold and aloof. At the very least, smiles adorned their faces. When he met Bai He, there were no more mockeries, but rather a semblance of camaraderie. This development brought Chen Fan satisfaction. In his previous life, he had struggled to be liked even with currency. Now, he felt content as long as he was not disliked. With each task he undertook, he grew somewhat numb to the routine, without interference from the West. His role as a guide proceeded smoothly, and the visitors were cooperative, for who would not appreciate the divine? Amid this tranquil existence, the only notable element was Chen Fan's cultivation. He had finally transcended the realm of Xiantong and was now a bona fide immortal. Although still at the threshold, he had moved beyond the apprenticeship phase. He distinctly remembered reporting his achievement to the elder, who had cast a sidelong glance at him. "At your age, I was already in the heavenly court." Though few words were spoken, their implications were profoundly cutting. Everyone knew the elder's path to immortality had been paved with bloodshed. Those who dared to challenge him were swiftly subdued until he became the revered Erlang Shun. As for cultivation, Chen Fan realized that no matter how shameless he became, he could never compare himself to the elder in this regard. It was no longer a question of seeking humiliation, it was a matter of intellect. This time, he received an advanced version of the Changchun technique, named the Zhongsha technique. The name made Chen Fan want to scoff. Was this a preparation for a seasonal cultivation technique? The name felt hastily conceived. Unrestrained, he posed the question directly. The elder, unfazed, responded, "You are correct. These techniques are my own synthesis. As for the name, it's merely a code. You may call it whatever you wish. Indeed, the name mattered little. Efficacy was paramount. Chen Fan reviewed the content and found it as robust as the Changchun technique. It was essentially a complete cultivation system tailored to him by the elder. This gesture of care left Chen Fan at a loss for words. He felt indebted to his uncle. Yet, as the saying goes, one need not fear a multitude of lice, nor worry about a heavy burden of debt. He resolved to accept it with gratitude. With a rise in his cultivation, his work became increasingly seamless. Tasks that once required considerable effort to manage the guiding shuttle now flowed effortlessly. Occasionally, he would indulge in playful fantasies, imagining himself piloting a fighter jet from his past life, performing aerial flips. Naturally, he refrained from such antics when visitors were present, for losing them would be quite disastrous. Chen Fan initially believed that the disappearance of his guide was merely a jest, and having already encountered the rare occurrence of a guide's loss, he thought it unlikely to happen again in the near future. However, to his astonishment, what seemed improbable transpired with alarming frequency. Before him stood his guide, devoid of any presence, and despite consulting the city god, no clues emerged. The officials sent to assist were equally fruitless in their search within the city. Suddenly, Chen Fan recalled his earlier remark about ghosts. He recognized a flaw in his reasoning. According to the guidebook, those guides who had passed were referred to as shenghan. Broadly speaking, they could indeed be classified as ghosts, genuine spirits, having shed their physical forms, and merely termed shenghan to sound more palatable. Could it be that something amiss had occurred in the underworld, resulting in the detention of his guide? This matter required the insight of someone well-versed in local affairs. The city god corroborated some of Chen Fan's speculations, revealing that when his guide passed away, a group of soul collectors from the underworld was active nearby. However, whether his guide had been taken was beyond the city god's knowledge, as the underworld was overseen by their superiors, and soul collectors were appointed officials from above. A mere local official, such as he had no authority to inquire further. Fearing an error, Chen Fan double-checked the information about his guide and confirmed that indeed, the individual was missing. Time was of the essence. Regardless of the Shenghuan's whereabouts, if the optimal moment for transformation into an immortal body was missed, any further discussion would be in vain. Chen Fan had no choice but to report the current situation to his superior. He patiently articulated his hypothesis, persuading his superior with a simple yet profound truth. Regardless of how absurd a conclusion may appear, once all erroneous possibilities are eliminated, only one remains. And that is the correct answer. The superior acknowledged Chen Fan's validity and, recalling his background, suddenly realized the importance of investigating further. If he wished to delve deeper, he merely needed to grant authorization. Enlightened, the superior swiftly acquiesced to Chen Fan's request, even inquiring if he required guidance. This unexpected shift left Chen Fan somewhat perplexed. Yet he had little time for contemplation. Regarding the underworld, the guidebook indeed contained methods to navigate there, igniting Chen Fan's imagination. It appeared that predecessors had successfully undertaken such journeys. Otherwise, how would the methods have been documented without any account of subsequent events? This curiosity would perhaps require his own resolution. Chapter 50. The Underworld. Moreover, Chen Fan had long harbored a curiosity about the underworld, but previously found it inconvenient to visit. Now, dispatched on official business, he had ample justification. The entrance to the underworld, much like that of the celestial realm, involved a direct, transdimensional leap. The soul collectors of the underworld wielded soul banners, while the guide tokens possessed similar capabilities, albeit as a concealed function. Chen Fan sought permission from his superior before activating this feature. Surmising that the divine being who designed the guide token aimed to prevent curious youths like himself from leisurely wandering through the underworld, a place far from pleasant and likely to disrupt others' affairs. Utilizing celestial energy to operate the guide token, Chen Fan discerned that this consumed significantly more spiritual power than his journey to the celestial realm. Recently ascended, he nearly depleted his energy reserves and breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the additional spiritual power that spared him embarrassment. The slight sensation of dizziness during the transition was akin to that experienced when traveling to the celestial realm. Yet upon opening his eyes, The two realms revealed themselves as utterly distinct. The sky of the underworld was shrouded in a gray pall, obscuring all clarity, while the ground lay barren. The ashen earth devoid of life. In that moment, Chen Fan could only sense an overwhelming silence, an unsettling feeling that gnawed at him from within. Casting his gaze about, he realized he was utterly lost, surrounded by an unchanging landscape that provoked a quiet lament. Surely, he had not arrived only to become disoriented, unable to locate even the offices of others. As anxiety mounted, a shadow appeared on the horizon, drawing nearer. The presence of a living being offered hope, and Chen Fan, unable to wait for the figure's slow approach, summoned his celestial energy and propelled himself towards it. The only aspect of this place that provided him any comfort. At least he could still wield his celestial abilities. Soon, he discerned that the figure was an elder clad in the attire of an official, a sight he had often encountered at the city god temple, thus familiar. It seemed the underworld officials were indeed akin to their celestial counterparts, sharing even their uniforms. The elder acknowledged Chen Fan upon recognizing him. "Greetings. I have come from the celestial realm and wish to inquire about certain matters. You may address me as Gue Chai," the elder replied courteously. This realm serves as a buffer zone of the underworld. Typically, only visitors from the celestial realm appear here, which is why I conduct my patrols every 3 days. Although the Gue Chai did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear. Few celestial beings willingly ventured to the underworld, for the oppressive atmosphere here was far less appealing compared to the fragrant splendor of the celestial realm. Chen Fan considered himself fortunate that he had encountered the elder. Otherwise, he would have had to wait another 3 days, by which time the opportunity would have long since passed. With that thought, Chen Fan produced his guide token. "I am a guide from the celestial realm, and I believe one of my guides may have been taken by your soul collectors." Regardless of the elder's rank, Chen Fan felt it prudent to clarify the situation. "Ah, I have heard of your esteemed title," the Gue Chai exclaimed, promptly offering compliments. "As for the matter of your guide's potential misplacement, I cannot provide an answer, as such matters fall under the jurisdiction of the judges. Please tell me, where was your soul taken?" Chen Fan provided an address, and the elder furrowed his brow in thought. "I know which judge presides over that area. I shall escort you there, but do prepare yourself. This judge is not one to engage easily." It seemed that gossip was universal. The elder's tales about his superior were abundant. "Follow my lead, and remember to match my pace. The entire underworld is ensnared by the prohibitions set by the 10 Yama kings, so do not stray." Chen Fan pondered the implications of such restrictions in a buffer zone, recalling the elder's earlier words about this being a common path for celestial visitors to the underworld. The presence of such prohibitions hinted at deeper meanings worth contemplating. As Chen Fan trailed the elder, he soon recognized that this seemingly ordinary old man was not without skill. His seemingly casual strides covered considerable ground, and Chen Fan struggled to keep pace. In the midst of this unhurried journey, Chen Fan was abruptly met with a revelation. A vast river unfolded before him. To call it a river seemed an understatement, for the misty waters resembled a lake with ease. Having grown up hearing tales of the underworld, Chen Fan was well aware of the river's identity, yet he still inquired, "Is this the river of Huangquan? Where is the Naiha Bridge?" Curiosity compelled him, as the river's vastness obscured any sight of a bridge. "If I may ask, esteemed friend," the Gue Chai responded, "do you intend to cross by boat or traverse the Naiha Bridge? Is there a difference?" Chen Fan queried. "Then I shall take the Naiha Bridge." Time was of the essence, and a boat ride held little intrigue. The Naiha Bridge was a renowned landmark of the underworld, and he wished to witness Meng Po's brew firsthand. "Very well, then stay close," the elder instructed. After a brief walk, Chen Fan quickly discerned the Naiha Bridge, as a long line of souls appeared in the open space ahead, leading directly to the bridge. Throughout the journey, the underworld officials greeted the Gue Chai with utmost respect, many kneeling in reverence and addressing him as Lord Ghost. The Gue Chai was indeed a figure of significance. Upon reaching the Naiha Bridge, however, he was halted by a guard. "My apologies, Lord Ghost, but the judge's recent directive requires all non-underworld personnel crossing the Naiha Bridge to register. If your friend could step forward to complete the registration." Chen Fan, bewildered by the underworld's protocols, having never visited before, prepared to approach for registration, only to be pulled back by the Guai, who wore a look of disdain. You have indeed made remarkable progress. This is an immortal from the Xianting, and you must register as well. It seems that the dark path assumes my old eyes have dimmed to the point where I cannot even recognize a person. In that moment, Chen Fan immediately comprehended the situation. It was yet another instance of office politics, and it appeared that someone intended to make things difficult for the ghostly emissary. Chapter 51. All places are alike faced with the ghostly emissary's probing questions. The two officers felt quite awkward, resorting to forced smiles. Ghost Lord, we are powerless in this matter. The task has been imposed upon us from above, accompanied by official documents outlining the penalties for failing to register. Look at this esteemed immortal from the heavenly court. Surely they will not quibble over such trivialities. Let's simply register. Chen Fan was resolute in his refusal, initially believing this to be a customary practice of the underworld. However, the emissary's attitude was unmistakably targeted. If he complied with the registration, he might become the laughingstock of others from the Xianting in the future. He took out his Jiaoying plaque and declared loudly, I am Chen Fan, the Jiaoying envoy from the western gate of the Xianting, here under the orders of my superior to investigate the disappearance of the heavenly guides. If you have any inquiries, you may consult my superior. For now, I require your cooperation in my duties. Here is my Jiaoying plaque for your verification. Posturing, it seemed, was a skill everyone possessed. Yet, the officers did not dare to challenge him, for this was not something easily dismissed. They could only address the ghostly emissary, Ghost Lord. As fellow officials, you understand our predicament. Please, just assist us by registering so we can account for it. The ghostly emissary showed no inclination to yield, snorting coldly. I have spent a considerable time in the underworld and have never encountered such a ludicrous regulation. Since when did the Xianting require registration? Even if this matter were presented before Yama, I would still be justified. This immortal is not denying you verification of identity. Ample respect has been shown while adhering to the rules of the heavenly court. Having stated this, he grew weary of the entanglement and led Chen Fan directly towards the bridge. The two officers attempted to intervene, but Chen Fan noticed his companion discreetly tugging at his sleeve. It seemed this was merely a performance for the higher-ups. He had done his utmost. It appeared that the dynamics were consistent everywhere, as the guards on the bridge showed even greater deference to the ghostly emissary. Upon their arrival, they were required to bow. Yet the emissary paid them no heed, instead taking the opportunity to share some obscure knowledge about the underworld with Chen Fan. Many are unaware that there is not just one Naiha bridge. The one we are crossing now is the exclusive Naiha bridge of the Xinyo Hajou. The other three states where humans reside each have their own Naiha bridges. Chen Fan nodded, understanding, I can see that. With so many souls departing daily, if there were only one Naiha bridge, it would be overwhelmed. It appears that you have begun to queue here. The ghostly emissary chuckled. Queue? In the presence of an immortal, I shall not feign. You will soon see. This is all for show. With so few souls, all windows of the Naiha bridge could be opened, and we would be through in no time. The number of souls accommodated by the Naiha bridge is estimated based on the severity of disasters and epidemics. On ordinary days, there is no need to queue. However, if you work too efficiently, the higher-ups might fear you have nothing to do and reassign personnel. Chen Fan could only lament how real this was. It was as though he had encountered a version of workplace competition in the underworld. If one performed too well, it could adversely affect one's position. Truly, matters of the world are interconnected. Though the Naiha bridge is renowned, Chen Fan found it quite ordinary. It was merely wide, and given his prior experience with grand bridges, it did not impress him much. The ghostly emissary, seasoned in such affairs, recognized Chen Fan's thoughts and guided him to the edge of the bridge. There is nothing remarkable about the Naiha bridge itself. It was simply an ordinary stone bridge. Look beneath, he instructed. Chen Fan complied and nearly gasped in astonishment. Even having been accustomed to the ethereal architecture of the Xianting, the sight before him shattered his understanding. The yellow springs stretched for several miles, and the Naiha bridge spanned across it, appearing as an ordinary stone bridge with no supporting pillars beneath, resembling an elongated stone resting on the Naiha River without any support. Have you never seen this before? The Naiha bridges were constructed from the same materials as the pillars of heaven during the ancient era when the underworld was established. The pillars of heaven, Chen Fan mused. That certainly puts things into perspective. The ghostly emissary continued his explanation. In fact, if you were to take a boat, the scenery would be far more exquisite, and you might even catch a glimpse of the Yellow Springs leaping fish. There are fish in the Yellow Springs? This was beyond Chen Fan's imagination. What kind of creatures would inhabit the Yellow Springs, feeding on corpses? The ghostly emissary clarified. They are merely named so. They are not truly leaping fish. Rather, the memories of souls who have consumed Meng Po's soup linger in the Yellow Springs. Hence, the Yellow Springs also bears the name Wangshuan, as it carries so many memories that some manifest and leap to the surface like fish. As they continued their journey, Chen Fan felt as though he were exploring a tourist attraction in the underworld, with the ghostly emissary serving as an adept, even exceptional guide, effortlessly recounting various legends and origins that captivated Chen Fan's attention. Upon reaching the end of Aniha Bridge, Chen Fan's keenest interest lay in the area where Meng Po's soup was dispensed. The scene there resembled a border crossing rather than a distribution of soup. Long tables were lined up, with individuals recording and inquiring about the origins of the souls. Once information was provided, they were assigned to the next stage of the process. Observing closely, Chen Fan realized why the ghostly emissary had remarked that these individuals were idling. They appeared diligent, yet often asked irrelevant questions or focused solely on their own tasks, disregarding the responses of others. Such an attitude made it unsurprising that their work progressed slowly. Chen Fan had witnessed similar situations in his previous life, and this one, where some colleagues in the neighboring office exhibited a similar demeanor. Once their tasks were complete, they became lethargic. Even as the ghostly emissary led Chen Fan past them, the individuals merely glanced up before returning to their duties. Chen Fan assessed the length of the tables and recognized that the ghostly emissary's words were not unfounded. The entire area was filled with clerical personnel, and there was no lengthy queue to be seen. Listen closely to the words of these souls. The ghostly emissary gestured for Chen Fan to eavesdrop. He took the cue and unleashed his perception to capture the conversations. The ghostly emissary then explained, the most challenging aspect of this work lies here. Once a soul's corporeal form has perished, according to natural law, they cannot linger in the realm of the living for too long. As an envoy, you should be aware of this. However, what you may not understand is that it takes time for the underworld to receive information and dispatch personnel, causing the souls to grow increasingly weak, and thus, their speech becomes unclear. The purpose of Meng Po's soup is twofold. It not only allows individuals to forget their past lives, but also stabilizes the spiritual essence of the souls. Chapter 52. Meng Po's soup. Here we are, esteemed immortal. This is Meng Po's soup. For the first time, Chen Fan laid eyes on the famed Meng Po's soup, and his initial impression was that this hardly resembled what one would call soup. It looked more like tea with a darker hue. He recalled that in some places, tea and soup were indeed blended together, referred to as soup water. However, this was not the case here. It merely contained a few unidentified plant leaves floating atop. Seeing the actual substance, Chen Fan felt somewhat disappointed. The ghostly emissary offered an explanation. There is no need for surprise, esteemed immortal. Meng Po's soup is as such. With so many bowls consumed daily, there is little time to present it attractively. Its utility is paramount. Chen Fan then witnessed a soul approach the Meng Po's soup, appearing dazed as they drank it in one gulp. Instantly, their eyes sparkled with vitality, as if they had been revived, though their words were rather peculiar. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The three questions of the soul have emerged, Chen Fan remarked, expressing his confusion. The ghostly emissary responded with mild astonishment. Is it necessary for the souls to know anything? Their lives are recorded plainly on the ledger of life and death at the moment of their demise. They need only accept their fate. Isn't it merely a matter of judging right or wrong based on one's mood? However, this is merely an internal affair of their realm of the dead, and I cannot interfere too much. I will continue to listen to the account recounted by the ghostly messenger. The judgment made by the judge is merely a preliminary assessment, as the 10 Yama Kings periodically scrutinize the judge's decisions to ensure that there are no wrongful convictions, for everything must be in accordance with heavenly principles. Chen Fan felt that this was more or less acceptable, akin to the celestial court. where all reports of duties in the Department of Guidance must be approved by the overseer. As the two walked and conversed, they had already crossed the Niha Bridge and formally entered the realm of the dead. The core of the underworld starkly contrasts with the desolation outside. A vast expanse of buildings stretches endlessly, forming a grand architectural complex. The ghostly messenger pointed to that cluster of structures and said, "These are the offices of the management district of Xinyo. The judge you seek is just ahead. I will take you to his door, but will not enter." Connecting the dots, Chen Fan realized that this judge was indeed his adversary, the very individual who insisted on his registration at the bridge. Chen Fan was genuinely curious to see what kind of person this judge was. The architecture of the underworld lacks the elegant demeanor of the celestial court. It is solemn and austere, making one hesitant to speak loudly within. The ghostly messenger escorted Chen Fan to the door and then turned to leave, offering a simple farewell. "Take care." Having already encountered the two prominent figures in the celestial court, Chen Fan had no reason to fear this minor judge. Noticing the door ajar, he boldly entered. "Who permitted your entry? Did I not clearly state that I do not wish to be disturbed while working? You must inquire before entering, and when leaving, knock on the door first." A man dressed in official robes was leaning over a desk, reviewing documents. Without raising his head, he bombarded Chen Fan with a string of questions upon hearing the noise. Chen Fan remained silent, choosing instead to observe when this judge would finally lift his gaze. With his current stealth, it was unlikely the judge would know of his presence unless Chen Fan deliberately made a sound upon entry. At that moment, Chen Fan suddenly recalled that the ghostly messenger had not informed him of the judge's name. No matter, he would simply refer to him as the judge. "Why are you still here? Do I need to warn you to learn your lesson?" The judge's tone grew somewhat irked, finally prompting him to lift his head. "A guide? What business do you from a celestial court have in our underworld?" The judge, clearly experienced, immediately identified Chen Fan's origins. Yet, Chen Fan found this line of questioning quite displeasing. Knowing that he was a guide and a celestial being, how could the judge question his presence? Is the underworld not governed by the celestial court, a part of the entire celestial realm? Why should he not be here? What he had witnessed and heard on this journey made it difficult for Chen Fan to form a favorable impression of this judge, leading his tone to become somewhat acerbic. The judge furrowed his brow and struck the desk forcefully with his right hand. "How dare you? Is this how your Department of Guidance instructs its subordinates? Do you not know how to speak with your superior? While the celestial court and the underworld are indeed one, the underworld's circumstances are unique. The Jade Emperor has granted the 10 Yama Kings authority over the underworld, and your celestial court must not interfere at will. Moreover, even within the celestial court, I'm still your superior. You are merely a minor guide." "Oh, is this where you intend to engage in verbal sparring?" Chen Fan thought to himself with a hint of amusement. What he failed to grasp was why the judge fixated on his celestial identity and the hierarchy issue, rather than inquiring about the purpose of his visit. The implication that the Jade Emperor needed the 10 Yama Kings' consent to manage the affairs of the underworld suggested a misunderstanding. Did he truly believe the underworld was an independent kingdom? Chen Fan was well aware that the underworld operated as an independent realm, with the 10 Yama Kings recruiting employees from among the souls and earning their merits independently. Yet, appearances must be maintained. Without the Jade Emperor's endorsement, the 10 Yama Kings could not exercise their authority. In summary, the relationship between the two parties was intricate, providing Chen Fan with ample opportunity to exploit the judge's vulnerabilities and articulate his points. From a position of righteousness, Chen Fan's words left the judge with no grounds for rebuttal. "You, young man, should refrain from indulging in such verbal bravado, no matter how many arguments you present. This is the underworld, not the celestial court. Whatever you intend to do must adhere to the rules of the underworld. I do not care what your purpose is. Leave now, knock, greet me, and then re-enter as I have instructed." This was utterly shameless, an outright challenge to the established order. Chen Fan decided not to prolong the conversation. Instead, he cut to the chase and tossed his guide's token onto the judge's desk. He was not concerned with niceties. He would first place the burden upon the judge. Chapter 53. Making a name for oneself. You, young man, should not speak recklessly or defame me. I have never made such statements. Let me be clear. I will not cooperate with you. If you truly wish to conduct business, send someone else. The judge leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, refusing to acknowledge the guide's token. This old fellow seemed determined to resist to the end. It was time to reveal his trump card. I advise you to take a good look at the token. My name is inscribed upon it. If you have any awareness of celestial affairs, you should have heard of me. With such unwavering confidence, Chen Fan's demeanor left the judge momentarily perplexed. To treat a guide from the celestial court in such a manner was audacious. First and foremost, the judge understood that, while the guide held the title, it merely connoted a minor role, far less significant compared to his own position in the underworld. Moreover, the judge had secured his position through influential connections. This mere errand boy from the celestial court was hardly a threat. Yet, this minor figure was not conforming to expectations. The judge was aware of the celestial court's affairs, and although he held significant sway in the underworld, he could not compare his work environment or benefits to those of the celestial realm. The underworld also offered opportunities for ascension, and many celestial beings resided there. Thus, encountering Chen Fan incensed him. Why should this young man, still in his prime, have already ascended and become a guide while he languished in the shadows of the underworld? After contemplating all this, the judge ultimately decided to observe. Should Chen Fan's claims prove true, he would be unaware of having offended someone significant. If he were merely attempting to deceive, the judge would ensure he faced consequences. When the judge first glimpsed Chen Fan's name, he found it rather ordinary, lacking any notable impression. However, upon reflecting on it, his expression shifted dramatically, and he struggled to maintain composure. He stared intently at Chen Fan, his voice betraying a tremor. "You are Chen Fan? The one who resolved the conflicts between the Lei Bu, Yinmu Bu, and Shenlong Bu, and proposed solutions that reconciled centuries-old disputes between the Western Paradise and the Celestial Court?" In this moment of public recognition, Chen Fan felt a mixture of embarrassment and a hint of satisfaction. Perhaps this was akin to the feeling of a person basking in glory. His tone remained unperturbed. "I am indeed Chen Fan. The contributions I made were merely trivial. The primary architects of those resolutions were the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother of the West, the Grand Prince of Heaven, the Buddha, and the Bodhisattva Guanyin." Hearing the names of such illustrious figures spoken by Chen Fan caused the judge to feel weak. Being of a certain rank, he understood the principle that words carry weight. One would not dare address such powerful beings directly without having genuine dealings with them. The mere utterance of their names could invoke their awareness. The judge realized he had indeed encountered an insurmountable obstacle, one that was formidable beyond belief. Almost everyone in the celestial court knew that Chen Fan was backed by a war god of the three realms. Just recalling the exploits of the second master could send shivers down one's spine. That title of war god was hard-earned and universally acknowledged. In comparison, the judge's own support was insignificant. The connections of the second master far surpassed anything the judge could claim. After serving as a judge for many years, having witnessed numerous grand occasions, the judge suppressed the unease within and adopted a tone that was significantly more composed. The purpose of Chen Shangxian's visit remained unclear to me, as the name on the invitation card was solely yours, devoid of any indication of the mission at hand. The choice of words had become considerably more elegant, directly addressing Chen Shangxian, and the demeanor adopted was sufficiently humble. Chen Fan, however, was unfazed by these formalities and reiterated, "I shall state once more. At the stroke of midnight last night, your soul collector from Xinyo Hezhou took away a living soul named Dai Rao in Nanbai City. That soul was my intended target for retrieval. I have come to reclaim him. I have at most 6 hours left. If we delay further, he shall no longer be able to ascend to the celestial realm." Chen Fan succinctly articulated the matter, leaving the judge somewhat flustered. "I wish to review your records from that day to ascertain whether there was a mistake in the identification of the individual." Chen Fan made his request known. The judge's expression mirrored discomfort, akin to constipation. "Chen Shangxian, it is not that I am unwilling to grant you access. However, this data is considered confidential for ordinary mortals. Even if I were to deny you, you would still find a way to procure it. But the crux of the matter is that the records are no longer in my possession. They have been taken by someone else." "Taken by someone else?" Chen Fan inquired. "Who was it?" Has the Ten Yama Kings begun to audit cases? He had not anticipated encountering a figure of such magnitude from the West during his visit to the underworld. The tale of Dizong Pusa was already well known throughout the three realms. Yet, in Chen Fan's perspective, the grand aspirations of Dizong might indeed be genuine. He vowed not to attain Buddhahood until hell was empty. However, he was effectively a wedge driven into the underworld by the forces of the West. The underworld operated smoothly under the Ten Yama Kings, so what need was there for his interference? Alas, the power of the West was formidable, and they could offer substantial assistance, leaving both the underworld and the heavenly court with no choice but to acquiesce. To his surprise, he had forged a connection with this bodhisattva. Chapter 54, Pursuit Very Well, Lead the Way. It was indeed advantageous to have a guide. As Chen Fan was at a loss for the route to Dizong, it would be inappropriate to simply approach a ghost on the street and inquire, "Brother, how does one get to Dizong Pusa?" The judge was equally pleased, contemplating how to mend the relationship between the two. The initial impression he had given this celestial being had been exceedingly poor. More crucially, this celestial figure possessed considerable influence in the heavenly court, capable of effortlessly dealing with someone of his lowly status. Esteemed celestial, this way please, the judge said, hastening to step ahead of Chen Fan and guiding him. Upon exiting, Chen Fan noticed the ghostly emissary waiting not far away. It turned out this ancient ghost had not wandered far. However, upon witnessing the judge's obsequious demeanor, disbelief was etched across the ghost's face. No one knew the judge's character better than he did. He had been the one to mentor him initially. Yet, in terms of relationships and maneuvering, he had fallen short, gradually being overshadowed and marginalized. The ghost understood that only two types of individuals could warrant such a change in the judge's demeanor, one with immense strength or another with a formidable background. This soul collector evidently belonged to the latter category. Strength was not merely boastful. The ancient ghost could discern the true capabilities of such a fledgling. The conflict between the two had never been openly discussed, yet Chen Fan could easily surmise its existence. Thus, upon seeing the ancient ghost, Chen Fan's heart stirred, and he suddenly waved at the ghostly emissary, exclaiming, "Uncle Ghost, I did not expect you to still be here. I was worried you had left. I owe you my gratitude for guiding me here." This unexpected gesture left even the ancient ghost, who had been around for ages, somewhat flustered. He responded from a distance. No, esteemed celestial, you are too kind. This is merely my duty. I cannot accept thanks." Their exchange from afar rendered the judge awkwardly caught in the middle. With the celestial having spoken, if he remained silent, it would imply disdain for the celestial being. Thus, he forced himself to greet, "So it was the ancient ghost who brought Chen Shangshan here. Thank you for your efforts. Since you have come, there is no need for the judge's assistance. I believe with your experience, Uncle Ghost, you are quite familiar with the underworld." "Oh no," the ancient ghost interjected, "I may be familiar with the terrain, but I am well acquainted with people as well. I shall indeed escort you to Dizong." The judge, feeling somewhat anxious, understood the importance of this heavenly figure. Such prominent individuals were rarely seen in the underworld, and to lose this opportunity due to a few careless words would be regrettable. If it were not for the public setting, he would have slapped himself. Chen Fan's remark only heightened the judge's anxiety, his tone filled with pleading. Nonetheless, Chen Fan turned to the ancient ghost, asking, "What do you think?" The ancient ghost, honest as ever, replied, "Although this person's character may be somewhat questionable, he speaks truthfully. He is indeed quite familiar with Dizong Pusa, especially with those monks. He has several acquaintances among them." Chen Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that, while the judge might have a foul mouth, he was adept at forming connections. It appeared he simply did not regard individuals of low status like the ancient ghost with any respect. If one possessed value, he would seek to curry favor. He was a quintessential pragmatist. Since Uncle Ghost has spoken, let us proceed together. Upon hearing Chen Fan's agreement to follow his lead, the judge felt a sense of relief. There was still a chance to salvage the situation. Although the ancient ghost accompanied them, there was nothing embarrassing in seeking to ingratiate oneself. The area where Chen Fan currently resided was the administrative district of Shinyo Huzhou's underworld, while figures such as the Ten Yama Kings and Dizong, with their prominence, resided at the heart of the underworld. The judge led them directly to a formation, knowing that Chun Shangxian is pressed for time. This is the fastest route to the heavenly court. We can teleport directly. The ancient ghost shot him a glance, remarking it may be quick, but the merit fee is not inexpensive. The judge quickly patted his chest, assuring, "What are you saying? Of course, I will cover the merit fee. How could I let the esteemed celestial worry about it? It was our mistake that caused you to make this trip. If we were to ask the esteemed celestial to pay for merit, what would that say?" Although Chen Fan looked down upon the judge's character, he couldn't help but find his words somewhat agreeable. It was no wonder he held a high position and maintained an extensive network. If he could treat everyone equally, he would truly be invincible. With someone taking responsibility, Chen Fan stepped confidently into the teleportation array, and in an instant, they arrived at the core of the underworld. Had Chen Fan not spoken, one might have assumed the scene before him was in some bustling marketplace of the mortal realm, with wide streets bustling with ghosts, all hurrying along. Chen Fan had only seen such a gathering of spirits once before on the Naiha Bridge, and now he had shattered his previous record for witnessing such a multitude in a short span. "Esteemed Celestial, this way, please." The judge maintained a slightly bowed posture while leading the way, a demeanor that made Chen Fan reflect on the fact that no success is ever purely coincidental. Chapter 55. In front of Dizong, the distance from the teleportation array to Dizong's abode was not far. In just a quarter of an hour, the three arrived at their destination. Upon reaching the entrance, the welcoming monk broke into a smile upon seeing the judge. "Ah, it is Zhang Shizhu. May I inquire what brings you here this time?" This was also the first occasion Chen Fan learned the judge's surname. Zhang the judge stepped aside to reveal Chen Fan, saying, "This is the celestial soul collector from the heavenly court, Chun Shangxian. He requires access to some records I just submitted. May I ask you to notify the Bodhisattva so that we might review them? Review the records?" The welcoming monk scrutinized Chen Fan from head to toe. He was familiar with the distinctive attire of the soul collectors, but it was unusual for them to have dealings with the underworld. "May I ask what the soul collector needs to access the underworld's records for? These matters should not concern you." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a surge of irritation. The underworld was, after all, a subordinate organization of the heavenly court. As a member of the heavenly court seeking to review the court's records, it was absurd for someone from the West to obstruct him, prattling on about how it was none of their concern. In a previous life, Chen Fan would have erupted with an expletive, especially with the ruler of the underworld present, having already consented to the inquiry. What audacity for an external force to act like a big shot in this realm. At that moment, the judge sensed a shift in Chen Fan's emotions and hurriedly stepped forward to explain to the welcoming monk, Master Liao Ran. "The heavenly court is merely conducting an investigation based on reasonable suspicion, seeking our documentation for verification. Could you possibly show some leniency?" Judge Zhang's plea fell on deaf ears, as the welcoming monk maintained his stoic demeanor. "We adhere strictly to our regulations here. If we conduct a data review, it takes a full day. You've only just submitted your request. To take it back now would be a breach of protocol. I suggest that since this is an inquiry, written documentation is insufficient. You should directly consult the sole receivers from that day. They were the parties involved and should have a clear understanding." Directly consulting the parties involved? Had Chen Fan not considered that? Regardless of whether it was the heavenly court or the underworld, their operational processes were quite similar. Every matter required proper documentation. Memories could be fabricated or forgotten, but records created at the time, protected by celestial law, had a minimal chance of alteration. Thus, even if Chen Fan were to report back to the heavenly court, he would still need the underworld's records as corroboration. Otherwise, it would be futile for him to have come to the underworld at all. How could he return and report that his journey to the underworld was in vain? Attempting to intimidate me? I see through your haste to fulfill your own mission, willing to disregard the established order of others. Regrettably, that tactic won't work here. Chen Fan felt an urge to crack open the monk's head to see if all those from the Western paradise shared such obstinacy. While the monk Yuan Jing was at least reasonable and receptive to counsel, this fellow was as unyielding as a stone in a cesspit. Seeing the stalemate, Judge Zhang stepped forward once more, wielding his last card. "Master Liao Ran, you may not be aware of this celestial being's identity. He serves in the Western Paradise's Soul Reception Division, known as Chen Fan. And what of the soul reception division of the Western Paradise? Does that concern us? Just because he is called Chen Fan, does that make him extraordinary? Master Liao Ran persisted, following his own line of reasoning, utterly unyielding to the request for review. However, upon hearing the name Chen Fan, a string in his mind was plucked, and he paused momentarily. Judge Zhang had made himself clear. Are you, like Judge Zhang, going to require a glimpse of my reception token to ascertain my identity? Chen Fan asked in a low voice. This question rendered both men uncomfortable. Judge Zhang realized that the day's events would not easily be resolved without appeasing this young master. He hastily added, Indeed, this is Chen Fan. The Western Paradise's soul reception division is rather small. Is there another Chen Fan? Upon witnessing the attitudes of Chen Fan and Judge Zhang, Master Liao Ran understood that it was highly likely that this Chen Fan was the same one currently gaining notoriety in the Western Paradise. He had misjudged the situation. With hands clasped together, he bowed respectfully. It is indeed you, Benefactor Chen. My previous behavior was presumptuous. This fluctuating demeanor left Chen Fan feeling increasingly uncomfortable. He had come to the underworld in the capacity of a soul reception official, not as the nephew of Erlang Shun on a leisurely visit. He hoped for a professional attitude in collaboration. Yet the reality was quite the opposite, as he found himself compelled to clarify his identity to Judge Zhang. Chapter 56. Dizong, I do not require your presumptuousness. What I seek is an attitude, a professional demeanor, rather than incessantly citing rules. What are rules? The discord between the soul reception division and your Western Paradise has persisted for centuries. Are those not your rules? As long as one is a believer, access to reception is denied. Ultimately, how did that turn out? It all changed. Therefore, you have no right to invoke rules before me. The most rule-abiding individuals are often those who incessantly preach them. You focus solely on your own narrow interests, disregarding the endeavors of others and whether their reasons hold merit. For you, the word rules encompasses everything. How dare you speak of rules? Since the matter had been laid bare, Chen Fan no longer held back, unleashing a torrent of words. His verbal prowess fully engaged. Master Liao Ran's complexion turned pale, yet he found himself unable to retort. Chen Fan's imposing presence, coupled with his words rooted in righteousness, left him without a counterargument. Reflecting on his own prowess at the debate assembly, where he was unmatched in eloquence, he had been summoned by Dizong to serve as a welcoming monk. Now he realized that his previous skills were trivial. Chen Fan's high-minded chastisement, grounded in principle, represented true righteousness. Meanwhile, Judge Zhang was sweating profusely. He had heard rumors in the heavenly court about this young master's exceptional verbal skills. Recalling how the monk from the Western Paradise had once been persuaded to personally come and express gratitude. Observing the obstinacy of Master Liao Ran, he understood that such a reputation was well-earned. Just then, a resonant voice interjected, What this benefactor says is entirely correct. Chen Fan turned to notice a simple monk standing nearby, clad in a visibly patched robe, his sturdy visage exuding reliability. Greetings, Dizang Bodhisattva. Both Master Liao Ran and Judge Zhang bowed in unison. So this is Dizong? Chen Fan scrutinized the figure, noting the stark contrast to Guan Yin's opulent demeanor. Dizong proceeded to reprimand his errant disciple, while Chen Fan observed coldly. Under normal circumstances, he would have intervened to maintain his amiable persona. Yet today, he felt no inclination to do so. Master Liao Ran's severity had become distasteful to him. Dizong then approached Chen Fan and bowed. I beseech your forgiveness, Benefactor Chen. My welcoming monk has been entrenched in the mortal realm for far too long, tainted by worldly concerns to the extent that he has forgotten his true nature. I apologize on his behalf. Though irritated with Master Liao Ran, Chen Fan felt unworthy of Dizang's reverence and quickly sidestepped, saying, Dizong Bodhisattva, you flatter me. I am not deserving of such honor. Dizong asserted with a firm voice, How can you not be deserving? The resolution of the long-standing discord between the heavenly court and the Western Paradise, achieved so splendidly, constitutes a monumental merit. Your efforts are commendable. My humble merits pale in comparison to the radiant light of your presence, Dizong Bodhisattva. I am deeply ashamed. Observing this, Master Liao Ran, stripped of his authority and wearing a dejected expression, realized that Dizong was attempting to remedy his earlier behavior and illustrate the proper demeanor expected when interacting with celestial beings. His heart swelled with regret. Although he recognized that such thoughts were detrimental to his cultivation, he could not help but silently recite Buddhist scriptures. Dizong Bodhisattva was correct. His heart had become cluttered with too many distractions, and he was no longer the original Liao Ran. What have you discovered? Is the person still in your underworld? After such a lengthy investigation, with someone now on the same trail, Chen Fan could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Dizong shook his head. I can only say that the individual is no longer in the underworld. For the detailed circumstances, you must refer to the records. Mere verbal accounts cannot convey the truth. Not in the underworld? Chen Fan halted in his tracks, for he had come to the underworld to locate someone. With the person missing, what was the purpose of his visit? He might as well return to the heavenly court. Dizong, being a significant figure, understood Chen Fan's thoughts. Young man, do not rush. After you thoroughly examine the records, you will comprehend the meaning of my words. When a prominent figure speaks, the information must be heeded. Chen Fan, intrigued, was eager to uncover the mystery behind the soul receiver's disappearance. Upon arriving at the study, Dizong handed Chen Fan a jade slip. Peruse this in detail. Once you have finished, we can discuss further matters. Chen Fan perused the document, which chronicled the experiences of the soul collectors that fateful night. Unlike the guides, who acted independently, the soul collectors operated in pairs to facilitate the manipulation of the soul banner. This record served as a compilation of their reports. The initial entries were quite ordinary. Upon reading, Chen Fan noted that their duties mirrored his own as a guide, constantly gathering souls. Their workload, however, surpassed his own significantly. Once a ghost was collected, it was directly placed into the soul banner. Unlike the heavenly court, where souls were escorted away, it was impractical to do so here, given the sheer number of souls departing the mortal realm daily. Without this method, the soul collectors would be overwhelmed. It was at the stroke of midnight that the entries began to depict abnormal occurrences. Chapter 57. The beginning of events in their report. Both individuals concurrently employed the term strange. As soul collectors of the underworld, these two had witnessed countless scenarios. Yet their use of the word strange indicated an extraordinary situation had unfolded. According to the records, just past midnight marked their peak operational period. As a multitude of spirits emerged at this hour, their soul banner had already accumulated over 10 souls, and once they reached 30, their shift would conclude, allowing another team to take over. At that moment, they felt as though the entire space had paused for a second before returning to normal. Chen Fan believed this was the most fitting expression of their sentiments. The sensation of time, standing still, allowed them to perceive their thoughts actively, while everything around them remained motionless. This was the essence of time suspension that Chen Fan could envision, and the two soul collectors likely felt similarly. One remarked with a wry smile, "My esteemed friend, do you know how many such teams I manage? 108. I assure you, I have reviewed all these records, and the accounts of unusual events are as numerous as the stars. As long as the soul collectors are unharmed and the souls are gathered, I cannot scrutinize every single incident. What these two have described is not the most peculiar. There are instances where a collector has been mysteriously transported across 1,000 miles during a task, only to discover later that they had encountered a celestial being experimenting with their powers. What I describe is relatively normal. The number of other abnormal occurrences is countless, and I cannot oversee them all. Hence, the anomalies they reported do not warrant my attention." After hearing this, Chen Fan fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. The thought of 108 teams under a single judge's management was exhausting. The judge, Zhang, could hardly manage the vast number of souls awaiting processing. At that moment, the ghost assistant who had been silently trailing behind finally spoke in defense of his opponent. He speaks the truth. The underworld is preparing for reform, increasing the number of judges to expedite case processing. Currently, each judge is overwhelmed with a multitude of souls awaiting resolution. Matters of the underworld were beyond Chen Fan's control. He quickly flipped to the names of the souls collected that day and soon located his guide. After a meticulous examination, he found that the name, birth details, and gender perfectly matched those on his guide's token. Chen Fan retrieved the information from his guide's token and compared it to the name recorded. Look, they are undoubtedly the same individual. But why do they appear simultaneously in both the soul banner and the guiding token? Dizong urged, finish reading before we discuss further. The duo in their report noted that they distinctly remembered collecting this soul into the soul banner, yet inexplicably, the soul had vanished. Such occurrences were rare. So their conclusion suggested that perhaps the soul banner had been confused, resulting in a mix-up of souls. Chen Fan found this revelation eye-opening. The rarity of lost souls in their records indicated that such incidents had occurred more than once. Judge Zhang quickly clarified, the principle governing the soul banner's space differs from that of our storage rings. Storage rings do not require spiritual energy. They are merely a small, created pocket dimension. Souls, however, are living entities in a different form and require the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, much like living mortals require air. Without spiritual energy, souls will quickly dissipate. The space within the soul banner was established by the 10 Yama kings, combining everyone's powers to create a small celestial orbit. This orbit, while not dense with spiritual energy, is sufficient for souls to survive temporarily. The soul banner merely serves as a key, allowing the collector to guide the soul into this space before releasing them in the underworld. Having clarified the underlying principle, Chen Fan understood that since it was the same orbit, it was inevitable that souls could become confused. No wonder it was termed soul confusion. The crux of the matter now lay in their handling of the situation. Where had his guide truly gone? First, they needed to locate the individual before delving into why the name appeared on both the heavenly and underworld artifacts. Upon seeing that Chen Fan had finished reading, Dizong remarked, now you understand why the soul is not in the underworld, right? With a powerful presence before him, Chen Fan humbly sought guidance. Master Dizong, do you have any insight into where this guide has gone? The formidable beings of the West, renowned for their vast powers, were particularly intriguing to Chen Fan. He hoped that Dizong, after reviewing the documents, will be able to pinpoint his target. However, faced with Chen Fan's eager gaze, Dizong appeared somewhat bashful, averting his eyes. This reaction caused a sense of foreboding within Chen Fan. It seemed the situation was not easily resolved. After clearing his throat twice, Dizong responded, I regret to inform you that I have used my abilities to search but found no trace of your guide. You couldn't find them either, Master Dizong? Chen Fan wished for a different answer. Dizong then stated earnestly, this sensation is peculiar. In the past, whenever I sought someone, even if they could conceal themselves, I would always uncover some clues. Yet this individual seems as if they have been erased from the 3 realms. I cannot sense their spiritual energy at all. I have never encountered such a scenario. With even Dizong unable to assist, Chen Fan fell silent. Who could possess such extraordinary power to orchestrate this? What are we to do now? He inquired, echoing the collective concern of the group. Although Dizong was not affiliated with the heavenly court, he was now embroiled in this matter, thus entangled in its consequences. Everyone stood united in purpose. It was evident that significant effort had been exerted to make a soul vanish, suggesting a deeper mystery at play. Yet, the fact that even Dizong had been kept in the dark left Chen Fan uncertain about his own abilities to endure the turmoil. Despite the adage that one need not fear debts accrued, nobody desires trouble. Therefore, seeking Dizong's perspective was prudent. Should this powerful being opt to temporarily withdraw, Chen Fan would follow suit. We must pursue this to the very end. Chen Fan understood Dizong's sentiments. He merely disapproved of the treachery often associated with the West. Yet he bore no ill will toward Dizong, who had forsaken the tranquil existence of the West to guide malevolent spirits in the dark underworld. A noble sacrifice deserving of respect. Such a deity, who abhors evil and sees the blatant violation of cosmic laws, could hardly remain indifferent. Thus, his thoughts remained unclouded. Now, a 2-pronged approach was necessary. Judge Zhang, please locate the 2 soul collectors from that night. I wish to discuss the events in detail to analyze what might have led to this outcome. Additionally, Chen, the guide, you must promptly report to the heavenly court and inform them of the latest developments here. Then, I summon some adept assistance. My amateur-level investigation pales in comparison to those professionals. Such specialized matters should indeed be entrusted to experts. Zhang Panguang nodded in agreement, stating, I will immediately locate those two soul collectors and ensure they appear before us as swiftly as possible to unveil the truth of that fateful night. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Time was of the essence, and without further ado, they commenced their respective tasks. Upon arriving in the underworld for the first time, Chen Fan, being a novice, had to follow the beginner's path. However, with Zhang Panguang, a local expert, guiding him, they swiftly traversed the teleportation array between the underworld and the heavenly realm, soon arriving at the western heavenly gate. Chen Fan promptly approached the overseer and recounted in detail the information he had gathered during his investigation in the underworld. The overseer's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Unlike Chen Fan, who was somewhat naive, he understood the implications of the situation. This was the first time in over a millennium that he had heard of directives on the Soul Collector's banner being tampered with, an unprecedented occurrence. Although he could ascertain from Chen Fan's description that the instruction on the guiding plate was accurate, the Soul Collector's banner had indeed been compromised. Such tampering with the Soul Collector's banner jeopardized the safety of the guiding plate, leading him to reflect on the celestial beings he had previously guided, some of whom had been placed there by others, creating significant complications. Observing Chen Fan's anxious demeanor, the overseer sighed internally. This young man undoubtedly had a knack for attracting trouble. In just a month since assuming his role at the guiding office, he had already encountered two major incidents, marking the most significant challenges during the overseer's long tenure at the Western Heavenly Gate. Steeling himself, the overseer recognized that this was not the time for idle thoughts. As Dizong had rightly pointed out, they needed to expedite their efforts and prevent the shadowy figures from erasing any traces. Dizang's suggestion to seek out tracking experts was indeed fortuitous. Few in the heavenly realm could rival the prowess of the Xiao Tianshan Quan. Coupled with the abilities of Er Yi, the clues would be impossible to elude. Chen Fan was well aware of the formidable reputation of the Great Black Dog, yet he was surprised by the high regard in which it was held by the overseer. Now that the overseer had issued the directive, they would proceed without delay. Whenever they needed Er Yi, he was always present, and this occasion was no exception. Addressing his uncle succinctly, Chen Fan conveyed the urgency, and even Er Yi's expression grew serious upon receiving the news. This issue was unprecedented, even for me. Moreover, Dizong was being modest. His powers were among the top 5 in the Western Heaven. Such a formidable being would not have any apparent weaknesses. Any perceived deficiencies in tracking abilities were relative. And compared to other celestial beings, he was in a league of his own. Even the Xiao Tian Quan would not surpass him significantly. I concur with Dizong. This issue must be thoroughly investigated. Such a grave breach, if exploited by malicious individuals, could lead to unimaginable consequences. Tampering with your directives is merely the tip of the iceberg. Those capable of such deeds have likely grasped certain rules of the heavenly and earthly realms. More alarmingly, this could throw the various artifacts employed by the heavenly realm into disarray, such as the Feng Shun Bang. Upon uttering these 3 words, Chen Fan distinctly perceived a glimmer in Er Yi's eyes, as if even the heavenly eye had been opened. The Xiao Tian Quan will accompany you, and I will dispatch Mei Jia Lao San to assist you. Should you encounter any formidable challenges, allow him to handle the situation first. If necessary, Mei Lao San will promptly inform me, and I shall arrive immediately. Er Yi's demeanor reflected a level of seriousness that Chen Fan had never witnessed before. Chapter 59. Tracing the clues with a nod, Chen Fan set off with Mei Lao San and the Xiao Tian Quan. Strictly speaking, it was the Xiao Tian Quan leading the way for the two of them, as it held the highest rank among the trio. Indeed, the Xiao Tian Quan had also been inscribed on the Feng Shun Bang and received its own salary, far surpassing Chen Fan in status. Quickly show me the way. It's a rare opportunity to relax without having to charm Yang Jian, the Xiao Tian Quan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Chen Fan, however, found it difficult to adjust to the fact that it could speak. He was aware that the various spiritual beasts in the heavenly realm were far more intelligent than ordinary beings and possessed considerable cultivation. Yet, witnessing a dog still in canine form articulate words felt somewhat jarring. Nevertheless, he could not dwell on the incongruities, as long as it could be of assistance. It was a good dog. Mei Jia Lao San, the quietest among the 6 brothers, trailed behind the duo, remaining vigilant and ready to assist at any moment. The renowned black dog, a divine canine known across the three realms, was recognized by all. Zhang Panguang expressed his astonishment. I never imagined that Chun Xian you could summon the Shao Tian Shin Quan in such a short time. Our chances of tracing the clues have significantly increased. Even Di Zhang's expression brightened considerably. The arrival of the Shao Tian Shin Quan indicated that Erlang Sheng-jun and the heavenly realm took this matter seriously, which was encouraging. To be praised in such a manner caused the Shao Tian Quan to raise its head proudly. The two nodded and led the group onward, discussing the events that had transpired. At the time, we were on duty as usual, overseeing our jurisdiction, having served here for countless years. While we may not know every household intimately, most are familiar enough to name. As they approached an alley, the soul collectors continued. It was here that we sensed something amiss. The sensation was indescribable. Although our thoughts were vibrant, our movements and the surrounding environment suddenly slowed, even becoming stagnant. As soul collectors, we are ethereal beings. In that moment, we felt as though we inhabited a corporeal body, causing a dissonance between our shell and spirit, resulting in impaired coordination. Another soul collector interjected. This sensation was fleeting, lasting perhaps the blink of an eye. At first, we nearly mistook it for an illusion. But after repeatedly confirming with one another, we realized we had indeed experienced something unusual. Chen Fan had a slight recollection of this place and pointed to a courtyard just a wall away. The Dai family resides next door. The one we were sent to collect lived here in life. The soul collectors nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is right next door. When we saw the name of the Dai family's young man on the soul collector's banner, we felt a tinge of nostalgia. The Dai family has been known for their good deeds in this generation, and their son's reputation was commendable, qualifying him for collection. Yet, unexpectedly, we ended up taking him away, making another journey through the mortal realm. The collection process went smoothly. Unlike other souls who may resist their fate, we found him calm. Upon seeing us, he accepted his demise and cooperated with us in entering the soul collector's banner. We mentioned this in our report. Such occurrences are not unheard of. Due to the unique nature of the soul collector's banner, occasionally, souls may inadvertently find themselves within another's banner. We were too focused on the immediate collection and intended to locate the lost one afterward. The space within the soul collector's banner is also delineated by jurisdiction. Even if a soul goes missing, it would not stray far, remaining within the designated area. Following customary protocol, we inquired with several nearby soul collecting teams, only to discover that no one had seen the Dai family's young man. It was only then that we panicked and promptly notified Chun Panguang, realizing that you had already discovered the situation and commenced your investigation. The soul collector recounted the events, and Chen Fan clarified the situation. It could be said that the soul collector realized the problem later than himself, but the investigation proceeded simultaneously. The difference lay in the fact that Chen Fan directly sought out their superior, while the soul collectors, guided by experience, first inquired among their colleagues. This resulted in them reporting the issue to Judge Chen only after Di Zhang had already taken action, making them appear perpetually a step behind. As the overseer of the entire situation, Di Zhang had a more comprehensive understanding than Chen Fan. Let us commence our investigation with the shell of the missing person, examining the cause of death and any signs of spiritual interference, followed by a search of this narrow alley for residual spiritual energy. Under Di Zhang's guidance, the group entered the Dai residence, where Dai Rao, the eldest son, had suddenly passed away. The family was engulfed in grief, oblivious to the procession of concealed celestial beings entering with their ethereal arts. The first examination was of Dai Rao's corpse. Chen Fan took a closer look, but with his limited cultivation, he could discern nothing unless there were conspicuous traces of spiritual energy. When it came to Di Zhang, however, the situation was altogether different. Di Zhang furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. How could there be no traces of spiritual energy whatsoever? After circling the body, the celestial hound echoed, "Indeed, I can detect no signs of spiritual energy. It is exceedingly abnormal. A living person always possesses some spiritual power, and since Dai Rao had only recently died, there should be no reason for it to dissipate so quickly. At least 7 days must pass before such a transformation occurs." Chen Fan began. "I inquired with Dai Rao's parents this morning, and their account aligned with that on the guiding plaque. He succumbed to a lung disease, and medical treatment proved ineffective. The soul collectors provided their findings as well. Our investigation aligns with that of Chen, confirming death by illness. At that moment, I sensed something was amiss. Now it becomes clear, the spirits we have encountered reflect the deceased's condition in life, and having seen the young master of the Dai family, he bore no signs of a frail death, resembling more an accidental demise. His companion concurred. I share the same sentiment. It is rare to encounter a spirit in such good condition. Most are tragic and forlorn. Integrating both perspectives, Dizong meticulously examined Dai Rao's body, arriving at a conclusion. This individual did not perish from a lung disease. Chen Fan felt as though he were watching a drama unfold, where a fantastical tale had morphed into a mystery. Dizong continued. Indeed, an individual suffering from lung disease typically requires rest, and their lungs cannot endure substantial exertion. Thus, the muscles of the limbs should appear more slender, not as robust and well-defined as they currently are. Furthermore, the markings on his hands suggest that he was practicing weaponry just prior to his death. Given the state of his lung infection, such physical exertion would have been utterly impossible. Well then, this has completely transformed into a detective story, and Dizang's deductions were so intricate that they felt entirely believable. Chen Fan mused whether he ought to refer to him as Dizong Conan Doyle. Yes, the traces on his body must be the result of celestial arts. To obscure such evidence, the practitioner employed some method to erase all traces of spiritual energy. The Celestial Hound and Dizong collaborated seamlessly to piece together the facts. Chen Fan, perplexed, inquired, why did Dai Rao's parents insist he succumb to a lung disease? This question elicited a rare smile from Dizong. If this person could alter the information on the guiding plaque and the soul-summoning banner, how challenging would it be to manipulate the memories of two individuals? This was indeed a flaw in their meticulous plan. Since he had altered the memories of the two, he could not completely erase the traces of spiritual energy from their bodies, leaving behind a residual essence that we may use as a lead in our investigation. Meanwhile, the Celestial Hound had approached the elderly couple, meticulously sniffing around. Dizong praised. Indeed, you are the howling Celestial Hound. Such subtle traces of spiritual energy would have escaped my notice. Thankfully, you are here. Can this energy be tracked? The hound, somewhat regretfully, shook its head. No, the traces are too faint. I can only sense them, but I cannot pursue them. However, should this individual cast another spell, I would undoubtedly sense it. What is certain is that the one responsible for this effect is at least of the heavenly immortal level in the celestial court. Let us proceed to the next location. Dizang directed. Upon arriving at the back alley, the Celestial Hound began to sniff around. Not long after, it confidently proclaimed, indeed, it is the same individual behind this. Once again, he has erased all traces of spiritual energy. Had I not been here, others would truly have been oblivious. This person set up a formation here, leaving behind too many traces. Even after erasing them, remnants remain. It seems we still cannot pursue the individual. Dizong expressed concern over locating the perpetrator. The Celestial Hound replied, tracking is possible, but only to a limited extent. Now that I have gathered more spiritual energy fluctuations, I can sense him within 100 feet, even without him casting a spell. The two soul collectors were the most elated, as the Celestial Hound's statement effectively endorsed their innocence in this incident, alleviating their burden. From the underworld to the mortal realm, their hearts had been in turmoil, for losing a spirit was not the worst of it. Being apprehended by their superior posed a considerable threat. Had they been held accountable, they would have been the primary suspects with no escape. Now, however, they had finally cleared their names. Dizong expressed some disappointment. Only 100 feet? That poses a bit of a challenge. There are plenty of heavenly immortals in the celestial court. Can you ascertain the nature of this formation? Howling Celestial Hound? Certainly, I am currently reconfiguring the formation. Yet the clues are sparse. I need to analyze them further to ascertain its purpose. After a brief pause, the Celestial Hound began to circle in the narrow alley, surveying the surroundings. Though everyone felt anxious, they could only wait for its findings. The Celestial Hound did not keep them waiting long. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, it spoke, based on the descriptions from the two soul collectors and the residual evidence at the scene. I believe this is a rather rudimentary, bewitching formation. Turning to the two soul collectors, it added, "You two are still under the influence of the bewitching formation." I sensed something was off about you. I couldn't articulate it at the time, but now it is clear. It's the residual spiritual energy from the formation affecting you, which feels rather pleasant to me. However, I failed to consider that you too had come from the underworld. Initially relieved, the two were now filled with trepidation. Are we still under the formation's influence? How are we completely unaware? The celestial hound continued, directing its gaze toward Judge Zhang. This bewitching formation has a form of indirect contagion. You have also been compromised. I estimate that within 6 hours of the formation's activation, all who have interacted with you two have been affected. It seems the one who set the formation was unfortunate. Our investigation is proceeding swiftly, for if we delay another 6 hours, even I will no longer sense this spiritual energy. The celestial hound's revelations left everyone present in shock. Such a bewitching formation was known among cultivators as a basic array. Anyone who had practiced cultivation could set it up. However, the version described by the celestial hound was revolutionary, as both soul collectors and guiding officials were external forces of the underworld, equipped with their specialized tools. When facing top-tier powers, these were merely superficial, yet their resistance to ordinary celestial arts was not to be underestimated. It was evident that the bewitching formation had not only taken effect, but had developed a contagious variant. Were it not for the celestial hound's expertise in tracking, the matter would have seemed ridiculous. Dizong swiftly corroborated the words of the Xiaotian dog. After assisting the denizens of the underworld in a meticulous examination, he remarked, "Had it not been for the reminder from the Xiaotian dog, I would have remained oblivious." Upon thorough investigation, it has become evident that Zhang Panguan and two soul collectors possess subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy. These fluctuations bear a resemblance to the bewildering soul array, and are exceedingly faint, easily overlooked without careful scrutiny. The confirmation from the two formidable figures reassured everyone that this seemingly outlandish formation indeed existed. Zhang Panguan inquired eagerly, "May I ask, divine dog, how can one dispel the effects of this bewildering soul array?" Without hesitation, the two answered, 12 hours, coinciding perfectly with our shift change. The Xiaotian dog then queried, "When was your last update?" After a moment of contemplation, they responded, "It should have been 12 hours ago. We are about to update again." "Then wait patiently, for the time of the bewildering soul array is nigh," the Xiaotian dog declared. After this exchange, while others may have been confused, Chen Fan found clarity. The Xiaotian dog, having accompanied his uncle for such an extended period, possessed a keen intellect, surpassing that of many humans. However, the existence of someone capable of manipulating such celestial principles shattered the beliefs of many. Indeed, it raised doubts about the correctness of their past actions in accordance with these principles. Thus, Di Zhang's anxiety to uncover the truth was entirely understandable. With the revelation of the bewildering soul array by the Xiaotian dog, the situation took a new turn. The mastermind behind it all did not need to alter celestial principles, nor did he possess the ability to do so. He merely needed to influence the thoughts of the soul collectors and related personnel to achieve the same effect. Following this line of reasoning, everything began to make sense. Firstly, someone employed the bewildering soul array to convince the two soul collectors that they were to collect the soul of Dai Rao, thus creating a series of illusions. Whether it was the underworld personnel involved in the handover or Zhang Panguan, they all, infected by the meme, believed they were to collect the soul named Dai Rao. Subsequently, by utilizing the characteristics of the soul-collecting banner, the underworld's personnel conjured up the notion that Dai Rao's soul was lost within the space of the soul-collecting banner. Ultimately, as time elapsed, the influence on the crowd would dissipate, leaving behind only written documents to attest that the soul of Dai Rao had been misplaced by the underworld itself. This individual skillfully exploited various loopholes within the underworld. Chen Fan learned, through Zhang Panguan's explanation, that due to the necessity of collecting 30 souls each time and a multitude of tasks, the soul-collecting banner lacked extensive record-keeping functions, unlike the guiding tokens. Moreover, the quantity of soul-collecting banners far exceeded that of guiding tokens. Given the impracticality of too many functions, it was limited to simple task instructions and communication capabilities. The personnel involved in soul collection would refresh at designated times, and if one sought to review records, only the King of Hell's ledger contained detailed accounts. The same applied to the judges. Their basis for judgment was the life history of the souls, which would only appear on their judgment scrolls when the souls presented themselves. If Dai Rao's soul could not be located, there would be no corresponding life history. Under the meticulous orchestration of the unseen puppet master, this entire scheme formed a flawless closed loop until an unexpected occurrence revealed that Dai Rao was indeed a soul to be guided. The personnel of the heavenly court were far more precious than the souls of the underworld. Every individual was indispensable. Thus, Chen Fan could not disregard this matter, as he needed to provide an explanation to his superior, necessitating the pursuit of a credible truth. Dizong, sensing the anomaly through his divine abilities, mobilized documents, initiating a linkage between the heavenly court and the underworld. Under the scrutiny of both factions, every clue would be magnified to uncover traces, and the Shao Tian dog gradually pieced together the truth. Zhang Panguan and the duo of soul collectors had yet to grasp the entirety of the situation. But Dizong, being a figure of great stature, understood the implications of the Shao Tian dog's words and sought to enlighten the underworld personnel, ensuring they comprehended what had transpired while maintaining their dignity. Chen Fan approached the Shao Tian dog, giving a thumbs up. "Brother dog, your prowess is commendable. How did you discern all of this?" "Quite simply, I have never believed that anyone could influence celestial principles. If such abilities existed, they would have toppled the Jade Emperor and assumed the mantle of ruler of the three realms, rather than resorting to these petty tricks. To put it plainly, individuals capable of such feats would not engage in trivial matters. Only those lacking in strength resort to such flamboyant antics." Given the Shao Tian dog's status, it was indeed appropriate to label celestial beings as lesser entities. Chen Fan recognized his own misjudgment. After encountering several significant events, he tended to perceive issues on a grand scale. Upon noticing the same name in two locations, his initial thought was that there was a problem with celestial principles. The dog, however, adopted a more grounded perspective, leading to a completely different outlook and ultimately revealing the truth of the matter. As of now, the various parties had essentially reconstructed the methods and motives of the unseen puppet master. The pressing questions remained. Who was responsible and what was their motive? Why invest such effort to obscure Dai Rao's death? One could assert that had this individual not been the soul to be guided, particularly one associated with Chen Fan, the entire affair might have been brushed aside, sinking into obscurity, never to be questioned again. Much like the bewildering solar ray, the formation itself was simple and easily grasped. However, to arrange it in such a manner as to confound the personnel of the underworld and someone of Zhang Panguan's stature, whose character may be called into question, but whose strength was beyond doubt, indicated that this individual's cultivation might not have been particularly high. Yet, their mastery over celestial arts was remarkable, capable of cleansing spiritual energy to a degree that even the Shao Tian dog could not detect. Dizong focused on this aspect, dissecting the situation for his underworld colleagues, elucidating precisely what had transpired. Zhang Panguan's expression was particularly grim. As the primary individual responsible for oversight, his failure to detect any anomalies and his adherence to customary procedures nearly led to a significant oversight. "May I inquire the Shao Tian dog? You mentioned that this fluctuation of spiritual energy should be the handiwork of the heavenly court. Do you have any suspects in mind? Individuals capable of orchestrating such a scheme with such refined control over celestial arts? Surely, the number of deities with such intentions within the heavenly court cannot be vast." The large black dog grimaced, exhibiting a human-like expression of exasperation. "What do you mean by not too many? Surely, Dizong must be aware of the peach banquet held by the heavenly court every century?" Chen Fan nearly interrupted. I know. In a few years, it will be ruined by a raucous monkey, consuming all the peaches and drinking all the wine. Just wait and see what you will do for the banquet." Dizong nodded. "I am aware. I have participated in several. Master Dizong must have attended quite some time ago. In recent years, I am uncertain who advised the Queen Mother of the West that mere feasting lacked interest, suggesting instead a contest of divine abilities. Thus, amidst the revelry, Everyone could also enjoy the spectacle of the celestial beings performing. From the outset, events had indeed unfolded in this manner, with all attending the banquet while witnessing the performances on stage. The situation shifted significantly after Shi Wangmu bestowed prizes upon the champions. Observing the lack of effort put forth by these individuals in their entertainment, which was increasingly unappealing, she decided to incentivize them by personally funding a selection of substantial prizes. The champions were presented with at least 3 options, including magical artifacts, elixirs, and weapons, each a rare treasure that would leave even the most ordinary deities drooling. In light of this, many within the heavenly court began to diligently study various celestial techniques, aspiring to make a remarkable impression at the duel competition and claim those generous rewards. The notion that such efforts were scarce had long since become a relic of the past. In their quest for esteemed rankings, everyone exerted their utmost efforts, resulting in remarkable advancements in both technique and power. Among the acquaintances I know, at least half have achieved the impressive results we witnessed today. As I spoke, I cast a glance at Mei Lao-san, who was acting as a mere puppet behind me. For instance, he too could produce such effects, and likely with even greater subtlety. Not to mention Di Zong. Even Chen Fan appeared bewildered. Having spent considerable time in the heavenly court, he was completely unaware of such occurrences, only having heard of the Pan Tao Hui, an event not typically concerning lesser celestial attendants, and certainly not one that would extend an invitation to him. Di Zong clearly did not anticipate this outcome. It seems my information has lagged behind. After all, I have not visited the heavenly court in centuries, and change is inevitable. I wonder if Di Zong can utilize his divine powers to ascertain the identity of the mastermind behind this. Initially, he merely sensed Dai Rao's spirit, but now with a broader scope, he should be able to narrow down a target. The individuals from the West Heaven are indeed more adept in such matters than those in the heavenly court. My uncle once mentioned that he could only glimpse the most likely future of an individual. Yet in terms of tracing previously established events, Buddhism holds an advantage. After all, such enigmatic phenomena hinge on personal conviction, a realm where religion excels. Chen Fan himself serves as an example. Those who can substantiate their logic in cultivating their techniques progress swiftly. However, within the realm of esoteric divination and celestial arts, one cannot say the advancement is slow. Rather, it is non-existent, as they simply cannot convince themselves to believe in the seemingly nonsensical outcomes. Once Di Zong comprehended the general outline of the situation, he surely traced back to past events, yet he refrained from sharing his findings, leaving Chen Fan curious about what he had seen. Di Zong sighed. At this point, the passage of time became inconsequential. Initially, I was concerned about the time because I feared Dai Rao's spirit might be corrupted by malevolent forces and that leads could vanish with the passage of time. Both concerns are no longer pressing. We have already traced the leads and narrowed the scope. However, I initially believed Dai Rao's spirit might have been restrained by great divine powers, rendering it undetectable. Now it appears that this individual's spirit has completely vanished, and the deceptive formations and subsequent maneuvers were all designed to obscure this aim. After all, every spirit in this realm is recorded in the book of life and death. The sudden disappearance of one is too conspicuous. Hence, it was simply allowed to dissolve amidst the internal strife of the underworld. Di Zong, await our message. If this matter was orchestrated by someone within the heavenly court, we will provide you with an explanation. Chapter 63. The Bureau of Fate upon returning to the heavenly court. Xiao Tianquan had already taken the lead in place of Chen Fan. Just moments prior, Chen Fan refrained from inquiring further, as certain individuals belonged to the underworld, and it was best for any scandals to be handled internally. Sharing such matters would only serve as fodder for gossip. Now alone, he could finally ask Dog Brother, where shall we go after ascending to the heavens? You mentioned knowing the place. You, still inexperienced in the heavenly court, have only been within the core of the celestial realm. Unlike me, Dogmaster, who has become well acquainted with the heavenly court over the years, I'm well aware of where everything transpires. Speak plainly, Chen Fan interjected. After a long silence, Mei San-ge, who had been taciturn throughout, playfully nudged Xiao Tianquan on the back of the head. Chen Fan then understood why there had been little danger on their journey. Yi still sent Mei San go along, not for any other reason but to keep this foolish dog in check. Having been preoccupied with their tasks, the silly dog had not caused any trouble. Now that the mission was complete and it had accomplished a great feat, it was only natural for Mei San go to take on the role of its mentor. Xiao Tianquan wasted no time and declared, "The Bureau of Fate." Upon arriving in the heavenly court, the three did not even visit Yi, but instead sent a message before heading straight to the Bureau of Fate. Time was of the essence. The mastermind behind the scenes clearly had not realized how swiftly the matter would be uncovered and was likely still at the Bureau of Fate. If they allowed word to get out and the perpetrator to flee, it would spell great trouble. Following Xiao Tianquan to their destination, Chen Fan soon understood why the Bureau of Fate had such an imposing name but lacked presence. He had never even heard of it. Its location was quite remote, nearly on the outskirts of the celestial realm. The three deities flew for nearly half an hour before finally arriving. Chen Fan inquired of Mei Lao San, "Sange, this Bureau of Fate is indeed a department of the heavenly court, yet there seems to be no one guarding it." Chen Fan then realized that while both the Bureau of Fate and the Bureau of Reception bore the title of Bureau, their statuses were entirely different. The Bureau of Reception always had at least a minor general stationed at its entrance. Upon entering, Xiao Tianquan sniffed the air and became animated, exclaiming, "I've detected it. This spiritual energy fluctuation is identical to the traces left in that alley." Chen Fan and Mei Laosan followed closely behind the large black dog, heading straight for a two-story small building. With a paw, Xiao Tianquan pushed open the door to find a young man seated at a desk, with various stationery neatly arranged before him. He appeared well-dressed, seemingly preparing for a grand occasion. Upon noticing the trio, the young man spoke first. "Is it time already? You all arrived quite swiftly. I had anticipated a much longer duration to manage my affairs." Xiaogang Guanraturta. "So you admit to the case of Dai Rao's missing spirit and the collective seduction of underworld members. It was all you're doing?" With a faint smile, the young man calmly responded, "Since you, Xiao Tianquan, have personally intervened, I can hardly remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Moreover, with Mei family's Sangu accompanying, the situation is even clearer. As for this young gentleman, I beg your pardon for not recognizing you, but I presume those who travel with you are not of ordinary stock. Where do you intend to take me? Kunlun, Huashan, or some other place of exile?" Xiao Tianquan leaped onto the desk, towering over the young man, and commanded, "Very well, recount the events in detail, starting with your name." "I am Li Ran, currently a supervisor at the Bureau of Fate. The events that transpired last night were all orchestrated by me. As for the specifics of my actions, I believe you're already aware." "Li Ran, you were among the top 10 at the last Pan Tao banquet." Mei Laosan recognized him. "What does it matter if I placed in the top 10? Li Ran smirked. "Without backing, even achieving a ranking merely confines one to this place, gradually decaying. To be frank, you are the first living beings I have encountered at the Bureau of Fate, apart from those who deliver documents from the underworld each month. Though I hold the title of supervisor, there are only 5 of us in total at the Bureau of Fate. One is the director, while the others are supervisors." In Li Ran, Chen Fan saw a reflection of his own past life. No matter how hard one strives, the ceiling of potential is predetermined. Relying solely on one's innate talent renders one unable to break through, forced to drift with the current. Chapter 64. Li Ran. Xiao Tianquan fell silent for a moment. As someone with considerable experience in the heavenly court, he understood that Li Ran spoke the truth. Generally, the lower echelons of the heavenly court, though comprised of immortals, experience no hardships in life, yet they find themselves utterly constrained by their designated positions, unable to move freely. At this moment, Li Ran spoke to himself. "I understand that you have not come here to hear my lamentations, nor do I intend to indulge in self-pity. As an immortal, I ought to feel content. However, the nature of human desire is insatiable. During the last Pan Tao Hui, I exerted myself diligently and secured a place among the top 10, thus bringing a modicum of prestige to the Tianming Sea, which led to my appointment as a supervisor. Yet, I have held this position for 60 long years. Now, apart from the third brother of the Mei family, who takes a particular interest in my existence, who else remembers my name? After 60 years, aside from the champion of yesteryears, who will recall us?" As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Chen Fan and continued, If my assumptions are correct, these young men must be from the JNC. I have anticipated everything. Yet my sole concern is that Dai Rao may be the one to be guided. However, I have no choice. I lack the authority to remain in the mortal realm indefinitely to guard the array. I can only leave it to fate. Chen Fan found himself in agreement with Li Ran. The mesmerizing array he had crafted possessed a contagious quality, a notion he had never encountered before, surpassing his understanding. Even a being of such caliber ultimately resigned himself to fate, revealing the depths of his inner turmoil. The Shoutian dog spoke with gravity. I am currently addressing you in my capacity as the left envoy of the Erlang Shengjun's court. All our dialogues will be recorded by celestial laws as evidence. Therefore, you are acutely aware of what I represent and what you are capable of. Please clarify the matter at hand. Why was Dai Rao utilized as a test subject, and why did he meet his demise, leaving no trace of his soul? Li Ran's tone carried a hint of weariness as he replied. Do you believe me if I say it was an accident? And I encountered him during a serendipitous descent to the mortal realm. The lad, having witnessed my display of celestial arts, insisted on learning from me. At that time, I was careless and failed to conceal my form. He clung to me for instruction. Moved by his potential, I imparted to him some fundamental practices of cultivation suitable for mortals. He was quite diligent and grasped the teachings swiftly, which brought me joy. As I was also experimenting with modifications to certain celestial techniques, adapting them for mortal practice. This was a considerable test of my mastery over celestial arts. You are aware that a momentary lapse could lead to the unfortunate demise of these mortals. However, this particular technique diverged from the traditional methods. His eagerness was overwhelming, and I could scarcely modify in time. I could only simplify the technique before teaching it to him, repeatedly cautioning that with his current level of power, he could only utilize it 3 times at most. Otherwise, he would exhaust his spiritual energy and perish. The outcome, as you might have guessed, was tragic. He disregarded my warnings and employed the technique 5 times. By the time I arrived at his home, he had but a breath left, uttering an apology before disintegrating into nothingness, including his very soul. His spiritual energy had been drained beyond recovery, and he barely managed to express remorse with his last breath. Chen Fan observed as a solitary tear silently escaped the corner of Li Ran's eye. Despite his calm demeanor, it was evident that the events had deeply affected him, for they had shared a teacher-student bond. Li Ran continued, he can now rest in peace, yet I must attend to the aftermath. First and foremost, I need to erase all traces of his use of celestial arts to prevent others from discovering that he had practiced the techniques of the heavenly court. As you are aware, the celestial regulations are explicit. In the past, I exploited loopholes, teaching Dai Rao only my modified versions, not the original celestial arts. The final technique bore a striking resemblance to the original. Furthermore, his physical form has vanished. To prevent his parents from growing suspicious, I had no choice but to procure a corpse from elsewhere and alter it to resemble him, ultimately erasing my own traces to make it appear as though it were their fault. That encapsulates the entire process. After exhaling a long sigh, it was clear this matter had weighed heavily on his heart. Within the Tianming Sea, Li Ran was the most authoritative figure present, and having laid everything bare, he offered no further concealment, providing a direct answer. Initially, I had witnessed their family accumulating merit, knowing them to be good people, which is why I was willing to teach him. After his passing, I was acutely aware of the selection principles of the JNC. Given his qualifications, he stood a good chance of being chosen. However, I had no alternatives. The arrow was already drawn, and I had no choice but to proceed. Chapter 65. Resolution. Li Ran's tale concluded, revealing a tragedy precipitated by a series of unfortunate events. He encountered the wrong person at an inopportune time and place, irrevocably altering the course of some lives. As for the veracity of Li Ran's claims, there was no need for Chen Fan and the others to verify it. At this juncture, facing the might of the heavenly court, Li Ran, if he possessed even a modicum of intelligence, would not resort to deceit. His previous concealments were merely an attempt to keep the matter at a lower level, thereby avoiding alarming the powerful beings. Should the issue reach the heavens, A veteran of the heavenly court like him would not consider obfuscation. Your narrative has been duly recorded. As for your fate, you may choose your destination. Your actions have impacted the Jiayin Sea of the Western Paradise. You may either face judgment there or accompany us to the court of Erlang Shenjun. The Shaodian dog granted him the autonomy to choose. Having heard of Erlang Shenjun's fair and impartial nature, it was decided they would proceed to his court. Li Ran quickly made his decision, knowing that with Erlang's esteemed reputation in the heavenly court, few would contest his judgment. Yet, Erlang's status was exalted. He selected cases based on his own disposition, and one must be fortunate to encounter him for judgment. Li Ran's meeting with Chen Fan could be deemed serendipitous. As they approached the court, celestial soldiers lined up on either side, awaiting their arrival. In the grand hall, Erlang, rarely donning official robes, sat composed behind his desk. Without the customary pleasantries, he took the Shaotian dog's recent record and swiftly perused it before fixing his gaze upon Li Ran. Li Ran, are you aware of how many celestial regulations you have violated? Kneeling before the court, Li Ran managed a wry smile. Too many to count. I need not enumerate them. I have faith in Erlang Shenjun's sense of justice. Please proceed with the verdict. I shall raise no objections to any form of punishment. Erlang, uninterested in unnecessary discourse, replied, very well. I shall refrain from elaborating on the written regulations. I will directly state your sentence. Li Ran respectfully bowed and expressed, "Thank you for your case, Erlang Shenjun." He accepted his fate with fortitude. Meanwhile, Chen Fan felt the weight of the sentence was excessively harsh. Although Li Ran's actions were misguided, they stemmed from intentions that were not malevolent. Despite Dai Rao's demise resulting from his own disregard of warnings, Li Ran's subsequent actions were merely aimed at appeasing the situation and did not cause harm. Should he truly be cast down to the mortal realm for this? No need. I will go myself. With the weight lifted from his heart, Li Ran appeared to walk with newfound lightness. At this moment, Erlang turned to Chen Fan and remarked, "Did you believe my sentence to be severe? Indeed, I do think it is harsh. He has harmed no one. The gravest errors committed were teaching Dai Rao celestial arts and concealing the truth of his death. Both stemmed from a desire for self-preservation. Exile would suffice. Why condemn him to the mortal realm, which would erase thousands of years of cultivation?" In front of Erlang, Chen Fan felt no need for pretense and voiced his perspective candidly. While acknowledging that those who commit crimes must face consequences, Chen Fan supported the notion of casting Hong Yao into Kunlun, for that was her own doing, a violation of the rules. Li Ran is equally culpable, bearing the greatest responsibility in this entire affair, his actions far more egregious than those of Hong Yao. However, it is excessive to cast him down to the mortal realm. Chen Fan replied, "No, I cannot extend my sympathy to him. He is the primary cause of the current predicament. I merely believe that it is unnecessary to demote him to the mortal realm." It seems you still fail to grasp the gravest of Li Ran's transgressions. Allow me to clarify. It is not what he has done to the denizens of the underworld, which could merely be classified as departmental friction. Indeed, as you mentioned, as long as there are no fatalities, everything can be discussed. His most significant flaw lies in the fact that he has become obsessed with the study of celestial techniques, disregarding the strict laws of the heavenly court, and has imparted celestial methods to ordinary mortals for experimentation. Regardless of whether he has made modifications, fundamentally, these are still the techniques of the heavenly court. The primary distinction between the techniques of the heavenly court and those of the mortal realm is that the latter merely cultivates spiritual power, whereas even the most rudimentary techniques of the heavenly court cultivate celestial energy. Consider the implications. What would happen if an ordinary person were to cultivate celestial energy? The artifacts of the heavenly court are predominantly powered by celestial energy, which implies that they could manipulate the artifacts of the celestial realm. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The critical point is that the use of these artifacts by the denizens of the heavenly court is sanctioned by the deification list, which bears the weight of the karmic consequences arising from their exercise of such powers. Take, for instance, the phenomenon of rain and thunder that you have encountered. It necessitates a broad balance of climatic conditions, inevitably leading to natural disasters such as floods and landslides. Yet the loss of life resulting from these does not diminish your merits, for you are executing the directives of the heavenly court. Now, Consider an ordinary person in that position. The case of Dai Rao serves as a prime example. His demise was not solely due to the overextension of spiritual power, but rather an inability to bear the karmic repercussions entailed in wielding the techniques of the heavenly court. Do you comprehend now? Some are cast down to the mortal realm for drunken words, while others are demoted for accidentally breaking a cup. This capriciousness is what unsettles Chen Fan. Upon hearing those 4 words, images from Journey to the West sprang to mind. Uncle, I understand now. I spoke hastily without thinking. Chen Fan could only offer an obedient apology. Chapter 66. The ordinary Chen Fan realized that his most pressing issue was his inability to separate the tales of Journey to the West from the world he currently inhabited. The stories documented within the book are infused with the author's emotions, and he had fortuitously traversed into a realm populated by such figures, with a historical trajectory bore striking similarities. However, that does not imply that the two are entirely identical. In the mere span of a few months since his arrival, he had encountered a different Yi, a distinct Guanyin, and a unique Jade Emperor. The West Queen Mother is not devoid of emotions, nor is the Jade Emperor weak. Yi, like ordinary mortals, possesses his own feelings. These individuals are not merely the stilted representations found in written accounts, but are vibrantly alive in this vast world. Yi's lesson illuminated his understanding of the necessity to refrain from preconceptions. While he might foresee their future actions, that pertains to what is yet to come. The key lies in their current attitudes. His uncle did not overly chastise Chen Fan. Upon witnessing his apology, his tone softened. Do not blame me for being repetitive. It is better for me to clarify certain issues than for you to err in the future. Chen Fan returned to his usual demeanor, chuckling. Not at all. How could I find your words tiresome? Others would envy me for being able to heed your teachings daily. Yi shook his head, recognizing that he had little recourse regarding his nephew's disposition. Yet, their bond is such that they often feel an inexplicable harmony in each other's company. And Chen Fan embodies that connection. Chen Fan replied with a hint of exasperation. I do not wish to, for my uncle once instructed me to limit my interactions with the West. I have always remembered this, but circumstances have dictated otherwise. Given our initial estimates, the implications were too significant for Dizong to ignore. With this, Chen Fan felt a spark of inspiration and directly inquired, Uncle, did you know something from the outset? Is that why you allowed the celestial dog and Meijia Sangu to accompany me? Uncle, there is no need for such formality in the future. It would be far better to communicate directly. After all, this matter is closely related to my duties. Do you see me as someone who neglects their work? Yi remained silent, merely casting him a disdainful glance, as if to imply that Chen Fan should be fully aware of his own work ethic. He had not accomplished much, but had only stirred up trouble. Sensing that Yi was disinclined to engage further, Chen Fan took his leave. I shall deliver this to the underworld immediately. They must be awaiting my return. On his second visit to the underworld, he navigated the route with ease, no longer requiring to select any remote destinations. He simply walked to the teleportation array, though the cost of merits was somewhat disheartening. He would need to seek reimbursement from the Jiayin Sea. It is, after all, improper to bear the expenses of a business trip out of one's own pocket. Upon arriving at Dizang's entrance, he found a new welcome monk in attendance. The swiftness of the West proceedings was indeed remarkable. Upon being ushered inside, Dizang, upon recognizing Chen Fan, eagerly inquired, Have you come with results this time? Fortunately, we have fulfilled our mandate. The heavenly court has thoroughly investigated the matter. He then handed Dizang a jade slip. This contains the recorded details of the situation and the outcomes. Please review it and let me know if there are any omissions. Dizang quickly perused the document and sighed deeply. It is truly a pity for Li Ran. His ability to disrupt my prophetic celestial techniques indicates considerable aptitude. Had he continued down this path, who knows what results he might have achieved. Yet, he ultimately faces such a fate. Regarding the proposed actions, I do not speak for the underworld, only for myself, and I find no issue with them. Since this is a judgment from the Saint Lord Erlang, it is undoubtedly fair and just. For other concerns, you may consult Judge Zhang, as he represents the underworld. Dizang appeared satisfied, and the remaining task was to archive the case, which must first be directed to the underworld's records, necessitating Zhang's involvement. This side was considerably more welcoming than Di Zhang's. While shaking hands, Judge Zhang discreetly slipped a jade token into Chen Fan's palm. The action was quite adept, and Chen Fan accepted the gesture, lest he offend Zhang. With a thought, the jade token vanished into his storage ring. Thank you, Chen Xianyu, for aiding us in resolving such a significant dilemma. Without your relentless pursuit of the truth, it would never have surfaced, and Dai Rao would merely be recorded as a missing soul in the underworld. Chen Fan, feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, quickly deflected. Do not say such things. I'm merely a messenger. The true resolution lies with the Bodhisattva Di Zong and the celestial dog. My role has merely been to convey messages. Judge Zhang, as always, was articulate and amiable, a stark contrast to the ghostly messengers. Chen Fan could not help but admire that achieving such a position required considerable skill. Meanwhile, Judge Zhang privately felt a twinge of alarm, fortunate to have recognized the gravity of the situation and to have ingratiated himself early on. The difference in rank between Chen Fan and the Jade Emperor was unfathomable, according to the underworld's protocols. This matter should have been reported at least at the level of the West Heaven Gates guards or the Guardian of the Nation. Yet here was a mere Jian Si, able to stand before the Jade Emperor. The rumors proved true. Chen Fan is indeed favored by His Majesty. Chapter 67. The report Chen Fan could assert that among the myriad celestial youths in the heavenly court, he was undoubtedly the one who had conversed most frequently with the Jade Emperor over the past 2 months. Now he was heading to deliver yet another report. The journey was smooth, unimpeded by the infrequency of his visits over the past month. The Jade Emperor, having grown accustomed to this, merely lifted his head slightly upon Chen Fan's entrance before returning to his tasks. You are here regarding the joint investigation with the underworld, correct? Since it is you who has come, it indicates that there are no significant issues. I shall not review the documents. Please summarize the situation for me. As these words were spoken, the gaze did not rest upon Chen Fan. Yet what could Chen Fan do? As a mere celestial boy, it was already remarkable to stand before the Jade Emperor, let alone expect others to focus their attention on him. The Emperor himself was quite busy. Chen Fan organized his thoughts and began recounting the entire matter, starting with Li Ran. The Jade Emperor, while attending to official affairs, listened to the report. Yet he found it somewhat curious that this young man seemed devoid of fanciful thoughts this time, unable to hear the thoughts of others. The Jade Emperor felt that this young lad had grown somewhat uninteresting. Amidst the myriad deities in heaven, it was rare to find one who could not lie to him. Yet this one evidently dared not speak the truth, not even to utter a word. Once Chen Fan concluded his account, the Jade Emperor nodded and remarked, "You have handled this matter commendably. In just a single day, you have unraveled this intricate case, and part of the credit belongs to your relentless perseverance. It seems that the reward from our previous coordination with the West must indeed be reconsidered." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan could no longer contain himself and hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, please do not mention that so-called credit again. It was only after the document was signed that I grasped why Guanxi and Pusa would bestow such a heavy gift upon me. I can only say that I provided what the West desired." The Jade Emperor noted that Chen Fan truly held such thoughts. Rising from his seat, he scrutinized Chen Fan before placing his hands behind his back, moving to the window to gaze outside as he spoke. "Even with your current cultivation as a terrestrial immortal, do you truly believe you can wield significant influence in heaven? You claim to have given the West what they wanted. Do you possess such qualifications? Only I can utter such words. What I grant may be accepted, and what I withhold, none shall seize. It is merely a matter of the right to preach. Do you think that by not signing this document, the West would cease their teachings? Now, it simply records the facts on paper. And you dare believe that you have accomplished this? Do you truly possess such capability?" Chen Fan had never faced such a reprimand from the Jade Emperor. He could only respond, "I am ashamed, Your Majesty, for I have overestimated myself, forgetting that all matters in heaven rest in your hands." Yet internally, he could not help but grumble, "Oh, Jade Emperor, why did you not say these things sooner? My heart has been in turmoil these days, fearing I would be blamed. But from what you just said, it seems I have overthought. Everything is under your control." The Jade Emperor was quite satisfied with Chen Fan's mental reflections. Indeed, What could a mere celestial boy decide in such a vast heaven filled with talented beings? His initial lamentation stemmed only from high expectations. Chen Fan, in his presence, displayed an active mind and thorough reasoning. The Jade Emperor contemplated that if Chen Fan could identify the issues within the document, it would be ideal, as he could then take the opportunity to offer guidance. He did not mind cultivating a capable subordinate, especially one he could absolutely control. Regrettably, it was only after the fact that Chen Fan realized, while he was indeed outstanding, he still fell slightly short of the expectations set by the Jade Emperor. Consequently, any further guidance would have to be temporarily set aside. However, sensing that this young man was engulfed in guilt, the Jade Emperor thought that perhaps it was not entirely a negative outcome that he had previously overlooked. Since entering heaven, Chen Fan had enjoyed the favor of Yang Jian as his uncle, sailing smoothly without encountering setbacks. Perhaps it was time for him to stumble, allowing his impetuous heart to calm down. Now it appeared that the intended lesson had been imparted, and it was essential not to let this promising seedling fall into despair. Though some of the assertions have been exaggerated, one must understand that every decision made in heaven was never propelled by a single individual. Take, for instance, the document signed with the West. Once I decided against any modifications, it was presented to Taishang Laojun and others for their approval before it could be implemented. Even with the Buddha, I had established a connection to discuss your proposal. Only after he assured me that the West would adhere to the stipulations within the document, ensuring that future engagements would not obstruct heaven, did I remain uninvolved in the matter. Moreover, your uncle also approached me with your document, inquiring if there were any issues. Hence, the entire affair, in your perception, appears as if you bore the brunt alone, accomplishing all tasks and shouldering all responsibilities, unaware of the multitude laboring behind the scenes to facilitate this collaboration, ultimately culminating in this agreement. What I just described pertains solely to our end. I can assure you that the West undoubtedly conducted their evaluations, weighing the pros and cons before signing the document. Matters in heaven have never been resolvable by one or two individuals alone. Even I require the assistance of many to govern effectively. In the future, refrain from claiming sole credit for such endeavors, as it would only serve to incite laughter. The Jade Emperor's admonishment brought Chen Fan to a complete awakening. He realized he still carried the superiority complex of a traveler from another world, believing that the knowledge from his previous life could easily overwhelm the ancients. However, he had failed to consider that he was now in heaven, where everyone was a deity, each possessing their own skills, in the presence of others. His level of cultivation was hardly significant. The Jade Emperor sensed that Chen Fan's inner thoughts were somewhat jumbled and intermittent, missing a few words. Yet he could still discern that the lad was reflecting. This was sufficient. What he feared most was that his words would fall on deaf ears, rendered futile. Chapter 68. Growth, do you think I'm being too harsh on you? The Jade Emperor could not help but inquire further. Having not interacted with someone of Chen Fan's cultivation for quite some time, he was uncertain about the young man's psychological resilience. Yet now he observed that he seemed capable of enduring it. Nevertheless, the Jade Emperor asked for the sake of prudence. If Chen Fan were the original, untainted by his previous life's societal hardships, he might indeed be affected, feeling that despite his contributions to heaven, he was instead met with repeated reprimands, a blow to his spirit. However, the current Chen Fan was acutely aware that the fact the Jade Emperor, as the sovereign of heaven, was willing to engage in such discourse, offering guidance, was a stroke of immense luck. The ruler of heaven, burdened with countless responsibilities, was wasting time addressing a mere celestial boy. What a privilege that was, rendering concerns of severity trivial. Furthermore, for the Jade Emperor to care about Chen Fan's feelings and to question whether his approach was overly stern was not merely a matter of fortune. It was a question of whether Chen Fan was a favored offspring of the Emperor. Receiving Chen Fan's whimsical thoughts, the Jade Emperor pondered what expression would be appropriate. This child could not engage in flattery in a more conventional manner. What was this talk of being a favored son? After all these years, it was rare to encounter someone so entertaining. Yet he did not wish to spoil the fun too soon. Now, that is more like it. The Jade Emperor mused inwardly, wondering why every time he spoke pleasant words, the thoughts within were so chaotic. However, reflecting on other insincere subordinates, his mood lightened. At least Chen Fan merely expressed his inner thoughts in a more refined manner. The task was simple: uncover the true nature of Dai Rao's soul. Chen Fan was taken aback. When had the Xinyu system ever issued such an official task? Hadn't it always been about daily routines, allowing him to lower his presence? Glancing at the subsequent rewards, Chen Fan was astonished to find that it was neither a reduction in presence nor a cultivation technique, but rather a genuine 10 years of cultivation. Upon closer inspection, there were no fine print or special conditions. Was this akin to winning a lottery? Moreover, cultivation was not the sole reward. The prestige within the underworld would elevate to respect, and the same applied to Dizong Pusa. Thus, the task was unknowingly completed. Chen Fan reflected on his own laziness throughout the process, riding on the coattails of big shots, ultimately winning without effort, yet it felt delightful. Who would want to strive when such opportunities arose? Chen Fan could only express a single thought: please take me along. 10 years of cultivation. Despite possessing an array of techniques and elixirs, my progress remains rather modest. The accumulation of celestial energy is inherently a protracted endeavor, devoid of shortcuts. One must allow the body to gradually acclimate to celestial power. The consequences of attempting to take a shortcut are dire, akin to being reduced to ash like Dai Rao. This time, the system's reward is at least equivalent to 2 years of arduous training, which is certainly a cause for joy. However, even greater delights lie ahead. In my previous life, if I were to identify the most blissful moments, it would undoubtedly be unboxing packages. The two most joyous instances of online shopping are the selection process and the moment of unwrapping. Unpacking gifts elicits the same elation. Presently, I have a gift from Zhang Pangwang in hand, promising the thrill of unwrapping. Given Zhang Pangwang's character, the contents are unlikely to disappoint, heightening my anticipation. Upon opening the Jade tablet, I first encounter a letter. Dear Chen Shangxian, as I put pen to paper, I feel as if we are face to face. Our initial meeting was marred by misunderstandings, leading to an unpleasant exchange. Yet, I trust you understand that my intentions were solely for official matters. As a gesture of my apologies, I have prepared a few gifts to express my sentiments. Casting a glance into the storage space, I suspect Zhang Pangwang is engaging in hyperbole. This is hardly a mere token of goodwill. The generosity surpasses that of the lay department. The 2-meter square area is filled to the brim with meticulously categorized items, yet remains visually harmonious and striking. Calculating the time spent traveling from the mortal realm to the heavenly court, escorting Li Ran to the judiciary, and finally venturing into the underworld, I realize I have accomplished my tasks at an impressive pace. Otherwise, I would not have only just discovered that I completed a mission in a mere 3 hours. In such a short span, to amass such an abundance of gifts is a testament to his capabilities as a judge. Even more astonishing is that I discovered a perfectly tailored uniform for the role of a guide within the gifts. The fit is impeccable, and the shimmering material suggests it is crafted from exquisite fabric, exuding a substantial amount of spiritual energy. I suspect that were it not for the intricate craftsmanship involved in creating the guide's badge and shuttle, Zhang Pangwang might have produced a deluxe version as well. I can hardly fathom how he managed to procure a custom piece in such a brief time frame. Does he keep a team of tailors at home? In contrast to the cookie-cutter gifts from the lay department, Zhang Pangwang exemplifies high-end customization, delivering presents that resonate deeply with the recipient's needs, an epitome of gift-giving excellence. I yearn to present this to Lei Gong, to draw a comparison, but considering Lei Gong's inexplicable and almost hostile regard for my reputation, it is perhaps prudent to refrain. In future encounters, I shall tread carefully, uncertain of the tricks he may employ. Content: I stow all the gifts into my storage ring. My recent supply of cultivation resources has become excessively abundant, yet this brings me joy. Chapter 69. In the wilderness now, I find myself curious about the appearance of monsters. Throughout this extended period, the only entity I encountered that might qualify as a monster is the Shaotian dog. Strictly speaking, Dahei Go has ascended to the divine realm, no longer fitting the category of a monster, as he is a being of celestial merit, earning a wage far surpassing mine. The other monsters that have descended to wreak havoc on my fellow disciples have been conspicuously absent, following the events in the underworld. I continue to diligently fulfill my duties as a guide. Life remains as it always has, and those around me have grown accustomed to the routine. The conflicts between the guide and the West Heaven seem trivial in comparison to the underworld incident. My colleagues are disinterested in gossip. I cherish the rare moments of tranquility, attending to my affairs, engaging in quiet cultivation, completing tasks, and diligently pursuing the daily missions of the salty fish system. However, upon reviewing today's task, I sense potential trouble. Upon reaching the Earth immortal realm, I finally grasped the meaning of the subtle stirring within my heart that the second master had spoken of. It is an almost prophetic sensation. When one observes an object, their innermost feelings will reveal whether it is safe or if it may be needed in the future. Today, I experience this feeling anew. As the task materializes, I sense something amiss. Yet, guides have no authority to choose their tasks. They are merely subject to the whims of fate. The only options presented are to either accept the task or forego it. This is the first time I have encountered a task that provides only coordinates instead of a specific location. I must consult Chen Fan. With the wisdom of an old hand, gleefully declares, "You're in for it now." In the past, this was the second most troublesome task for guides, second only to competing with the West Heaven for souls. Now it stands as the foremost challenge. The absence of a city address indicates that your target lies in the wilderness, and unlike the underworld, we cannot discern the cause of their demise. They may have fallen prey to wild beasts or malevolent individuals. The reasons are myriad, making it exceedingly difficult to locate the body or spirit. You must fend for yourself. Chen Fan departs in laughter, relishing the prospect of watching this little brother face difficulties. I am left in a state of bewilderment. The news he imparts is disheartening. Even within the city, locating individuals often requires effort, relying on the city god. In the wilderness, I can only depend on the local land and mountain spirits, which complicates matters further, as these minor deities lack the assistance of officials. Merely the thought is exhausting. Regardless of the challenges, I must proceed. Gathering my equipment, I descend to fulfill my duties. The region of Hizhou spans thousands of miles, and the coordinates serve merely as guidance. Relying on the self-navigation of the Guide-S shuttle, I find an advantage in my target being outside of the city, thereby avoiding disturbance to mortals. I can directly manifest above the target. What I behold confirms Chen Fan's words, a vast expanse of dense primordial forest, within the realm of journey to the west. The mortal world possesses a much richer spiritual energy than ordinary realms. Otherwise, it could not nurture the likes of the mischievous monkey and countless wild spirits. The foliage is extraordinarily lush, and from above, it appears impenetrable. Nothing is visible. I must lower my altitude to search the ground. Beneath the canopy, a different scene unfolds. As the towering trees block most sunlight, leaving little room for other vegetation. Scattered rays filter down, creating an atmosphere that feels somewhat cold and gloomy. I first compare my guide's tablet and confirm that I am indeed in the right place, yet there is nothing on the ground. After a meticulous search, I can only barely discern a few indistinct footprints, some of which are clearly not human. This is troubling. Has it been attacked by wild beasts? As this thought crosses my mind, I realize it is all but certain, such as the intuition of a celestial being. Yet, even among the impoverished, there are kind-hearted individuals who often perform good deeds, though their abilities are limited compared to the affluent. Thus, after guiding over a dozen souls, I have only assisted one from a destitute family, as they relied on their ancestors' fading glory to become a guide. A child from such a family should understand the wisdom of not venturing into perilous places. I find myself puzzled, but my work must continue. Since conventional methods are ineffective, I shall employ celestial techniques. Having been in the guide office for so long, I have become quite adept, having learned a few specialized celestial arts, particularly those related to tracking. I had previously utilized these techniques while searching for Dai Rao, but alas, to no avail. Hence, I initially surmised that Dai Rao's spirit had been taken by the underworld, as my celestial arts failed to yield results. Now, one must try again. Firstly, the restoration technique can trace changes and traces within 6 time periods, a feat made possible by the improvement of one's cultivation. Had it been the case of a newly ascended immortal, the span would be limited to merely 4 time periods. Thus, the peculiarity of Dai Rao's corpse went unnoticed at that time. However, Even with 6 hours at his disposal, it would still be imperceptible under Li Rant's interference. Chapter 70, Deity? Monster? Although Chen Fan was already aware of this person's fate, he couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation. This individual distinctly bore the appearance of a noble young man, wielding a finely crafted sword that was undoubtedly of considerable value. Clad in a silk white robe, he traversed the forest without sustaining any rips, which attest to the garment's quality. It was precisely due to this attire that the wolves could not inflict harm upon him, explaining why Chen Fan had not encountered any traces of blood along his journey. As twilight gradually transitioned to moonrise, the forest, while not completely shrouded in darkness, felt akin to blindness for Bai Jishan. Yet the night served as a natural cover for wolves, allowing them to see with clarity. The areas not shielded by Bai Jishan's clothing began to show signs of injury, the deepest of which marred his face, flesh torn and exposing bone. Under the moonlight, he appeared ghastly, leaning against a great tree, sword in hand, battling against the beast. Bai Jishan pressed his wound, yet the arterial blood continued to spurt forth. Chen Fan, having traced the scene, noted the splattered blood around, which confirmed that his life had perished here. However, witnessing a life extinguished before his very eyes, especially that of his own kind, stirred an indescribable sorrow within him. As a guide for so long, he understood that those he accompanied were already departed souls. Yet he had never witnessed a death so brutally. Now, Chen Fan pondered. Where was the corpse? Where was the soul? They were nowhere to be found. The vision continued to unfold as two wolves concealed themselves nearby, observing as Bai Jishan's eyes gradually dimmed, and he took his last breath. Cautious by nature, the wolves waited for a quarter of an hour before approaching, ready to savor their hard-won prey. Just then, the wolves' ears perked up, their fur bristling, as they simultaneously gazed northwards, evidently having sensed something. The limitation of the restoration technique lay in its inability to capture sound. Chen Fan could only infer from their behavior. This behavior did not last long. The once fierce wolves lowered their heads, tails tucked between their legs, a gesture Chen Fan recognized, as canines exhibit such demeanor when frightened. With a lingering glance at Bai Jishan's corpse, they departed into the depths of the forest, seeking additional prey to sate their hunger. Chen Fan's curiosity was soon piqued as a white figure, akin to moonlight, traversed the thicket towards Bai Jishan's body. It was then that he discerned the figure's features, a strikingly beautiful woman, though not an ordinary one, for atop her head were wolf ears, and a large tail swayed behind her. A wolf maiden? A monster? The wolf maiden knelt, her expression filled with sorrow, as her fingers gently glided over the wounds on Bai Jishan's face. Instantly, the grievous injuries healed, followed by the wounds on his neck and hands, as she meticulously smoothed his disheveled garments. Silent tears cascaded from her eyes. At this moment, Chen Fan found himself conjuring an elaborate tale of tragic romance, a reflex born from countless melodramas he had watched with his mother in his past life. Unbeknownst to the maiden, Bai Jishan's soul stood beside her, gazing at her with profound affection. She was oblivious to his presence. Chen Fan, however, witnessed the scene with clarity and was struck by its familiarity. Was this not a depiction of unfulfilled love between human and ghost? Yet here, it was a tale of unfulfilled love between human and demon. Bai Jishan yearned to console the wolf maiden, but his hand could only helplessly pass through her shoulder, landing in empty space. His eyes reflected deep desolation. The one he once cherished stood before him, yet he could not offer her an embrace. This poignant moment overwhelmed Chen Fan, for perhaps this was the greatest distance between two souls. Both could see each other, yet neither truly perceived the other. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to sense something, abruptly turning her head to glance in Chen Fan's direction. The sorrow on her face lessened, revealing a hint of joy. She pointed at the corpse and then at herself, evidently indicating that she would take him with her, and if there were any issues, she would welcome him to follow. Chen Fan had initially been an observer of a tragic romance, only to be startled as the characters began to interact with him, instinctively leaning back in surprise. Chapter 71, The Wolf Denver. This monster possessed an impressive intuition. Despite his presence in a future timeline, she could sense him and even gesture towards him. Was this a sign of his insufficient power or her elevated cultivation? Chen Fan was unwilling to concede that it was the former. After all, he was a terrestrial immortal, and while the ascended immortals were the highest tier, he was a formidable figure in the mortal realm. To be seen through by this wolf demon surely indicated her superior prowess. However, judging by her final expression, she not only recognized his presence, but also acknowledged his identity, revealing joy as she realized her beloved still had hope for survival, at least in another form, allowing them to coexist in this world. For those in love, while the desire for eternal companionship is profound, the foremost wish is for the other's well-being. Her decision to carry the corpse away became understandable, even in death. She could not bear to leave him in such a desolate wilderness, wishing to provide him with a more comforting environment. On the return journey, in consideration of Chen Fan's distant presence, the wolf maiden slowed her pace. Chen Fan followed for nearly half an hour before reaching the destination, which explained her delay. At her initial speed, it would take almost a quarter of an hour to travel from her den to the scene, by which time everything would have been too late. Her footwork was commendable, clean, precise, and executed with just the right amount of force to bring them down without injury, all while carrying a person. Such agility would surely be impressive even in the heavenly court. Upon witnessing this, Chen Fan realized he had arrived at the wolf den. Observing the unfortunate male wolves lounging at the entrance, basking in the sun, their faces marked by the bruises from the previous night's encounter. This deepened Chen Fan's admiration for the wolf maiden. She had managed to leave such marks without injuring them, an utter humiliation. It appeared that these wolves dared not express their anger, remaining sullen at the entrance. Chen Fan's arrival went unnoticed, thanks to the innate ability he possessed to diminish his presence, coupled with the inherent invisibility of the guiding insignia he bore. Wearing the specially tailored attire gifted by Chen Fan, his concealment was further enhanced, rendering him undetectable to the wolves. However, being wolves, their keen senses were still alert. One of the wolves seemed to catch a whiff of Chen Fan's scent, suddenly rising and casting a puzzled glance in his direction, sensing something amiss. Yet failing to see anyone, leaving it perplexed, Chen Fan decided to reveal himself, displaying his guiding insignia. I am the Celestial Guide, here to retrieve the owner of the corpse you brought last night. His emergence was bolstered by confidence. Without even mentioning his cultivation, he was adorned in divine garb, with combat-ready equipment at his disposal. The guiding insignia itself possessed combat capabilities, serving as a magical artifact, alongside various protective items obtained from the Second Master and gifts from the Lay Department and Zhang Panguan, providing ample means for self-defense, embodying the spirit of perseverance. Chen Fan carried away at least half of these items, as long as he was not confronted by those perverse celestial beings in the sky. Making an escape should pose no significant challenge, given that he had already revealed his identity as a member of the heavenly court. It was unlikely that these monsters would dare to lay a hand on him. However, he was taken aback to find that his mere appearance startled the group of werewolves, their reaction mirroring that of the wild wolves he had encountered moments earlier. Ears perked and fur bristling, they were in a half-human, half-demon form, thus lessening the visual impact. After some time, one of the werewolves regained his composure and scolded, "What brings you here, envoy? You are not welcome in our clan's den." Chen Fan felt a headache coming on. Why did some individuals insist on demanding others upon first meeting? This was reminiscent of his encounters with Ming Jing and Judge Chun, both of whom had eventually recognized their errors. Did this young wolf wish to follow suit? What are you fools doing? Do you not recognize this esteemed guest? Chen Fan remarked upon seeing the female demon from the previous night emerge from the den, chastising the male werewolves. Have you forgotten the beating you received yesterday? Or do you wish to experience it again? At this, the bravado the werewolves had just gathered dissipated instantly. In the realm of demons, strength was indeed paramount, regardless of gender. Once the male demons were subdued, the female demon respectfully greeted, "Greetings, esteemed envoy. I have awaited your arrival since last night. Considering the time, you should join me inside. I understand that both your time and that of Bai Jishan are precious and should not be wasted." This wolf demon exhibited considerable knowledge, likely from previous encounters with such matters. After acknowledging her, Chen Fan followed her into the den. Though termed a den, it was in fact a well-kept small cave, illuminated by several luminous pearls hanging from the ceiling. This revelation elevated Chen Fan's estimation of the wolf demon clan, for the pearls emitted distinct celestial energy fluctuations, indicating a connection with the heavenly court. It was no wonder they recognized his identity. As they walked, the wolf demon introduced herself. I am Bai Taohua, a descendant of those who served under the great Kuei Mulang. Our ancestors left us some legacies, though my brothers are not inclined towards learning or cultivation, for which I apologize on their behalf. This clarified matters. Kuei Mulang was the leader of the Western Seven-Star constellations, tasked with guarding the Western Gate. A colleague of his, albeit one he had never met. It seemed this fellow could not withstand the solitude and had come down to earth, even taking on the role of a minor demon. Moreover, the name Bai Taohua was quite fitting, with wolf ears and an impressive presence. It was indeed striking. Yet the name felt somewhat excessive and mismatched with her assertive character. In a corner, Chen Fan encountered the lifeless body of Bai Jishan alongside his spirit. Although it was not the first time he witnessed a spirit and a corpse together, the sense of incongruity lingered. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Bai Jishan appeared momentarily bewildered before recognizing him, hastily floating closer. Esteemed envoy, surely you have a way for me to manifest. May I speak with Bai Taohua? This was a reasonable request, as it fell within the envoy's duties to fulfill the just desires of those being guided to the heavens, especially the wish to see one as beloved. Certainly, Chen Fan assented, sweeping the guiding token across Bai Jishan's forehead. Gradually, his form materialized before Bai Taohua. Taohua! Upon truly appearing, Bai Jishan merely uttered her name, refraining from any further actions, simply gazing at her in awe. The female demon, however, disregarded the restraint. Leaping forward to embrace Bai Jishan, her tightly shut eyes streaming with tears, Chen Fan sighed and settled into a corner, leaving space for the two lovers. After she wept, the female demon struck Bai Jishan's chest with a forceful punch, a sound that made Chen Fan frown. This was indeed a playful yet audible gesture. He suspected that if Bai Jishan were still human, such a blow could potentially be fatal. Perhaps the female demon knew it would not harm him, allowing her to vent her emotions in this manner. Indeed, females, whether human, celestial, or demonic, could be quite formidable. Why are you so foolish? Did I not tell you I would come for you once I resolved my family matters? Could you not wait this short time? She lamented, her eyes welling up with tears once more. At that moment, Bai Jishan chuckled. I could not wait. On the third day after your departure, my family arranged a marriage for me, clearly aware of our situation. They do not wish for me to wed a demoness, fearing the tarnishing of our family's reputation. You fool, would you not feign agreement to buy time for me? She retorted, I would not, for even pretending would betray my heart and you. In that moment, all I wished was to see you. Chen Fan, unable to bear the nauseating sweetness of their romance, distanced himself from the pair, wishing to avoid their sentimental exchanges. He closed his eyes to meditate, adopting a philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. He intended to observe how long their conversation would last before resuming his duties. Before long, he heard his name being called, esteemed envoy. Opening his eyes, he found Bai Jishan gazing at him earnestly. I know you are here to guide me, but I do not wish to ascend. I wish to remain here with Taohua. Even as a spirit, I would be content as long as I can see her. Chen Fan nearly erupted in frustration. Was he jesting? After all the effort expended to descend from the heavenly court and track him down, only to hear such nonsense. Now, he was being told that he would not ascend. What was he thinking? Bai Taohua, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried to intervene. Esteemed envoy, please do not take offense. He has only recently become a spirit and is still disoriented, speaking nonsense. Please forgive him, and let us commence the guiding ceremony. Bai Jishan, however, stubbornly broke free from the female demon's grasp, declaring, I am not speaking nonsense. I do not wish to ascend. My purpose here is to find Taohua. Whether in life or death, I wish to be with her. The female demon was torn between emotions, feeling both touched by her lover's depth of feeling and frustrated by his lack of understanding. Many would covet the opportunity he was willing to forsake, unaware of the true authority of the envoy, who was not merely a temporary guide. Chen Fan remained expressionless, silently observing the unfolding drama. curious to see how long the two would continue their antics. At this point, he was in no hurry. The only time wasted was their own. Previously, he had worried because he had not found the intended recipient of the guidance, leaving their opinions unknown. Now, however, it was clear that the intended recipient himself wished to forego the opportunity, and thus he might very well have to exercise his veto power. Recognizing Chen Fan's demeanor, the female demon quickly grasped his thoughts. Her grandfather had once served under Kuei Mulang, yet reflecting on her grandfather's status, he was merely a gatekeeper in the heavenly court. She realized that angering the envoy could easily result in being denied passage to the heavens. A mere word from him could seal their fate. In light of the predicament faced by Bijshn, one must ponder the possible outcomes if he does not ascend to the heavens. Could he merely exist as a wandering spirit, devoid of offerings, incense, or any source of spiritual energy? Without a vessel to cling to, his existence would be fleeting, ultimately leading to his complete annihilation. She would rather they never meet again than witness her beloved suffer such a fate. Thus, the fierce woman capable of tearing apart her fellow disciples now finds herself gazing at Bijshn with eyes pleading for mercy. Her voice trembling as she implores, "Please, do not speak further. I understand your intentions clearly, yet you must ascend. This is the only chance for us to reunite. Perhaps in the future, I too may have the opportunity to serve in the heavens." Unbeknownst to her, Chen Fan had grown weary of Bijshn, finding such reckless devotion to love intolerable. His parents had toiled tirelessly to raise him, yet he failed to repay their kindness. Despite being aware of the dangers, he recklessly ventured into this dense forest, courting death, and ultimately squandering the opportunity for celestial ascension that his family had earned over generations. Did he possess any sense of responsibility or consideration for his family? Such selfishness rendered him unworthy of ascending. This was the first instance where Chen Fan felt compelled to exercise his veto power, a sentiment so intense that he deemed the individual unworthy. Having had enough of this melodrama, Chen Fan stood to depart. With his merits in the heavenly realm, he could easily deny a guide, and his reasoning would be entirely justified. Bijshn simply did not meet the criteria. He recalled his first guide who, despite being equally infatuated, displayed a stark contrast in discernment. While that young woman could distinguish right from wrong, this man merely lingered, trapped in his own indecision. The torment had become unbearable. As Chen Fan took a single step away, he felt the firm grip of a hand on his sleeve. Bitohu's pleading gaze transformed into one of desperation. Upon noticing Chen Fan's impassive expression, she quickly released her hold and knelt before him, fervently bowing her head. "Esteemed immortal, Bijshn is ignorant. I apologize on his behalf. Please do not leave or deny him this chance." Bijshn was clearly taken aback by Bitohu's actions. After a moment of stunned silence, he hastily approached to help her up, only to be unexpectedly pushed down by the previously delicate female demon who knelt beside her. "Esteemed immortal, grant him another chance. Once he ascends, he will surely become a diligent celestial youth. He is very filial at home and highly capable. Had he not come to find me, he would have participated in this year's imperial examination. His teacher has proclaimed him a descendant of the WNQX-ing, destined for success." In her frantic plea for mercy, Bitohu became increasingly disoriented, expressing whatever came to mind, driven solely by the desire to prevent Bijshn from losing this opportunity. Chen Fan glanced at the defiant Bijshn, internally lamenting the boy's good fortune. In such a dire situation, he still enjoyed the favor of ancestral blessings, enabling his ascent, and had a devoted lover willing to sacrifice her dignity for him. Yet, this fool remained ungrateful, squandering the rare opportunity that others could only dream of. Perhaps sensing the demoness' unwavering devotion, Bijshn's demeanor began to shift, though he muttered, "What is so great about ascending to the heavens? Being a celestial youth is merely menial labor. Why should I ascend? BIJSHN, was born in this world, not to serve others. This statement struck a nerve with CHNFN. He had observed celestial youth in the Thunder Department diligently documenting changes in elemental energy and managing the operations of the Western Celestial Gate. It was the dedication of these celestial youths that allowed the heavenly realm to function smoothly. To hear this young man belittle their efforts was unacceptable. CHNFN crossed his arms and spoke coldly. I am uncertain what misconceptions you harbor regarding the heavenly realm and celestial youths. But allow me to present a fact. Within the heavenly domain, hundreds of thousands of celestial youth shoulder nearly all clerical duties, along with 90% of alchemical work, 80% of artifact crafting, and 85% of medicinal cultivation, among other responsibilities. Celestial youths are the very foundation of the heavenly realm. Who granted you the audacity to belittle those who toil for the smooth operation of all existence? What contributions have you made to this world? Pray enlighten me. Realizing CHNFN's growing ire, BITOHU could do nothing but bow repeatedly, unable to articulate a word, fearful of offending the esteemed immortal further. BIJSHN, too, found himself at a loss for words. In the face of CHNFN's logical reasoning, backed by facts and figures, he had no data to counter his claims. He could only kneel silently, though the tension in his clenched fists betrayed his discontent. CHNFN did not require his approval. The words he had spoken were intended to quell his own emotions. Whether BIJSHN accepted them was of no concern to him. He had halted only out of compassion for the demonist's earnest devotion. Yet now that opportunity had been effectively extinguished by BIJSHN himself. You are a good girl, but alas, you have misjudged your affections. CHNFN said, helping BITOHU to her feet, his tone softening considerably. You are enamored with a boy who is unprepared for the responsibilities of manhood. His thoughts revolve solely around you and himself, without consideration for the future or understanding of the past. The opportunity you sought for him, regrettably, it cannot be granted. I cannot, in good conscience, allow such an individual to ascend to the heavenly realm. It would be irresponsible to both the heavens and the department that would receive him. Such a disposition, regardless of where he may find himself, poses a latent threat capable of erupting at any moment. BITOHU was now inconsolable, her voice quavering as she pleaded. Please, do not abandon him. He is still young, capable of change. He is intelligent. What he does not comprehend now, he will in time. I implore you, grant him another chance. CHNFN shook his head. You are mistaken. This is not me abandoning him, but rather he abandoning himself. Consider this. It has always been you pleading with me, while he has made no effort of his own. In his heart, he likely believes that if I depart, he can revel in private moments with TOHU, discussing the days they have spent apart and his longing for her. No, I have never thought such things. BIJSHN, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, that is not true. He raised his voice, eager to defend himself. CHNFN let out a derisive laugh. The more he observed BIJSHN, the more convinced he became that it was best for him not to ascend. Such a simple statement had shattered his composure, and his feeble attempts at justification were unoriginal, merely reiterating his innocence. He had nothing substantial to counter with. The celestial youth who had eavesdropped on their conversation last time was far superior, as at least he recognized the value of seizing opportunities. Before him stood a man with an appealing exterior, yet utterly devoid of substance. BITOHU, however, remained undeterred. The immortal speaks the truth, yet the reasons for his actions stem from me. I must bear half the responsibility. If you're displeased, direct your ire at me. I will do anything to secure his ascent. The demoness uttered these last words through gritted teeth, and CHNFN understood the weight of her sacrifice. It was no small feat for a woman to relinquish her dignity in such a manner. Aware that she could not sway her stubborn lover, she was left with no choice but to sacrifice herself for a glimmer of hope. He could not ignore her unwavering determination, yet he also had his own principles that must not be compromised. He had declared that BIJSHN would not enter the celestial realm, and there would be no exceptions. With a heavy heart, He withdrew a talisman from his pocket and handed it to be it Ohu. Take this. He cannot enter the heavenly realm. As I have said, there will be future opportunities. You may inquire about my name. I am CHNFN. However, you are not at fault. I should grant you an opportunity. The talisman in your possession can connect to the realm of the underworld. Zhang Pangwan over there is a friend of mine. If he finds you appealing, he might bestow upon you a task. But remember, it must not be ignited by your hand. It must be done willingly by Jishan, who should silently recite his willingness to journey to the underworld for it to be effective. This is the final opportunity one provide you. The choice is yours. Chapter 74. The inspection for the first time exercising his veto power, Chen Fan struck by Jishan's name from the list of those to be guided. He found himself at a loss for words regarding his feelings. Perhaps it was more a sense of reflection. Encountering such a person, he had mentally prepared himself. Uncertain of the day it would happen. Yet upon the actual encounter, his heart was not as burdened as he had imagined. Rather, it found a semblance of tranquility. Perhaps it was because such individuals are self-inflicted with their misfortunes, rendering them not worthy of pity. Each exercise of veto power is a significant matter for the guiding division. The shortage of personnel in the heavenly court has persisted for quite some time. Any viable guide is promptly recruited to fill the vacancies. In such a scenario where a position suddenly becomes vacant, some of the more assertive departments may directly intervene. As Chen Fan reported to the supervisory office, he glanced at the records, which did not reflect well on his countenance. He stated plainly, "Your decision was sound. Had it been my choice, I would have made the same. Even though we are short on personnel, we do not require such scum." With a sense of reassurance after hearing these words, Chen Fan prepared to depart, but the supervisor handed him a document from the desk, saying, "Take a look at this. It is a file forwarded from the Western Heavenly Gate. The Protector General is preparing for the decennial inspection of the Western Nehezu to ascertain any urgent matters requiring resolution. Each department of the Western Heavenly Gate must dispatch personnel to accompany him. Since the rest of us in the guiding division cannot step forward, you are the only suitable candidate. Would you like to participate?" Chen Fan had only heard vague references to such grand inspections. Having spent his time in the heavenly court primarily in the main palace due to the connection with Eryi, he had never encountered such matters. Thus, this was his first experience with a grand inspection, and without the need to consult Eryi, he directly responded to the supervisor, "I can go. It will be a good opportunity to learn from other departments." The supervisor clapped his hands and smiled. "I knew you would agree. Besides, it's about time you leveled up to the status of an Earth immortal. This is the moment for you to observe and listen more. Understanding broadens one's foundation." Chen Fan offered an awkward smile. The supervisor's words were flattering. His agreement stemmed purely from curiosity about what this grand inspection entailed. Otherwise, he could simply practice his skills and complete tasks within the guiding division, which would be far more leisurely. As usual, whenever matters arose, the Xinyu system timely issued a task. During the grand inspection, he was to complete 3 assignments assigned by the Protector General. The subsequent rewards were quite generous, including a significant cultivation reward that promised to enhance his abilities considerably, potentially bringing him closer to a fraction of Erye's prowess. Reputation rewards were also in store. The Protector General was inherently friendly, which could directly elevate his standing to one of respect, while the overall reputation from the Western Heavenly Gate could similarly enhance his standing, making him well known throughout the gate. If the system could speak, Chen Fan would surely demand clarity on the nature of this so-called ordinary path. He would inquire how one ought to traverse such a path. The tasks assigned were indeed trivial. How could he possibly predict what tasks the Protector General might assign, or how to execute them? What if he failed to complete them? Chen Fan was overwhelmed with grievances about this task, but the unfortunate system remained indifferent, only issuing tasks and offering no further guidance. As was customary, he felt compelled to visit Eryi. Having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. Although Eryi's demeanor could hardly be described as elderly, in terms of age, the term does not quite fit. Perhaps a more reptilian description would suffice. Chen Fan could see that Eryi enjoyed their exchanges. Given his current status, he rarely engaged with the lower echelons of the celestial hierarchy. Listening to Chen Fan recount amusing anecdotes from his work may have served as a form of relaxation for him. "You must attend this grand inspection. Yi stated firmly after Chen Fan finished speaking, adopting a commanding tone. Typically, he spoke to Chen Fan in a friendly manner. But this tone was meant to convey the importance of compliance without hesitation. He continued, "You have been in the heavenly court long enough, having traversed only 2 departments. Even with the matters you have handled, you have only scratched the surface of the heavenly court's functions. If you aspire to elevate your rank in the future, you must gain a deeper understanding of how the heavenly court operates, and this grand inspection presents an excellent opportunity. The Western Heavenly Gate is akin to a smaller heavenly court, encompassing many of the main functional departments of the heavenly court and overseeing one of the 4 continents. Western Nehezu. You may lack a full grasp of this, but I can assure you that the personnel of the Western Heavenly Gate, including the heavenly soldiers, number over 100,000. Given the total population of the heavenly court, this underscores the significance of the Western Heavenly Gate's responsibilities. 100,000. Having spent so long in the guiding division, Chen Fan never imagined such a multitude of deities resided within the Western Heavenly Gate. He had been confined to his own small corner, failing to see the broader world. It seems that even if not for the tasks, participating in this grand inspection would be beneficial for broadening his horizons. Thus far, Yi's guidance for his path has proven to be remarkably astute. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. I've already agreed to the supervisor's proposal. This directive is rather urgent and commences tomorrow. The dates are fixed, so urgency is merely a matter of perspective. The supervisor likely pondered for a considerable time before deciding to assign this task to him, especially upon witnessing his recent breakthrough. Yi's realism resonated with Chen Fan, who acknowledged that without the strength of an earth immortal, he would be ill-suited to partake in a grand inspection. It would be akin to attending a coordination meeting as a mere celestial child, where his feeble abilities would leave him trembling in the corner, devoid of any authority to speak. No wonder Yi had been urging him since he first arrived at the heavenly court, cultivate, and cultivate some more. In the heavenly court, cultivation is the unassailable truth. Reflecting on his earlier days, when he sought to remain low-key and avoid entanglements with powerful forces, it now seemed rather laughable. Some entanglements cannot be evaded. Indeed, the most significant one is Yi himself. Being alongside his uncle feels like being a beacon in the night, attracting countless entanglements. How does one escape such a fate? The achievements he currently enjoys are largely due to Yi's support, making it impossible to avoid the connection. Since evasion is futile, one must bravely confront the challenges ahead and enhance one's strength to bolster one's resilience against risks. Chapter 75. The Grand Troop the following day. Chen Fan arrived at the designated location as per the directive. At the Protector General's residence, he found a throng awaiting him. Scanning the crowd, he recognized none of them and began to introspect, questioning whether he had become too reclusive. Aside from completing tasks and honing his skills, he did not resemble his colleagues, who frequently mingled and exchanged gossip. Had they been present, they would have seamlessly integrated with the crowd. The reason he was selected was clear. It was not merely because he was the only one deemed presentable, a notion reflecting high emotional intelligence. The less flattering explanation is that he had substantial backing. Yi and the Jade Emperor, 2 formidable figures standing behind him. Chen Fan was not a pretentious individual. In a situation where victory could be effortlessly attained, why exert oneself? He was not a character from a passionate manga, aiming to charge headlong into challenges without seeking assistance. Such behavior was foolish. In the real world, countless reckless individuals had met their demise, and among 100, perhaps only one would emerge unscathed. Having endured numerous setbacks in his past life, he held little ambition and merely wished to survive in the heavenly realm, seizing opportunities when they arose. As the time arrived, the gates of the government office swung open, revealing the armored Guotian Wang, accompanied by a procession of heavenly soldiers. Chen Fan glanced at the bustling square, filled to capacity, and inquired of the chief historian beside him, "Is everyone present?" After checking the jade tablet in his hand, the chief historian nodded, confirming their attendance. Observing the dispatch order in his grasp, Chen Fan noted the advanced automation within the heavenly court. It appeared that the order was imbued with a formation, making it abundantly clear who had arrived and who had not, thus eliminating the need for roll call. It was commendable that everyone had arrived punctually. He refrained from unnecessary chatter, as most present had undergone numerous inspections before. For the newcomers, he advised them to listen, observe, and inquire with their seniors if they were uncertain. Let us now depart. Chen Fan surveyed the square, noting the myriad uniforms, at least a dozen types, with over 1,000 individuals gathered. This was the first time he had witnessed such a large assembly in the heavenly court. Even during the Grand Court Assembly, only a few hundred had qualified to take the stage. This was a spectacle of an entirely different magnitude. With a command from the Guo Tian Wang, everyone produced their magical implements or ascended into the sky. The sight of 1,000 people taking flight together was truly magnificent. As Chen Fan, accustomed to trailing behind, remained modest, he did not anticipate being approached by others. However, given that other departments typically operated with dozens or hundreds, it was unavoidable for him to attract attention, especially as his transport shuttle was noticeably larger than the others. It was hard for anyone to overlook him. "You must be from the Jane Sea, right? Did your department send? Just you?" A voice queried. "No wonder. With only a handful of you in the Jane Sea, it's commendable that they sent anyone at all. By the way, how should I address you?" "I'm Huang Wen, from the neighboring Jiansha Sea. Greetings, Senior Huang. I am Chen Fan, a newcomer to the Jane Sea, and this is my first participation in the Grand Inspection. I look forward to your guidance." "Chen Fan." Huang Wen's voice rose several octaves. "You are the very Chen Fan who signed the agreement with the Western Paradise?" Although Chen Fan had anticipated his low profile would be difficult to maintain, he was taken aback by how widely known he had become. It seemed that encountering just one person was enough for his reputation to precede him. "Indeed, I'm the only Chen Fan currently in the Jane Sea. The agreement you mentioned was merely an understanding reached with the aid of the Jade Emperor and the Buddha to resolve some discrepancies. It was nothing significant," Chen Fan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Huang Wen laughed heartily. "You are too modest. What do you mean nothing significant? The moment the agreement was signed, several of your colleagues from the Jane Sea rushed over to boast, and even Guanyin Bodhisattva personally came to thank you, gifting you a feather from a golden rock. That is no small honor." As he spoke, Huang Wen's tone shifted, and he coldly remarked, "Your Jane Sea is fortunate. You only occasionally clash with the Dalayan Sea. You may not know how troublesome it is for us in the Jiansha Sea to deal with the folks from the Western Paradise. Surely, you are aware of our responsibilities?" Initially, Huang Wen had simply asked out of politeness, but he was surprised when Chen Fan nodded earnestly. "You are correct, Senior Huang. I have only recently joined the Jane Sea and am not well acquainted with the various departments of the Western Paradise. I would appreciate any insights you could provide." Delighted by Chen Fan's response, Huang Wen, initially seeking casual conversation to alleviate his boredom, found himself eager to instruct this famous newcomer. The feeling was one of pride. Regardless of Chen Fan's stature, he would still have to heed Huang Wen's words. After boasting for a while, Huang Wen began his explanation. "Our Jiansha Sea primarily oversees unusual occurrences in the regions of Xinyo-Hizhou. We do not interfere with normal human activities, but focus on identifying and neutralizing malevolent creatures or powerful demons that threaten mortals. As you know, mortals are the foundation of our heavenly realm, and we cannot allow these sinister beings to run rampant. This often leads to conflicts with the monks from the Western Paradise. When we identify a demon or anomaly that must be eliminated for the sake of peace, the Westerners often intervene, claiming to convert them by encouraging them to abandon their nefarious ways and become enlightened. They assert that those steeped in sin must recite scriptures day and night at the Dalayan Sea to absolve themselves of their transgressions." Huang Wen's agitation grew as he continued. "What kind of reasoning is that? We, the heavenly court, are the recognized governing body of the universe. Why should the Western Paradise meddle in our affairs? Those monsters are stained with the blood of mortals. How can a few recited verses suffice for absolution? What purpose do we serve if they can simply avoid accountability? Mind your words. Are you unaware that some things should not be spoken aloud?" A colleague admonished, having overheard Huang Wen's raised voice. "What is there to fear? Shall I not speak of the actions of those monks? Look at the mess they've created. It is you alone who has had to clean up after them at least 10 times, while others have fared even worse." Huang Wen continued unabated. The colleague reluctantly floated closer, whispering something to Huang Wen. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Wen sighed. Fine, I shall refrain from further comment. This task has grown increasingly tedious. Sensing Huang Wen's frustration, the colleague patted him on the shoulder in consolation. It is what it is in the celestial realm. Just be cautious and avoid crossing any lines. We both lack powerful backing and have worked hard to rise from the ranks of celestial youths to our current positions. There is no reason to complain. Once the colleague had departed, Huang Wen turned to the quietly observing Chen Fan. My apologies, Brother Chen. I got a bit carried away there. Not all, Senior Huang. Such honesty is commendable. It is truly admirable. Chen Fan expressed, feeling no burden in complimenting Huang Wen. He found this forthright nature to be far more agreeable than those who concealed their thoughts, as it alleviated any concerns of betrayal. Huang Wen beamed at Chen Fan's words. I appreciate those who speak so charmingly. It resonates with the heart. Huang Wen was well aware of Chen Fan's background, as the Jiansha Sea was adjacent to the Jane Sea. Individuals like Qian Zhan often wandered about, inadvertently revealing Chen Fan's story to others. Particularly, the dealings with the Western paradise and the underworld had been embellished into a narrative of epic proportions. Having such a distinguished background, yet still showing respect to him, made Huang Wen feel quite at ease. In the celestial realm, where sustenance and cultivation were assured, what more could one desire than respect? Huang Wen, being a seasoned veteran in the Jiansha Sea, had encountered all manner of beings. He recognized that Chen Fan's words were sincere, which brought him genuine joy. With a heart full of joy, I began to take charge. Since we all share such a strong affinity, let us proceed. You shall accompany me on this journey. As it is your first time participating in the grand inspection, do not hesitate to ask me any questions. I will share all that I know without reservation. Chen, feeling anxious about how to navigate this journey as a novice, found Huang Wen's words to be a welcome relief. I must express my gratitude to you, Senior Huang, and I kindly ask for your guidance along the way, as I am but a junior. Of course, no need for such formality among brothers. We shall look after one another. I am aware that you, Brother Chen, have also been trained by Yi, whom I greatly admire. It is a fortunate opportunity for mutual exchange. Chen understood that Yi had admirers throughout the heavenly realm, and it was only natural that a brash individual would idolize another of the same ilk. After all, Yi had also made his way to the top through sheer boldness, becoming a rare success. However, the term training felt somewhat out of place, even though he had indeed been taught by Yi, who had provided the complete set of skills. Naturally, with your level of cultivation, Senior Huang, I look forward to your guidance. As they engaged in banter, the group arrived at the first inspection point, where the large contingent came to a halt. Who was responsible for the epidemic monitoring in Puzhonghua? The voice of the Guardian King resonated from the front of the line. Prompting the chief historian to raise his voice, the Disease Control Bureau stepped forward. Huang Wen quietly introduced to Chen Fan. The locations for each grand inspection are randomly selected. As are the incidents. Given the Guardian King's demeanor, it seems someone is in for a rough time. This was Chen Fan's first realization that the Celestial Court had a Disease Control Bureau. However, it made sense. The plague god was indeed a legitimate deity of the heavens. Yet, it seemed this plague god's role differed significantly from the legends, which suggested a being that spread disease indiscriminately. Instead, this plague god appeared to oversee the management of epidemics. Two deities hurriedly flew forward on their magical tools. As they arrived, they were met with the Guardian King's reprimand. Chen Fan was once again bewildered. Was this also under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Court? The two deities from the Disease Control Bureau bowed their heads and quietly explained, Your Majesty, we detected the epidemic at the earliest moment and consulted our records, confirming that this epidemic does not fall under the jurisdiction of celestial punishment. Our celestial methods of investigation indicate that it is a naturally occurring epidemic. It is neither a natural disaster nor an affliction caused by malevolent forces. We are uncertain how to address it and have been reviewing past records to find a solution. Thus, you have taken half a month to gather your materials. Yet you failed to report to me. Must we summon the underworld to resolve issues that should be manageable internally? The Guardian King continued, and you from the Reception Bureau stepped forward as well. Huang Wen nudged Chen Fan and advised, Remember one key point when you go up. Blame shifting is not your fault. Chen Fan replied, I am well aware of this. is simply passing the buck. Who is afraid? I am from the reception bureau and have met the Guardian King. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the Guardian King's expression softened somewhat. Ah, Chen Fan, this is your first grand inspection, is it not? However, I must still ask the pertinent questions. As one of the departments closest to the mortal cities, you must be aware of this epidemic. Why has it not been reported? Chapter 77. Accountability. The Guardian King did not show any leniency due to Chen Fan's identity and pressed on with his inquiries. So, your stance is that you only handle reception, and the responsibilities of other departments are none of your concern? Is the Reception Bureau an independent entity within the Celestial Court? Chen Fan felt an inexplicable familiarity with this rhetoric. Upon reflection, it resembled the common tactics employed by bosses in his previous life when reprimanding subordinates. When there were accolades and bonuses to be had, credit was solely attributed to one department's efforts. Yet, if mistakes were made, then the fault lay with everyone in the company, questioning why they remained silent in the face of errors that led to losses. Chen Fan had grown accustomed to hearing such dialogues, yet he had not anticipated encountering them after his transition to this realm. In his past life, for the sake of a meager salary, he had tolerated many things. Now, however, he had Yi backing him and was prepared to confront the issue directly. Just as he was about to retort, he recalled that many troubles arose from hasty words. Taking a moment to compose himself, he resolved to address the matter with grace, ensuring he could express his discomfort without diminishing the Guardian King's dignity. After all, he still had a task relying on the Guardian King's goodwill, and a favorable mood might lead to simpler duties. Your Majesty, I have always believed that the Celestial Court operates as a unified entity, and it is through our collective efforts that we have reached our current state. The Reception Bureau is merely one link in this chain, relying on the support of other departments. For instance, in the recent underworld case I encountered, it was the cooperation of all departments that enabled us to resolve the matter swiftly. The Guardian King finally realized that this young man, although sent by Yang Jian, was no pushover. He commanded respect even from the West, not an ordinary individual. The Guardian King acknowledged that he had been overly harsh in his reproach. This situation was indeed not closely related to the Reception Bureau, which was already fulfilling its modest duties. He could discern that Chen Fan's words were an attempt to ease the tension, and so the Guardian King conceded, "It is good that you recognize your errors. Please be more vigilant in the future." To maintain a semblance of dignity for the officials, Chen Fan fell silent and stepped back into the ranks. Huang Wen gave him a thumbs up, admiration shining in his eyes. "You are quite impressive. To confront the Guardian King so boldly is no small feat. It is no wonder you were trained by Yi." Chen Fan was at a loss for words. He wished to dissociate himself from any familial connections. This skill of verbal sparring had been honed through years as a keyboard warrior in his previous life. The Reception Bureau might deflect blame, but the Disease Control Bureau was the direct party responsible and could not be overlooked. The Reception Bureau could argue about staffing issues and its primary duty of guiding souls to heaven. But what about the Disease Control Bureau? Despite any personnel shortages, a crisis of this magnitude should have elicited some response. Furthermore, do not tell me that the epidemic is not within your purview. The Guardian King continued. I understand your mindset. After all, it is merely a natural occurrence and does not significantly concern us. It is neither our doing nor that of malevolent forces. So let it spread freely. Once the mortals perish, the epidemic will cease to exist. Now let me clarify why you failed to document this epidemic as a natural disaster. It was your responsibility to descend and prevent this outbreak from escalating into a calamity. Yet, after half a month, what have you accomplished? You have spent your days perusing texts while observing the epidemic spread, consuming the lives of countless mortals. The Guardian King's voice turned cold as he concluded. Your negligence has resulted in the deaths of these individuals, and their grievances will become your burden. You need not fear my punishment. The collective resentment they bear will suffice to bring you suffering. However, rewards for merit and penalties for faults must be meted out to uphold the integrity of our celestial court. I shall now announce the consequences for your Disease Control Bureau. Do you have any objections? How could the two dare to voice any dissent? They were left with nothing but trepidation as their thoughts were laid bare. Huang Wen, who stood beside Chen Fan, was also a gossip enthusiast. He quietly explained to Chen Fan that it was merely unfortunate for those few individuals from the disease control division. In the past, matters were often handled in this manner. Everything in this world, down to the smallest detail, is predestined. Plagues, in particular, tend to extinguish themselves. Even if the heavenly court turns a blind eye, they will gradually dissipate once their energy is depleted. As for mortals, our esteemed heavenly king is indifferent to their fate. What truly concerns him is the loss of face caused by these individuals, which has led to mockery from the underworld. How could he not be enraged? Though Chen Fan felt a tinge of resistance within, he understood Huang Wen's point. The so-called disease control division was responsible for monitoring various epidemics in the Western Yohizhou. When malevolent forces caused diseases, immediate intervention was required, as they disrupted the natural order. However, when it came to mortals, who cared? The two representatives from the division spoke of a natural progression, allowing nature to take its course. The division, unable to intervene, viewed the mortality of countless mortals merely as numbers. The personnel responsible for national public health matters were now facing a 6-month salary deduction, while the head of the disease control division, who bore the brunt of the management responsibility, faced a year-long deduction. The merits accrued would be used to mitigate the karmic repercussions they had incurred. The expectation was for them to reflect earnestly and prevent a recurrence. Did they have any objections? Was this truly the end? To raise the matter high and then let it fall so lightly? A mere half-year salary deduction hardly seemed a fitting punishment for the many mortal lives lost due to their negligence. However, after the Heavenly King's remarks, the two men, who initially anticipated severe repercussions, felt immense relief. They readily accepted the terms, expressing gratitude for the king's clemency. Chapter 78. The Heavenly Court's perspective. Chen Fan silently observed the display of harmony between superiors and subordinates in front of him, feeling no desire to speak. The memory of the hundreds of thousands of mortals lost lingered in his mind. Had the disease control division taken even a modicum of responsibility, they could have undoubtedly saved lives. In the eyes of these celestial beings, naturally occurring plagues hardly registered as significant. They fell squarely within their jurisdiction. Yet for these immortals, it was merely a flippant mention of salary deduction. Despite Huang Wen's explanations, Chen Fan struggled to find solace. Perhaps it was the stark contrast to his previous life, where a nation would exhaust its resources to protect the lives of ordinary people. He reminded himself that this was the world of Journey to the West, far removed from the realm capable of uniting billions of souls. One could not impose the moral standards of his past life upon these deities, as their ethical frameworks differed vastly. Perhaps this was the true nature of the Heavenly Court, one he had previously been too unfamiliar with to comprehend. This was merely the first stop of their grand inspection, and the group swiftly made their way to the next location. At that moment, Chen Fan noticed the completion rate of tasks on the Xinyu system had risen to 13. Was his recent dialogue with the Heavenly King also classified as a task? This brought Chen Fan a considerable measure of delight, serving as a solitary comfort amidst his frustrations. Huang Wen leaned closer to Chen Fan and asked if he felt disoriented by the Heavenly King's harsh words. Chen Fan shook his head. Not at all. The king addresses issues, not individuals. It is understandable. I'm glad you can see it that way. Our Heavenly King is like this. He may speak harshly, but as you've seen, the punishments are not severe. Moreover, he has a commendable trait. He protects his own. Throughout our years in the Western Heaven, few have faced punishment from the Heavenly Court due to work-related matters. Most have been shielded by the Heavenly King. I cannot speak for other kings, but ours is a good leader. Huang Wen held a high opinion of the Heavenly King. Chen Fan felt a renewed sense of resolve. He should have recognized long ago that he could not measure these deities against the moral compass of his past life, as their standards were inherently different. Even in his previous existence, where he belonged to a responsible great nation, there were others across the ocean that merely shifted blame. In this world of Journey to the West, could one truly expect the celestial beings to act with greater responsibility? I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Huang Ge. The address of Ge brought a radiant smile to Huang Wen's face. He was a person well-regarded across the seas, and hearing the term of endearment from Chen Fan, who was a relative of his idol, brought him immense joy. My good brother, I won't waste time on trivialities. When you have the opportunity, Visit our inspection division for some worthwhile items." He winked conspiratorially. Chen Fan sensed something amiss with this gesture. He hoped it wasn't some peculiar trinket. Nonetheless, he could only respond graciously, "Thank you, Huang. I will certainly take the opportunity to visit." "Oh, don't be so polite. We have plenty of time ahead of us." The group paused above a dense forest, and Chen Fan looked down to see a significant portion of the woods visibly devastated. The sight of towering trees being violently uprooted resembled the aftermath of a monstrous rampage. Huang glanced down, and his expression changed. "What on earth? Is it our inspection division's turn now? Wasn't this matter already reported? Why is there still an investigation?" Indeed, the voice of the Heavenly King rang out once more. Inspection Division stepped forward. Though Huang appeared confident before Chen Fan, within the ranks of the Inspection Division, his standing was modest, akin to that of Chen Fan. Such matters were beyond his scope to address. A superior had already stepped forward, bracing himself for the confrontation. It truly was a colossal beast, Chen Fan thought in surprise, having unwittingly guessed correctly. Yet, what kind of creature could wreak such havoc? Those trees measured at least 20 to 30 meters tall, and a substantial section had been swept away. What do you mean by no news? It seems you simply don't wish to report. How many members of the Western Sea Dragon clan does your inspection division have? Am I unaware of that? And what of the Western Sea Divine Dragon? Everyone is well aware of it. The wild Jiao, having transformed from snake demons, are notoriously violent and pose a significant threat. This is common knowledge. Thus, I turn a blind eye to the Western Sea Dragon clan's actions, but ideally, those Jiao should be contained. As the head of the inspection division, you should be more cognizant of this than I am. Even as a deity, the head of the inspection division was left sweating profusely under such scrutiny. Huang was seething. Once again, it's that damned Western heaven. Why isn't your guardian dragon stationed at your great Thunder Sound Temple? Why is it out causing chaos? Do you not know that the Western Sea Dragon clan captures wild dragons on sight? Are you not creating trouble for us? Chapter 79. Historical conflicts in this matter. Chen Fan maintained neutrality. He could not endorse the actions of the Western Sea Dragon clan. The snake demons absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, and even upon gaining a sliver of opportunity, they must endure years of cultivation to eventually transform into Jiao, living freely within the dense forest. Yet, these beings were simply seized with a single phrase: "Your nature is violent," and thus they were taken. After venting his frustrations regarding the Western Heaven and the Dragon Clan, Huang remarked, "These Western Sea folk are foolish, solely focused on expanding their own kind. They fail to recognize the circumstances. Even when chasing a dog, one must consider its master. They likely didn't even inquire, and simply seized the Jiao. This has become their habitual arrogance." Surrounded by members of the inspection division, Huang spoke freely, while one of the inspectors interjected, "Stop grumbling. Without the Western Sea Dragon clan, we would be unable to monitor such a vast area. Moreover, capturing Jiao has been tacitly approved by the division. In the past few centuries, there have been no records of Jiao causing harm to mortals. Much of that is due to the efforts of the Western Sea Dragon clan." The colleague who spoke was left speechless, for while it was true that the Dragon clan comprised the largest number among celestial beasts and supported the heavenly court's endeavors, they were also the source of numerous issues. Chen Fan has discerned the true nature of Huang. Aside from being a verbose individual, he is also a disgruntled celestial being. There are numerous matters within the heavenly court that he finds intolerable. The Guardian King has provided his own resolution. "Enough. Do not feign pity before me. Your trivial disputes with the Western Paradise, had they not been thrust upon me, I would not have bothered. Handle it yourselves. Once resolved, convey the outcome directly to the Western Paradise. You know whom to contact." Although Huang is filled with indignation, his summary is nonetheless accurate. After reprimanding his superior, there is nothing further to address, and everyone must proceed with their duties. Chen Fan can also perceive that the discord between the supervisory department and the Western Paradise is far from recent. Otherwise, Huang's resentment would not be so palpable. The fact that he is well aware of the processing suggestions sent to the Western Paradise indicates that they have had dealings numerous times. After finishing his admonishments, the Guardian King received a report from the nearby celestial soldiers. "Your Majesty, the Bodhisattva Pushian from the Great Thunderclap Monastery seeks an audience." Given that he is one of the 4 great bodhisattvas, The Guardian King does not dare to be negligent and instructs, "Please invite the great Bodhisattva Puxian in." Chen Fan is somewhat sentimental. He had not anticipated that during his brief tenure at the reception department, he would encounter 3 of the 4 great bodhisattvas, 2 of whom he had conversed with directly. Is this a sign of his affinity with the Buddha? Puxian's appearance differs from that of Guanyin and Dizong. He resembles an ordinary middle-aged monk. Were it not for the faintly shimmering multicolored Buddha light behind him, his true identity would be imperceptible. Chen Fan muses that if this bodhisattva wished, those Buddha lights could easily be concealed, rendering him an unremarkable monk. Amipa, I have heard of your majesty's grand inspection and have come to seek an audience. I apologize for any time wasted. Chen Fan discerns that this bodhisattva has come to create trouble. His words are mere platitudes. If he is aware of wasting everyone's time, why make us wait here? Why choose this moment to seek an audience? No matter, the arrival of the great Bodhisattva Puxian is surely for a purpose. Our grand inspection aims to resolve issues, so we welcome your presence. The Guardian King's words carry deeper meaning. It is evident he does not genuinely favor this group from the Western Paradise. The message is clear. Our grand inspection at the Western Paradise is to address the issues of Shinyo Hajo. Your request to us signifies that the great Thunderclap Monastery is also under the jurisdiction of the Western Paradise. Then I must thank your majesty, for I indeed have matters to discuss, albeit trivial. Upon seeing him, the head of the supervisory department was already mentally prepared. His appearance signaled that he was indeed the target of Puxian's visit. This must be the head of the supervisory department. I extend my greetings. Regarding the matter of our Temple's guardian dragon, I hope you can give it due consideration. Without such significance, would one of the 4 great bodhisattvas intervene? His tone has softened considerably, no longer bearing the previous reprimanding tone. This series of exchanges makes Chen Fan realize that the conflict between the Heavenly Court and the Western Paradise has escalated significantly, fundamentally rooted in interests. The resources in this world are limited, and everyone desires a share, naturally leading to friction. Moreover, this is no longer mere petty actions. A bodhisattva of Puxian's caliber has entered the fray for resource acquisition, indicating that the Western Paradise has adopted an offensive stance, while the Heavenly Court, burdened with numerous responsibilities, can only adopt a defensive posture, anticipating further disputes ahead. In the following chapter titled The King's Mission, they visited several locations, each department receiving rebukes. After observing for some time, Chen Fan finally comprehended. The issues raised by the Guardian King primarily stem from complaints lodged by other departments or areas. He is merely addressing various grievances, while other concerns remain unmentioned. Thus, his governing principle became evident. Everyone must strive to perform well, avoid causing trouble, and refrain from inciting complaints, ensuring mutual well-being. Should one be complained about, it becomes my inconvenience, and we will all have to engage in discussions. Do not blame me for reprimanding you. Such a leader is easy to serve, as long as one does not trouble him. He will not cause you any bother. Alas, with so many departments in the Western Paradise, there will inevitably be some lapses, leading to complaints reaching the Guardian King, who has no choice but to address them individually for the sake of the complainants. As the day waned, even deities require rest at night, and thus they opted to set up camp rather than return to the Heavenly Court. He also shared his opinions, listening to the other party's ramblings. Chen Fan thought that this individual must have good fortune to remain in the Heavenly Court. Perhaps his superiors do not dwell on such matters. His constant complaints would surely be a headache for any superior in his place. The orders from above have clearly outlined the matters that require attention, and Chen Fan prepared for outdoor camping, borrowing a military tent from Yi. It appeared quite ordinary, just a small single-person tent. However, within it lies a world of wonders, encompassing a kitchen, restroom, shower, and bedroom, even providing 24-hour hot water. Ever since Chen Fan glimpsed it at Yi's, he had longed for it, and finally, with a grand inspection as an opportunity, he obtained this tent. It is no exaggeration to say that residing in this tent is more comfortable than Chen Fan's own modest dwelling, which was merely assigned to him during his time as a celestial youth. After his promotion, he has yet to change his accommodations. This tent, crafted according to Yi's status, is lavish beyond description, designed not merely for habitation, but to ensure utmost comfort and delight. Once Huang entered, he was greeted by a chorus of croaking frogs, and the only exclamation he could muster was a single exclamation. In truth, all beings are deities. The differences are negligible. Chen Fan also inspected the other party's tent, which was not inferior to his own celestial abode. However, being Yes, Huang viewed it through an idol's lens, finding everything commendable. When the time came, Chen Fan completed his cultivation and prepared to rest, only to hear a knock on the tent door. As a novice in the inspection team, he did not dare to be tardy and hurriedly emerged from the tent. He found himself face to face with the long-history attendant who had stood beside the Guardian King during the day, clearly a trusted confidant. "I apologize for disturbing your rest, Chen Xianyu, but there are matters requiring your assistance from the Guardian King." The attendant smiled without speaking, merely directing his gaze toward the tent behind Chen Fan. It dawned on him that the other party must have sent a message, but his tent, designed for Yi, excelled in isolating spiritual energy. With Yi's strength, he could perceive every movement outside, but for a novice like Chen Fan, once the tent was closed, it effectively blocked all energy, rendering him oblivious to any messages. Realizing he had made an error, Chen Fan awkwardly tidied his tent and smiled apologetically. "I am sorry. It must have been my oversight in missing the message, causing you to make this trip." Chen Fan took the initiative to apologize, and the attendant could not say much in response. Most deities in the Western Paradise had likely heard of Chen Fan, especially someone close to the Guardian King, who was well aware of Chen Fan's background. "Please, Chen Xianyu, follow me." The attendant led the way, and Chen Fan arrived at the Guardian King's tent, which, serving as a mobile palace, was immense. Not only was its exterior grand, but the interior space was also vast. When Chen Fan was guided inside, it resembled a palace relocated into the tent, with all the necessary amenities. The celestial arts truly allow for boundless possibilities. Upon hearing about a mission, Chen Fan perked up. This was promising. Completing 2 tasks on the first day would surely make the third task seem trivial. The subsequent communication was with the realm of the underworld, thus presenting no further complications. He had just observed that this area fell under the jurisdiction of Zhongpan Guan, which facilitated matters considerably, as he could likely refrain from visiting the underworld and simply inquire with the nearby soul collectors. This task was indeed remarkably easy to accomplish. The Protector King reassured him, advising him not to exert undue pressure on himself. He merely sought to ascertain the reasons behind certain occurrences. Matters concerning spirits were typically managed by the underworld, leaving them with little involvement. If someone below reported issues, it was his responsibility to provide a course of action, hence the necessity of his assistance. Chen Fan comprehended that the king was subtly indicating he should merely conduct a cursory investigation. Perceiving the underlying message, Chen Fan refrained from further discussion and commenced his duties. In Chapter 81, titled Wandering Souls and Wild Ghosts, Chen Fan ascended to a higher altitude to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the vicinity. To avoid disrupting the mortals, the Protector King had chosen to camp in a desolate wilderness, an ideal location for spiritual energy detection. After his previous encounter with the underworld and the soul collectors, Chen Fan had memorized their unique spiritual signatures. Coupled with the new techniques bestowed upon him by his uncle following his ascension to the realm of the immortals, his sensitivity to spiritual energy had significantly improved compared to his earlier days as a child of the celestial realm. Soon, Chen Fan detected spiritual energy emanating from the northwest, where soul collectors were active, near a small mortal town. Upon arriving, he noted that the 2 soul collectors, dressed in contrasting black and white uniforms, were quite conspicuous, which likely explained why they were referred to as Heibai Wuchang. While he was unsure about other details, their distinctive uniforms certainly made them stand out. Chen Fan, donning the uniform of a soul guide, was familiar with the 2 major professions of soul collection in the mortal realm, and the soul collectors recognized his identity. However, they were puzzled as soul guides typically operated during the day, gathering living souls, while their nocturnal duties diverged from his. "Greetings, fellow immortals," Chen Fan began politely, introducing himself. I am Chen Fan from Zishaman's Soul Guidance Department, seeking to consult you regarding a few matters. Upon hearing his name, both collectors echoed it in unison and bowed deeply. Addressing him as Chen Shangxian, Chen Fan did not anticipate such a reaction and quickly reassured them. There is no need for such formality. I merely wish to inquire about certain issues. The white-clad collector remarked, "We are all aware of your contributions, Chen Shangxian. We owe you our gratitude for solving the riddle, or else we would have faced penalties. Zhang Panguin specifically instructed us to express our thanks upon meeting you." The black-clad collector added. Zhang Panguin also mentioned that if you require assistance, you may command us, and we will do our utmost to aid within our capabilities. Chen Fan was taken aback by the depth of their respect, as he had assumed their relationship was merely superficial. He had expected their gratitude to be perfunctory, but the thoroughness of their response indicated a genuine commitment to their duties. "You are too kind, but I have played no significant role. It is the merit of the Shaotian Divine Hound and Dizong Bodhisattva that deserves recognition. I wish to inquire about a report we received from the land regarding some wandering souls and wild ghosts approximately 10 miles southeast. They have been roaming for quite some time without any sign of your collectors. The Protector King has sent me to discern the situation." At this, both collectors' expressions shifted, revealing their awareness of the issue. The white-clad collector said, "I apologize that our affairs in the underworld have disturbed the Protector King, but we are unable to assist with those spirits." The black-clad collector continued, "To put it simply, my soul collection banner does not bear the names of these individuals, rendering us incapable of guiding them to the underworld." Chen Fan, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the underworld's protocols, realized that many regulations remained unspoken. These wandering souls and wild ghosts were indeed unfortunate victims, having fled from a plague in a neighboring country, only to succumb to its torment before reaching the town. Chen Fan was surprised to discover that these souls were linked to the morning's events, ultimately stemming from the lingering effects of the plague. This created two dilemmas. First, according to the underworld's records, they should not have perished so prematurely. Second, their souls originated from the neighboring country, complicating their transfer. Therefore, the procedures to collect these spirits became significantly more complex, necessitating approval from the underworld and a transfer of their spiritual jurisdiction before they could be guided to the underworld. Understanding the underworld's grievances, Chen Fan recognized that the inaction of the disease control department had unjustly multiplied the workload for the underworld. Zhang Panguin had previously mentioned that his staff of 108 was already operating beyond capacity. Now, it seemed that even doubling that number to 216 would not suffice to manage the tens of thousands of additional spirits. The mere thought of such negligence, resulting in nothing more than a reprimand, filled Chen Fan with indignation. He could only comfort himself with the knowledge that he was still learning to manage his own responsibilities, without the capacity to rectify others' failings. "I understand. I apologize for the inconvenience caused. I came merely to gather information and ascertain when matters might be resolved. I regret interrupting your work." The black and white collectors waved their hands in dismissal. "No trouble at all. Compared to our colleagues in the neighboring country, we are fortunate. Our current tasks are manageable. But afterward, we must assist with collecting souls from the neighboring country. Otherwise, we will never finish." Though Chen Fan wished to extend apologies on behalf of his colleagues, he ultimately decided against it. These negligent individuals did not warrant his concern. His sorrow lay with those who had perished unjustly, while those derelict in their duties deserved to be reincarnated in regions ravaged by plague, allowing them to experience the despair of mortality in the face of such calamities. "Please take your time. I shall take my leave. I will visit the underworld on another day to personally express my gratitude to Zhang Panguin." In Chapter 82, titled The King's Resolution, Chen Fan was welcomed. "Chen Xianyu, please enter. The king is awaiting you." Within the grand hall, the king was occupied, tending to his daily responsibilities, reprimanding his subordinates. Earlier that day, under Huang Wen's enthusiastic guidance, Chen Fan had already begun to recognize certain uniforms. Each department in the heavenly court typically donned its own distinctive attire, as it was a favored means of reaping benefits and providing a suitable defensive artifact for subordinates. The individuals before him were primarily clad in white, accented with blue trim at the cuffs and collars, likely belonging to the river and lake department. and it appeared they had been reprimanded for inadequate documentation. After receiving their scolding, they exited the hall, leaving only Chen Fan and the king behind. The king reclined in his chair, rubbing his temples wearily. "What is the situation over there? Please provide a brief overview." Chen Fan succinctly summarized the events, then presented a jade slip. "I have prepared a detailed report during my journey, and any oversights are documented within." Chen Fan sensed the king's mental fatigue. As he was tasked with managing numerous matters in a single day, even the Protector King found it challenging to cope. After all, even deities must engage their intellect. However, these concerns were not within his purview. As a novice, he understood his role was to complete his tasks and collect rewards, hoping that the higher-ups would not forget him, as he was merely one task away from completion. The task list had already updated to 23. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Fan was surprised to find Huang when waiting for him. As soon as he spotted Chen Fan, Huang approached and remarked, "You were called away for quite some time at such a late hour. I presume you had much to discuss?" Recalling the last words of the Heavenly King, Chen Fan understood that he was being cautioned against speaking recklessly, as the matter at hand was hardly a matter of pride. Due to the blunder at Shi Tianmen, the netherworld was now burdened with additional work, a situation that would not be well received if made public. Huang soon lost interest in the topic. After spending considerable time in the heavenly court, Chen Fan had come to grasp the general disdain the celestial beings held towards the netherworld. Viewed merely as a subordinate agency of the heavenly court, the netherworld was simply a place for managing spirits. While all earthly matters lay under the dominion of the heavenly court, the netherworld was but a fragment of the whole, and thus, the exalted deities of the heavenly court paid little heed to it. Chen Fan also understood why the Heavenly King had assigned a newcomer like him to handle this affair. His familiarity with the netherworld was one aspect, but more importantly, he was the least skilled among the inspection team, making him the perfect liaison for the netherworld. Others might be reluctant to take on such a task. The following day unfolded with the usual hustle and bustle. The vast expanse of Xinyo Hizhou was rife with complexities, and Chen Fan was certain that the backlog of issues the Heavenly King faced far exceeded those dealt with during the grand inspection, and by a considerable margin. The matters resolved at the inspection site were merely the more urgent ones. Chen Fan positioned himself at the rear of the group, observing various departments of Shi Tianmen being reprimanded. He felt a sense of relief in being part of the reception department, where the work was straightforward and the tasks were few, minimizing the potential for reprimand. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard the Heavenly King calling his name. The reception department stepped forward. Chen Fan felt an urge to chastise himself for indulging in idle thoughts. It was rather foolish to draw attention to himself when he was merely an observer. He hastened forward, only to be met with the Heavenly King's ire. "I had initially thought your reception department would be the least troublesome, given the simplicity of your tasks and the lack of interdepartmental coordination. Yet, how is it that you two have managed to cause a problem?" He pointed to a nearby town. 10 days ago, you facilitated the transition of a spirit here, while you succeeded in escorting the individual. Can you explain why the local geomagnetic flow has become so chaotic? Over the past 10 days, there have been 3 upheavals of the Earth Dragon. Were it not for the local land's resilience, we would now be staring at a wasteland. Chen Fan's mind raced as he processed the information. After receiving the directive, his supervisor had reviewed the records from the past month with him, and his storage ring contained records spanning the last decade. This was a grand inspection that occurred once every 10 years. The supervisor could not predict how far back the Heavenly King would delve into the archives, so he had prepared all relevant materials. Chen Fan recalled the details of a particular spirit transition that took place 10 days prior, facilitated by a reception officer named Guayu. Among the reception department, Chen Fan had a distinct impression of him, second only to Qianzan, primarily due to Guayu's rather unsavory habits. The last time he had accompanied Qianzan to his office, Guayu had nearly made off with his paperweight, a treasured item he had acquired from Eryi. It seemed Guayu had a penchant for taking things without a second thought. Subsequent team dinners had also been marred by his habit of pilfering small items after meals. Such behavior rendered him unpopular within the reception department, leading him to cling to others for scraps. If Guayu had been the one to handle the spirit transition, it could spell trouble, as he was known to take whatever he fancied, likely mistaking something essential for a mere trinket. Unaware that it was a crucial element in stabilizing the geomagnetic flow. Chapter 83. The town. It was undoubtedly disheartening for Chen Fan to bear the blame for others. Yet there was little he could do, being a member of the reception department. For the sake of collective honor, he steeled himself for the task ahead. The grand inspection by Shi Tianmin had already set the local mountain deities and earth spirits on high alert. As they prepared for the inevitable arrival of the Heavenly King, they feared that if he arrived and found no one present, their positions would be at stake. Although these lesser deities were also listed in the divine rankings, they existed as a separate sublist. Many of them were local spirits or celestial beings who had attained enlightenment and subsequently been appointed as mountain deities and land spirits, making them intimately familiar with their home territories. Before Chen Fan even entered the town, he spotted the local land spirit waiting just outside, clad in a strikingly yellow uniform that reminded him of a deity from a past life as playful game. The attire was not merely similar, it was an exact match. The land spirit of Lu Family Town welcomes you, esteemed immortal. We are grateful for your assistance in resolving our predicament. The land spirit's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, even more so than that of Judge Zhang during their initial encounter, which left Chen Fan feeling somewhat uneasy. There is no need for such formality. I am Chen Fan from the reception department of Shi Tianmin, entrusted by the Heavenly King to investigate the recent upheavals in Lu Family Town. Could you provide me with a detailed account of the situation? Ah, so you are from the reception department. That is even better. Please follow me. The land spirit, being one of the lower realm deities most familiar with the reception department's members, warmed up to Chen Fan upon learning of his identity. The land spirit led him to a large pit at the edge of the town, where cracked earth revealed that it had once been a substantial pond. This was Lu Family Town's primary water source, Lu Family Pond. It has been connected to the outer river for over a century, even during the worst droughts. It has never dried up, yet just 10 days ago, the water vanished entirely, leaving us with this desolate sight. I understand that unusual occurrences often signify underlying issues. I paid close attention to the situation, and on that very day, I sensed instability in the geomagnetic flow of Lu Family Town. Sure enough, the following day, the Earth Dragon upheavals began. I have been practicing Earth-based techniques for years and could manage the situation initially. However, the frequency of the upheavals has increased over the past 10 days, and I fear that if it happens again, my abilities may not suffice to contain it. I am preparing to evacuate all residents of Lu Family Town. His tone grew somber as he continued. I was born and raised here. I had hoped to protect this land as its guardian. Yet, I find myself unable to safeguard my own home. Chen Fan, hoping for guidance, offered words of comfort. Do not worry. Once your report reaches the Heavenly King, he will take it seriously. My presence here is to ascertain the facts and address the root of the problem. The land spirit perked up at this. Feel free to inquire about anything. There is little I do not know regarding the affairs of this town. Do you recall that 10 days ago, a reception officer came here to escort someone? Chen Fan asked, cutting to the chase. Could you take me to see where this occurred? Chen Fan inquired. Of course, no problem at all. The land spirit readily agreed. Then quietly added, could it be that the spirit's departure is linked to the Earth Dragon upheavals? Chen Fan provided the official response. I am currently investigating. Until I have conclusive results, I cannot assert any connections between the upheavals and other events. The land spirit nodded repeatedly, understanding the need for caution. I understand. I spoke out of turn. Discussing such matters without evidence is indeed futile. The town was not large, and they soon arrived at the Hu family residence. Upon entering, Chen Fan took a moment to survey the surroundings. It was a typical two-courtyard layout, neatly maintained, with no distinguishing features. After sensing the energy, his gaze turned to the well situated in the middle of the courtyard, where the spiritual energy appeared somewhat chaotic. If anything untoward had transpired, it was likely connected to the well. He first inquired of the land spirit. What became of the wells in town after the pond dried up? The majority have indeed dried up, leaving only a handful of springs with water. Notably, the well belonging to the Hu family still contains water. It is an ancient well. I recall that even during my mortal days, this well had existed for quite some time. Strangely, regardless of whether there is drought or flood outside, the water level in this well remains remarkably consistent, given the numerous anomalies and the favorable location. It is evident that something has been done within this well by Guayu. Chen Fan conducted a thorough investigation into the spiritual energy of the well, and what he discovered astonished him. The water beneath the well extends over 10 fathoms deep, and though there is no underground river, such a vast quantity of water felt highly unusual. I must trouble you again, Earth Spirit. You mentioned that you were born and raised here, and you're intimately familiar with the entirety of Lu Family Town. Do you happen to know any long-held legends associated with it? Given Guayu's character, he must have discovered something within the well that stirred his interest. However, to ascertain what it truly is, we can only seek clues from the legends of Lu Family Town. After all, Guayu could be considered a deity, and an object that could pique the interest of a celestial being must be an ancient treasure or the like. Before becoming a guiding envoy, he had heard gossip about someone receiving compensation to allow entry to certain places. Such significant artifacts, if found in the well, would certainly leave traces in the legends. Reflecting on our location, which is a critical thoroughfare, travelers heading to the capital would naturally rest here, thus leading to the prevalence of many legends. What about water wells or ley lines? Chen Fan prompted. Under Chen Fan's gentle persuasion, the Earth Spirit finally recalled. There is indeed one such legend. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. I heard it during my childhood, but no one has spoken of it since. It is said that after Pangu created the heavens and the earth, this area was originally a quagmire, unsuitable for habitation. However, one day, an extraordinary stone fell from the sky, draining all the accumulated water in Lu Family Town, leading to the formation of the small town we see today. This must be it. What kind of treasure this is, Chen Fan could not ascertain. But one thing was certain, regardless of the legend, it must at least suppress the ley lines of Lu Family Town. I apologize for troubling you, Earth Spirit. This must be what I seek, and I will resolve the issue promptly to restore normalcy to Lu Family Town. The Earth Spirit expressed immense gratitude as a native deity. Their sole desire is to ensure the safety of this land. In Chapter 84, Chen Fan reported the information he had gathered to the protector of the nation. Upon receiving the directive, he headed straight to the Heavenly Court to the guiding division. I am here to find Guayu, Chen Fan stated solemnly. Qianzan, a shrewd individual, immediately sensed something amiss and replied, he is in his office, apparently chatting with someone. Hastening to the office door, Chen Fan overheard Guayu's voice. This is no exaggeration. With my keen eyes, no treasure can evade my gaze. The moment I entered that courtyard, I sensed something in the well, and upon further investigation, I confirmed it was indeed this. Despite its dull appearance, I had a brother from the Artifact Refining Division examine it. This is a fragment of Nuwa stone. Although it lacks the purity required for repairing the heavens, it is still Nuwa stone. When I have the opportunity, I will find a skilled craftsman to forge a magical artifact from it, ensuring I have something to protect my domain. Chen Fan pushed the door open and bellowed, since you know this is Nuwa stone, do you not grasp its effects in the mortal realm? Moreover, having been nurtured within the ley lines for so long, did you not consider the consequences of removing this Nuwa stone? Seeing Chen Fan enter, everyone was puzzled. Someone asked, Chen Fan, did you not go on the grand inspection? Guayu, who had just been reprimanded by Chen Fan, felt somewhat embarrassed. Normally, Chen Fan maintained a humble demeanor in the guiding division, adhering to principles of modesty and survival, never clashing with others, even when slighted. No one had ever witnessed him in such a state. What are you saying, Chen Fan? This object is of no use in the mortal realm. It is simply wasteful to take it away. If it is removed, will there not be upheaval in the ley lines? It is nothing. Mortals have experienced earthquakes countless times and have grown accustomed to it. In my possession, it will be put to good use, Guayu retorted dismissively. Recalling the Earth Spirit's nearly depleted spiritual energy, which had been strained to control the ley lines, and the sorrow of being forced to abandon their home, it became clear this individual believed the object was beneficial only for himself, yet with a single action, he could alter the fates of countless mortals in the town. Chen Fan repeatedly reminded himself that he was now a deity, and his perspective on issues needed to shift. Yet he found it impossible to disregard the destinies of so many mortals, at least not in his current state. Nor did he wish for a future self capable of such indifference. Accustomed to upheaval? Let me think, Guiyu, you hail from Shenyang City, do you not? How is it that you claim your people are accustomed to such turmoil? I still remember that in your region, there is a town deity known as the Sacred Bull, a treasure left by the Supreme Lord. I find it curious that you do not utilize that, yet you have no qualms about taking this fragment. When it came to discussing his hometown, even as a deity, Guiyu felt compelled to respond, this is merely a fragment of Nuwa stone. How can it be compared to the treasures of the Supreme Lord, which were personally placed by the great ancestor? What I take from the earth is but a formless object. Chen Fan, you dare to compare these two? Your words grow increasingly excessive. Do you possess no sense of propriety? Guiyu attempted to leverage his seniority to suppress Chen Fan, perhaps momentarily forgetting the formidable background Chen Fan held. Chen Fan did not concern himself with notions of seniority, but since Guiyu had fallen into his rhetoric, he did not hold back. A single retort from Chen Fan cornered Guiyu, leaving him momentarily speechless. Once Chen Fan unleashed his verbal prowess, few could withstand it. Unable to counter, Guiyu, filled with indignation, sought to teach this young man a lesson for his perceived disrespect toward seniors. However, witnessing the other's fearless demeanor, reason unexpectedly dawned upon him. He was not merely a fool. He was aware of Chen Fan's background as the mightiest warrior in the three realms. Even if he were to teach Chen Fan a couple of moves, he would not be able to withstand them, and winning would only lead to animosity with the highly regarded second master of the celestial court. Upon realizing this, Guiyu's complexion turned ashen. He had never anticipated that merely taking a stone from an inconspicuous little town would escalate to such scrutiny during the grand inspection. Such actions had been learned from the seasoned members of the guiding division. Everyone had taken advantage of their positions to conduct personal affairs, casually acquiring heavenly treasures. Yet, how had misfortune followed him in this instance? In Chapter 85, Chen Fan, observing the change in Guiyu's expression, understood that although this individual might be foolish, he was not entirely lacking in intelligence. Those who have thrived in the celestial court for so long are seldom truly dull-witted. The genuinely obtuse might still be trapped in the realm of celestial youths, forever unable to break through and ultimately fading away like dust in the wind. Have you finally come to your senses? Chen Fan mocked with a smile. What I am conveying are the exact words of the protector of the nation. Does Guiyu possess some cognitive deficiency? You're not a novice. Do you not know what should be taken and what should not? What should we do now? He often engages in petty theft, yet he possesses a discerning eye. When it comes to significant figures or valuable items, he refrains from touching them, preferring to pocket trivial things instead. The current acquisition, the Inwa stone, is arguably the most significant bargain of his lifetime. Yet he unexpectedly encountered a formidable obstacle, leaving him momentarily disoriented. After all, the person before him is the guardian king of the nation, the commander of the Western Gate, and also a grand inspector. Speaking in front of all departments of the Western Gate, merely contemplating this sends shivers through him, observing the palpable fear in his counterpart. Chen Fan understood that further words were unnecessary. The man's spirit had been subdued. Once one has lost their vitality, even a so-called immortal becomes a mere shell of a being. Hand over the item to me, and remain here, awaiting your fate, Chen Fan commanded. In response to his words, Guiyu exhibited no resistance, retrieving a stone from his storage ring and presenting it with both hands. Chen Fan examined the stone. It was indeed a dull black, seemingly unremarkable. However, upon holding it, he felt a profound sense of tranquility wash over him, transforming him into a state of extraordinary calm. Indeed, it was a fragment of the Inwa stone. The mere act of holding it elicited such an effect, although its aura was subdued. Only upon contact did Chen Fan perceive the immense spiritual energy contained within. Despite his disdain for Guiyu's character, he acknowledged his expertise in treasure hunting. It was only upon securing the item that Chen Fan recalled the Guardian King had assigned him a task. Had he completed it? Yet, the task indicator still read 23, indicating that some steps remained unfulfilled. Upon arriving at the Grand Inspector's location, the king was still berating individuals. Thankfully, he was an immortal. A mortal would struggle to endure such relentless criticism for hours on end. It became clear why this item could suppress the Earth's veins. The Guardian King paused momentarily. But being one of the four heavenly kings, he had encountered many wonders, including the true Inwa stone. Since the object has been located, you may return it to its rightful owner, he declared, then instructed his aide, remember the individual named Guiyu from the reception department. Proceed according to the heavenly regulations. I recall there are relevant clauses stating that worldly items should not be tampered with. Understood. I will take note, the aide replied. Chen Fan was about to depart for Lujia town when the Guardian King called out, wait a moment. He then produced a small jade tablet from his robes and handed it to Chen Fan, saying, the essence of the Enwa stone is subtle. Most people would overlook it. However, Guiyu has disturbed the earth's veins, attracting the attention of certain individuals. I wish to avoid further complications. Keep this safe and affix it at the location where the Enwa stone is placed. The formation I crafted should conceal it from any petty thieves. Only those of comparable cultivation to me will be able to take it. Astonished, Chen Fan accepted the jade tablet, never expecting the Guardian King to entrust him with such a precious item. The king now seemed enigmatic to him. Despite the tragic loss of over 100,000 mortals, he merely penalized his subordinates. Yet for the tranquility of small town, he was willing to utilize his own formation. Chen Fan could confidently assert that if this jade tablet were given to an average immortal, such as those in the reception department, it would be fiercely contested. The power to suppress the Western Gate would render it invaluable, and the formation could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Reflecting on this, Chen Fan realized that not understanding someone was natural. Every individual possesses dual facets, especially a powerful being like the Guardian King. Similar to his own uncle, Chen Fan was certain that the king had an external incarnation managing affairs, often exhibiting different appearances. The king's status was not far behind that of the Second Lord, and it was reasonable for him to adopt various personas to handle different matters. Lost in thought, Chen Fan arrived at Lujia town. The earth god stood in his usual spot, seemingly unchanged, craning his neck as if awaiting Chen Fan's arrival. Upon seeing Chen Fan appear as promised, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. I didn't expect your efficiency, Chen Xian. It hasn't even been an hour. Chen Fan presented the earth god with the source of the entire affair, the unremarkable black stone. The earth god expressed excitement. I can't believe it. The legends are true. Is this truly a fragment of the Enwa stone? However, he remained puzzled. It doesn't seem particularly extraordinary. It looks like an ordinary merit stone. Returning to the small courtyard, Chen Fan simply tossed the Enwa stone into the old well. The seemingly mundane stone, upon contact with the water surface, appeared to possess a spirit of its own, swimming toward the center of the well. This showcased to Chen Fan the concept of how all treasures of heaven and earth possess their own awareness. Once the Enwa stone was restored to its rightful place, the tumultuous earth veins calmed instantly, as if nothing had ever transpired, leaving Chen Fan in awe. The earth god, shedding tears of joy, exclaimed, "This is wonderful. No need to relocate." Chen Fan completed the final task, establishing the king's restrictions, and cautioned the earth god. Keep the matter of the North Washington stone close to your heart. You understand the consequences of harboring treasures, having endured such a grave sin. The earth god fully comprehended the gravity of the situation, nodding fervently, "I will not speak of this to anyone. I have forgotten what treasures lie here." Chapter 86. Old Case having fulfilled the tasks of the salted fish system, Chen Fan received his cultivation rewards and returned to being an inconspicuous member of the inspection team, following along as they traversed various locales. With only Guiyu in the reception department, Chen Fan found himself largely uninvolved. While the unfortunate Huang, when faced inquiries regarding the supervisory department's affairs multiple times, this was an inescapable reality. The supervisory department had an overwhelming number of matters to handle, and several disturbances were bound to occur. Otherwise, the monkey wouldn't have teamed up with a few monsters to invoke the name of the great sage. Even immortals have their limitations, and not every monster poses a significant threat. For instance, a harmless stone monkey that merely self-amuses cannot be arbitrarily captured. One must allow other beings some space to thrive. Most criticisms directed at the supervisory department stemmed from such situations. Some monsters failed to report promptly, resulting in harm, and subsequently, other departments would lodge complaints, with the blame ultimately falling upon the supervisory department. After listening for several days, Chen Fan began to grasp the underlying dynamics. The supervisory department maintained a tacit agreement with the various underground powers and monsters in the mortal realm. Through intermittent conversations with Huang Wen, Chen Fan learned that the supervisory department had established files for these forces and monitored them regularly. In return, these entities were obliged to assist in eliminating any malevolent beings that defied heavenly principles, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. The day passed swiftly, and as the sun approached the horizon, Chen Fan noticed the impending twilight. Although nightfall held no influence over these immortals, the king preferred to address public matters during the day. Smaller issues were typically dealt with by summoning individuals to his tent at night. The setting sun signified the conclusion of a day's labor, allowing for a well-deserved respite. Following closely behind, even the king's tirades became tiring. However, Chen Fan observed that Huang Wen exhibited an unusual demeanor. Typically jovial and light-hearted, he now wore a serious expression, remaining silent. With the end of the workday approaching, what could be causing such tension? Curiosity getting the better of him, Chen Fan inquired, "Brother Huang, what is the matter? You seem different today." Huang Wen replied in a tone devoid of emotion, "We'll soon arrive at our destination, and you'll understand why. Just listen carefully, observe closely, and speak little or not at all." The significance of whatever was to come was evident, given Huang Wen's seriousness, and Chen Fan refrained from further questioning, following quietly behind. He sensed the entire team had fallen into a profound silence, a suppressive quietude enveloping them. This state of silence persisted for the duration of an incense sticks burning until the guardian king reached a small hillock. The hillock was barren, composed solely of rocky terrain, with the sole distinguishing feature being a tall, unmarked stone tablet erected atop it. As the group arrived at this location, those wearing hats silently removed them, while those without hats bowed their heads in solemnity. The voice of the Hugua Tianwang was deep and resonant, devoid of the usual vigor he exhibited during confrontations. Everyone was aware of the tragedy that had unfolded here 180 years ago, when the 2,000 celestial soldiers under the command of Zishaman were ruthlessly ambushed, their bodies arranged with chilling precision for us to collect. In that grim encounter, I lost 2,000 loyal and capable subordinates, and you lost 2,000 colleagues with whom you shared daily life. Throughout these 180 years, I have never forgotten them, nor ceased my pursuit of the perpetrators. This incident remains a stain on the honor of Zishaman and a deep-seated hatred etched in the hearts of its people. Our singular objective is vengeance, blood for blood. The crowd echoed in unison, with Chen Fan joining in the fervor, casting a glance at Huang Wen, whose agitation was palpable, veins bulging on his forehead. Why was there an assault on the celestial soldiers? Those capable of annihilating 2,000 immortals would not covet their equipment. For the celestial soldiers merely represent the most fundamental armed forces of the heavenly court. With millions in the heavenly court, 2,000 is not a significant number. Chen Fan could surmise only two possible motives. One, to demonstrate power against the heavenly court. Yet, from the Hugua Tianwang's words, it was clear that no one was being held accountable, and there were no visible enemies of the heavenly court. In the three realms, the heavenly court stood as the sole official institution. Thus, the remaining motive could only be one of venting anger, though it remained unclear whether it was directed at the celestial soldiers, Zishaman, or the heavenly court itself. For such an act could not be without reason. With only a day remaining in the grand inspection, I will not assign any further tasks. The Grand Historian will distribute the investigation records of that year's events, although many have perused these documents. I hope you all can pool your insights to uncover useful clues, even if just a few. If nothing is found within the day, keep the materials and review them. Should you find any leads, contact me immediately. I will offer the greatest reward within my capabilities. The words of the leader of Zishaman revealed that this burden had weighed heavily on his heart for too long, and unresolved thoughts had likely hindered his cultivation. Only by resolving this matter could the Tianwang progress in his training. The materials were swiftly distributed, allowing Chen Fan to grasp the truth of the incident. Many of the immortals from that time still occupied their original positions, which explained the profound sorrow among today as celestial beings. All had once worked side by side within Zishaman. Regardless of past grievances, they were brothers on the same front. That day, The supervisory office first received word of disturbances caused by malevolent entities, estimated to be at least celestial-level demons. If not handled promptly, their actions could jeopardize the stability of local spiritual energy. In accordance with standard procedure, the supervisory office activated emergency protocols, coordinating with the station troops of Zishaman to dispatch forces for containment. From the records, Chen Fan recognized a familiar name, Huang Wan, who was the contact person sent to the military camp that day. Typically, Huang Wan, as the liaison, would also have accompanied the troops. After all, the celestial soldiers were solely responsible for martial matters, while the supervisory office handled the incident's documentation and subsequent actions. Unfortunately, Huang Wan had another pressing case to follow up on at that critical moment. After contacting the station troops, he assigned another colleague to proceed in his stead, unaware that this decision would dramatically alter both their fates. Chen Fan speculated that, given Huang Wan's character, this was likely a source of his deep-seated regret. He would have preferred to be the one to fall rather than let a contemporary share his fate. All actions were conducted according to established protocols. In the face of a celestial-level demon, a contingent of 500 complete celestial soldiers would typically suffice for elimination. However, since the rise of Zishaman, the prevailing approach towards such formidable demons had shifted towards containment, as an overly aggressive stance might drive these entities towards the Great Lane Temple, which was in need of personnel. To capture such a being alive would require 2,000 celestial soldiers, fully equipped and experienced in collaborative operations with the supervisory office. Attached to the documents was a complete roster of the 2,000 celestial soldiers, every name accounted for. Gazing upon the extensive list, Chen Fan felt the weight of responsibility. He recognized that any one of these celestial beings would surpass him in strength, many of them celestial immortals, with a few on the verge of advancing to the next level, capable of serving as minor generals in the heavenly court. The combat prowess of these individuals would enable them to sweep through the Shinyo Hajo, rendering mortal cultivators powerless against them. The heavenly court's decision to deploy such a formidable force was rooted in caution. Little did they realize that this would be a one-way journey. Not only did they fail to anticipate this fate, but neither did anyone in the heavenly court envision that such a seemingly vast force would meet total annihilation. In reality, no word came from the 2,000 soldiers. The first to initiate a search was the supervisory office, which imposed a reporting requirement every 2 hours on its deployed members. They possessed unique communication tools capable of transmitting information across realms, establishing this protocol to facilitate headquarters in maintaining records and monitoring developments. The first to arrive at the scene was Huang Wan. Having just completed his prior tasks, he eagerly volunteered to investigate the related personnel, while his colleague went his place. Huang Wan felt a profound sense of responsibility. The ensuing narrative, recounted with an almost brutal clarity, detailed everything Huang Wan witnessed. The 2,000 soldiers, from their leaders to the rank and file, were aligned with chilling precision, laid out according to their ranks on the sunlit slope of a small hill, while the personnel from his supervisory office were placed elsewhere. Beneath the sunlight, the 2,000 soldiers lay in silent repose, as if they had merely fallen asleep. Their weapons were neatly arranged beside them, as though they would rise in righteous fury at any moment to confront their foes. Huang Wan initially thought he was imagining things. How could these 2,000 soldiers, meant to hunt demons, be lying here basking in the sun? He felt only astonishment, not realizing the gravity of the situation. However, as he approached, an icy chill enveloped him. Since ascending to the celestial realm and mastering his cultivation, he had never felt such a sensation. Akin to walking naked through a snowstorm in a mortal world during the harshest winter, his blood nearly frozen and stagnant. The celestial soldiers sprawled on the ground, emitted no familiar fluctuations of spiritual energy, the very essence of their immortality, now absent. The only explanation was that what remained here were merely their husks, their souls lost to an unknown fate. After a prolonged moment of shock, Huang Wan frantically retrieved his communicator and shouted, "They're dead. All of them are dead. Hurry, send more people. The more the better." The personnel stationed at headquarters were baffled. What did he mean by dead? What a ridiculous claim. Those were 2,000 fully equipped celestial soldiers. If they were dead, he might as well say he was dead too. Just as he prepared to scold Huang Wan, He heard the latter's voice tremble with emotion. "You must come quickly. All 2,000 of them are lying on the ground." Huang Wen was a notable figure within the supervisory office, known for his eccentricity but possessing considerable skill. His colleagues typically indulged his quirks, allowing his optimistic outlook to shine through. Yet now, this man, who usually approached life with such levity, was on the verge of tears, prompting others to realize something was amiss. They urgently pressed him for clarity. "What do you mean they're all dead? Those are 2,000 celestial soldiers. Describe the situation clearly." The headquarters remained skeptical. How could such a vast military force simply vanish? This is no laughing matter. Huang Wen's words became increasingly disjointed. "I do not know. I know nothing. Hurry and send someone over. Additionally, Hu Tian Wang, Bao Hu Si, Ho Chin Si, any department will do. Just summon all those with a name." Such incoherent utterances quickly alerted the headquarters to the gravity of the situation, prompting them to dispatch personnel immediately and report to Hu Tian Wang. Upon learning of the entire incident, the Tian Wang took it very seriously, personally heading to the scene. As the foremost force of Shi Tian men, he had already understood that this was not mere suspicion. The event had indeed transpired. When the group arrived at the site with utmost urgency, they were met with a scene that nearly shattered Huang Wen's composure. Among the 2,000 individuals lay not a few close friends and comrades, now quietly resting in death. Those who believed themselves to be as unyielding as iron found many of them with reddened eyes, having ascended to immortality. They had long forgotten the sight of death among those close to them. The years had dulled their memory, and they had lost sight of the fact that even the immortals of Tian Ting are life forms, albeit in a higher energy form, capable of prolonging their existence. Yet, inevitably, their bodies too would decay, returning to the dust of the earth. As more personnel from Tian Ting arrived at the scene, even the Jade Emperor descended. Such a level of loss had not been suffered by Tian Ting in a long time. Previously, occasional personnel losses in various operations were understandable. However now, 2,000 fully equipped celestial soldiers lay here, a matter that sent shockwaves throughout Tian Ting. In the reports, Chen Fan even spotted his uncle, who, along with Xiao Tian Quan, joined the investigation. At that moment, Tian Ting exhibited unprecedented unity and efficiency. Interdepartmental squabbling was non-existent. They swiftly formed an investigative team to untangle the matter and identify the mastermind behind the scenes. This incident had undoubtedly breached the bottom line of Tian Ting. The competition within was generally constructive, a means for collective advancement. However, now that someone had murdered Tian Ting's own and displayed their remains in such an orderly fashion, it was intolerable for any celestial being. The investigative team first traced the source of the information. The Jiancha Si should have acted upon receiving a warning from a great demon, which was triggered by numerous detection arrays established by Jiancha Si in Xinyohizhou. These arrays were the result of years of research and development within Tian Ting, reliable and secure, with minimal chance of malfunction. Following the alert, Jiancha Si did not immediately mobilize forces but adhered to protocol, first verifying the information by cross-referencing data from nearby detection arrays and local informants. They confirmed the authenticity of the report and proceeded to the next step. Subsequently, Jiancha Si issued a mobilization order, coordinating with the military camps to dispatch the requisite personnel for a comprehensive response. All procedures were standard and devoid of any irregularities, progressing flawlessly until the incident occurred. The special task force was divided into two teams. One focused on collating written documentation, while the other conducted on-site investigations and examined the corpses. Generally, if Yi and Ahei Go appeared together at a scene, it indicated that clues would soon surface. Solving the case was merely a matter of time, as Chen Fan had witnessed in the Li Ran case. This time, however, the presence of Yi and Ahei Go was indeed among the rare exceptions. In the final report, they indicated that aside from the residual spiritual energy of the 2,000 celestial personnel, no other spiritual fluctuations were detected. Consequently, Yi dispatched individuals to retrieve the belongings left behind by these 2,000 souls in Tian Ting, allowing Xiao Tian Quan to conduct a thorough comparison for discrepancies. The conclusion drawn was that, from their perspective, it could not be determined if others had been present at the scene. But it was evident that all individuals had arrived alive at this small hillock, only to succumb inexplicably thereafter. The coroner also reached a verdict, outwardly unblemished, and upon examining with celestial techniques, no internal abnormalities were found. According to their conclusion, these individuals seemed as if they had merely lain upon the grass to bask in the sun, only to drift into an eternal slumber, each body preserved perfectly, save for one critical element. Their souls had vanished. The investigation thus reached an impasse, with no leads to pursue. Despite the presence of beings with extraordinary powers capable of moving mountains and rivers, yet they could not ascertain the cause of death for these celestial soldiers. This left Chen Fan perplexed. He was all too familiar with Ye's capabilities, while predicting the future might involve an element of luck. Reading the past was an entirely different affair. The celestial was remarkably effective, rendering all things transparent before Yi, unless he chose not to sense them. What circumstances could render even Yi unable to penetrate the past? Chen Fan swiftly perused Ye's records, whereupon Yi meticulously documented all he had witnessed. Upon arriving at the designated site, the celestial soldiers had lined up and begun their duties. However, unexpectedly, as soon as they stood ready, they all collapsed to the ground as if intoxicated, each falling in the same manner, facing the sky. Yi described that they had nearly collapsed simultaneously, with no other intelligent beings present in the vicinity. In the subsequent notes from the Special Task Force, it was recorded that due to the description provided by Erlang Shun, they conducted multiple toxicology tests, discovering no traces of any drug. Thus, it could be definitively established that if the soldiers had been poisoned, it was with a toxin unknown to Tianting. Each clue unearthed felt as though it was being snuffed out one by one, leaving the task force. And even Chen Fan, feeling wearied, utterly lost as to the direction of their investigation. As celestial beings, endowed with an abundance of powers and divine abilities, they had never endured such indignities. With no results from the on-site investigation, the documentation team fared no better. They sought to uncover the whereabouts of the so-called Great Demon. The arrays had been thoroughly examined, revealing no issues, and the source of the report was traced back to a local tree demon, who had fortuitously become an informant for Jiancha Si, providing various leads. This minor demon, surrounded by dozens of Xian, divulged everything without hesitation, fully aware of the celestial means at their disposal. Its testimony was straightforward. It had indeed sensed a significant surge of spiritual energy in the vicinity, estimating it to be of great demon caliber. Coincidentally, the inquiry from Jiancha Si had just arrived, prompting it to report what it had observed. With this revelation, the entire situation began to take shape. It could be confirmed that, regardless of the presence of a celestial-level great demon, someone had mimicked the spiritual energy fluctuations of a great demon, utilizing a form of energy not recorded by Tianting to lure its personnel. Achieving this feat was not particularly challenging. The investigators acknowledged their own capabilities in this regard. The true difficulty lay in the subsequent step, ensuring that all 2,000 vigilant and fully organized celestial soldiers vanished without a trace, or more accurately, silently lost their very souls. Chapter 89. At a loss after perusing the entire dossier, Chen Fan was left with a singular impression. It was an utterly perplexing case. The Heavenly Court had devoted its utmost resources, even enlisting the formidable duo of Yi and Dahego, yet failed to uncover any leads. What could he possibly contribute? Over the past 180 years, while others in the Heavenly Court remained oblivious, at least the direct superior of these 2,000 souls, the Hugua Tianwang, had never wavered in his pursuit of the truth. The documentation revealed that throughout this time, updates were continuously added. The Hugua Tianwang had meticulously considered every conceivable possibility, even documenting the lives of the 2,000 fallen celestial soldiers within the Heavenly Court's social circles for further analysis. Chen Fan reviewed these records, finding himself utterly at a loss. These individuals resembled the ordinary deities he had encountered within the Heavenly Court. Their connections were limited to their immediate acquaintances. As someone who had met both Yi and the Jade Emperor, he felt like an anomaly. Many spent their entire lives in the Heavenly Court without ever encountering anyone beyond their direct superiors. without having entangled themselves in the affairs of the powerful. It was unlikely that anyone would seek to trouble them. In summation, the only rationale for their demise seemed to be a desire for vengeance against the heavenly court. The investigative team had certainly considered this. As the supreme governing body of the three realms, the heavenly court had made numerous enemies. Tensions with the Western Paradise had been ongoing, and even their relationship with Shenlong was merely one of mutual employment. Regarding the eradicated underground forces and the disruptive demons, the number had been incalculable since the dawn of creation. The heavenly court had spent the last 180 years sifting through these leads, a monumental task requiring meticulous organization over thousands of years. Even with the deity's supernatural abilities, they had only managed to pursue a fraction of the leads, and the work would continue in an orderly fashion for the foreseeable future. After absorbing the hundreds of thousands of words contained within the Jade Tablet, Chen Fan rubbed his temples, overwhelmed. The breadth of information was staggering, much of it beyond his current understanding. As a novice in the Earth immortal realm, he felt dwarfed by the complexities that even the Deluo Jin Xian could not resolve. This case was far beyond his current capabilities. His limits were confined to resolving minor disputes between the heavenly court and the Western Paradise, matters easily addressed through cleverness. Choosing to relinquish such mentally taxing endeavors, especially without having delved deeply into them, brought him solace. At this juncture, Chen Fan finally had the opportunity to observe those around him. Upon receiving the materials, his colleagues were engrossed in their reading. Many were first-hand witnesses to the events, undoubtedly familiar with the documentation and having studied it in detail, yet still seeking to uncover something new. Despite the moon being high in the sky, not a single individual had set up camp. Chen Fan could not be the first to break this silent vigil. He glanced at Huang Wan, who, after spending several days together, had never displayed such seriousness. The records indicated that Huang Wan was the sole survivor of the incident, suggesting a psychological burden heavier than that of his peers. Chen Fan began to understand why Huang Wan had been so vocal within the team. His colleagues tolerated his incessant chatter, with the team leader occasionally intervening when it became excessive. Perhaps it was the weight of his experiences that had shaped his current disposition, and the others understood this, knowing that expressing frustrations was better than harboring them within. While everyone was absorbed in their reading, Chen Fan's inquisitive demeanor stood out starkly. The Hugua Tianwang, positioned at the forefront, spotted him immediately and beckoned. Unsure, Chen Fan glanced around, realizing he was the sole recipient of the Tianwang's attention, confirming he had not misheard. The Tianwang nodded, and Chen Fan had no choice but to approach. He regretted not simply focusing on the materials rather than wandering about, drawing unnecessary attention to himself. "Walk with me." The Tianwang's words felt oddly familiar to Chen Fan. He often requested his company for a stroll, using him as a sounding board for grievances. It seemed this trait was common among significant figures. Internally lamenting, he followed, recognizing the authority of his leader. "I must admit, the dossier contains extensive information, yet my current abilities are insufficient to discern much. With more time, and as my cultivation progresses, I hope to unravel some of the complexities," Chen Fan stated. The Hugua Tianwang shook his head. "That is futile. Even with my current cultivation, I cannot ascertain their cause of death. I have heard much about you, including your role in coordinating efforts and resolving conflicts with the Western Paradise. Initially, I believed your unique perspective could yield insights, but I overlooked the fact that many matters are beyond your current comprehension." Chen Fan was taken aback by the Hugua Tianwang's high appraisal of him. While he had kept the particulars of his contributions under wraps, they had become an open secret within the heavenly court. The Tianwang's praise was unwarranted. His capabilities were limited to resolving trivial issues. The case presented today was far too grand, with each of the deceased possessing more profound cultivation than he. To investigate this matter, time, experience, and luck were all essential. Indeed, we currently lack the opportunity to pierce through the fog and uncover the truth, Chen Fan agreed, garnering the Tianwang's approval. "I wish for you to retain this dossier. I will gradually provide you with the intelligence I gather. Among the younger generation of the heavenly court, you are the only one I believe capable of resolving this case," the Hugua Tianwang continued. "For 180 years, the fate of these 2,000 individuals has weighed heavily on my heart. I understand that I may possess some talent in cultivation, but when it comes to investigation, it is not my forte. Thus, I must rely on you." Chen Fan could have found numerous reasons to delay. Yet when one of the four heavenly kings earnestly requested his assistance, he understood he could not refuse. "Very well. I shall do my utmost and will not abandon this endeavor," he replied. The Hugua Tianwang smiled with satisfaction. "That is sufficient. Thank you." Chapter 90. The patrol concludes the following day. Everyone was engrossed in reviewing the materials. Since Chen Fan had accepted the Hugua Tianwang's commission, he too continued to sift through the dossier, hoping to unearth some leads, but to no avail. Huang Wen's demeanor had transformed entirely from the previous day. He appeared like a blade sheathed, its sharpness concealed, a stark contrast to the outgoing and fervent Huang Ge. When approached Chen Fan, his tone was no longer frivolous. Instead, he spoke gravely. "I know that the Hugua Tianwang has entrusted you with part of the investigation. Previously, the Tianwang had assigned this task to many, but among them, I believe you are one of the few with a genuine chance of solving the case." Chen Fan understood that the Hugua Tianwang had assigned the task to others. Even someone as inexperienced as himself had been given such weighty responsibilities, illustrating the Tianwang's desperation. However, he was surprised to find Huang Wen held such a high opinion of him. Throughout these days, he had mostly been a listener, merely echoing Huang Wen's ramblings about the heavenly court. Yet it seemed this had left an impression. Huang Wen discerned Chen Fan's confusion. "Are you wondering why I've spent these days sharing gossip about the heavenly court rather than engaging in meaningful conversation? You can trust that my observations are sincere. As a relative of my idol and a celestial being personally summoned by His Majesty, unlike others who may have drifted into obscurity, such as the third prince, who, despite his remarkable abilities, never gazes down but only upwards, remain humble. Thus, I firmly believe that the legends of you mediating the conflicts that orchestrated the clouds and rain, resolving the long-standing minor frictions between Shitian and Tiangong, are indeed true. The heavenly court is not lacking in individuals who are diligent. Yet it is sorely in need of those who can think critically and possess the capability to advance their ideas. You are one of those rare individuals. Given these qualities, I believe you have the potential to unravel this unresolved case and exonerate my brothers." As Huang Wen uttered these final words, his gaze was imbued with unprecedented determination. His statement reaffirmed a truth. The celestial beings of Tiangong are not to be underestimated. Even in casual banter, they remain observant of Chen Fan. Over these few days, they have feigned madness to comprehend a novice, a tactic remarkably profound. Chen Fan could only silently remind himself to adhere to the principle of humility to avoid arrogance, thus leaving a favorable impression. Huang Wen continued, "Since I have acknowledged you, there are certain matters I can now discuss directly with you, aspects that cannot be reflected in this report." At this juncture, Chen Fan could only sincerely declare, "Brother Huang, you are remarkable, and your efforts are commendable." Huang Wen smiled faintly. "What is so remarkable about it? I have merely grown accustomed to it. It hardly qualifies as hardship. These are burdens I should bear. Now, I am sharing with you information that is not recorded in the official documents. In truth, I had other tasks that day and did not proceed to that small hillock. Yet I felt a certain premonition and wished for them to wait until I completed my duties before joining them. However, this premonition was not particularly strong, and at that time, I had just entered the supervision department, with cultivation not significantly superior to yours. I lacked the ability to stop a battalion of 2,000 from executing their mission. Once the process was set in motion, it must continue. The timing of 2,000 individuals cannot be delayed for one person. I am uncertain if others shared this premonition, but even with my level of cultivation at the time, I sensed something amiss, implying that others likely felt it too. Most perplexing was that these premonitions vanished entirely after the incident, as if they had never existed. Chen Fan responded earnestly. This case, lingering for 180 years, renders any clue valuable. The utility of such clues will require careful exploration. While I cannot guarantee the resolution of this case, I can promise to diligently seek out leads in the future, regardless of the time it demands or the depth of inquiry. What I do not understand now will become clear with the advancement of my cultivation. At this moment, Huang Wen reverted to his previous demeanor, bursting into hearty laughter. Now, that is the spirit. I entrust the future matters to you, and I hope that one day you may dispel my inner doubts. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. The supervision department is adjacent to your reception department, and I will do my utmost to assist you." With these words, the group arrived at the celestial court, where they dispersed, marking the conclusion of this grand inspection. Chapter 91. Subsequent ripples. What has become of Guayu? That fellow was taken by the people from the National Protectorate shortly after your departure, and we have yet to receive any news. You are likely aware of my conversation with him that day. His mistakes are his own, and I possess no authority to discipline him. As long as the king possesses the requisite qualifications, Guayu's current predicament is a consequence of his own actions. Qianzan nodded. "You speak true. Guayu is indeed detested by all. However, it is surprising that he fell into this predicament, being so short-sighted as to handle an item deeply integrated with the earth's veins, which inherently possesses some suppressive qualities. One cannot recklessly meddle with such matters. If one desires to pilfer, one should seek a more convenient target." Chen Fan remained non-committal. Guiyu was not worth his concern. Stability in Lu family town was paramount. Noticing Chen Fan's attention upon him, Qianzan quickly clarified, "This matter is no longer a secret. The case has already caused quite a stir. During the last grand inspection, they lingered for a day to specifically study the case, and this time will likely be no different. I am merely curious if there have been any new developments." Chen Fan shook his head. "There are no new developments. Moreover, you know that in Tiangong, a strong curiosity is not necessarily a virtue. Discovering matters beyond your purview may entangle you in karmic repercussions, ultimately leading to your detriment." At this moment, Chen Fan felt an impulse to investigate for himself. Having only skimmed past the case previously, he dismissed the thought. It was evidence collected with the involvement of his uncle and, coupled with the great black dog, neither had discerned any anomalies. Or did he have to expect different outcomes? Perhaps he should consult with the second master. It was possible that his uncle, Jiu Li, had recommended him for the grand inspection with the intent of involving him in this investigation. "I too am anxious. I did not anticipate that you would complete the grand inspection so swiftly. You should rest well. We can discuss matters later. Now I am able to assess the outcomes of this grand inspection. The most significant achievement, of course, was the completion of the Xinyu system's task, which amounted to 2 decades of cultivation, nearly equating to the time I have spent in Tiangong. Additionally, I enhanced the reputation of the National Protectorate. Otherwise, the king would not have assigned me a task and subsequently engaged in a heart-to-heart conversation with me." Opening the reputation chart reveals a pleasing expanse of green, a sight that brings delight, especially Huang Wen's individual reputation, which, categorized under the supervision department, is nearing a state of reverence, making him arguably the most esteemed figure aside from the second master. His solitary elevation has raised the entire supervision department to a level of respectability, making it entirely feasible to conduct personal affairs without issue. Due to the king's repeated mentions, everyone has become acquainted with this fiery newcomer from the reception department, leading to a significant boost in reputation, now nearly reaching amicable status. This indeed grants a certain prestige. Henceforth, wherever I go, I will be recognized as Chen Fan. The only regret is that this newfound prominence stands in stark contrast to my desire for discretion, and it does not align with the name of the Xinyu system, the path of the ordinary. I find myself increasingly perplexed by this system's intentions. Since I grasp the meaning of humility, the Xinyu system has remained silent, neglecting to mention anything about upgrades. It would be nice to receive at least a hint. Following the grand inspection, the Xinyu system reverted to its usual nature, with today's task being to meditate for an hour, rewarding me with the customary reduction in presence. Ordinarily, this passive skill is quite beneficial, nearing the upper limits of celestial advancement. However, the individuals I encounter are of such extraordinary caliber that no realm can adequately describe them. Even the second master's prowess, if one were to claim he is a Deluo Jin Xian, would provoke derision from Tai Bai, who would scoff at such a notion. The combined combat prowess of Ten Tai by Jin Xing would pale in comparison to the second master. Useless as it may be, it is still better than nothing. Chen Fan continued his routine of visiting the second master's residence after work to share dinner and discuss matters. As a newly initiated Earth immortal, Chen Fan required regular energy intake, while for the second master, the necessity of meals was insignificant. He merely accompanied Chen Fan at the table. After a hearty meal, Chen Fan entered the second master's study and immediately began to inquire about past events. Regarding the incident from 180 years ago, during this grand inspection, the National Protectorate provided us with materials emphasizing that I should investigate the matter. The second master candidly stated, "This was indeed my intention in having you participate in the grand inspection. While I was unable to uncover the truth back then, I hope you can approach the matter from a different perspective, much like you have in the past, breaking free from the constraints of conventional thought." Chapter 92. The second master's perspective. Since you have broached this topic today, I shall share with you the unique insights from the case files. The second master decided to be forthright. If he sought others to resolve the issue, clarity in communication was essential. By the time the Shoutian dog arrived, the scene had already been sealed off. Kuei Mulang from the West Heaven Gate was conducting a search, while the Guardian King was counting the number of people present. The overall scene remained unchanged, just as the first eyewitness, Huang Wan, had described. Nothing had been disturbed. This opinion was also adopted by the investigation team. Yet despite all efforts from the Celestial Court, they could not ascertain the nature of the poison involved, as no toxic residue could be detected in the body, nor were there any signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. Thus, the notion of poisoning remained merely a conjecture. The only certainty we had was the cause of death. The souls had been stripped away, leaving behind mere shells, and everyone was in a state of utter panic. At that time, I had witnessed countless bizarre scenes across the three realms, yet I had never encountered anything like this. You, now a terrestrial immortal, should comprehend the strength of an immortal soul. To have 2,000 souls taken silently, without alerting anyone in the Celestial Court, is beyond my understanding. I cannot fathom how this was accomplished. The words spoken by Yi were tantamount to surrender, an admission of his inability to resolve the matter. For the greatest warrior of the three realms, this was a formidable decision, as it meant transferring the burden onto Chen Fan's shoulders, a source of immense pressure. Now, Chen Fan found himself shouldering the hopes of his uncle, the Guardian King, and Huang Wan, all of whom wished for him to solve the case. This was not merely a desire, but a heavy burden. Soon, Chen Fan proposed an idea based on reasonable conjectures drawn from past events. "Uncle, do you think it's possible that someone among these 2,000 people committed this crime?" Yi shook his head. "What you suggest is not documented in the case file, but we have indeed considered it. The latest data you received should include background investigations of all 2,000 individuals. The Jade Emperor and the Guardian King have been advocating for the investigation to continue, which has yielded results after 180 years. In our time, we did not have such detailed records, nor the luxury of time. However, just in case, we conducted searches of the barracks, residences, and storage rings of the 2,000 individuals, but found no valuable clues. Thus, this suspicion was set aside. Perhaps you can uncover something from the background investigations. It all depends on your capabilities. All I can do is provide you with information and facilitate access to various documents." Chen Fan nearly expressed his frustration, wondering why they all seemed to operate this way. The documents were readily available, yet nothing useful was at hand, leaving him to discover everything on his own. It was akin to being given a ball of yarn and expected to unravel it without guidance. After perusing so many files, Chen Fan began to form his own thoughts. Firstly, it was abnormal that the Celestial Court, with its vast resources, could find no clues whatsoever. With hundreds of immortals and countless divine abilities, there must be some oddities among them. Under such circumstances, Chen Fan firmly believed that even if the perpetrator was exceptionally clever, it was impossible for them to leave no trace behind. The primary reason the immortals failed to find any leads was their unwillingness to believe that there could be a traitor among them, someone willing to sacrifice themselves along with 2,000 others. They had never encountered the desperate terrorists of their past lives. In extreme situations, people can act in unpredictable ways. Ariel's mention of an internal investigation led Chen Fan to suspect it was merely a formality, lacking depth. He surmised that the most valuable clues likely lay hidden within these background investigations, where he might find some threads to follow. He resolved not to share this line of thought with Er until he had solid evidence. As Er had pointed out, the other members of the Celestial Court had already formed rigid mindsets. Only someone with memories of 2 lifetimes, like himself, could view the situation from a fresh perspective. At a crucial moment, the Xiaoyu system, true to its tradition of stirring trouble, suddenly presented a task: resolve the unsolved case from 180 years ago, with a reward of 30 years of cultivation. 30 years. Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. When had the system become so generous? With those 30 years, his meager cultivation could nearly double, and he might even attempt to ascend to the realm of the heavenly immortals, significantly enhancing his strength. However, the excitement of the substantial reward soon subsided, as Chen Fan realized the gravity of the task. He was striving to resolve this case, but that did not guarantee success. For 180 years, many brilliant individuals in the Celestial Court had failed to crack this mystery. How could a novice like him accomplish it? Nevertheless, considering that the Xiaoyu system never issued tasks beyond one's capability, he felt a glimmer of hope that new clues might emerge, making the task feasible. The crucial point was that when the Xiaoyu system issued a task, it never sought one's approval. It simply thrust the task upon you, leaving the choice to accept or reject it entirely up to you, with no penalties for failure, true to its slacker nature. Noticing Chen Fan's prolonged silence, Er continued, "If you believe your opinion holds merit, you may seek out information to substantiate it. Whether from me or the Guardian King, necessary assistance will be provided. If required, I can also consult His Majesty, who has been closely monitoring the situation." Thus, the involvement of several prominent figures in the Celestial Court indicated the significant power at play. Chapter 93. Life goes on. Everyone understood that a case that had lingered for 180 years could not be resolved hastily. It required patience and diligence. After placing their hopes in Chen Fan, the others refrained from pressing for updates, patiently awaiting his news. In this period, Chen Fan spent his days at the Jade office, and each evening he immersed himself in various documents, treating the case as a leisurely pursuit. Even during work hours, he would occasionally peruse the materials. The more he read, the more he could empathize with the despair of those involved in the case long ago. They were among the elite of the Celestial Court, yet found themselves utterly stymied, unable to discern any breakthrough despite everything laid out before them. Chen Fan, having spent considerable time on this, could sense the frustration building within him. In the past, whether it was dealing with matters of cloud and rain or the issues concerning the West Heaven and the Jade office, solutions have been readily apparent. Yet this cold case offered no opportunity for contemplation. Realizing he could not continue drowning in documents without respite, Chen Fan decided to reduce his research time. As it was beginning to affect his work morale, his tasks on Earth became moments of relaxation, allowing him to witness the mundane joys of life and listen to the myriad sounds of the mortal realm, which alleviated some of his inner turmoil. Today marked another routine task, to guide a soul from city. After 2 or 3 months at the Jade office, Chen Fan learned that even the tasks assigned by the guiding tokens were not arbitrary. Each person was allocated a somewhat ambiguous area, and tasks within that region were generally assigned to a single individual. This was perhaps intended to help everyone become more familiar and facilitate smoother guidance. This small town was familiar to Chen Fan, as it was his second visit. He quickly located his guiding target. Each time he guided a soul, it signified the untimely demise of a youth. Their rebirth in the Celestial Court meant leaving the embrace of their parents, making it unlikely they would ever reunite in this lifetime. Regardless of the circumstances, it was always a sorrowful tale. This time, Chen Fan's target was a young girl, standing silently beside her own corpse, watching without uttering a word. She did not move to comfort her grieving parents, but remained standing there, lost in her thoughts. Chen Fan had already become acquainted with the process, commencing with a meeting with the guide. Depending on their wishes, they could choose to see their parents or any special person before ascending to the heavens. Many young men and women remained oblivious to the preciousness of this meeting opportunity, squandering it on brief encounters with their lovers. Perhaps only after their ascent would they regret not having met their parents. "Hello, I am Chen Fan, your guide," he greeted. The girl's reaction was somewhat delayed. After hearing Chen Fan's voice, she turned her head after a long pause, her large eyes filled with confusion, pondering what a guide truly was. Sensing that something was amiss with the girl, Chen Fan quickly discerned her sluggish response. He hastily employed a celestial technique to examine her, a method bestowed upon him by a judge in a gift, specifically designed to detect the strength of souls in the underworld. Having often interacted with lingering souls and considering its potential utility, he had learned this technique. Today, it proved invaluable. Upon inspection, he recognized that the girl's soul was severely damaged, with both her 3 souls and 7 spirits exhibiting significant impairment. What could have happened to her? Unlike the underworld, where one could glean the cause of death from the soul-collecting banner, the heavenly realm sought no inquiries into the past. The guide's token provided only the individual's name and address, devoid of any further information. Chen Fan was left in the dark regarding the reason for her demise. However, the situation was not overly complex for Chen Fan, who, as a celestial being with substantial resources, had acquired a modicum of various divine powers. He listened intently to the voices of her relatives nearby and quickly pieced together the circumstances. The girl had been in good health until yesterday afternoon, when, while strolling near the garden wall, she suddenly collapsed. When her family found her, she had already ceased to breathe. They hastily summoned a physician, but it was too late. Thus, she met her untimely end. Yet Chen Fan understood that this was no mere passing. The girl had undoubtedly suffered some form of spiritual affliction, rendering her soul incapable of sustaining her physical form, leading to her premature demise. The damage to her soul had caused her responses to be sluggish, hardly qualifying as normal. Chen Fan rummaged through his storage ring, recalling that the underworld possessed the most expertise in addressing such spiritual injuries. The gifts provided by Judge Zhang were comprehensive, and among them was a particular elixir known as the Qi-NGH-ND-N, or strengthening soul pill. True to its name, its effects were equally straightforward. According to the records, even a soul nearing dissipation could endure for at least an additional 12 hours after consuming this pill. Without regard for the girl's reaction, Chen Fan promptly pried open her mouth and administered the medicine. The items bestowed by Judge Zhang proved authentic, and before long, the girl's expression began to regain its vitality. At this moment, she became aware of her condition, catching sight of her own form lying on the spirit bed. Startled, she stumbled back, colliding with the wall. Observing her panic, Chen Fan approached to reassure her. There is nothing to fear. If you're wondering what has transpired, I can inform you. You have passed away. I am your guide, Chen Fan, here to escort you to the heavenly realm. Guide? I've heard that name before. So, I am to ascend to the heavens. Her tone shifted to one of melancholy. Chen Fan had not anticipated that once the girl regained her composure, she would become so loquacious. Perhaps it was simply her nature. After glancing at the name on the guiding token, he said, Deng Chan, correct? Now that you are aware of my identity, as per tradition, I am permitted to grant you one request before escorting you to the heavens. Please, share your wish. Is that truly possible? Deng Chan expressed her astonishment. Then I have but one request. I wish to know how I died. Chen Fan had never encountered a guide who had posed such a question. Most were acutely aware of the circumstances of their own demise upon realizing they had passed. Yet here was a girl who had inexplicably perished by her garden wall. A most bewildering fate indeed. It was no wonder she desired clarity about her death. Frankly, Chen Fan was equally curious about the cause of her demise. Not only was this his first encounter with a guide seeking to understand their death, but it was also the first time he had met someone with such severe spiritual injuries. This girl had certainly broken records, claiming 2 firsts. This falls within my responsibilities, and I am more than willing to fulfill your request, Chen Fan assured her. What does your final memory linger? Although aware that Deng Chan had died by the garden wall, he wished to hear about her first-hand experience. He sensed that after consuming the pill, her soul had grown more resilient than the average lingering spirit, suggesting her memories were likely more profound. Indeed, the gifts from Judge Zhang were of exceptional quality. Just one had revitalized her spirit. I can recall that day in my room, feeling fatigued from needlework, so I stepped outside for a stroll. I didn't intend to wander far, just around my own yard, but when I reached the garden wall, everything went dark, and I knew nothing more. When I awoke, you were standing beside me. Indeed, she had perished by the garden wall, and without any sensation, indicating that the attack on her spirit had been swift, leaving her no time to feel pain before her departure. Let us walk to the garden wall, Chen Fan suggested, guiding Dang Chan to the scene of her demise. She pointed out the exact spot where she had fallen. It was right there. Chen Fan scanned the vicinity, detecting no fluctuations in spiritual energy. Everything appeared normal. Thus, the issue did not lie here. Had the girl merely been collateral damage? Extending his consciousness beyond the garden wall, he sensed a gathering of people not far away, around whom lay a corpse. Local officials and coroner were examining the body. This was undoubtedly the most peculiar location in the vicinity. Chen Fan led the girl over the wall and floated above the crowd. The corpse in question was that of a young man, his face serene as if in slumber. The coroner had yet to reach a conclusion, but Chen Fan had already conducted a thorough examination, finding no visible injuries, and his internal organs appeared healthy. What would be the cause of death? The coroner below echoed the same sentiment. This is quite strange. I cannot determine how he died. It was not murder. There are no signs of injury or poisoning, and he does not appear to have succumbed to illness. He is very young, his face lacking any signs of ailment, and no signs of bodily distress have been found. You should consult the family to identify whose son he is. His clothing is quite fine, and his hands are smooth and fair, indicating he does not engage in manual labor. It should not be difficult to locate such a wealthy gentleman. If the family consents, I can perform an autopsy to ascertain the cause of death, the coroner added. As soon as the coroner finished speaking, a bystander chimed in. He doesn't seem to be from our town. His clothing is adorned with blue patterns that can only be found in Linyin City, crafted with such embroidery. Indeed, I have never seen him around here. Even if he were from our town, he wouldn't belong to this area. I saw him lying here this morning and initially thought he was merely sleeping, so I approached to nudge him, only to discover he had already gone cold. That is when I reported it to the authorities. Yes, this alley is usually quite secluded. Aside from a few nearby households, hardly anyone passes through. What could he have been doing here? The coroner paid no mind to the chatter of the others, as gathering testimonies was the responsibility of the officials. His sole duty was to understand the corpse before him. He continued his investigation. The body has already stiffened. There was a light rain last night, and the fabric on his back is still damp. We can deduce that the time of death occurred yesterday evening or during the night. Several households nearby had comings and goings in the afternoon. If he had collapsed here, someone would have surely seen him. Upon hearing the time of death, Chen Fan turned to Dang Chan and inquired, "You were strolling near the courtyard wall in the evening, weren't you?" However, he noticed that the girl was not paying attention to the coroner's discourse. Instead, she was engrossed in her own curiosity about her floating state as a wandering soul. She flitted around Chen Fan, moving playfully from side to side, completely absorbed in her own amusement. Chen Fan could only think that this girl was rather whimsical, and he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Such a personality would be best suited for someone like Huang Wan, who was equally capricious. Raising his voice slightly, he reiterated his question, and only then did Dang Chan react, her face flushing as she softly murmured, "I'm sorry, I've never experienced anything like this before. It feels delightful." Of course, you've never experienced it. Those who have are all deceased, he thought, bemused by her naivete. As the timeline aligned, Chen Fan contemplated the necessity of investigating the cause of death for this unnamed soul. He felt as though he had fallen into a nested conundrum. Originally intending to uncover Dang Chan's cause of death, he found himself diverted to investigate this unknown individual's demise. He pondered whether this investigation would lead to further complications, akin to a set of Russian dolls. When it came to uncovering the causes of ghostly deaths, there was no place more convenient than the underworld, a realm with which Chen Fan was quite familiar. He summoned Judge Zhang, relaying the situation and seeking his assistance. Chen Fan reflected on how this had indeed turned into a convoluted puzzle. He needed to pursue the truth relentlessly. Familiar with the Soul Retrieval Squad, he ascended slightly and swiftly pinpointed their location before taking Dang Chan along with him. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the two members of the Soul Retrieval Squad bowed respectfully, stating, "We have received word from Judge Zhang to assist you wholeheartedly." This was the advantage of having garnered respect in the underworld. These soul collectors likely recognized him now. However, Dang Chan instinctively recoiled behind Chen Fan upon encountering the notorious black and white impermanence figures. And Chen Fan found no need to remind her that she was already a wandering soul. Chapter 95. The peculiar incident. Chen Fan began his inquiries directly, asking, "When did your team commence operations?" He continued, "I would like to know if you collected a ghost from the alley outside the Deng residence in the western part of the city last evening. Are you currently occupied?" He considered bringing them to the scene. The soul collectors affirmed, "Our orders from Judge Zhang are to assist you fully." "Very well, then, follow me," he instructed, leading the black and white impermanences back to the location. He pointed at the young man and asked, "Have you collected this person's soul?" Little Black checked their soul collection banner and replied, "This individual is not on our list, but you might inquire with the city god to see if they have any information." It was clear that the situation was more complicated than it appeared, and now he would have to consult the city god, adding another layer to this already intricate puzzle. Without further ado, they continued their search. The black and white impermanences dutifully followed Chen Fan until they reached the city god temple. The city god, merely a representative of the underworld, approached them as they entered, recognizing the attire of the soul collectors. Although he was unaware of the reason for their collaboration, he understood the need for caution when dealing with superiors. "May I inquire what brings you here?" the city god asked, prompting the soul collectors to assist Chen Fan in questioning. "So, a person collapsed by the roadside, yet their soul has vanished? There is no record of collection, nor do you possess any knowledge of it. Who should I consult for answers?" Chen Fan felt a surge of frustration at the tangled web he was caught in. The black and white impermanences interjected, "Pursuing this line of questioning will yield no results. Yesterday, no entities collected souls in this area, leaving only one possibility. The soul has inexplicably disappeared." Once again, he was confronted with a vanished soul. Even with his commendable composure, Chen Fan felt his patience waning. Previously, during dealings with the underworld, he encountered a soul that should have been brought to the heavens, but instead dissipated into nothingness. Now, facing yet another instance of a missing soul, he wondered if he was somehow fated to encounter these disappearances. Suppressing his frustration, Chen Fan resolved to maintain his calm demeanor, knowing that anger would not resolve any issues. A detailed analysis and a clear head were essential for solving this mystery. He acknowledged the opinion of the soul collectors regarding the disappearance of this person's soul. If he connected Deng Chan's soul injury with the unknown individual's disappearance, it could indeed make sense. He hypothesized that the unnamed individual had suffered some form of soul attack, resulting in their demise, while Deng Chan had merely been collateral damage, affected by the residual effects of that attack. Was this the true reason for Deng Chan's death? Had she simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time? After contemplating this theory, Chen Fan shared his thoughts with the black and white impermanences, stating that the underworld's denizens were the true experts on souls, and their words carried authority. Upon hearing his theory, the two collectors found it plausible and examined Deng Chan's soul for damage. Although the elixir had replenished her essence, traces of injury remained. Following a thorough comparison and analysis, the black and white impermanences concluded that, based on Deng Chan's injuries and her proximity to the unnamed individual, if the soul attack had targeted the unknown, it could indeed explain the damage to Deng Chan's soul. Deng Chan had remained quietly behind Chen Fan, listening intently and observing as he worked. By the end, she realized the discussion revolved around her own cause of death. Ultimately, she understood that she had merely been unfortunate, appearing at the wrong time and place, leading to her tragic fate. This realization left her disheartened. Because of this, she would never see her parents again, nor play with her beloved puppy. The embroidery she had begun remained unfinished, and she had yet to start the project promised to Mrs. Lee next door. There were far too many things left undone. Having guided numerous souls, Chen Fan recognized Deng Chan's silence as an indication of her troubled thoughts. In this world, many events defied reason. If only she had arrived a bit later or earlier that evening, the tragedy could have been averted. After a brief silence, Deng Chan turned to Chen Fan and expressed, "Thank you for helping me fulfill my wishes. Now that my desires have been realized, I shall ascend with you. Are you not going to bid farewell to your parents?" Chen Fan inquired, not wanting her to harbor regrets. Deng Chan's fortitude impressed him. She possessed a certain audacity that reminded him of Hong Yao. Chapter 96. The subtle threads with the cause of death established. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude to the soul collectors and the city god. Thank you for your assistance. I may have spoken hurriedly due to the urgency of the matter. I hope you will forgive me. The black and white impermanences and the city god quickly replied, There is no need for such courtesy, esteemed immortal. This is our duty, and we would have acted regardless. While Deng Chan had resolved her own fate, Chen Fan was not so easily satisfied. He remained determined to uncover why the unnamed individual had perished near the Deng residence, and who might have orchestrated their demise. It was perplexing that even a celestial being like himself could find no trace of this unknown person, not even a ripple of spiritual energy. He turned to the city god and said, I have a humble request, and I hope you will assist me. The city god, taken aback, quickly responded, Please, speak your mind. If there is any way we can be of help, we shall gladly oblige. Chen Fan continued, I wish for you to investigate the identity of the unnamed individual who died near the Deng residence. After all, an attack targeting a soul is not a trivial matter, nor is it something easily learned. No problem. Even if you, as a celestial being, do not mention this situation, we will still investigate. All anomalies occurring within my jurisdiction must be documented, especially cases of soul disappearance, which warrant our utmost attention. Moreover, the spellcaster has yet to be identified. We cannot allow such an individual to roam freely. The Chung Huang readily agreed. Very well, I cannot pursue this matter further as it falls outside my jurisdiction. I shall transfer all relevant information to an acquaintance within the supervisory office, who will follow up on it, as this aligns with their expertise. The Chung Huang was elated upon hearing this. If the supervisory office lends its assistance, it would be most fortunate. They are far more proficient in handling such matters than we are. Chen Fan, however, had some thoughts he did not voice to the Chung Huang. Upon seeing the man's corpse, he was inexplicably reminded of the descriptions in the century-old unsolved case files, where the victims appeared as if they were peacefully asleep. Lying there quietly, the nameless corpse today bore a similar countenance. It was the first time Chen Fan felt a sense of tranquility upon encountering a corpse. Even in the presence of rigor mortis, the face remained serene. Whether there was a connection between the two, Chen Fan could not ascertain, but he felt compelled to investigate further. He refrained from sharing these vague speculations with the Chung Huang, knowing that he needed concrete evidence to substantiate his thoughts. Heibai Wuchang further fueled the conversation. Rest assured, Master Chen, the matter of lost souls falls under our purview in the underworld. Now that we have encountered it, my brother and I shall see it through to the end. You will be informed of any developments. Excellent. I look forward to your promising news. With the assurance of a soul retriever, half the battle was already won. Indeed, when Chen Fan met the Yaoqi fairy, she exclaimed, Master Chen, your speed is truly remarkable. I have never seen you procrastinate. You always arrive early. While the sentiment was not misplaced, Chen Fan found the remark somewhat peculiar. What did she mean by remarkable speed? He was diligently fulfilling his duties. Casting a glance at the esteemed reputation chart of Yaoqi, he prudently chose not to retort, but handed over the individual in question. Concluding the matter, next came the task of locating Huang Wan. The supervisory office was indeed adjacent to the reception office, yet its scale was incomparable. The reception office consisted of merely a few small bungalows, while the supervisory office, burdened with heavy responsibilities and numerous personnel, was a vast complex, even guarded by celestial soldiers at the entrance. As Chen Fan entered, he was approached by someone inquiring, Esteemed reception officer, whom do you seek? I'm looking for Huang Wan. He should be on duty today. Please inform him that Chen Fan wishes to discuss some matters. Upon hearing the name Chen Fan, the inquirer immediately recalled the rising star of recent notoriety, and recognizing the figure in the reception officer's uniform as the legendary Chen Fan, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Ah, it is you, Master Chen. Huang Wan is indeed present. I shall fetch him at once. With the inquirer's attitude shifting so dramatically, Chen Fan could not be bothered to dwell on it. He simply wished to consult Huang Wan and hear his insights. Shortly thereafter, Huang Wan appeared, his face beaming with a smile as he opened his arms from a distance and enveloped Chen Fan in a warm embrace. I thought you would come find me in a few days. I did not expect you to arrive so soon. Chen Fan replied, Let us find a quiet place. I have something to show you. I must warn you to prepare yourself mentally, as it may induce discomfort. Huang Wan had not anticipated that Chen Fan could accomplish anything significant in such a short time. Thus, when Chen Fan indicated he had something to reveal, he suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and hurriedly led Chen Fan to the reception room, quietly asking, "What do you have?" "I have seen everything." Chen Fan wasted no time and presented the recorded footage related to the nameless individual. Upon first glance, Huang Wen visibly flinched as his pupils contracted. It was evident he had a reaction to the image. Continuing, Chen Fan explained, "This individual died last night, affecting one of my reception targets. The body was discovered this morning. What you see now is a corpse that is nearly 6 hours deceased. Most crucially, this person died due to the scattering of their soul." The phrase scattering of the soul struck Huang Wen like a heavy blow, evoking memories from the past that resurfaced unbidden. The faces from his recollections began to overlap with that of the individual Chen Fan displayed, both exuding the same serenity and calmness, as if they had simply fallen asleep. "Where's that place? I must go see immediately." Chen Fan could detect a tremor in Huang Wen's voice. He had not anticipated Huang Wen's intense reaction, while Chen Fan found the expression somewhat familiar for Huang Wen. The resemblance was too striking to dismiss, rendering him unable to contain his excitement. Chapter 97. New clues with Huang Wen so exhilarated, Chen Fan felt compelled to soothe him. "Brother Huang, please remain calm. I understand this matter has occupied your mind for a long time, but this is merely a potentially useful lead. We cannot conflate similarities in expression. I have come to you not solely due to the resemblance to the unsolved case, but because this anomaly falls under the jurisdiction of your supervisory office. It is your professional duty." He himself recognized that this case had entangled him for 180 years, and having recently revisited the documentation, it had nearly become a nightmare. Thus, encountering a clue related to that case was understandably stirring. Fortunately, he was accompanied by Chen Fan, who noticed a shift in his demeanor and could offer prudent counsel. Had it been someone with ulterior motives, they might have seized the opportunity to incite him into rash actions. "Thank you, Brother Chen. I apologize for my impatience. I will report this to the office and then head down to investigate the specifics." Chen Fan had completed his reception duties and felt unburdened. With the permission of the guardian of the nation, he could confidently accompany Huang Wen. Once they descended, the site of the nameless individual's demise had been cleared. Yet an officer from the Cheng Huang remained on guard. Upon Chen Fan's arrival, the officer promptly approached to report, "Greetings, Master Chen. The Cheng Huang instructed me to remain here. Should you arrive, I must inform you that the body has been taken to the local mortuary." Chen Fan and Huang Wen needed no further words. They followed the officer directly to the local mortuary. Along the way, Chen Fan inquired, "Have you uncovered any clues regarding this person's identity?" The officer shook his head. "My orders were merely to wait for you. The investigation of the identity is being handled directly by the Cheng Huang, who has dispatched all personnel from the Cheng Huang Temple to address this matter. We should receive clues shortly. In matters such as these, Huang Wen was the expert." He added, "I am Huang Wen from the supervisory office. I will speak with your Cheng Huang shortly. We can offer assistance in the search efforts. Let us first examine this nameless individual." Upon reaching the mortuary, the body of the nameless individual lay at the entrance. Chen Fan observed the procedures of the supervisory office as Huang Wen produced a mirror-like artifact from his storage ring, shining it over the corpse. Characters materialized on the surface of the mirror. Lu Hong, a citizen of the Daxia Kingdom, age 23. In just one glance, they had discerned his name. The officer, upon seeing this, was filled with joy. Having a name simplifies our investigation significantly. "Please, take your time to investigate here. I will report to the Cheng Huang to facilitate the subsequent work." Once the bystanders departed, only Chen Fan and Huang Wen remained in the mortuary. Huang Wen's expression shifted, his face becoming ashen as he scrutinized the corpse, particularly the expression upon its face. After repeatedly viewing the scene, Huang Wen sighed, his spirit somewhat dissipated. His facial expression mirrored that of his younger self, yet there was a distinction. The countenance of the 2,000 individuals appeared almost identical, characterized by a serene, tranquil slumber. This corpse bore a slight smile, the corners of its mouth curving upward, an expression I had never encountered in the past. Huang Wen dismissed his previous assertion, stating that it would be inaccurate to think so. 180 years is a significant span, even in the realm of the heavens, allowing for the emergence of a new generation of talents. Moreover, the artifacts responsible for the initial trauma may have undergone transformations as well. Thus, uncovering the truth remains imperative to ascertain whether any connections exist between the two incidents. Upon meticulously examining the body once more, the conclusion aligned closely with Chen Fan's initial findings. There were no signs of external injuries or pathological changes, indicating a demise solely due to a spiritual assault. As a professional, Huang would employ the tools of the supervisory office to uncover details invisible to Chen Fan. It became evident that Lu Hong had experienced fluctuations of spiritual energy occurring the previous evening. This served as direct evidence linking Lu Hong's death to that of Deng Chan, affirming that the initial hypothesis was indeed accurate. Furthermore, it indicated that the epicenter of this spiritual attack was Lu Hong. By pursuing this lead, we could potentially identify the perpetrator behind these events. Having gathered the necessary intelligence, the duo proceeded to the Chung Huang Miao, adept at collecting the minutiae of local movements. Upon their arrival, favorable news awaited them. The Chung Huang presented them with a dossier, stating, "Esteemed immortals, upon discovering his name, Lu Hong, we swiftly traced his whereabouts. He entered the city through the west gate yesterday at noon, as recorded by the gate sentinels. The travel document he possessed indicated he was a merchant from Lenin, journeying here for business. That very afternoon, he checked into the Fudong Inn near the Deng residence, reportedly alone, carrying only a small package. To ascertain Lu Hong's trajectory within such a brief time frame speaks to the Chung Huang's considerable expertise. After providing this information, the Chung Huang continued, "We have refrained from acting at the Fudong Inn, awaiting your presence to avoid any disruption that might hinder your investigation." This meticulous consideration drew Huang Wen's praise. "Your awareness is commendable. Indeed, on occasion, upon reaching a scene, we find it thoroughly dismantled by local spirits or deities, resulting in the obliteration of valuable clues. While their eagerness is understandable, it complicates our inquiries. You are among the most competent Cheng Huangs I have encountered in the mortal realm." The Chung Huang smiled, responding, "This is also a testament to your influence. I previously collaborated with a celestial from the supervisory office, who elucidated your investigative processes. I took careful notes, never anticipating they would prove useful one day." Chen Fan interjected, "Enough of your mutual flattery. Let us visit the inn and examine the scene. There is likely valuable information to uncover." The Chung Huang, apologetic, replied, "My apologies. I shall lead the way." Chapter 98. Lu Hong the Fudong Inn was not far from the Deng residence, merely a block away. Upon their arrival, a constable approached, stating, "The entire inn has been secured. We inquired about the rooms, and since Lu Hong did not check out, no one has entered." He guided them to a room on the left side of the second floor, declaring, "This is the one." Huang Wen, eschewing physical contact, gently utilized the celestial energy to push open the door, revealing a formation shimmering with golden light. "This is the supervisory office's watching eye. I am aware that your reception office possesses similar formations, serving similar purposes, enhancing perception of spiritual energy and revealing its flow." This explanation was directed primarily at Chen Fan, who was regarded with a sense of reverence by Huang Wen, eager to impart knowledge without impatience. Chen Fan, eager to learn, welcomed the guidance, understanding the value of acquiring knowledge. The room was impeccably clean. According to the report, Lu Hong had deposited his belongings at the inn before departing. A small package remained on a bedside table, and a constable moved to open it, only to be halted by Huang Wen. "Do not touch it. You must understand that this individual suffered from a spiritual assault. You should be aware of the peculiarities of such supernatural phenomena. Minimize direct contact with his belongings. Safety is paramount." The constable, well aware of the expertise that came from countless lessons learned, expressed gratitude. "I appreciate your guidance. Please demonstrate." Huang Wen performed a series of hand gestures, and Chen Fan recognized the formation as one designed to isolate the space surrounding the package. With care, he manipulated his spiritual energy to retrieve it. This evoked a sense of déjà vu in Chen Fan, reminiscent of scenes from past television shows where operators concealed behind protective shields maneuvered robots to disarm explosives. It was strikingly similar. The elders of the supervisory office must have endured considerable hardships to acquire such experience. Chen Fan pondered whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong department, as the meticulous nature of the supervisory office resonated deeply with him. Upon opening the package, its contents appeared unremarkable, merely a few changes of clothing. Presumably, any currency had been kept on Lu Hong's person. However, Huang Wen carefully extracted a small sachet from the package, indicating this contains a significant surge of spiritual energy. You all should step back. The constable and Chang Huang instinctively retreated, while Chen Fan, undeterred, positioned himself beside Huang Wen, exclaiming, "Open it. I trust in your isolation formation." Huang Wen, surprised by the trust displayed by this young friend, smiled and, without further ado, focused on unveiling the sachet. From within, he poured out 2 red, spherical botanical fruits. The formation before him evidently possessed identification capabilities, and he promptly stated, "These are merely ordinary honko, used as incense due to their subtle fragrance. Yet, how could they possess such intense spiritual energy?" He gestured, evidently accessing information within the formation. Shortly thereafter, he continued, "I noticed that Lu Hong also possessed a similar sachet, which puzzled me at the time, as it contained nothing. Now I understand. It too held honko. The crucial question now is, where have those honko gone? If my calculations are correct, the missing honko may be the key to solving this case. We must investigate any anomalies concerning them." Huang Wen carefully placed the 2 honko into a jade vial, sealing it before storing it in a specialized compartment. He then addressed the Cheng Huang. "We appreciate your assistance. We shall proceed to Lining City to investigate the Lu family's particulars. Should we uncover any results, we will inform you promptly." The Cheng Huang responded with a smile. "We are grateful for your efforts. Resolving this matter would be a significant merit for our Cheng Huang Miao. You must ensure the protection of Lu Hong's remains. Should the need arise, we will conduct a second autopsy to uncover any further clues." The Cheng Huang readily acquiesced. After conveying these instructions, Huang Wen and Chen Fan hastened to Lining City, particularly eager to clarify the entire situation. Given their speed, they reached the vicinity of Lining City in less than half an hour, adhering to their customary approach, heading directly to the Cheng Huang Miao. Along the way, it was evident that Huang Wen had already contacted the Cheng Huang of Lining City through special means, as the latter awaited their arrival at the entrance. Huang Wen interrupted the city god, who had intended to engage in pleasantries, stating, "There is no need for superfluous words. You are aware of my purpose for coming here. Let us proceed directly to Lu Hong's residence." Upon hearing this directive from the celestial being, the city god dared not delay and swiftly moved to the matter at hand. Lu Hong's family was affluent, and their estate was quite substantial. Evidently, they had not yet received the news of Lu Hong's demise, as the atmosphere remained tranquil. The lady of the house was engaged in needlework with her maid, while what appeared to be Lu Hong's elderly parents were enjoying tea under the grapevine in the courtyard. Upon arrival at the estate, the city god waved his hand, halting time within the room. He nodded to Huang Wen, signaling that it was time to question Lu Hong's wife. "We will pose inquiries, and you shall respond. Do you understand?" Huang Wen articulated the rules. Lu Hong's wife nodded, aware that under the city god's divine influence, she would answer all questions without harm, a far gentler approach compared to direct, soul-searching techniques that could inflict significant damage. "Your husband is Lu Hong, correct?" Huang Wen began. "Yes," she affirmed. "He left the house yesterday morning, did he not?" "Yes," she confirmed again. "Where'd he go?" "To Langyong City." "What was his purpose?" Huang Wen inquired further. "The red co-herbs on him and in his package were both embroidered by you. Did you place anything else inside?" "Yes, his clothing and these sachets are always arranged by me." "Do you remember how those red co-herbs were obtained?" "They were harvested from a nearby mountain. There's a large grove of red co trees. Most of the red co in Lining City comes from there." In the rapid exchange of questions and answers, Huang Wen gathered all the necessary information. Chapter 99, The Forest. Huang Wen evidently continued his investigation along the thread of the red co-herbs. Chen Fan felt a twinge of doubt within. Should we not be probing into which soul spell was employed to carry out the attack? Why focus solely on this one aspect? This was not a challenge to Huang Wen, for the latter was an experienced member of the supervision office, far more aware of what should and should not be questioned. Chen Fan merely sought clarity for future reference. Huang Wen, sensing Chen Fan's concern, patiently explained, "This is my fault. I've been singularly focused on this case and have not elucidated certain matters. First, regarding the spellcaster, let's assume there exists a deity who cast a soul spell on Lu Hong. What could be their motive?" Chen Fan grasped the implication. The inquiry was straightforward. What was missing from Lu Hong's corpse? The answer was the 2 red coherbs. However, why had those 2 herbs not been taken from the room? Chen Fan posed his question. This is why we must examine the scene. We need to ascertain whether there is an issue with the redco trees themselves, or if it is solely the redco that Lu Hong carried that is problematic. Huang Wen replied, adding another perspective. Regarding soul spells, you are now a terrestrial immortal. Can one solely harm a soul without affecting the body? Chen Fan pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, but I believe some malevolent cultivators in the mortal realm might achieve such feats. After all, Lu Hong was merely immortal and did not require profound spiritual power. My inability stems from a lack of learning the appropriate techniques. But what if we introduce another condition? The spellcaster did not trigger the detection formations established by the supervision office, which are quite sensitive. They also did not alert the city god, who, as the binding spirit of the city, is attuned to fluctuations in local spiritual energy. A practitioner capable of such feats would far surpass our abilities, so let us focus on the red coherbs without overextending ourselves. Chen Fan had not anticipated that Huang Wen, seemingly relentless in his pursuit, had already plotted a course and clarified his direction. The capabilities of these senior members of the supervision office were indeed formidable. After their discussion, the 2 arrived at the hillside indicated by Lu Hong's wife. Without the need for spiritual energy, they beheld a striking sight from a distance, an expanse that resembled a sea of red clouds. Even from a mile away, the fragrant aroma wafted towards them, albeit from just 2 herbs, which were not overly potent yet collectively enticing. A mere glance confirmed their lack of substantial findings. Within that grove, there were no discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy, the most significant sensation being the 2 celestial beings' arrival, causing a group of trembling rabbit spirits to cower in their burrow. Nevertheless, having come this far, they felt compelled to investigate further. They meticulously searched the area, but found no traces of the spiritual energy associated with the red coherbs discovered in Lu Hong's package, only ordinary plant fruits. A silence enveloped them. The trail of the red coherbs had seemingly come to an end. Lu Hong's wife had certainly spoken truthfully. Under such circumstances, her words were likely genuine. This left only one possibility. The few red coherbs she had harvested contained spiritual energy. Huang Wen and Chen Fan instinctively turned their gaze to the group of rabbit spirits nearby, pondering the next step. This was a favored endeavor of celestial beings. Huang Wen formed a hand seal, summoning a family of 6 rabbit spirits before them. The sudden shift in space bewildered the creatures. They found themselves on the ground. Yet their instincts recognized the formidable presence of the 2 immortals, prompting them to bow their heads in submission. With that, Huang Wen produced 6 foundational elixirs, which for Chen Fan were akin to mere candy, but for these naturally born creatures absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, they were invaluable treasures. Chen Fan estimated that these would suffice for them to achieve transformation, rather than remaining in their current state, where only the eldest rabbit possessed any semblance of intelligence. The elder rabbit, clearly discerning the value of the elixirs, gleamed with excitement. "Ask whatever you wish, celestial being. I shall provide honest answers." Huang Wen then inquired, "When did your family move to this hillside?" "We have resided here for 3 years. As the presence of the redco trees aids us in absorbing the spiritual essence of the earth." Huang Wen continued, "In the past half-month, have you noticed any abnormalities in the redco grove? About 10 days ago, during one night while we were absorbing the moon's essence, a sudden dark cloud obscured our view. Initially, I thought it would pass soon, but it lingered, blocking the moonlight solely over the redco grove for a full hour. The prime times for cultivation are few, and I intended to relocate if the moon did not reappear. But then, a beam of golden light shot through the cloud, and the sky cleared as if nothing had happened. I later went to investigate the spot where the light landed, hoping for a treasure, only to find nothing but an ordinary redco tree, unchanged even in its fruit. Chen Fan and Huang, when exchanged glances, recognizing the excitement in each other's eyes. This revelation likely explained the Red Ko's transformation. Do you remember where that tree is? Huang asked. Of course, the elder rabbit replied. I visited it several times to see if there were any peculiarities. However, a few days ago, a woman harvested several red ko from that tree. Unfortunately, my spiritual energy was limited, and I could not warn her. She had already departed. Is this not a complete circle? Huang summoned an image of Lu Hong's wife. Asking, is this the woman? The rabbit's spirit nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is her. I remember clearly. She was wearing that very outfit. Chapter 100, Accident or Malice. With the individual identified, the rabbit spirit led them to the base of the tree. Huang utilized his divine abilities to confirm that the red ko tree exuded no spiritual energy. The golden light must have illuminated the herbs harvested by Lu Hong's wife, which ultimately led to her husband's tragic fate. The current dilemma has been simplified into two questions. What exactly is that golden light? And what has it attached to the red ko? This first question is relatively easy to resolve, as I still possess 2 red ko in hand. Once delivered to the Tian Ting, the capabilities of the Jiansha C will surely unravel the mystery surrounding it. The second question, however, is more troublesome. Who is responsible for Lu Hong's soul being scattered? As Huang has pointed out, it is impossible for the two of them alone to uncover this. Nevertheless, they can deduce the identity of this individual based on the first clue, for this person's objective is intrinsically linked to the red ko. Both are astute individuals who recognize that they have reached the limits of their investigation. They must await further examination results from the Jiansha C before proceeding to the next step. Huang felt a sense of melancholy while working on this case. He had been eager to discover the connection to the unresolved case from years past. He had hoped to pursue the investigation to its conclusion, but now found himself stalled. A frustrating limbo. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was intrigued. It was his first encounter with the Jiansha C's investigative process. Although he played a passive role, the experience was nonetheless refreshing. After all, this was a specialized investigative system of the Tian Ting, far more adept than the Jane C, which primarily focused on soul retrieval. Beyond that, he did not harbor much hope for solving the case. As for the century-old mystery, he felt even less optimistic. Many celestial beings were currently investigating this case. It was not something he could resolve with mere speculation. Finding a new clue would be a blessing. Huang, ever the mentor, inquired about Chen Fan's feelings regarding their first collaboration. Chen Fan enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "There's nothing to say other than it's impressive. Brother Huang, you truly embody the essence of the Jiansha C. You are thoroughly familiar with all processes, and your thought process is remarkably clear. Your efficiency in handling cases is unparalleled. In just 2 hours since our descent, you have managed to outline the situation. Such ability is simply non-existent in our Jane C. Being praised, especially by a respected friend, brought Huang great joy. Let's not overstate it. Whatever I can accomplish, the brothers in the Jiansha C are equally capable. I am merely one among them." With a sigh, he continued, "Truthfully, I do not harbor grand expectations. I merely hope to contribute even a little to the resolution of that cold case. Even a small effort would be gratifying. Initially, I thought this case might provide some insight, but it now seems likely that they are 2 entirely different matters." Chen Fan, puzzled, asked, "The testing results for the red ko are not yet available. How can you be so certain they are 2 distinct cases? At least in terms of the complete disappearance of the soul, both cases could be categorized together." Huang chuckled. "You're newly arrived at the Jane C, and likely Haven T even guided more than 50 souls. Do you know that I have been with the Jiansha C for 500 years, handling countless cases? Each year, I manage no fewer than 10 significant cases that must be documented. The minor cases, which often go unrecorded, are even more numerous. This means I have encountered approximately 5,000 related cases. For these, I have developed a certain intuition. Upon seeing a case, I can generally discern its context. It is almost a gift. You may have noticed that I rarely pause to reflect. I simply act, for all the steps are already laid out in my mind." This was the first time Chen Fan had been caught off guard by Huang, when S words left utterly speechless. The talent Huang, when described, was formidable, particularly within the Jiansha C. It was no wonder he had remained resilient despite adversity. The Jianxia would undoubtedly benefit from his presence during grand inspections. With such a talent for investigation, he would be invaluable in addressing any troublesome matters. Huang Wen continued, "Do not be astonished. While this talent appears admirable, it often falters when faced with particularly challenging cases. For instance, the case I must confront now eludes clarity, no matter how many times I review the files. It is as if a veil of fog conceals the truth from my sight." Huang Wen's mood darkened whenever this case was mentioned, a sentiment Chen Fan sensed. Huang Wen quickly regained his composure. Otherwise, enduring these 180 years would have been impossible. He would have succumbed to despair long ago. "Thank you, Brother Chen. Perhaps I have been overly sentimental. You are right. We should do our best, just as we are doing with this case. In my view, it is likely just an unfortunate accident." An accident? Huang Wen's conclusion surprised Chen Fan. Could a mere accident lead to someone's soul being scattered? What kind of accident could that be? The specifics would only be revealed upon receiving the examination results. My assertion of it being an accident is merely an instinctive feeling. The true reasons will depend on the Jianxia's findings. The two communicated through their divine consciousness, while the clever Yutu Jing stood nearby, not daring to interrupt the two immortals. It was only after their conversation concluded that Chen Fan realized the rabbit spirit had remained by his side. Remembering his promise of elixirs, he thought it was no wonder the creature had been waiting. He promptly fulfilled his commitment, presenting 6 elixirs before the Yutu Jing, advising, "There are many minor demons in these mountains. To be safe, consume these elixirs quickly." Upon receiving the elixirs, the Yutu Jing was overwhelmed with joy, eagerly nodding, "Thank you. Thank you, esteemed immortal. I will have my family take them immediately, so they may gain consciousness. It is unbearable to be the only lucid one in my clan." Chen Fan's offer of 6 elixirs symbolized unity among families. Seeing the Yutu Jing's intention to share with its kin warmed his heart, reminding him that there remains much kindness in the world. Chapter 101. The leisurely daily life of the immortal court upon returning to the Tianting. The two parted ways. Chen Fan needed to report to the Jianxia about his descent and its purpose, as dictated by celestial regulations. Immortals of the Tianting are not permitted to descend at will. Huang Wen, however, needed to deliver the Red Co. to the Jianxia's support division, where many technical experts could greatly surpass him in terms of inspection capabilities. At the Jianxia, upon reviewing Chen Fan's report, the supervisor offered gentle advice. "Chen Fan, I understand that both the Guardian of the Nation and Huang Wen believe you can resolve the century-old cold case. However, as your superior, I must advise you. If the case can be resolved, then proceed, but do not let it weigh heavily on your mind. Many others in the Tianting are working diligently on this matter. Your efforts are not the sole contribution." Chen Fan sensed the supervisor's kindness, clearly aware of the many immortals who had plunged headlong into this case, never to emerge. Huang Wen was a prime example. It took considerable effort for him to regain his current state. Yet when faced with a similar case, his eyes would blaze with zeal, a reckless fervor that Chen Fan had witnessed firsthand. The supervisor evidently did not wish to fall into such a trap, which prompted his cautionary words. "Thank you, supervisor. I will be mindful of the balance required in this matter." Seeing that Chen Fan grasped the implications of his words, the supervisor chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that excessive chatter could be irksome. Moreover, as his superior, his influence was limited. Nonetheless, he was still willing to offer necessary assistance. "If you find yourself fatigued, I can grant you a special leave to rest adequately." "Thank you, supervisor. I shall keep that in mind, and should the need arise, I will request leave." Watching Chen Fan depart, the supervisor sighed, reflecting on how, despite having initially underestimated the young man, he had managed to earn considerable respect in such a short time since joining the Jianxia. As the head of a minor department at the Western Heavenly Gate, his ability to engage directly with the Jade Emperor was largely due to Chen Fan's efforts. In the eyes of the supervisor, Chen Fan is merely a deputy. Yet his profound background, adept social skills, and efficient work ethic render him a figure of considerable significance. Each of these attributes alone would warrant attention. But the fact that Chen Fan embodies them all ensures that he is not taken lightly. Chen Fan is acutely aware of the supervisor's perspective. No one extends kindness without reason. Beyond immediate kin, others are drawn to you for your utility. Even in admiration, as seen with Huang Wan, his value lies in his analytical prowess and the backing of the second master, who possesses the capacity to mobilize vast resources. These facets constitute Chen Fan's worth. Consequently, his life has adopted a monotonous rhythm, oscillating between the reception bureau and his humble abode, forming a linear pattern that defines his daily existence. Apart from sporadic updates from the idle fish system, everything else seems stagnant. Even the tasks assigned to him have dwindled over the past 6 days. He has accepted but a single task. Each day at the reception bureau, he finds himself eavesdropping on the lively gossip shared by Qian Zan and others regarding the myriad happenings in the celestial realm. Chen Fan has now mastered the art of blending seamlessly into his surroundings. In his silence, the animated conversations of his colleagues proceed without their awareness of his presence. Several times, he has drifted past them like a specter, absorbing snippets of gossip only to vanish again without leaving a trace. Even Qianzan has lamented the rarity of Chen Fan's appearances, inquiring about his preoccupations. Chen Fan refrains from disclosing that their exuberant discussions often overshadow his presence. Such is the situation with the seasoned denizens of the reception bureau, and in his secluded quarters, the gathering of celestial youths is even less perceptive of Chen Fan. He has even attempted to navigate through clusters of celestial youths, yet none have noticed him, despite his obstructing their line of sight. This remarkable ability to diminish his presence can only be attributed to the system. It effectively cloaks him in invisibility. This passive benefit has gradually revealed itself, as Chen Fan has been compelled to listen to a multitude of gossip. With no one paying him heed, conversations flow more freely, and he has gleaned that, even among deities, discussions predominantly revolve around women. Only the subjects have shifted from mortal to celestial maidens. Among these, the most frequently discussed is a particular celestial maiden he is acquainted with, Chang'e. She occupies a uniquely distinguished position in the celestial court, not governed by the Queen Mother of the West, and her credentials rival those of the Queen Mother. Having ascended to the heavens shortly after its establishment, she was among the first celestial beings, and most deities would address her as a senior. Moreover, her cultivation remains an enigma. Although it is known that she consumed the heaven ascension elixir from Ho-E, it does not imply a lack of spiritual power. Her prolonged residence in the heavenly realm suggests otherwise, and her strength has never been showcased, leaving others in suspense regarding her true capabilities. Most critically, she is recognized as the most beautiful among the deities, which explains the plethora of gossip surrounding her. Her beauty has preemptively averted many troubles, as those in the celestial court naturally tend to protect what is beautiful. The amalgamation of these factors renders Chang'e a topic of endless discourse, with male deities dedicating a significant portion of their gossip to her, often attributing at least half of that chatter to her alone. Over time, even without having conversed about her, Chen Fan has developed a rudimentary impression of Chang'e, learning that she seldom departs from the Guanghan Palace, accompanied only by her jade rabbit and the osmanthus tree. As for Wu Gang, despite the envy he elicits from male deities, he remains merely a gatekeeper with little interaction with Chang'e. This vague impression cultivated within Chen Fan has sparked a flicker of anticipation. He yearns to behold the visage of the one deemed the foremost celestial maiden. Chapter 102. The test results while Chang'e is presently unreachable. The awaited report from the Inspection Bureau has finally arrived. Huang Wan made a direct visit to Chen Fan's office, closing the door and employing a barrier, indicating the seriousness of the matter. Chen Fan's demeanor grew grave as he understood the implications of the findings revealed. Huang Wan, maintaining a stern expression, handed over a jade slip to Chen Fan, instructing him to review it and keep its contents confidential. The Inspection Bureau has expended considerable resources to derive these results. Although Huang Wan did not specify the extent of the cost, the gravity of his expression suggested it was significant, possibly even at the cost of lives. Upon perusing the report, Chen Fan noted that while Huang Wan had conveyed the situation with utmost seriousness, the document itself was surprisingly brief. Typically, brevity signals a more profound issue, and this report exemplified that notion. The few lines it contained hinted at critical revelations. prompting Chen Fan to look up and question Huang one about the divine power mentioned. He was incredulous to discover that such a phenomenon could exist in the heavenly realm. While the denizens of this court are deemed immortals, they possess only celestial energy, essentially an elevated version of the spiritual power found throughout the mortal realm. Their divine duties are conferred by the list of gods and hardly entail true divine power. The so-called divine power is a trait exclusive to the ancient deities such as Fuxi, Niwa, and Pangu, who emerge from the primordial essence of heaven and earth, inherently imbued with divinity. Following their demise for various reasons, a void of divine power ensued, only to be replenished with the emergence of the Taoist patriarchs, who reintroduced this power into existence. In the wake of Taoism, figures like the one with a crown of heads who attained Buddhahood acquired divine power through different means. His power diverges from that of Taoism, which is rooted in ancient deities and revolves around assimilating the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to cultivate one's divine power. In contrast, he adopted an alternative approach, drawing from the operations of the underworld, where the energy derives primarily from the offerings and worship of mortals. Thus, the mention of divine power in the report elevates the stakes considerably, justifying Huang Wen's caution. Huang Wen solemnly affirmed that it was indeed divine power. Upon receiving this news, he immediately contacted the supervisor to initiate a news blackout and erase all traces of the findings. Currently, only 3 copies of this report exist, one for each of them: Chen Fan, Huang Wen, and the supervisor. Given the involvement of higher dimensional entities, meticulous caution is imperative, as the nature of their existence remains uncertain. Chen Fan found himself at a loss. While he could conceptualize ordinary matters, he was now navigating the realm of divine power, a domain in which he was entirely unacquainted. The scant knowledge he possessed about divinity was gleaned from the gossip circulating around him. Inaction seems prudent. I have previously stated that only those capable of soul attacks against mortals are formidable adversaries beyond our reach. It appears that we have indeed encountered such a situation. The 2 red crystals have been secured. Should we obtain samples, we could conduct a divine comparison and escalate our findings accordingly. Our celestial court possesses its own elite forces and will not permit the adversaries to act with impunity. Huang Wen spoke with unwavering decisiveness, and Chen Fan was taken aback by his assertiveness. Logically, one would assume that a being capable of wielding divine powers could let a minor mishap involving a mortal's internet access slide by, akin to the king of a nation overlooking the delays caused by the Disease Control Bureau during a plague, merely imposing a year's salary deduction as a consequence. However, the circumstances surrounding this incident seemed predominantly accidental. It appeared to stem from an oversight by a powerful entity, resulting in a leakage of divine energy that sullied the Hong Kong and led to this tragedy, where 2 mortals lost their lives. Such unintentional missteps by mighty beings are often difficult to trace, yet Huang Wen insisted on pursuing the matter, demonstrating remarkable tenacity. He further elucidated his reasoning. This incident could provide us with a different perspective. Perhaps the previous unresolved case was also a result of divine contamination. Only under such circumstances could one escape the karmic repercussions of the 3 realms, rendering the celestial court incapable of uncovering the truth. It is only in this manner that they would remain unaffected by fluctuations in spiritual energy. Chen Fan, still somewhat perplexed, inquired, "I'm not well versed in the nature of divinity, but isn't there a fluctuation of spiritual energy within the Hong Kong?" The Hong Kong he carried with him had absorbed a sufficient amount of spiritual energy over time, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated Lu Hong's soul. Huang Wen's firm conclusion indicated to Chen Fan that there must have been some unforeseen incident during the investigation of the Hong Kong. However, since Huang Wen chose not to divulge further details, Chen Fan refrained from pressing for more information. At least he had clarified the cause of Lu Hong's demise, thus providing a comprehensive account to Deng Chan. Ultimately, Huang Wen stated, "This examination has afforded me a preliminary understanding of divine powers. Our prosecutorial bureau was also reliant on the assistance of a certain powerful being to procure these examination results. Such matters, even for us immortals, are not to be trifled with. Unless one reaches a certain level of cultivation, divine energy can be akin to poison for us. Chen Fan was familiar with this notion, akin to the cockroach theory. Discovering one cockroach at home signifies the presence of at least 9 more hidden away, breeding out of sight. The concept of divine energy, shrouded in an aura of mystery, certainly warrants a respectful distance. Chapter 103. Special guidance. Listening to advice is akin to filling one's belly. Huangwen reminded himself not to dwell on this case any further. Henceforth, the file would be sealed, only to be reopened if similar cases arose again. To alleviate Chen Fan's concerns, Huangwen reassured him that there were numerous unresolved cases within the prosecutorial bureau. Experience has shown that even deities have their limits, and not every mystery can be unraveled. The subsequent routine involved completing tasks, not only from a Xinyu system, but also from the Guidance Bureau. The Xinyu system steadily enhanced its passive growth, while the Guidance Bureau's tasks accrued merit. Chen Fan could now claim considerable wealth, as the merit earned over the past 2 months, if converted into cultivation energy, would equate to at least a year's worth. In relative terms, that also amounted to 1/10 of the energy from a single task in the Xinyu system, which was quite commendable. Today's task from the guidance plate piqued Chen Fan's curiosity. Lin Yinxing outskirts, West Slope, Rabbit 4. The name and location felt somewhat familiar. He promptly approached Qianzan and inquired, "Does our guidance bureau still assist in guiding monsters?" Chen Fan nodded and chuckled. "It's likely so, and I suspect they might be acquaintances of mine. That makes things easier. You see, the most formidable monsters are the ones most sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy. Our invisibility cannot deceive them. Many of them, despite possessing intelligence, act solely on instinct, preferring to have their offspring remain by their side as spirits rather than ascend to the celestial court." Qianzan passionately elaborated, clearly drawing from past experiences with such cases. Chen Fan understood that as long as the Guidance Bureau indeed engaged in the guidance of monsters, he would most likely be tasked with guiding the rabbit spirits he had inquired about. He never anticipated that so soon after their meeting, he would be traveling to their home to fulfill a guidance task. To his surprise, this cluster of rabbit spirits had evidently accumulated enough merit to ascend to the heavens, indicating that they had performed some significant good deeds. Navigating the descent to their location was second nature to Chen Fan. He even exchanged greetings with familiar heavenly soldiers of the transporter. This time, the guards were those who had witnessed Chen Fan's impressive performance during the last grand inspection, and they certainly remembered him. Upon reaching the small hillside, the abundance of red fruits on the Hong Ko continued to bear a festive aesthetic. However, within the familiar rabbit burrow, the atmosphere was somber as 5 rabbits surrounded a small rabbit, their expressions mournful. Chen Fan decided to remove them from the burrow, and the elder rabbit immediately recognized him, hopping forward to bow repeatedly, pleading, "Immortal, your arrival is fortuitous. Please say, my child." After consuming your elixirs, they progressed rapidly. They have all developed intelligence, and I am no longer alone. However, my little daughter was born with innate frailty, so her progress has always been the slowest. After taking the elixir and gaining intelligence, she actually began to cultivate faster than the others. I warned her to take it slow, given her previous weakness, but she refused to listen, resulting in this tragedy. After examining the small rabbit's lifeless form, Chen Fan confirmed the elder rabbit's claims. The foundation was far too weak, and without proper recuperation, the premature cultivation had led to the current lamentable outcome. He crouched beside the little rabbit's spirit and gently spoke, "Hello, I am Chen Fan, the guide from the celestial court, here to escort you to the heavens. Is there anything you wish to say to your father?" The elder rabbit, witnessing Chen Fan's actions, was taken aback. Although it was a monster, it had heard of the renowned guide but had assumed that guides only assisted humans. It was astonished that its child was also a candidate for guidance. Its limited cultivation prevented it from perceiving its daughter's spirit, so it addressed Chen Fan's direction. "For quickly greet the immortal. You shall ascend to the heavens and become a celestial rabbit." Though this heartfelt expression from a father was sincere, Chen Fan found it somewhat amusing. What was a celestial rabbit, after all? The little rabbit looked up with wide eyes and innocently asked, "What is the celestial court? What will we do there? Why not see my parents again?" Such an array of questions was entirely natural for a curious little one. And Chen Fan did not rush to answer, but instead queried, "Do you wish for your father to see you?" The little rabbit nodded fervently, "Yes, yes. For so long, I have only seen my parents unhappy. I want to comfort them, but they cannot hear my voice. Initially, I thought they were ignoring me, but upon seeing my body, I realized I had passed away. It would be wonderful to speak with my parents once more." With a wave of his hand, Chen Fan facilitated a reunion between the little rabbit and its family. The mother rabbit, who had been silent until now, rushed forward, embracing the little rabbit's neck, tears streaming down her face. The elder rabbit glanced nervously at Chen Fan, and upon seeing no reaction, tentatively asked, "Immortal, may I request a moment for the child and its mother?" After all, once they ascend to the celestial court, though the elder rabbit did not finish its thought, Chen Fan understood its implication. This journey to the celestial court would mean a permanent separation, possibly preventing any future reunions. Observing the guidance plate, Chen Fan noted that time was still ample, and given the young rabbit's tender age, he was uncertain which department it would be assigned to. Regardless, the department would only identify the guide upon reaching the celestial court, thus ensuring that there would be no issues, as he retained the authority to make decisions regarding the timing of the ascent. "Certainly, you may converse at your leisure. I never anticipated that you, rabbits, could accumulate enough merit to ascend to the heavenly court," the elder rabbit elucidated. "This is also the reason for my cultivation. In the past, I was aimlessly drifting through life, merely relying on instinct. It wasn't until one fateful day, after several days of torrential rain in the small ravine near our rabbit burrow, that I witnessed a deluge. The rushing waters were momentarily halted by some decaying wood, creating a natural dam. Downstream lay a small village of several hundred inhabitants, unaware of the impending flood accumulating above them. In a moment of desperation, driven by hunger, I gnawed through a massive tree that was blocking the floodwaters. Because of that tree, the flood was able to release before reaching its peak, saving the village. At that moment, something within my mind shattered, and everything around me transformed. Following that feeling, I understood how to absorb the spiritual energy of the world and discerned which places were more conducive to my cultivation." Chapter 104. The rabbit's belonging. Without having heard firsthand, Chen Fan was unaware that the awakening of demons occurred in such a manner. However, reflecting on their unintentional act, it indeed saved the mortals of the village downstream. Such profound merit surely justified their enlightenment. Even if it allowed their offspring to ascend to the heavens, it was more than enough. The little rabbit was pulled before Chen Fan by her mother, her already red eyes now nearly brimming with tears. She spoke softly, "Immortal, I wish to ascend to the heavenly court. I apologize for taking up your time." Her words were evidently taught to her by her mother just moments prior, and they came out somewhat clumsily. Chen Fan replied with a smile, "Have you finished speaking with your mother?" The rabbit nodded, displaying a readiness that suggested she was prepared, had it not been for the presence of the little rabbit's parents. Chen Fan would have been unable to resist ruffling her fur playfully. "Are you ready then?" Chen Fan produced the summoning talisman and began the customary procedure, placing the talisman upon the rabbit's forehead. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. As the talisman emitted a gentle white light, the little rabbit began to grow, her limbs stretching, and her adorable little face gradually transforming towards a more human form. In an instant, she had transformed into a small girl with rabbit ears, wrapped in soft white fur, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years old, with a look of innocent bewilderment. Chen Fan nearly exclaimed in shock. No one had mentioned such a transformation occurring during the summoning of demons. It was a direct manifestation. The rabbit father, upon seeing his daughter in this state, was overwhelmed with tears of joy. For demons, awakening intelligence was merely a preliminary step. The crucial transformation into a human form marked the true advancement. The prosperity of a human race in the 3 realms was largely due to their body's adaptation to cultivation, which allowed demons to cultivate at an accelerated pace once they assumed human shapes. The elder rabbit had tirelessly pursued this goal of transformation, only to find that her daughter had achieved it before her. The little rabbit curiously examined her small hands and feet, reaching up to touch her long, swaying ears, everything feeling foreign to her, as if she were no longer herself. Chen Fan gently took her hand and said, "Make sure to bid farewell to your parents. If fate allows, you shall meet again." The little rabbit, still in a daze, was barely aware of her transformation, nor the benefits it entailed. She simply waved at her parents, saying, "Mom, Dad, I'm leaving." This scene filled Chen Fan with a sense of guilt, akin to a dubious uncle coaxing a child to see a goldfish, essentially taking someone from their home. However, the rabbit parents harbored no such misgivings as demons. Merely achieving intelligence was a tremendous stroke of luck. Now, the prospect of ascending to the heavenly court brought them immense satisfaction, hoping only for their daughter to have a better life. The elder rabbit earnestly implored, "I understand that for an immortal like you, we demons may not hold much value. Yet I have one request from a father. Please watch over 2C in the heavenly court. She has only recently awakened her mind, and is still like a blank slate." In his prior dealings with other parents during summoning, Chen Fan had never received such a heartfelt request. He had only visited this place with Huang when just the previous week, meaning this little rabbit had only possessed self-awareness for a mere week, indeed a blank slate. "Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to take care of her," Chen Fan replied, marking his first acceptance of the family's plea. Previously, he had evaded such requests with various evasive remarks, but this particular family of rabbits was deeply intertwined with his fate. It could be said that the little rabbit's ascension was directly related to him. Without those 6 medicinal pills, none of this would have transpired. The karmic ties he had woven necessitated his understanding. The rabbit father, though lacking in strength, possessed a keen intuition as a demon, and sensed that Chen Fan spoke from the heart, which eased his worries. "Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to command me. My life is entrusted to you." Chen Fan merely smiled and offered no reply, refraining from uttering, "I am busy, and you cannot assist." The intricacies of their karmic relationship were complex, had it not been for the elder rabbit's testimony. He and Huang would have likely expended considerable effort to trace the line to Hong Kong. Once the arrangements were concluded, Chen Fan took the little rabbit to ascend. As she departed from her parents for the first time, he felt her small hand clutching his tightly, revealing her evident anxiety. Considering her human age, she was akin to an infant barely a month old, experiencing everything outside as new, different, and somewhat terrifying. The celestial guards at the transport array, upon noticing Chen Fan accompanying a little girl, quickly discerned 2C's identity from her large, twitching ears. "Chen Xianyu, is this your first time summoning a demon? How does it feel?" Having traversed the gates numerous times, Chen Fan had grown familiar with the gatekeepers and replied with a smile. "It's no different from summoning ordinary mortals. I have successfully brought her here. Haven Ti?" He glanced at the summoning talisman, which should indicate the destination for the little rabbit. The talisman bore but a single name, Guanghan Gong. It then dawned on Chen Fan that this little rabbit was indeed the Jade Rabbit spirit, explaining her assignment to Guanghan Gong. Did this also mean he had a connection with the most beautiful woman in the 3 realms? Chapter 105. Guanghan Gong upon arriving at the transfer hall. Several familiar departments awaited new arrivals, yet Guanghan Gong was notably absent. Chen Fan was not in a rush. The little rabbit, being of demon lineage, possessed a soul far more resilient than that of an ordinary mortal, allowing for a delay in her celestial transformation without issue. He had encountered such delays before. Though the heavenly court required personnel and valued newcomers, everyone had their busy moments, and occasional tardiness was understandable. However, after waiting for nearly 2 hours, a sense of unease began to creep in. Surely, after such a lengthy wait, someone must be arriving, no matter how busy they were. He stopped a colleague who had just completed a transfer and pointed to the little rabbit beside him, asking, "This one is assigned to Guanghan Gong. Why has no one come to fetch her?" In her boredom while waiting, the little rabbit had leaned against Chen Fan's leg and fallen asleep. At his gesture, she stirred, but her expression remained one of confusion. Chen Fan remarked, "You are quite fortunate. You've been assigned to Guanghan Gong. Since no one has come to collect you, you may as well make your way there yourself." I recall that previously summoned individuals to Guanghan Gong were also escorted personally by the summoners. Chen Fan reflected on the gossip he had heard about Chang'e, and indeed, it was true. Since her ascension, this celestial maiden had maintained an absolute neutrality, rarely leaving her Guanghan Gong unless absolutely necessary. She is indeed a deity, presiding over the Guanghan Palace, also known as the Moon Palace. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to her as the Moon Goddess, which contributes to the ambiguity surrounding her true power. The lunar surface, although solely inhabited by the Guanghan Palace without the presence of other celestial beings, is vast, and managing such an expansive moon signifies her considerable strength, especially as she is a time-honored deity. However, due to her reclusive nature, no one has witnessed her in action, leading to various legends about her. Consequently, there are not many inhabitants within the Guanghan Palace, as Chang'e prefers solitude, with the only frequent companion being the Jade Rabbit. The only male celestial being appears to be the woodcutter Wu Gang, who spends his days felling trees. With such a limited number of individuals, it is remarkable that she can maintain the Guanghan Palace, which explains why she's unable to spare anyone for other matters. Reaching the Guanghan Palace is no simple task. While as part of the heavenly court, it is located on the lunar surface. If Chang'e were inclined, she could create a semi-independent realm akin to a miniature version of the underworld. However, this idle celestial maiden has never contemplated such matters and prefers to reside quietly in the Guanghan Palace, embodying the most beautiful fairy, indifferent to the chaos beyond her domain. Accompanied by 2C, Chen Fan employed his guiding shuttle for the first time in the heavenly court. Typically, he wouldn't require such a tool for his usual destinations, as they are easily reachable. However, the lunar surface presents a challenge. Flying alone is straightforward for Chen Fan, but carrying the little rabbit complicates matters. Once, a certain monkey claimed that his cloud could cover vast distances in a single somersault, yet it could not carry anyone, forcing him to escort the second Buddha step by step to the west. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the Moon Palace, Chen Fan was halted by patrolling celestial soldiers. He was surprised to discover that there were patrols in this area. After verifying his identity, they allowed him to pass. Finding it peculiar that there were patrols here, Chen Fan inquired about their purpose in this internal section of the heavenly court. The soldiers explained that some male deities, disregarding warnings, had ventured to the Guanghan Palace and were subsequently punished by Wu Gang, resulting in their dismemberment and abandonment. This had occurred numerous times, prompting the monarch to assign them to patrol and dissuade those with ulterior motives, as the Guanghan Palace is not easily accessible. This piece of gossip was new to Chen Fan, likely kept quiet by those unfortunate deities who had suffered humiliation. Wu Gang, it seemed, was quite formidable. From the tone of the celestial soldiers, he appeared to have never lost a confrontation. The true strength of this moon goddess remains a mystery. Finally reaching the lunar surface, the first figure Chen Fan encountered was a robust man seated beneath an osmanthus tree, sharpening his axe. Dressed in coarse gray linen, he looked up at Chen Fan upon sensing his arrival. Recognizing Chen Fan's uniform, he spoke in a calm tone, indicating that he was to guide him inside, where someone would attend to him, before returning to his task of sharpening the axe, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. Regardless of the other's demeanor, Chen Fan maintained his courtesy. "I am Chen Fan, the guide from the West Heaven-S Gate." "Thank you, Senior Wu Gang." "You are Chen Fan?" Wu Gang, who had been entirely absorbed in his work, paused at the mention of his name, fixing his gaze upon Chen Fan. "I am indeed Chen Fan," he replied, puzzled by the reaction his name elicited from Wu Gang. "Very well, you may enter." To Chen Fan's surprise, Wu Gang merely inquired about his name before returning to his tasks. Passing through Wu Gang's watchful presence, Chen Fan entered the interior of the Guanghan Palace, where he was greeted by an overwhelming sight: rabbits. Everywhere he looked, rabbits were sweeping, trimming grass, and cleaning windows. The view was filled with at least 100 rabbits. Even 2C, who had been hiding behind Chen Fan, popped out, awestruck by the scene. Chen Fan had previously known that the Guanghan Palace was inhabited by rabbits, but he had not anticipated such a multitude. The rabbits soon took notice of him, and one, only slightly shorter than 2C and dressed in official attire from the heavenly court, hopped over. "Are you the guide bringing our companion?" it asked. Chen Fan reiterated, "I am Chen Fan, the guide." He then brought forth 2C from behind him. "This is 2C, the companion I am here to escort." The official rabbit snapped its fingers, summoning 2 others. "Take this companion to undergo the transformation into an immortal body and inform him of the rules of the Guanghan Palace." It then introduced itself, I am Tu Fei Fei, the chief official of the Guanghan Palace. Thank you for bringing our companion. Observing the rabbits, Chen Fan noted their lively demeanor, suggesting that life in the Guanghan Palace was quite pleasant. However, having promised Tu Si's father to ensure a good life for him in the heavenly court, he spoke up. Greetings, Chief Tuesday. Due to certain ties between Tu Si and myself, his father requested that I ensure he lives well in the heavenly court. From what I see, everyone here seems quite amiable, and I trust it will be a warm family for him, but I hope you can look after Tu Si. Chen Fan's earnest attitude elicited a chuckle from Tu Fei Fei. You are the first guide to express such concern for their charge. Rest assured, the Guanghan Palace is indeed a family, and we will take good care of Tu Si. After completing the handover, Chen Fan intended to leave, but noticed Tu Fei Fei's long ears perked up, as if listening intently. After a moment, she addressed him. Please wait, Guide Chen. Our mistress has requested to speak with you. Mistress? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the absence of any princesses in the heavenly court. Only the daughters of the West Queen Mother were referred to as fairies. It dawned on him after a moment that she meant the mistress of the Guanghan Palace, which could only be Chang'e. Why would she seek him? What might the mistress want with me? He asked. Tu Fei Fei shook her head. I do not know. I only received her message requesting a meeting. The details will be discussed in person. The renowned beauty of the three realms sought him out. He felt compelled to comply, though he was uncertain of the reason behind it. Following Tu Fei Fei, Chen Fan stepped into the back hall of the Guanghan Palace, where a fairy dressed in white sat upon a stone bench. In front of her were a pot of celestial tea and 2 teacups, clearly prepared for guests. As Chen Fan beheld the most beautiful woman in the 3 realms, he noted that the celestial maidens of the heavenly court, having cultivated their immortal arts, possess beauty that varies greatly, each unique in their charm. However, it is their demeanor that sets them apart. For instance, Hong Yao exudes a captivating blend of ice and fire. In contrast, the moon goddess before him radiated a chill that was most fitting. Upon his entrance, she cast a glance his way, and in her eyes, he perceived only a subtle sadness. Clad in white, she evoked a sense of delicate beauty, leaving one to ponder who truly possesses the ability to evoke pity in whom. Chen Fan began to comprehend why many male deities were infatuated with her. Such an aura is undeniably alluring, igniting a protective instinct within men. Yet, for Chen Fan, this allure held less sway. Having encountered countless beauties in his past life, he had developed a certain immunity. Additionally, considering her age, which far surpassed that of his uncle, any romantic notions dissipated. Have you met the fairy Chang'e? He inquired, maintaining the appropriate formalities despite his thoughts. Please, take a seat. Chang'e gestured to the space before her. Once Chen Fan took his seat, Chang'e directly spoke. The reason I summoned you here is quite simple. I have heard that you were the one who escorted Hong Yao to Kunlun Mountain. Given that you are a relative of Erlang Shan, it would be convenient for you to visit Kunlun in the future. Therefore, I kindly ask you to look after my younger sister. Chen Fan never expected that his invitation was due to this matter. He understood that Hong Yao had a wide circle of acquaintances. Otherwise, Tai Bai would not have called her to mediate previously. He was astonished that even Chang'e, who was usually aloof towards men, made an exception to meet him merely to plead on behalf of her friend. He replied earnestly, the divine edict mandates that Fairy Hong Yao must reflect upon her actions in Kunlun, and I have little means to alter this situation. As for my uncle, you are likely aware that there is little room for sentiment. I was merely summoned by him to Kunlun once. I remain with the reception bureau now, so I cannot make any promises. However, I had previously assured Fairy Hong Yao that I would visit once her child is born, and I shall do my utmost to convey your goodwill. Chang'e recognized the truth in Chen Fan's words and sighed. I am aware of what you say, yet I find myself powerless. After that foolish girl encountered her troubles, no one spoke up. The first thing she did was seek out Erlang Shan. Perhaps she hoped for his pardon so that her child might possess a legitimate identity. Her journey to Kunlun is, in a sense, a fulfillment of her desires, provided her child is born safely. After expressing her sentiments, Chang'e gestured to the tea before her. I invited you here and have little to offer in terms of hospitality. This is a specialty of our Guanghan Palace, osmanthus tea. If it suits your taste, I can have Fei fetch you some more. Chen Fan took a sip, the fragrant osmanthus mingling with abundant spiritual energy, causing his own spiritual power to surge. With a gentle sip, he felt as if he had gained several months' worth of cultivation. Chang'e was aware of Chen Fan's experience and explained, osmanthus tea indeed promotes cultivation, though its effects are most pronounced during the initial infusions. Gradually, tolerance builds, and the benefits become marginal. Do the deities of the heavenly court often indulge in tea? The last time I visited the thunder department, they presented me with thunder crystals. My storage ring is already overflowing with them. Now, I have received a heap of osmanthus tea from Guanghan Palace. At this rate, I could drink it daily for years. Grateful for the kindness extended to him, Chen Fan replied, "Thank you, Fairy Chang'e." Afterward, Chang'e refrained from further conversation, and Chen Fan understood it was time for him to take his leave. He stood and said, "I appreciate your hospitality, Fairy Chang'e. I shall take my leave now." Chang'e softly acknowledged him, returning her focus to savoring her osmanthus tea. Was this truly the renowned beauty of the celestial court? Her ethereal demeanor harmonized perfectly with the ambience of Guanghan Palace. As he received the osmanthus tea from Tu Fei, the rabbit maiden expressed her apologies. "I am sorry. Our palace master is often troubled by those insufferable men, hence her reluctance to speak. It is not directed at you. I can see you are a kind deity. Others treat us as mere spiritual beasts, yet you regard Tu Si as a friend." Chen Fan was surprised that his words had endeared him to Tu Fei. He smiled and said, "It is nothing. Fairy Chang'e's demeanor is quite normal. As for Tu Si, her entire family are my friends, so assisting them is only natural. It has been a pleasure conversing with you. Allow me to give you a token. You may visit Guanghan Palace at your leisure. You are concerned about Tu Si, so feel free to check on her whenever you wish." He handed her a wooden token. "With this, you can pass by the celestial guards and Uncle Wu at the entrance without hindrance." Chen Fan examined the seemingly ordinary token. If it were given to other male deities, they would likely vie fiercely for it. Yet for him, it held little practical use, its sole purpose perhaps being as Tu Fei suggested, to visit the little Tu Si and see how she fared in Guanghan Palace. Having secured the token, Chen Fan bid farewell. "Thank you. I shall refrain from visiting for now, but I will come again when the opportunity arises." Taking a moment to check his status, he was astonished to find that his reputation with Guanghan Palace had soared to the level of respect, even skipping friendship altogether. What had he done to deserve this? Upon closer inspection, he realized even the typically aloof Chang'e had reached the status of friendship with him, and inexplicably, the Great Wu Gang had also become a friend. Well, this trip to Guanghan Palace had indeed yielded the greatest rewards in terms of reputation. Chapter 107. Dongshang Shenzhou, I heard you visited Guanghan Palace today. Did you meet Fairy Chang'e? Indeed, I did meet Fairy Chang'e. Wow. Qianzan eagerly pressed for details. Tell us. We have never seen the true appearance of Fairy Chang'e, only glimpsed her through various images. Is she beautiful? Observing the throng of gossipers, Chen Fan thought to himself, you are all deities. Have you never encountered an unattractive celestial maiden within a heavenly court? In such an environment, have you not had your fill of beauty? Faced with their eager gazes, Chen Fan could only respond, she is beautiful, exceedingly beautiful. That is all I can say. Satisfied with this response, the group dispersed. As for any further revelations, they understood there would be none. After all, Chang'e had been in the heavenly court for many years, never showing proximity to any male deity. The most she had ever done was meet with Chen Fan, exchanging a few words. That was her limit. Once they were gone, Chen Fan was finally able to relax in his chair. He had been preoccupied with this matter all day, primarily due to the lengthy wait that left him no time to unwind. Just as he prepared to close his eyes for a moment of respite, the office door swung open. Chen Fan, puzzled, noted that even Qianzan would knock before entering. So who was so bold? Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a white-bearded elder smiling at him. He quickly stood and said, "What brings you here, Senior Tai Bai? You could have sent a message instead of coming in person." Tai Bai Jin Xian took a seat in the spare chair. Chen Fan sighed internally. He did not wish to be associated with such fame. If he encountered issues, he could hardly refuse to confront them. There was a distinction between being cautious and being cowardly. This newfound notoriety somewhat clashed with his humble system, though he could not fathom why his lazy fish system had not intervened, but rather seemed to encourage him. Now, he bore an impossible task on his shoulders. If he managed to solve that unresolved case, he would be entirely at odds with his desire for anonymity, especially as it involved the efforts of Erlang Shun and other formidable figures to no avail. Nonetheless, should any clues arise, he would pursue them relentlessly. For the matter concerned the peace of 2,000 souls. Tai Bai Jin Xian chuckled. What I have done is merely my duty. Even if I did not act, others would step in. I merely happened to be in the right place at the right time. Before Tai Bai, Chen Fan dared not exhibit arrogance and maintained his humility. I appreciate your character. You achieve results without a hint of pride. The reason I am here today is to ask for your assistance. Please, Senior, go ahead. Chen Fan did not dare to decline. This matter relates to our previous tripartite coordination. The East Sea Dragon has been tasked with monitoring the continuation of rain and clouds. But issues have arisen. The methods of the Thunder Department do not suit them well, leading to some dissent within the East Sea Dragon's ranks. The East Sea Dragon King wishes for us to send someone to provide guidance. Who do you think would be most suitable from our side? Chen Fan could guess without much thought. He was the only one fit for the role. The members of the coordination team, Tai Bai Jin Xian and Tian Peng, were fixed in their celestial duties. Hong Yao was currently in Kunlun, and the third prince of the West Sea had found it difficult to communicate with the East Sea Dragon clan last time, so he could not be relied upon now. After considering all options, he realized there was no one else left. It is merely oneself. With ample time at the Jin Sea and a profound familiarity with the entire assessment system, one is undoubtedly the ideal candidate. Hence the arrival of Tai Bai Jin Xian seeking my assistance. Tai Bai, please refrain from speaking in riddles. If you did not wish for my involvement, you would not have come to the Jin Sea, would you? Tai Bai Jin Xing chuckled, acknowledging my cleverness. Since you are already aware, prepare yourself and proceed. I have already informed your supervisor. Old Immortal, you have come well prepared. You inquired who it was while secretly arranging everything behind the scenes, setting a trap for me to fall into. Am I correct? However, having already consented, it is futile to quibble further with Tai Bai Jin Xing. Upon reflection, I realize that this involves the Eastern Sea, a place steeped in numerous tales. If I recall correctly, the nearby Huaguashan might be worth a visit to see if that stone still stands. A journey to the Eastern Sea does indeed sound appealing, akin to a funded excursion. I shall heed Tai Bai's advice and commence preparations to depart for the Eastern Sea tomorrow. Excellent. I entrust this matter to you. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, or even approach His Majesty directly. This is our Celestial Realm's inaugural pilot project, and it must be handled with utmost seriousness. As Tai Bai uttered these words, he bore no playful demeanor. His expression was solely marked by gravitas. Chen Fan understood that the Jade Emperor had been closely monitoring this matter, but he had not anticipated that even after more than 2 months, such scrutiny would persist. It seems there is indeed an intention to promote this pilot project, and the anticipated changes to the merit system are genuinely underway. If that is the case, the burden upon me grows heavier. Ostensibly, I am to resolve issues, yet I suspect I must also review this performance assessment method. As is customary, I intended to consult Yi on this matter, as discussing such affairs with him could only be beneficial. However, this time, to my surprise, Yi was absent, leaving only a message with the Mei family brothers, instructing me to handle matters as I see fit. He stated that I am now a qualified celestial being and must learn to make decisions independently. What more could I say? Clearly, he was avoiding me. Afen at such a crucial moment, has learned to let go, likely recognizing that I have been summoned too frequently. Chapter 108. Arrival at Dongsheng Shenzhou. Chen Fan had never before visited Dongsheng Shenzhou, since the Dragon Clan of the Eastern Sea had called for support from the Celestial Realm. They would not be remiss in their duties. Upon arriving at the Dong Tianmin teleportation array, he found a dragon waiting, having evidently put considerable thought into selecting personnel. It was indeed one of those who had previously come to coordinate with the Celestial Realm, but evidently to accommodate Chen Fan. They had not sent the one who had previously stood out. Greetings, Chen Shangxian, the dragon greeted from a distance. I did not expect you to come personally. This should have been a task for my father to welcome you. Yet due to some pressing issues in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, he is unable to attend. Thus, I must apologize on his behalf. The dragon did not introduce himself, but his reference to his father indicated that he was the prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, evidently favored by the old Dragon King. There's no need for such formalities, Your Highness. The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace encountered issues while responding to the Celestial Realms agreements. So it is only right that we coordinate. I have long heard of Chen Xian's youthful prowess and humility. Last time, due to various reasons, we could not converse. But now, it is indeed as rumored. I sincerely hope you will assist us with the matters of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. It is my duty, and I shall endeavor to fulfill it. Please lead the way, Your Highness. Flattery is sweet to the ear, and Chen Fan understood that such niceties were merely formalities. The Eastern Sea Dragon Palace was evidently well aware of his impending arrival, as evidenced by the previous coordination. These dragons were adept at maneuvering and had established their own information network within the celestial realm. Sending a prince to greet him was a gesture of reciprocity. Had a deity of Tai Bai's caliber been dispatched, it would have likely warranted the old Dragon King's presence as well. As they exited the teleportation array, they found themselves soaring over the Eastern Sea. The prince's procession was marked by a certain grandeur, while the celestial realm was not inclined to bring many. This was his territory. Below, a multitude of shrimp soldiers and crab generals awaited, with the Prime Minister Tortoise eagerly anticipating their arrival. Upon seeing the two, the assembled sea creatures knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We welcome Chen Xian and the Fifth Prince." Chen Fan gazed at the array of seafood below, his mouth watering involuntarily. In his previous life, seafood had been his indulgence, but given the constraints of his finances, he could only partake in small bites. Now, confronted with a plethora of large crabs and lobsters, his appetite was undeniably piqued. The Fifth Prince, unaware of Chen Fan's inner thoughts, assumed his expression of awe was due to being overwhelmed by his retinue. He spoke with a hint of pride, "Chen Xian, I trust you find our Eastern Sea Dragon clan's forces to your liking. Indeed, they are quite impressive. If only they could satisfy my palate as well." Chen Fan mused silently, realizing that while he could indulge in flattery, he must maintain a level of decorum befitting a celestial being. Clearly, these were elite forces, well-trained and formidable in battle. If I am not mistaken, they must belong to you, Fifth Prince? The Fifth Prince beamed with pride at Chen Fan's compliment. Indeed, they're my forces. After my father allocated them to me,